everyone, and welcome to the regional championship in Lille. We're playing the Pioneer format today. We have roughly 690 players. I think the total is going to be announced a little bit later. Alia and I are going to be bringing coverage to you all day today, along with TheWillHallExp and Matej Zatlkaj, which is the second coverage pair. And I think we can get started. Can we take a look at the structure, please? We have 9 rounds playing today. The record needed to make day 2 is 6 wins or 18 points or better. So we're gonna be looking at roughly, I think, 200 players to make day 2, maybe 150, something in that range. Day 2, we're playing 6 more rounds plus the top 8. If we can take a look at the price structure now, that's gonna tell you exactly what we're playing for. So the top 24 players in this event are going to qualify for Pro Tour Chicago, which happens in February. If you make the top 8, there are some pretty decent money prizes as well. First place, $16,000. Also, the first 2 places are qualifying straight into Worlds. So we just came here from Vegas. Worlds was an amazing experience. We're going to have 2 more players qualified for the Worlds next year already at the end of this event. So let's take a look at the metagame breakdown. I'm sure everybody is eager to see that. Alia, what do you think?
Well, we have a meta really dominated by Rakdos Midrange. No surprise here, I think. And for Mono Green Devotion, Rakdos Sacrifice, and Sec Phoenix. I like it. And yesterday was something similar, but I can wait. Mostly for Mono Whites, Sorrius Spirits, that aggro decks that I loved.
Okay. Ragnos Midrange, I think, is still sort of a thing from the past season where it was the most played deck for most of the season. I think a lot of people, in Pioneer, you don't switch decks that often, so a lot of players are still sticking with that, but we're seeing the numbers of Is It Phoenix, especially decks like Boros Heroic, kind of rising. I think Boros Heroic might have been one of the most successful decks of yesterday of the LCQ. There were actually 5 Boros decks in the top 20 of the event, including 3 Heroic variants and 2 Boros Convoke. So, yeah, I'm interested. Looking forward to seeing how it plays out. And I think we might be ready. We might be ready with a match for round 1. We have Frank Karsten playing against Matia Rizzi. Frank Karsten is playing the Boros Convoke deck that he used yesterday to get a 7-2 record in the LCQ, which qualified him for the tournament today. And I believe Matia is playing a Mono Green Devotion.
Yes, the Frank Kirsten version of Boros Convoke is so spicy. I can't wait to see that Ember clip on that bunny again.
Okay, I was told the match is ready. Doesn't look like it's that the case just yet. Matia Rizzi is in Mono Green, Frank Carson on Boros Convoke. The backup match is Felipe Carola, I believe.
With Rakdos Midrange, yes.
With Ragdos Midrange. So someone who's usually doing, casting on this side of the table. She is playing against Benjamin Bauer playing Is It Creativity. So that is our backup match. I think the match between Frank and Matia, Boros Convoke against Mono Green, is going to go a lot faster. Frank's just going to be trying to convoke out, some cheap creatures into a venerated Loxodon with cards like Boros Bushwalker, and that match should probably end much faster. Felipe playing Ragdos Midrange against Is It Creativity. That is probably going to go a little bit longer because that is more of a grindy match.
Yes, absolutely. And the first match.
Yeah, I don't think we're ready just yet. I think the players are still setting up. Looks like we might have some issues, but we're trying to get that fixed, and hopefully we'll get the match ready as soon as possible. Okay, there we go.
Okay, let's go.
So on the right side, we have Frank Carson playing Boros Heroic, Boros Devotion. I'm sure you've seen that deck before. It was one of the more popular decks in the format in the previous season. You're using cheap creatures like Vidalin, Epicure, Threban Inspector. One of the new cards Frank has in the deck is Regal Bunnycorn, which has been playing really nicely. He's also playing Ember Cleave.
Also, it's playing some another cards from Wilds of the Drain, right? Like Immodance Recruiter. Very, very good incorporation for this deck. Do you think?
Yeah, I think the card is I think the card's pretty good. It's very similar to Bushwalker. Frank was actually undecided which one of those he should be playing in his deck. Sorry for misspeaking. Looks like we have Andrea Rizzi, not Matia. But yeah, Mono Green Devotion, you know, the hands you're looking for, Lana Werewolf, turn 1, perfect start. Ideally into a 3-drop creature or Kiora on turn 2, which is exactly what Andrea has in his opening hand. So pretty good start for him. Frank has a Gleeful Demolition on turn 1 to start the game with 3 tokens, which usually allows this deck to convoke out one of the 5 drops on turn 2. So pretty good start for Frank as well. But let's see if he has one of the 5 drops.
Yes. Frank Carson is going wide. Very fast here. Second turn. Very critic. That's important turn for a mono green devotion. All the 2 decks are running so well, right? In the early game. In this early game.
Yeah, this is a matchup where both players are kind of just interested in doing their own thing, so they're not really going to be disrupting each other too much. These are not decks that typically play a lot of removal or any kind of disruption. So it's basically who can goldfish faster, and both players have a really good opening hand. Frank has a pretty sick board on turn 2. This is 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 creatures out on turn 2.
Yes. Both decks are very linear play games here.
Any high-profile players on Phoenix this weekend? We have quite a lot of players on Phoenix. Phoenix is one of the decks that got a little bit more popular now with the addition of Sleight of Hand into the format. So we're definitely going to be able to bring you some of those matches on the stream this weekend. Yeah, Frank's list is a little wild. He's kind of just playing a lot of one-offs, and it's one of those decks where Frank just said, you know what, I'm just going to play the cards I like. I'm just going to build the deck in a way where I'm going to have a lot of one-offs. I think you know, I can't really make up my mind whether Bushwalker or Recruiter is better. I'm just going to play one of each or 2 of each. So Frank's list is a little, you know, this is how it felt, and it's been working out pretty well for him.
Yeah, and the mono green devotions have the land, the Nyctus land, very important on the engine of the deck.
If Frank was on the play, then this game would pretty much be over. This is a thing in Pioneer. A lot of players, you know, tend to say that it is a, you know, play first format. You really want to win the die roll, but then again, there are a lot of cheap removal spells in the format: Fiery Impulse, Spike Field Hazard, you know, Fatal Push, those types of cards, and you can choose to play decks with those cards. So if you don't like the, you know, oh, I lost the die roll, my deck that goldfishes, you know, on turn 4 is in a disadvantage now because I have no interaction. Well, you can just choose to play the interaction.
Well, Nyctus is in play. The mana battery is running. Cool play. The activation for Kiora.
Oh wow, Willful Haven pass.
Wow, this turn could be very crucial for Frank Carsten win, right? No Woods Watcher, no Woods Watcher.
Yeah, basically what Frank is thinking right now is, okay, well, you have access to 2, 3, 4, 5 mana next turn with the Kiora on tap. That'd be 6. So Storm the Festival is a card that usually comes to your mind. You know, my opponent didn't play anything big up until now. You know, maybe the Cavalier, Storm the Festival, something like that is likely to happen next turn. So Frank thinks probably, okay, most likely I have this turn and then one more turn to try to deal, you know, 19 points of damage. Let's see how I can do that, how I can plan for that. You know, does that leave any room for me to attack Kiora, which would make sense because Kiora is essentially +2 mana now because it can untap the forest with the Haven. So a lot of stuff going through Frank's mind right now, and it will be interesting seeing how he splits the attacks or if he just goes face with everything.
Well, Frank Carsten is tapping creatures. Let's go. Will we see if attacking to Kiora? Could it be? A lot of damage in Kiora seems. And 7 damage for player.
Okay, so Frank decided to split the attack, realizing, okay, that Kiora +2 mana, that's not something that I want to leave on the table. It's also an extra green permanent for the Nykthos, so it doesn't seem too threatening right now, but it can get out of hand really quickly. We all know how the mono green deck works. So Frank decides, all right, I'm gonna kill the Kiora. If you chump with the Llanowar Elf, that is still good for me.
Remember, the tournament is open deck list. Andrea Rizzi knows that Frank doesn't have Embercleave in the deck, and Frank have 2 mana on top that could be played around that Embercleave.
Yeah, that is a great point. We are playing with open deck lists, which means that both players know what the opponent has in their deck. And yesterday that was not the case. I know Frank got a lot of players with that Embercleave that they did not expect, that they didn't see coming. Today, obviously, you know, open deck list. That means before the game even starts, your opponent has to show you their deck. You have a minute to study it, and you know then you can take a look at it again during sideboarding to make sure you sideboard in the right way.
Math is for blockers. Are you saying?
Yes. Math is for blockers, but Frank is the person that always does the math. You know, no matter whether he's attacking, blocking, or counting something else.
Yes, it's curious. Math is for blockers and for Frank Karsten. Another Nykthos for Andrea Rizzi.
All right, so Andrea decided to chump with Llanowar Elf, keep the Kiora alive. That means he has access to 6 mana now. He does have the Storm the Festival, and let's see what he spins into. See at least 3 lands, maybe 4.
Yes. Storm the Festival, the big...
Wow!
Whoa!
And the game's over, yeah. Well, Frank's draw was pretty amazing. Andrea had a good start. The first 2 turns, Llanowar Elf, Kiora, that's the perfect start. But then his turn 3 was just a Willful Haven pass, and his Storm the Festival kind of bricked. We didn't see the whole 5 cards, but, you know, you can imagine that the last 2 were not too good if he just decided to scoop it up. So 1-0 Frank Karsten.
Yes, you say this will be so fast, and was fast. Let's go to check the sideboards. Yesterday, Frank is cutting the Embercleave and playing the Giganta post sideboard.
All right, here is Frank's list. So you can take a look at it. I think this deck actually got a lot better. I think Regal Bunnycorn is an excellent addition to the deck. I think Recruiter is a great card as well. But take a look at Frank's list. He's only playing 1 Bushwalker, 1 Recruiter. So
yes.
Embercleave kind of replaced 2 of those. I think Regal Bunnycorn now also is a very reasonable game plan. Like sometimes you just play, you know, turn 1 Gleeful Demolition on your Ornithopter, turn 2 Bunnycorn, and then you just play Embercleave, and you beat the opponent with this, you know, 8/8 trample on turn 3 or 4. So a little bit less on the, you know, go wide with Bushwalker plan, and now with Bunnycorn you just have a single thread that can just win the game on its own in a lot of situations. On the other side of the table, Andrea Rizzi, pretty standard mono green Devotion. This is a mid-range / combo deck. In the early turns, you play like a mid-range deck, you know, with Llanowar Elf, Elvish Mystic, curving out into Old Growth Troll, Pulukronos, or Kiora on turn 2, and then you have cards like Karn, you know, Storm the Festival, Cavalier of Thorns that you want to combine with Nykthos to make a lot of mana, and then out of the sideboard, you have a combo finish with the Chain Whale, and you can get all the cards from your opponent's deck with the Brainstone usually. So this deck plays like a mid-range deck, but then has one big combo turn where it just wins the game on the spot.
Yes, the sideboard of mono green isn't very, you know, it's a toolbox deck.
That's right. Yeah, I think in this match, the mono green deck typically does not sideboard too much. Some of the one-offs usually come in. I think this is a game where perhaps Filigree Silex could come in. Maybe something else from the sideboard seems reasonable against the aggressive decks, because using Karn in this matchup is going to be a little slow. On the other hand, Frank's sideboard, let's take a look at what he has. Forge Devil is the card that I would definitely be bringing in. I think this is one of the more impactful cards in Frank's sideboard. It is an excellent card to bring in against the green decks with Llanowar. It is an excellent card to bring in against the white humans decks, for example, with cards like Recruitment Officer and Talia. So this card is coming in against most green and white aggressive decks. Rending Volley, obviously better for spirits or something like that. Here, green creatures, not really going to be too useful. Wedding Announcement is for matchups where Frank wants to go wide and a little bit slower. So against the control decks with sweepers, Invasion of Gobakon, same thing. I guess it could possibly come in here to try to stop Andrea from, casting something like Card on turn 3 or perhaps just Storm the Festival on turn 4. I think the third Embercleave is most likely to come out of Frank's sideboard as well, and maybe the one Imodane's Recruiter.
Yeah, absolutely. Embercleave gives you the evasions you need, the trample in this case, to go through that big creatures of mono green. Well, that was so fast. A lot of time remains in the round.
Is this 60-minute rounds, actually? I thought we had 50 minutes. Either way, I think 60-minute rounds are a lot better for Magic these days. If you were watching Worlds last week, there was a lot of matches that ended with draws. Obviously, some of the decks in the format were a little bit slower, but Magic is so much more complicated these days. Look at the card like Fable of the Mirror Breaker. You have to flip the card around in the sleeve. You have to reach out for some dice. You have to make a token. The token creates another token. So we're doing a lot of extra manual things as well, and the cards are generally a lot more complicated, which I think means that the rounds should really be 60 minutes because you just really want to see both players be able to finish the match and actually play the match instead of a lot of rounds coming to a draw.
Absolutely. All the matches right now are more grindy because of the clues, the treasure, the bluffs token, and it's more are more grinders over the decks. Mostly in the standard, right?
Yeah, I think standard is a lot of fun now. By the way, when I was watching Worlds, the standard decks looked really fun. I think that the format is in a good place, and I'm actually looking forward to playing some standard tournaments as well. That said, Pioneer, I think our metagame is also very healthy. The top deck was with Ragdos Midrange at 12%, and then after that was like 10% mono green, 8, 9, 7%. I think that's a pretty good sign of a healthy format. Lots of decks represented, lots of strategies, whatever you like playing in the format, whether it's aggro, mid-range, control, their combo decks, Lotus field combo. There's definitely something to choose for everyone.
Yeah, very varied. Well, let's go with the second game for Frank Kirsten. Again, Andrea Rizzi. Mono Green Devotion is in the play. The mostly early game for that deck is Mana January Elves. Will we see?
Yeah, Andrea took a mulligan to 6, but he has the start of Llanowar. But I think I saw in Frank's hand the one sideboard card you really want to draw, especially on the draw in your opening hand. And there it is. Red Source, Forged Devil. Wow, that is absolutely brutal. Effectively sending Andrea to a multi-5 with this free kill on his Llanowar Elf.
Absolutely. This Forged Devil was so painful for the ramp of the Mana Green player. Nyctos and more ramp spells.
So basically, Frank almost bought himself an extra turn with that Forge Devil. Let's see if he's going to be able to translate that into a big convo creature on turn 2 or 3. Can't quite make the content of Frank's hand. I do see a second land. I think he has a Threaten Inspector. The card you really want to have in your opening hand against these decks is Gleeful Demolition. Because your opponents don't really have any sweepers, in these mono green decks, so you can just do your thing. Gleeful Demolition helps you the most with convoking out the big 5 drops on turn 2.
Yes, this is the game plan of this deck, right? Being go wide and then attack with Boost Watcher or similar effects and hitting all the lives of the opponent. Let's go to see what is that spell for 2 minutes. Okay. And the little bunnycorn. And Regal Bunnycorn, the new card from Wilds of Eldraine.
So Frank decided, okay, well, I guess I don't have Gleeful Demolition. Maybe the best course of action is just play this Bunnycorn now and try to play as many permanents next turn and try to make this one big threat that is going to start pressuring Andrea. The question is, how big is it going to be next turn? Everything like a Thraben Inspector is effectively +2/+2, so I think I saw at least that in Frank's hand. Maybe also a Fidelkin Epicure. So I wouldn't be surprised to see this Bunnycorn, attacking for 6 or 7 on turn 3.
That is a lot of damage. Well, let's... Will we Cura? Will we more January elves?
Okay, so Andrea, pretty decent start despite that Llanowar Elf dying on turn 1. He found another copy. Elvish Mystic, that Oath got him a second Forest. So he's up to, 5 mana sources in play right now. So if he has a Cavalier or Storm the Festival, he is pretty likely to be able to play that next turn.
Could be very difficult to defend a Karn here in that spot, right? Against Boros Convoke.
Yeah, the Planeswalkers typically don't live too long against the Boros Convoke deck.
Where more small critters going wide. And let's go to see if Gleeful Demolition, that will be the perfect play, right, Martin?
Wow, he does have it. Okay, Gleeful Demolition, destroying that clue from Thraben Inspector. Frank saying, I'm not interested in extra cards. I just want speed. Let me turn that clue into 3 more tokens. So right now the Bunnycorn is 6/6 because it also counts itself. Frank tapping the creatures, hinting at either a Venerated Loxodon or the Knight Errant of Eos, which is exactly what he's playing. So let's take a look at the top 5 cards.
And
6 cards.
Yeah, 6. And Knight Errant of Eos, the Boros Convoke is very powerful, is working so well. The engine playing a very, very fast early game.
If you were looking at the last year's qualifier standings yesterday, Frank did indeed end up in the 17th place in the standings, but there was quite a lot of pass downs, actually. I think there was 4 or even 5 already qualified players that made it into the top 16. So I think it passed down to almost everybody with the 7-2 record. I think one person with 7-2 in the LCQ missed out on breakers, but the rest of the players made it into today's tournament. And it looks like this is actually pretty insane. So Frank has what, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 permanents play. So the Bunnycorn 8/8 on turn 3, no big deal.
Regal Giant Bunnycorn. Not too blocking here with the January elves. Why?
Yeah, this is why Frank maybe prefers to have Embercleave now, or some copies of the Bushwalker effects and a couple copies of Embercleave, so you can have different kinds for different cards for different situations. In these situations, both of them would be good, but sometimes Embercleave is what you need against these green decks that can chump block your one big creature with a Llanowar Elf or something like an Old Growth Troll and still go off next turn.
Absolutely, believe in the Cliff. More forest for Andrea Rizzi. Will we see a Carning game? No. The troll, the big troll, 4/4 blocker here.
That still leaves him mana to activate Nykthos. So let's see what he can do now. 3, 4, 5, 6 green mana symbols. Activate Nykthos, Karn, 2 floating. Okay. Is this a Filigree Silax, perhaps? To try to deal with the tokens? Yeah, so this would deal with the 3 goblins. It would also kill the Ornithopter, but that still leaves quite a lot of creatures on the battlefield.
Seems Filigree Silex could be a sweeper, but could be not enough to kill all the creatures of the opponent. That will be sweet for Andrea, but it's not possible this turn.
Yeah, Filigree Silex is effectively a Ratchet Bomb. I think Powder Keg is the card that most old school players would think of in this range.
Yes. I play Ratchet's Bomb.
All right, yeah. Andrea deciding to crack the Silex just to slow the bleeding. He actually did that on his own turn. That makes sense to try to stop Frank from convoking out more creatures. But that does give Frank the option to add more creatures to the board right now and make the Bunnycorn bigger before attacking. I think Andrea is out of cards. He does have card in play, but I think that is pretty likely to die to Frank's attack.
For mono green without Kiora is very difficult to draw a card. Kiora is card needs that deck to make cards advantage. Well, time to blocks. Well, trying the knight withdrawal.
Oh, there's the Embercleave.
Oh, we live in the
Nice.
play, right?
Frank's draws were really good. Both of those games, Frank pretty much had the picture perfect draw. Embercleave coming down now, making the Bunnycorn 5/5 trample double strike, along with the two unblocked creatures. I think that was an attack for 12. So yeah, pretty good showing by the Boros Convoke deck.
Absolutely. Was so fast. And we go to see Table 2 of feature match with Felipe Carola against Benjamin Boyer. He said creativity against Ragdoll's Midrange. Ragdoll's Midrange is played by Felipe. Felipe, say help me in the photo. We expect the graphic card.
Yeah, we're working on getting the life total updated. I believe someone is up a game, and that would be Felipe is up a game actually. So red black midrange playing against creativity. We also have the deck lists are switched. Let me make sure that gets changed.
Well, the game we can see a Fable the Mirror Breaker and both of sides of the table. I think is the best card in the Pioneer right now. A lot of deck is playing that card. Could
Yep.
be Fable the best card in the metagame right now?
I think the joke now is that Fable of the Mirror Breaker, no matter what deck you're playing, if you're playing red and you can add Fable into your deck, it's just going to make your deck better. It doesn't matter what the format is. The card is just so versatile, so flexible. It also just gives you so many options. I remember playing Standard, and Fable made so many opening hands into a keep. Like, I was essentially happy to keep a 6-lands Fable opening hand in all these mid-range matchups because Fable allows you to ditch 2 of those lands for something else. On the second chapter, so you were pretty much guaranteed that you started with a card that gave you a Goblin token, which was pretty much a must-kill for the opponent. Next turn, you turn 2 of those lands into more gas, and start casting all these cards like Shield Dread or whatever. So Fable, not just a great value card, but also something that just allows you to keep more opening hands, something that finds more gas. It's just a very annoying card to play against, and then it turns into a possible finisher later on with the Kiki Reflection. This is a matchup where Benjamin basically wants to, play a little slow, counter some spells, draw some cards, and at some point create 2 treasures and resolve Indomitable Creativity if he is playing the version with Xenagos, or cast cards like Torrential Gearhulk to try to get value, and that is more of a value version that plays a longer and grindy game. Seeing that Key to the City makes me think that this is the Xenagos version, but let me take a look real quick.
Cruxa discard a card. And Benjamin is thinking to discard or make disappear. And could we Shark Typhoon the other card? I think so. Well, no creativity in hand for Benjamin. And we will see what he discards. All
Yeah, see a Meg disappear in the hand, which is not great at this point of the game. Also, there's a duress in Felipe's graveyard, so there's a pretty good chance that she knows about the Meg disappear and she's making an effort to try to play around it. I think there's a Croxa currently on the battlefield. Benjamin is indeed playing the version with World Spine Worm and Xenagos. So he is playing for the combo finish, and in one big turn, he is trying to get both of those creatures on the battlefield, make one big trampling creature, and attack the opponent for 30 damage.
and the trigger on the stack, of course, it resolves, and Benjamin discard a card. Well,
The cards that the creativity deck is looking for in this matchup are Big Score and Creativity, effectively. Those are the two most important cards. Big Score because you can play it at the end of turn. You can create two
yes.
treasures, which are typically pretty hard for the Rakdos deck to kill because they're playing cards like Fatal Push and Go for the Throat. So you want your tokens that you're targeting with Creativity to ideally be treasure tokens instead of creatures. And then, of course, you need to top deck usually Creativity, at some point during the game because early on, they will be working on your hand with cards like Thoughtseize, Duress, Goblin, Croxa, all that kind of stuff. So this is typically a match where the Rakdos deck leaves the creativity deck with an empty hand or maybe with one of those bigger cards, but not the other one. And the creativity deck typically has 3 or 4 turns, sometimes in the mid game, to try to draw into Big Score or creativity to try to finish the game.
And Martin, how it says creativity go through the combo with Shenagos and the burn?
Yeah, so you need 2 permanents in play. When that happens, and you have the Indomitable Creativity, you can target them both. That will give you Xenagos, God of Revels, and World Spine Worm in play, which is gonna let you use the Xenagos trigger to target the World Spine Worm, and it's gonna attack as a 30/30 trample, which is usually enough in this in this matchup where the Rakdos deck does not have a lot of ways to gain life.
Whoa, creativity
Okay.
for Benjamin.
So chapter 2 on Fable, I think Benjamin's made a motion saying, I'm not gonna discard anything. Oh, his hand is actually Big Score and Creativity. That is insane. He does need a card to discard to the Big Score though. So this is an awkward situation because you don't want to ditch the Creativity, but he might have to. I don't know how low on life he is. I think the life totals might be switched.
Difficult decision for Benjamin. He needs the third cards in hand. We will see. Felipe is still with cards in hand. Could be, but it's tapped. This card, Big Score, drawing and make it disappear.
I think in that situation, I would be tempted to just keep that Big Score and just discard the Creativity. At the end of turn, I'll make my 2 treasures, I'll ditch the Creativity, I'll draw 2, and I have 1 more draw step. So yeah, I would be looking at, hopefully drawing a Creativity in the next 3 cards. But what we don't know is that Felipe has a Croxa in the graveyard. That is going to change the
decisions. Well,
yeah.
Croxa could be disappear.
I can tell you as the Creativity player, we played this matchup a lot before Pro Tour Phyrexia. And this matchup is so annoying to play against. They just keep discarding cards from your hand. Thoughts use you, duress you, gold blank you. Here's Croxa. Here's Croxa from the graveyard. They just have so much discard. Oh wow, Key to the City in the graveyard actually. That's gonna create 2 tokens. And is the second card creativity? I believe it is.
Yes, I think so. Well, figure passage flips, creativity on the token, and the combo goes here.
Wow, so Benjamin with an amazing play saying, hey, you know what? I know you have the Crux in the graveyard, which is what we didn't know. So I'm going to ditch my big score because I need to find a counter. I need to find something to stop the Crux and protect my my creativity.
Well, the combo is here. The Shenagos and Burn.
Yeah, Felipe stepped out. So basically when this happens, Benjamin just needs to show the opponent, okay, well, I can find both the creatures still in my deck. I did not draw them in my hand, which would be very unfortunate. Xenagos targeting the worm, so now it's a 30-30 trample. Benjamin says, you know what, I will attack. Yeah, what do you have? Do you have any pact of slaughter pact and anything like that? I don't think those cards are legal in the format, so there's nothing Felipe can do, and we're going to be going to game 3.
Yes, we are going to game 3, 1-on-1 for both players. We need to see the third game. Could be some change here. Now Felipe will be on the play and Benjamin will be on the draw. No change, seems. Decklist. We can see here the Felipe decklist. What card here could be K in the matchup?
So Felipe is definitely looking at bringing in more discard spells. This is the 3 gold blanks, the sideboard, and extra duress. I think she might also be interested in Reckoner Bankbuster, which is a decent card to play. When you're playing all these discard spells, you also want to be able to progress your own board. Bankbuster is going to draw you 3 cards. This is a matchup where you do have a lot of time typically, so Bankbuster is going to be coming in for sure as well. So the 4 discard spells and Bankbuster is what I would be bringing in. Some of the cards, like the removal spells in Felipe's deck, are likely going out. Fatal Push is not a great card to have in this matchup. Bone Crusher Giant also not all that great. You do want to leave some removal spells in to be able to kill a Fable token, but other than that, you don't really need that many.
And this one is the deck for Benjamin. We can see the creativity, the Shenagos, and the Wolf Spice Worm. How protects the combo, this deck?
Yeah, Benjamin's going to be bringing in, some of the counter spells. Very likely something like a Negate, maybe an Ether Gust. I think he also showed us that he had a Shark Typhoon in the second game. Sometimes you can bring in the Hullbreaker Horrors and board out the main combo, but I think this is a matchup where you would much rather finish the game with the combo. So I think the combo is going to be staying in. Dig Through Time is also a card I would bring in for this matchup because it's one of those big value cards that is going to be a great draw anytime in the mid game. So that would be my guess as cards to come in. I think Spell Pierce could be okay on the play, maybe not that great on the draw when your opponent is already going to be able to play a Thoughtseize or Duress on turn 1, so they're going to be able to, take a look at your hand, know you have that Spell Pierce, it might not be as great throughout the game. So on the play, probably much better than on the draw.
Well, we can see more.
I think Benjamin's also going to be boarding out some of the removal spells. Maybe you don't need to have 4 fiery impulse. I think a few copies of those can definitely be shaven. On the play, you can use, make disappear instead to counter one of the 2 drops like Bloodtide Harvester or the shade that gets pumped for 1 mana. Misery's Shadow is the card I'm looking for.
Yes, I think so. We can see lot of cards for looking for draw cards and looking the combo here. Impulse, big score, volcanic spite, for example.
And you would much rather keep the volcanic spite in the matchup than the fiery impulse, because volcanic spite helps you get rid of Xenagos or World Spine Worm should you happen to draw one of them in your hand.
Well, keep for both players seems.
If you're the creativity player here, you are looking for, land drops to make, and then the value cards. You want to be able to play Fable of the Mirror Breaker on turn 3. You want to have something like a big score for turn 4. And you ideally don't want to have the combo cards in your opening hand, because your opponent is going to be playing discard spells. So you would much rather draw that creativity on turn 4 or 5 than have it in your opening hand.
Well, Xenagos is in hand. No discard, not early discard for Rakdos Midrange. Benjamin, be grateful about that.
Yeah, no plays in the first 2 turns from Felipe. That signals very likely a Fable for turn 3, because there's not a lot of hands you would keep without at least a good turn 3 play. So I think we're going to see Felipe tap out for something proactive right now.
Graveyard Trespasser, not Fable, but will be good enough.
Yeah, Trespasser, tough to kill with the creativity deck, because you don't really want to discard a card, and you don't want to 2-for-1 yourself. At the same time, it is not the most threatening card. So Benjamin can just say, yeah, you know what? I'll just take some damage from it, and meanwhile I'll be progressing my own game plan. So we'll take a look at what he does here. Does he wanna play the Volcanic Spite? Maybe he's looking for the 3rd land. Not sure if he already has it or not. I do see a Fable in hand though, so
yes, because that Graveyard Trespasser could be the goes all the way, and could be a potential damage for the life of Benjamin meanwhile he tried to do the combo.
Okay, so Benjamin decides, you know what? I want to get that 3/3 off the battlefield. I want the board to be empty. I'm going to use my Volcanic Spite, discard a Brotherhood's End, put something on the bottom, and wow, he actually got punished by drawing the worm.
Absolutely. Benjamin have the 2 cards of combo in hand. That it's not good seemed for
Does he
the
have
creativity
both?
deck.
Does he have
Yeah,
the
this is
Xenagos as
Xenagos
well?
and Warren, yeah. The Xenagos
I think I think if he had Xenagos, he was able to put it on the bottom. So if he
yeah.
has Fable now, he's gonna at least be able to discard the World Spine Worm to the 2nd chapter, and then bring it and then shuffle it back into the library.
Yes, mirror.
All right,
Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Could be, we can see on the hand of Felipe, removal, tabland, and yes, Fatal Push on the Goblin Shaman token.
Felipe has a very reactive draw, it seems. He is able to kill the Goblin token, but Benjamin's going to be very happy with this, as long as his life total stays at 20. He's going to be able to play his 4th land. He's going to be able to use that 2nd chapter of Fable to discard the World Spine Worm, shuffle it back into his library. Now I think what the players are trying to do is they're trying to figure out how is it going to be able to go on the stack. Like, does he draw the card from Fable first? Does he shuffle the card first into his deck? Looks like the answer is first you draw the card, you resolve the entire trigger of Fable of the Mirror Breaker, and then World Spine Worm gets shuffled into your library.
Okay, well, the 2 cards are in the deck again. Turn back to the deck. for be target with the creativity. Come on, cheers for Felipe. Was my partner yesterday. I'm cheering for she.
Yeah, and Benjamin is sitting very happily in a place where there's nothing attacking him, nothing pressuring him. There was not a single discard spell played by Felipe just yet, so I think Benjamin has a big score in hand ready to be played this turn. I think there is a negate, so he's going to be able to set up pretty well.
Go blank. Could be negated. Yes. Go blank is a sideboard card for Felipe that put it in this matchup. Trying to target the hand and the hand, right?
With the Goblin. Yeah, I mean, she's, that's ideally her start is, Thoughtseize Duress, take a few cards from your hand, then try to take the last two with Go Blank. But this was a game where, she was not able to attack Benjamin's hand at all. So even if that Go Blank was to resolve, it would not be the end of the world for Benjamin.
Go through the throat, killing the Fable Passage. Flip. At the end of turn, I guess. And Alan for Felipe. She can activate the mainland, but you told us she has a reactivity role here, and at the end of turn, more draws cards for Benjamin, putting some treasures in play, very important for creativity deck.
Yeah, Felipe could have activated the mainland, but yeah, no, I mean that's not exactly what you want to have. It's turn 6. She only played one proactive card so far, which was the Trespasser, which is not even all that great. At getting her ahead in the matchup. So Benjamin has all the time in the world. Felipe decides to pass with 6 mana up. Probably has another removal spell, but that is very much of a reactive hand, which is not where you want to be playing against the creativity deck. So Benjamin creates 2 treasure tokens with big score at the end of turn. I think he's only looking for creativity. Maybe there's already one in the hand, but I think he wants to perhaps wait for next turn, play another land, play creativity, targeting the 2 treasures, leave 2 mana up, and maybe hold something like a negate in case that Felipe has an Abrade or something like a Kolaghan's Command.
Dig through time, drawing cards.
This is the first round of the regional championship. We're playing 9 rounds today, 6-3 or better, or 18 points or better required to make it into day 2. I suppose you can make it with 5 wins, 3 draws, and a loss.
And will we qualify for tomorrow? Tomorrow, the second day for all the players, and the players will can to qualify for the PT Chicago. Impulse. Look for and choose wisely. We can see the creativity card in Benjamin's hand.
Yeah, Benjamin is basically just setting up. He's saying, well, okay, you're passing the turn, you're not activating Den of the Bugbear, so you clearly have something you can play, or at least you're representing having it. So I'm going to try to play around a braid. Benjamin was able to look at Felipe's deck list, so he knows exactly, how many braids, if there are any Kolaghan's commands, what exactly he needs to do in this situation. But since he's not being pressured, he has all the time in the world. He can just keep passing, try to find that negate, play all these card selection spells, and maybe cast another dig through time or another big score at the end of turn. And if you have multiple treasures, you can just cast creativity for 3 or 4 and just say, hey, you can have at a braid or 2, but that's not going to matter because I have 3 or 4 targets. So you would need to have 2 or 3 braids to stop me here, which is very unlikely for Felipe to have.
Typhoon, Fatal Push on token of Shark, and well, another creativity in the hand.
Are the players using the Ultimate Guard Katana sleeves? I believe Frank Harston was using the Katana sleeves. I am not exactly sure if Felipe is, but Felipe is also one of the players sponsored by Ultimate Guard, so she is very likely using either the Katanas or the Cortex sleeves on her deck as well. She is also representing in the Ultimate Guard jersey.
Yes, and that is you.
Yeah, that Thoughtsees is a little late.
Whoa.
Benjamin is 3. Is that 3 copies of creativity?
Yeah, 3 copies of the creativity.
Yeah, make disappear, not all that great in the late game, but since we have a Fable of the Mirror Breaker in play, he's going to be able to discard it to the second chapter.
Yes, and Felipe now is a bit flooded, by the way. She's drawing lands.
This is indeed a live match. We're still in the
Yes.
first round. I think we might have another match coming up after this one. Benjamin discarding the 3rd copy of creativity and a mountain, just looking for that negate, to try to resolve creativity safely. But I think he can already fire it up, targeting 2 treasures, targeting the goblin token. He can also attack with the goblin first to try to make a treasure, which is going to give him plenty of targets. He just hard cast the Xenagos.
Yeah. Benjamin plays the Xenagos. Paying 5. Yeah, 5 mana. Playing the god with all the mana, right?
This is actually
With
important.
treasure, right?
This is actually very important with the creativity deck. If you already have enough targets in play, and if you already have the creativity in hand, there's a lot of situations where it's better to just not draw more cards. Even if you can, like, end of turn, cast a big score, for example, or if you can, discard, one of the extra creativities into the second chapter of Fable, you don't really want to be drawing more cards at that point. If you already have enough, if you already have the creativity and enough targets, it is better to just not draw more cards because you are risking drawing that Xenagos or drawing that World Spine Worm. So it can actually backfire, and I think that is exactly what happened in this situation. Benjamin was looking perhaps for a negate. I'm not sure if that was necessary, since he could have fired off the creativity, one of the 3 creativities in his hand, targeting one of the 3 or 4 possible targets in play.
Yes.
He decided to ditch one of the creativities, one of the lands, and he was punished with drawing a Xenagos.
Yes, very good point, this one. Felipe is still playing very reactivity, waiting.
That said, both players know each other's deck list, so let's take a look at the end from Wilds of Eldraine. That actually exiles a creature, so perhaps Benjamin is saying, you know what, I think you might have that. Maybe he saw it in the second game. Maybe he's saying, you know what, I'm happy risking drawing one of these big creatures. I want to find that negate. I want to find another dig through time. And you know what? You don't have any creatures. I'm just gonna hardcast the Xenagos. I'm gonna start attacking with my Fable tokens. And if you're not doing anything, well, that's good for me.
Well, the Benjamin table seems going wide with that tokens, with the Fable of Mirror Breaker flip, and a stomp on the token with Bone Crusher Giant, trying to kill that creature. Okay. Giant is an adventuresome right now. It's the first creature we can see for Felipe this game. Well, 2 damage, but with poison. Go ahead. Well, it's time to Felipe to play the Bone Crusher, taking presence in table. Not for a long time because Benjamin is playing a removal on the Bone Crusher, but taking 2 damage. Diane told us about that card, Maureen. Diane.
Yeah, the end is a way for the Ragnos deck to actually get out of this combo finish. The Ragnos deck typically doesn't have a lot of ways to exile creatures. You're playing cards like Fatal Push, you're playing cards like Go for the Throat, but the end is actually able to exile the World Spine Worm and then leave you with just a Xenagos in play, which is not, which is not exactly a very good combo finish if you have an enchantment in play that maybe pumps one of the mites. So I think Benjamin was trying to just find the negate, thinking, well, Felipe, you have been passing with 1 or 2 cards in hand for a really long time. If you had something proactive, you would have already played it. So I think it's pretty likely that you might have the end in hand. I wasn't able to take a look fully at Felipe's sideboard. Maybe there's something else also that exiles. So yeah, Benjamin's saying I think it's very likely you have one of those cards. I'm gonna try to find that negate. I'm just gonna play slow. I mean, you have no board basically, so I'm gonna be able to use this Myrex, making tokens and just slowly grind you out, maybe without even playing creativity at all.
Yes, very grindy matchup we are seeing here. With mid tokens. Mm, Felipe have 2 Manlands, right? The Den and the black one, and the Heath. If she needs to, she can attack with that Manlands. But the Fable of Mirror Breaker Flipped is so dangerous. Can be a snowball card. Whoa, creativity.
All right, so Benjamin is either saying, all right, show me the end, show me something else that exiles, or I'll find the World Spine Worm and I'll just try to go for the kill. Maybe he's also saying I found my perhaps the second copy of Negate. There's one that was just flipped in the deck. And I think one is in the graveyard. I don't remember exactly how many copies Benjamin had, but
The burn is here. Well, we are waiting for the end in the hand of Filipa. Will we see? Trigger of Xenagos, targeting the burn, and Filipa, yes, is playing the end.
yeah, now that the Kiki Reflection is also not summoning sick anymore, Benjamin goes for the worm, targets it with Xenagos. Felipe says in response, I'll play the end. Benjamin says, okay, well, in response, I'll make a copy with the Kiki Reflection.
Yeah, shake the hands. This is the end of the round for Felipe Carola and Benjamin. And we have a fetter match backup here. Well, a new game. Ricardo Velez with Rakdos Midrange versus Gabriel Costa with Mono White Humans. Mono White Humans is my favorite archetype right now. How do you see the matchup? Well,
Yeah, it's a matchup where the aggressive deck is trying to get a really fast aggressive start. The Ragnos midrange deck has a lot of removal. I think we see an extinction event that's gonna be pretty brutal here. I think that is a Meat Hook Massacre on the table as well. So this is typically a matchup where, mono white humans might be favored game one if they're on the play. They have the right draw. The Rakdos player draws like too many discard spells. Maybe they have to take too much damage from their lands and cards like Thoughtseize. But after sideboard, the Rakdos midrange deck is able to board into basically a deck with all value and removal spells. They have access to all these Rending Volleys, Fatal Push, Bone Crusher Giant. We saw Extinction Event, and then you have the big value cards or big creatures like Sheldred. We have cards like Fable of the Mirror Breaker to make sure you don't flood out with too many lands. And after sideboard, I would heavily favor the Rakdos player.
Wow, look at these three Mudaballs attacking for a lot of pressure. This I get 4-4 each one because the wedding announcement is flipped. The two weddings announcements are flipped.
Oh yeah, you're right. That's actually a pretty big deal. I did not notice the two wedding announcements turning into two glorious anthems. That is a very good plan for the mono white deck after sideboard. Bringing in wedding announcement basically says, hey, I know you're going to have a lot of one-for-one removal, but I'm going to have cards that produce 3 creatures, for the price of 1 card. The 3 Mutavault is doing a lot of work here because, those are not cards you can kill with the sorcery speed removal like Extinction Event.
For example. And we are in turns, right? I think this is the first turn. We are without time.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the life total is updated, but if Gabriella is at 2 life, then, with that Sheldred in play, all that Ricardo needs to do is pass the turn.
Where we are spectating.
Maybe there's a life total discrepancy because I can see that being a thing. If Ricardo, on his own turn, decided to attack with that Sheldred, then pass, and all that Gabriella did was activate 3 Mutavault's attack, then those were things that were already on the board. I don't think any cards actually got played, so I think Ricardo must have seen that coming, and perhaps they're saying, okay, well, I thought you were 12, not 13. Is this a lethal attack? Is this not a lethal attack? Let's try to figure it out.
Well, we need to wait a few minutes because a judge call is running here because they think the life totals may be wrong.
Yeah, so exactly what I thought. Yeah, I think, maybe there was a point of damage from something like Sulfuros Springs. Maybe there was a trigger that somebody didn't write down from Sheldred, so looks like we're going to be trying to figure out exactly what the life totals are, and I think it can be the case that Ricardo is either at 12 or 13, which would either make this a lethal attack, or I'm going to get you to 1, pass the turn, and I'm going to die to your Sheldred, so we'll find out.
Well, the round is over. That will be the last game. Will we see this round? The next round here will be with you. Will hold us with Matej, and you will be watch the second round. We remember we are here in the Legacy European Championship with 2 days of the best pioneer constructed games and a lot of players qualifying to try and hit it Worlds and Pro Tour Chicago.
Yeah, these tournaments are getting bigger and bigger. We have 690-ish players. I think 600. I see 675 deck lists. Someone might have entered a deck list on paper. I'm not exactly sure. We're gonna get that number. We're gonna get the final number in the second round. But that's a lot of players. I know the U.S. numbers at DreamHacks have been around 1,000. Looks like Europe is catching up to that number quickly as well. Reminder that a 6-3 or 18 points or better record is required to make it into day 2. 6 more rounds on day 2. And then we're going to have a top 8. Everyone in the top 8, I think top 24 is qualified for the Pro Tour. And everyone in the top 8 will be playing for 2 slots that is going to qualify them directly to the World Championship next year.
Yes.
All right. Well, while the judge call is in the process, let's take a look at the decks again. Gabriel Acosta playing mono white humans. It's a pretty typical build of the white humans deck. We see the only cards that are usually replaceable, or you don't always play 4 copies. Sometimes play 0. Sometimes you play 2. Brave the Elements is a card where you have to make the decision of how many decks do I think are going to be in the field that kind of just care about their own thing. Against a deck like Mono Green Devotion, this is the best card to have, because you're both going to be building your own board, and then you can use Brave the Elements as sort of a, hey, here's protection from green. You can't block with anything. I'm just going to attack you for lethal.
Yes, absolutely. This mono white humans is so stuck. Brave the Elements should be the flex slot with the fourth copy of the ossification and the third copy of the brutal cathar sometimes, but that seems so stuck. No
Yeah,
Jan killer here.
Yeah, this is actually an interesting build. Gabriela saying, you know what? I think there's going to be a lot of decks like Ragdos Midrange, maybe a lot of decks like Is It Phoenix with a lot of removal spells. I'm going to put that Extraction Specialist from the sideboard straight into the main deck. It is a value card. I'm expecting my opponents to have a lot of removal. So he's playing that over something like Brutal Qatar. I've seen a lot of lists with 4 Qatars in the main, which are better in the creature matchups, which are better also against something like Mono Green Devotion. In the sideboard, we see a pretty typical four off Wedding Announcement, some removal, and we can also take a look at the Ragdos deck. But before we do that, it looks like the life total discrepancy might be figured out already, and it actually doesn't seem to matter all that much because Ricardo has a Fatal Push in hand.
Well, this is the judge call. I think they are trying to figure out how was the lives gain or losing. We don't know right now. And here are looking for the Ragdos mid-range of the opponent. We can see the Lilian of the Veil, Shieldred.
Yeah, this is also a pretty typical build of Ragdos midrange. I think the 4 offs that are you're gonna see in almost every deck is the 4 of Thoughtseize, 4 of Fatal Push, 4 of Bonecrusher Giant, 4 of Fable of the Mirror Breaker, and 4 of Bloodtide Hardrester. This is the 20 cards that you're gonna see in almost every Ragdos midrange deck. And then the flex slots are usually, we see 1 copy of Duress, we see 2 copies of Bankbuster, 1 copy of Misery Shadow. So depending on how fast you want to be, you can either go for the Shadows, or if you want to play more for the grindy matchups, you want to have more Bankbusters. 3 copies of Shieldred are also pretty standard. There's 2 copies of Graveyard Trespasser, which I think are going to be much better this weekend than they were before, because there's a lot of Is It Phoenix players. So being able to deal with their graveyard in the first game is gonna be very valuable. And this sideboard is also pretty typical. Some sweepers. We see actually 5 sweepers in Ricardo's sideboard, which is a lot. 3 Extinction Events, 2 Meat Hook Massacres. But I mean, I think that makes sense. There is a lot of mono white humans players. You can use that against the Boros Convoke deck, for example. So definitely a good place to be this weekend to have a lot of sweepers. I'm a little surprised to see only 1 Rending Volley. But at the same
Yes.
time, with 5 sweepers already and the deck having 4 Fatal Pushes, you kind of already have a lot of removal. Plus, you have 4 Bonecrusher Giant. I see an Abrade. So that also makes sense.
Yes, for me, stand out a lot the end on the main deck. It's not very usual. Wow.
All
Where?
right, let's go back. Let's see if the judge call is finally over. Doesn't look that way, but I mean, we know that Ricardo has a Fatal Push in hand, so I don't think this really matters all that much unless the card in Gabriela's hand is an Ossification, which would deal with the Shieldred. I think it's a Gunjo.
Yes, this is a Ganjo.
obviously, the situation still needs to be figured out. We can't just say, hey, let's reveal your hands and let's get this over with. That is not how it works. So it's like the judges are still trying to figure it out. I think this will be the last match of the round. After that, we're gonna hand you over to TheWillHall and Matej Zatlkaj. They're gonna be alternating with us every other round.
Well, the two players are trying to figure out what's happened. Is the last round? No, is the second round of the 5 rounds.
Yeah, we're still at the end of round 1. Looks like this might be the last match of the round between Ricardo Velez and Gabriel Acosta. If you're just joining us, this is game 3. We are looking at a judge call. There might be a life total discrepancy. There was a lot of triggers from Meat Hook Massacre, Shield Red, so maybe somebody wrote something down. So somebody didn't. But either way, it looks like Ricardo might be able to take down the game because he does have a fatal push in hand plus that Shield Red in play. So this is going to let him survive the attack no matter how, no matter what the life total discrepancy is, which my guess was he is either at 13 or 12. Even if he is at 12, this would not be a lethal attack because of that fatal push. There are 2 flipped wedding announcements, so all those mutables are 4/4s. But with that fatal push, he should be able to stay alive. And I think Gabriela's hand was a land, so all that Ricardo needs to do is untap.
And pass the upkeep.
And pass the turn with Shield Red.
Whoa, this cam. We can see the future match area. The judges are discussing about that game.
Yeah, that said, we're just speculating. We don't know exactly what's going on. This is just my understanding of the situation of what might be happening. But
well, this is the game. Well, Twitch chat. Well, do you like the Midrange Twitch chat? What deck will you submit if you play will we qualify here?
If I was playing, I would be playing Is It Creativity, I think. I don't think the format changed all that much. I mean, there are some decks that are being played a little bit more than they were for. Boros, Heroic comes to mind. Is it Phoenix, for example? But I don't think adding Sleight of Hand into Phoenix is all of a sudden going to make the deck, win so much more than how much it has before. And for me, if I look at Phoenix and Is It Creativity, both decks kind of do the same thing. They're both playing Fiery Impulses. They're both playing some card selection spells. Spike Field Hazard. So they're both kind of doing the same thing in the early turns, playing some removal spells, some card selection spells, and then around turn 5, Phoenix usually, on average, brings 2 Phoenixes back into play and attacks the opponent for 6, whereas the Creativity deck just wins the game. So my favorite deck is Creativity. Not sure which version I would play, whether the one with Xenagos or the one with Gearhulks, but that is what I would be playing if I was playing this weekend.
Well, Twitch chat is saying shout out for Bobby Fortanelli. Of course, he is saying I play Mono Green Devotion. Very good content creators.
Yeah, we don't have any more matches, and we don't really want to be showing you the judge call on camera because that you're not going to be able to see much or hear much anyway. So I think the best course of action here is to end the round. Matej and Will are going to tell you exactly how the match ended. We're going to take a little break, and we're going to be back in a few minutes with round number 2.
Absolutely. See you later.
See you with round 2.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to round number 2 here live at the European Championships, brought to you by the amazing people at Legacy European Championships. My name is Will Hall, better on the internet as TheWillHallExp, and I am finally joined back with the one and only, the man himself, Matej Big Z Zatlkaj. He's come back to carry me, ladies and gentlemen. He's got to carry me for the next 2 days, but let's have a little cap of what's happening over the next 2 days. So today is day number 1. 675 players have turned out for the regional championships, and they're all going to battle it out over 15 rounds of a cut to top 8 over 2 days. To get to day number 2, they need to get a 6-3 record or better, and then they get invited back tomorrow, and they can battle it out for all the PT slots and stuff. But how many PT slots are there? There's 24 of them on the line this weekend, and for 2 very lucky players, they also get to have invites to the World Championships, wherever that is going to be held later on in the year. But there is only going to be one title. One person can walk into Chicago in February saying that they are the European Regional Championship of Europe. Get in there, they get a trophy, right? They get 2 trophies, in fact. They can walk in there. You know, that's my treasure token. That's my second treasure token. Why not? But how do we get here? That's the one I did want to talk about. Is maybe you're watching at home. Maybe you went to the Pro Tour in Barcelona. You went to MagicCon and you saw that. You saw the lights. You saw the glam. You saw the pros. You saw the trophies, and you want to get a piece of that. How do you get there? Well, first you need to go to your local game store. Go one of the events that they hold with Legacy. If not, get your local game store to talk to Legacy. They can sort that out in the background. Clearly, a lot of that is going on because we have over 600, and well, we've got 675 players playing this weekend. So a lot of stores signed up to it. If yours hasn't yet, make sure you go and get that signed up so we get more players at these events. Then once you win that one, you then come to today. You will be part of the regional championships where you'll play against Europe's best players, all battling out to try and get to day 2, to try and get on that Pro Tour, to try and get to Worlds. Matej.
Oh, finally.
I think you should do some talking. But no, we had round 1 off. We got to look around the tables. We saw some big players on there, and there's some big players in the round, right?
The biggest.
The biggest player of them all. We had the World Championships last weekend. France's very own son, Jean-Manuel Deprat, came here back with his World Championship title, and he is battling out today, and he is might be in our feature match area. Might be in our feature match area. Might be in the feature match area.
Spoilers.
Little spoilers there. You know, so before we get down to the players and what they're actually playing, you know, our feature matches, we do need to look at the prizes. What is everybody playing for this weekend? We've rattled on about how many players there are, how to get here, but what can they walk away with? These are the prizes they can walk away with this weekend. So, first goal, it's got to be day 2, right? If you don't day 2, you cannot get on this prize ball. But from 64th place up, you can get yourself some nice little cash prizes. But I know every player in the room is looking at that top 24 slot. They want to get themselves an invite to the Pro Tour. And if you look at all that, they all get, Gwent is obviously going to the next regional championships of Europe. 2 more world slots for first and second. But look at that money, $100,000 on the line broke down this weekend for the top lucky 64 players that get to have a big share of that.
I mean, I would love to win some cash, go to Worlds, go to next PT. Sounds pretty nice.
It sounds good. Well, you've been there. You've done that. You've lived that dream, you boomer.
Yeah, but way, long time ago.
I'd still be riding those coattails. I'm still riding the coattails. I did 1 Pro Tour, you know.
Yeah, I always kind of joke around is that I was helping out one of my friends who was 17 years old.
Yep.
Like I already played a Pro Tour before he was born, and right. So that kind of shows you.
Tell us we're old about telling us we're old. You know what I mean? That's how it is. But that's the prizes, ladies and gentlemen. So we're now going to talk about who have we got in the feature match area and what decks are they playing.
Yeah, we have Jean-Emmanuel Deprat. I couldn't resist. He's not only the world champion, but he's also a Phoenix master. He played at Phoenix already in the first Legacy European Championship last year in Sofia. Did pretty well there, and he's been championing the deck since. And I'm just surprised he's here. But I just want to see his master at play. But also the spicy one is the backup. I hope we'll get to see some of the second match because we have Guillaume Wafutapa, the Hall of Fame control master himself, is in the building and he's playing. And I want to see him pilot his Dimir control deck.
There's always got to be one, right? There's always got to be a Hall of Famer that's a control player in the room that's French. Yeah. That's what normally it's yellow hat this time. It's Wafu. You know, one of them's got to be here at all times. It's kind of, I think it's written in their contracts. They always have to be at one of these events. But that is the players. That is the decks. Let's see if we can get down to the table and see exactly what is going on and see if they keep their own hands and they're ready to fire it off. I did speak to Jean-Manuel. He said, I'm not good at Pioneer. I haven't tested this. I was like, mate, you're the world champion. You've got no excuses now. You're literally the world champion. So, yeah, we're going to see if we can get down to the main table. graphics, they're just going to do some things behind the thing. But anything you're excited for this weekend, Matej?
Oh yeah, 100% we're excited. Yeah, look at that. John-Emmanuel Duprat, world champion. You know, a lot of people who did well at the world championship, you know, like Lorenzo Terlizzi, he finished in the top 8. He just said like, oh, now I'm qualified for all the PTs. I don't need to go to all these regional championships. The same thing for Simon Nielsen. We were probably not going to see him that much. But Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, it's in France.
It's back door. You know what I mean? You know, winning that money, you can still win another $16,000 for coming first this weekend. And, you know, that's a good chunk of change. We can add that to our world title and all the money that comes along with that. But we're going to start looking at the opening hands now. Yeah. You'll see the dice on top of John Mayo's deck there. That means that he's mulligan down to 6.
Oh, nice.
Tricks of the trade.
Technology.
Tricks of the trade, you see.
I think we're going to. It looks like a mulligan on the left side of Fabian Gamba. Mono White Humans, one of the, I would say, now stable decks on in this metagame.
Yeah.
Very solid. I liked it before, but it really got a few nice additions over the last couple of sets in terms of the Copper Code Vanguard and the Recruitment Officer as well. Two very, very nice additions that added. You can keep it mono white. I mean, I've heard of some people playing like 5-color humans and whatnot, but like the fact that you can just play white means you have a lot of flexibility. You know, you can run your cards like ossifications without any issues. And so, yeah, this deck is just very solid.
That is one thing that surprised me in these decks. That everyone I've seen is main decking 4 copies. You'd think that, you know, your aggressive strategy, you just want more creatures to go wide or more some protection potentially, but no, this is just get the big fat blockers out of the way because mono green is obviously a deck, and a 4/4 on the battlefield is super hard for them to play or fight through.
Yeah, exactly. Well, mono green, one of the main reasons, but also, you know, gets rid of Shieldrits and anything else without asking. I've been on the fence, you know. I've like Brutal Cathar, but like at this day and age, like usually they run both now. Like there's some mix of these cards, usually 5 or 6 of ossifications and Brutal Cathars. So we'll see. On the other side, is it Phoenix? The big story I think of the last with the last set, Wilds of a Drain, Sleight of Hand coming in. Another 1-mana spell, and this has brought a real resurgence for the Is it Phoenix deck, and it's actually I think the 3rd most popular deck in the room today.
I think we are mulliganing down to 4.
Yikes!
Yikes! On the don't know who's on the play yet. We're sure we'll find that out shortly. Well, that answers our question now of that they're going to go down plus the land for the turn. So I'm going to recap everybody just while we're in the first couple of turns of what happened with round number 1 on that last game before we had to obviously cut to a break. The judge call, it concluded. Basically, it was concluded it was not cheating. The life totals were wrong, so they corrected the life totals and they played on, and the game ended in a draw. So for everybody just looking on what was happening on that round number 1, that is the conclusion of it. But that is in the past. We are now into round number 2, where we've got Jean-Marie Duprat on his trusty Phoenix deck, starting off with a Ledger Shredder. Great 2-drop for this deck. Really good. You get cycle through your deck, get the Phoenixes in your graveyard or redundant lands later on in the game. This card does a lot, right?
I mean, it's one of the, I would say, controversial cards in the deck because there's a lot of discussions about, is it Phoenix deck run Ledger Shredders or Thing in the Ice? Like what's the right ratio of these sort of cards? And I think it's a metagame call, and it's also a comfort call. Like you have to decide which card you're comfortable more playing because each one requires you to play in a different way. Thing in the Ice, you go for like that big swing, right? When you try to flip it and attack. Ledger Shredder, it's more of like an incremental gains on the board.
Well, the thing, obviously, like John Mayer, he could just not play he could play a fun deck. He could just turn up with, I don't know, 5-color humans. You know, he could literally have a day off and play 5 have a fun day. But no, you know what I mean? The respect of man, he's like, no, this is my job. I'm a professional Magic player. I'm current world champion in the world. I'm going to turn up. I'm going to play my favorite deck. I'm going to play it out. I'm going to show everybody that it doesn't matter. I'm a grinder. The old school grinders time, I suppose we were big grinders back in the day, probably you a lot more than me, but mine was on a lower level than yours, let's say. But John Mao, he's in his prime, right? I suppose that you've got to be in your prime if you're in the Worlds, right? You can't say you're not in your prime if you're in the Worlds.
Yeah, true. There's a Brutal Cathar now from Fabian Gamba, sorry.
That's one of the better ways they've got to interact, right? I suppose they've got a couple of ways to actually get things off the battlefield, but this is the better one because it adds to the battlefield as well, applies pressure.
A great mulligan to 4.
Well, yeah.
1-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop, that also counts as a removal spell. Very nice.
This might be where it kind of falls down though, right? As we start getting into the later games, he doesn't have enough card resource to keep up with what John Manuel can do. As long as we've got a few removal spells, being able to point at this direction, potentially we've got Treasure Cruisers to refill. I do see a Lightning Axe. Wrong.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like next. I was going to say Lava Axe, and Lava Axe is the one that's five to the face.
That brings me back.
Do you remember when that got registered? Someone sideboarded in one of the American events, and they made him play 2, and he actually had a match, which was really good, boarded it in, and ended up winning in the top 8 with it. It was so cool to see.
But for all my boomers, Lava Axe, catch. That's what the flavor text says on the original printing.
Love it.
Very accurate, very appropriate. But
going from Lava Axe to a Treasure Cruise, 2 completely different cards. It's very different power levels, and we get to obviously have our connive triggers with these Legislators on the battlefield being the second spell of the turn, getting a Phoenix into the graveyard. Believe we've still got a land drop for the turn, so if we do have a 1-mana spell, we could cast that and get back that Phoenix from the graveyard.
Yeah, the Lightning Axe was the most important. Not just getting his Ledger Shredder back, but also just stemming the aggression from Fabien's side of the board. And now I think a Spike Field Hazard going face.
Love it,
because he wants to bring back a Phoenix he discarded earlier. So just everything turning out well for Jean-Emmanuel Duprat. That's why he's the world champion, right?
Yeah, but it's easy when you're the world champion. He's got a piece of the puzzle in hand as well, so he'll be able to refill his hand again. And it's just what this Phoenix deck does, right? It gets threats on the battlefield, turns and burns for its deck, always gaining card advantage, always, even if it's discarding cards, it's cards it wants in the graveyard, for things like Treasure Cruise, Phoenixes, pieces of the puzzle. And this is when the Mulligan to 4, I think, is really going to start hitting on the left-hand side of your screen here.
Yeah, I think the Phoenix deck in general is one where if you're not being proactive against it, like you're probably going to lose just because they're going to overpower you eventually. With so much card draw within the deck, it's very hard to bail out over multiple turns if you're not like slamming haymakers or something like that.
And here comes Adeline to the battlefield, the super powerful free drop, one of the probably, or if not the best free drop in the deck. She is legendary, so you only get to have one at a time, unfortunately, but normally when you do play the first one, if they can get it off the battlefield, they do kill it, because Is can make you go super, super wide. And we're going to move to combat. We're going to see how this works with the Lieutenant coming down. Of course, makes a human, so we'll grow the Lieutenant again. And I would like to block like this. Trade or wrong. Chump, trade.
Yeah, I like the fact that Jean-Emmanuel Duprat did not attack with his Phoenix. They left it back, which is just going to protect his life total a little bit more. And just allow him to develop his board, because he just drew 3 cards of Treasure Cruise. His hand is probably super loaded with cards.
He's got a Fiery Impulse in hand and a piece of the puzzle and this land that he's just played for the turn. If you are going to the regional championships and you sit down round number 2 and you look opposite you and you've got the current world champion, how does that play on your mind?
I'm like, bring it on. But I would assume that for most people, it's at least a little bit intimidating, right?
I would love the chance. I would almost want that. But no, let's go. I want to play against you. Imagine the bragging rights you'd have if you managed to take this down. But a long way to go before that. Remember, game at number 1. If you are tuning in, welcome. We appreciate you being here. This is going to be a 2-day event, 9 rounds of Magic today, another 6 tomorrow with a follow cut to top 8, where we'll be crowning 24 players with Pro Tour invites. 2 more players will get world invites, and 1 person will be walking away with the European Championship title when they go to Chicago in the February next year. We did have the last chance qualifier yesterday. That in itself was a huge tournament. 295 players battling out in 9 rounds to get 16 invites to be able to play today.
Looks like not a great spot here for Jean-Emmanuel Duprat. I think he was digging for a Lightning Axe. Oh, but he has another Phoenix that I missed earlier from the pieces. So
I need to correct you there. So that looks amazing what just happened there. I've got a creature with Babylon to gain 2 myself.
Yeah, Adeline's actually quite good against Jean-Emmanuel Duprat because he does need a Lightning Axe to answer it. He's playing so defensively, and I absolutely love it. Just attacks with a 1/3 Legislator, leaves back 3/5 and 2 3/2s. He knows that he doesn't have a Lightning Axe to get rid of the Adeline, and if he just starts to try to raise, maybe he could be on the losing end. There's also a Sneaky Mutavault there as well among the lands for Fabian Gamba. So I like this a very conservative play, and I assume he still has some more gas in his hand.
Dude, I do. I like literally what you're saying there with the Arclight Phoenix says we can afford to use these as chump blockers, because if we just do our game plan, we're going to keep getting them back. But if we can use it to, almost like trade for another card on the other side of the battlefield, that's all we're playing to our game plan. So he's realizing these aren't my aggro creatures in this matchup. These are my blocker creatures. These are my defensive creatures. I'm going to do my game plan. I'm going to keep getting them back anyway. If you want to use your resources to do it. Does he have to be scared of anything potentially like a Brave the Elements?
Yeah, that's one of the cards that he knows about that are in Fabian's hand. But now another kind of problematic card It's Extraction Specialist.
Yeah, Extraction Specialist comes out. Talk me through what this one does.
So I'll pull it up just so everyone can see it. It's basically 3-mana 3/2 lifelinker, but when it comes into play, you can bring back a creature with mana value 2 or less to the battlefield. The most important part is that it makes the Thales Lieutenant trigger twice. Now gets another trigger once he attacks with the Adeline, just because it brings another human along. So this might be one of the best mulligans to 4 I've ever seen from Fabian. Like, he's really trying, considering how many cards Jean-Noël Duprat has already seen.
Yeah, he realizes this. So yeah, we're going to have a jump block, and we're going to try and get this Adeline off the battlefield, leaving them empty-handed. But only 2 cards left in Jean-Noël's hand. Not had a good look at that. Maybe one of them will be that pour over the pieces, so we can stock our hand a bit more fuller if needs be. So yep, Phoenix to the graveyard. Ledger Shredder to graveyard. Phoenix is going to stick around.
Yeah, but the big Ledger Shredder's gone. So let's see if Jean-Noël Duprat can start doing something. Oh, if he find the Lightning Axe.
Just the turn, he did not need it. So that is a 7/7 family as Lieutenant currently.
Oh, but that's why he played it the way he did. He did have another Treasure Cruise, so now he's going to delve away some cards and draw some more. And I assume we're going to see one of the Phoenixes come back.
Is there any other cards, or like, you know, when you delve and you start picking your options, obviously in like things like Modern, we have Delirium going on. Is there anything like that, you know, in the cards we need to be keeping in our graveyards besides obviously the Phoenixes?
No, just the Phoenixes are the main one, and then obviously you don't want to keep lands if you're playing the Fire Impulses, where you need the Spell Mastery, 2 instant or sorceries in the graveyard. So let's see, Charted Course as well. Another Phoenix. Yeah, also gets the connive trigger.
This is the second spell for the turn. Remember, one more and we get back to the over 2 Phoenixes. Phoenixes turn and burn and doing exactly what they want to be doing in this matchup.
That's why like really good players like playing Phoenix. There's a lot of very solid players on Phoenix this weekend. For example, Piotr Glogowski, you might know him as Canister. He's also playing Phoenix and has been a big Phoenix proponent. But a lot of people like picking up another Treasure Cruise.
Nice mulligan to 4 on the other side. I'm going to draw 3 more cards. Let's go.
I don't even have to change the card on the card viewer. It's very, very practical.
But when it's back to back, it's pretty rough for him.
It's the 3rd one already. And this way, he just is going to churn through his deck, throws 3 spells, even drew a Temporal Trespass as well. So I think he might just start going for the kill here soon. He's still at 13. Facing down a big board, though. Remember, there's the Thales Lieutenant on the battlefield. It's pretty big, I would assume. And he still also has a Mutavault, so I don't anticipate an all-out attack, but it's probably... we're going to see an attack.
Do you think we do see an attack? No. I almost feel like I'll be on champ blocking duty this time, and the next turn I've got enough resources to be able to almost combo off and get, 3 Phoenixes, double hits in.
He just wants to make sure he can kill in 2 turns. So
yeah. But he's working the map out. You know, when you don't become the world champion on a whim. Definitely got to work at that. Hall and Storm Giants are going to be the land for the turn, and then we're going to pass the turn back. Needs a big top deck.
Look at the full hand from Jean-Noël Duprat. Like, what you got here?
And we got Lightning Axe up.
Yep, exactly.
Just in case that needs to be relevant. We do have a world championship, and his name is Jean-Noël Duprat, France's very own, and this, remember, is in Lille, France. So he pops out, come along. Super nice person. If you ever get to meet him, he is super friendly. Has a very popular stream as well. If you want to follow him on Twitch. I imagine we're going to see a lot of him this year.
Like, if you speak French, his stream is crazy good. The way he analyzes the decks in Constructor Limited, it's really something else. I do enjoy watching his stream quite a bit.
Just the French team in general. It's a nice French team that's turned up this weekend. So here comes another Fallies Attendant, I believe. Yeah. Down. So that's a good one off the top to draw. Be able to boost our team, boost the Fallies Attendant on the battlefield by an extra 2. Because remember, it counts not only the counter from the new Fallies Attendant, but also it being a human entering the battlefield triggers the first one. But is this enough for an all-out swing? Don't think it's going to be.
I don't think it's enough to get Jean-Noël Duprat to 0. I'm still extremely impressed by the mulligan to 4 here from Fabian.
Imagine if we had something like a Brave to Elements here.
Yeah, you have to remember Kithian cannot attack because the extraction specially makes the creature that it brings back not able to attack or block. So he can't really go all out with all those creatures. But he still has the Lightning Axe that's going to discard and opt. Kills the Extraction Specialist now, preventing the lifelink from doing anything. And now with 2 Phoenix in the bin.
I'm just having a little look at Kithian. Does Kithian have to be on top of it?
He has,
Oh yeah,
he has to
Kipian's
attack.
the one that he has to attack as well.
He has
Yeah.
to attack,
I was just
yeah.
saying about that'd be a really cool little interaction, right? If it flips anyway from everyone else
Yeah.
attacking.
Here's
But
a consider. I think
that's the first
he would have been whatever he found, just because I think he's Jean-Marie Duprat is working his way towards the temporal trespass. Gets the ledger shredded knife from the sleight of hand, resolves that, finds spell pierce and fire impulse.
Doesn't want the spell pierce. That's going to go to the bottom. And yeah, I think we're just going through the motions. That you can tell when the players move this quickly that they've got it.
Yep. So it's 3 blue, 2, and then he's going to delve the rest, and he's gonna.
Yep, that's enough for me. Come in, attack you, take another turn, attack you again. GG's takes down game number 1 and shows us why he is the world champion. But this is open decklist tournament, unlike yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, so we can get these decklists on the screen for you.
Oh, nice.
Starting off on Fab's side, looking at the sideboard here, anything you like bringing in, any bad cards in the main?
Rest in Peace is probably going to come in. That's one way to solve not just the Phoenixes, but the slowing down the whole engine of the Phoenix deck in terms of the Treasure Cruiser, the Temporal Trespasses, and whatnot. So I quite like Rest in Peace, even though, I'll be honest, it just takes away from your aggro plan. However, I think it can easily board out maybe a couple of the Brave the Elements, which are usually just like a 1-for-1 kind of protection. In those situations, so not particularly strong. He could bring in Wedding Announcement if he thought that, okay, Jean-Emmanuel Duprat is going to slow down quite a bit, and he feels like he's going to, get time to develop. But yeah, I'm not super sure about that, though. I will note that with between 4 ossifications and 2 Brutal Stars, maybe he can find a way to shave a couple of those as well. But it is open deck list.
Exactly.
And when we look at the other deck list from Jean-Emmanuel Duprat,
Nice transition.
that's why pay me the big bucks. Anyway, if I think a lot depends on, like, you look at the open deck, you look at what your opponent's going to bring in. And when I look at the Jean-Emmanuel Duprat sideboard, I'd be a bit confused because there's so many one-offs, that he can bring in.
That's
so that
something
makes
that we need to talk
sideboarding
about.
that makes sideboarding for Fabian that much more difficult. So.
That's one thing, talk me through if there's anything here you think is, a house that you'd be bringing in, and then we'll talk about the one-offs in an open deck.
Yeah, I'm definitely think that he's going to bring in the Rending Volley, he's going to bring in likely the Abrade, the Brotherhood's End, and then maybe Young Pyromancer is a good answer to Rest in Peace, right? Like you focus in your graveyard, but then you can, like, Young Pyromancer and go wide. Though, to be fair, like if you don't have a way to deal with the other side of the board, it can be just like you just creating a bunch of chump blockers, so you still need a way to come over the top. Speaking of which, I could easily also see Crackling Drake coming in, because it's a card that doesn't care about Rest in Peace. It's pretty big on its own. Fort Afton is also quite solid in these sorts of
and it doesn't
situation.
Matter if the spells get exiled.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
They still count.
You look at your opponent's deck, they've got Rest in Peace in it. Cool. Well, this is my game plan. So one thing I do want to talk about, and chat's kind of going off on this as well, is there's a lot of one-offs. Yeah. But this is an open decklist tournament. So this is where, like, I say the big brain players will kind of gain their advantage of, if I play with 1 red mana up for the whole game, you don't know if that's a lightning axe, you don't know if that's a rending volley, you don't know if I've got, potentially it could be a negate or an
Spike Field Hazard, of course.
You've got so many one-offs that you need to play around. So my opponent might not play optimally, opposed to if they know I don't have that card in my deck, where if they know, there's the 1% chance I have it or whatever it is, it makes them think about it or play their game plan slightly differently. And we see a lot of one-offs in open decklist formats more than we do closed decklist formats.
Oh, it's part of that, and I'm going to be trolling a little bit. It's the mental aspect. Like, if you play your one-off, your opponent's like, oh, you drew your one-off. It always creates the sense of like, oh, I drew it. But to be fair, this deck sees a lot of cards between opts, sleight of hands, the considers, treasure cruise. Like, you get to see a bunch of these cards, and that's one of the beauties of these sort of blue-red type decks. Like you've seen Delver, even currently and in the past. Like, they just go through their deck so much more, and you see those really powerful one-offs. So I'm already from last year when we were doing Sophia, we had a bunch of EZ Phoenix in the top 8. And already then I said, like, I'm not going to predict how they're going to sideboard. Because one, I assume it's going to be different on the play and on the draw, for one.
Okay,
and the other, different players, even if they have the same deck list, have different approaches to the matchups. Like, they just want to play, they see a vision of how they want to see the game play out. And yeah, it's different for each one. So I just want to see how Jean-Emmanuel Duprat actually sideboards in place.
And that's why we love this game, right? Everybody plays it slightly differently. Everybody has their flavor that they like to go with. Looks like we're just coming to the end of Sideboarding here, but if you're just tuning in, welcome. Where have you been? We are in round number 2. We've got 9 rounds of action for you today, all Pioneer here live in Lille, when 675 players are all going to be battling out to try and get themselves into day number 2. They need a record of 6 and 3 over the 9 rounds today to get them into day number 2, where we were going to have 15 round totals, so 6 more rounds tomorrow, and then a cut to top 8. The prizes that are on the line: 24 Pro Tour slots. The top 24 players this weekend. Top 2 players are going to gain themselves world invites, but only one person is going to be walking away, calling himself the European Championship, with the European Championship title and trophy, going into Chicago next year. Yeah, it is next year. Jeez, this year's gone quick.
It is, yeah.
Jeez,
I remember we were talking about so much about Vegas.
Yeah.
Right, and it just happened last weekend, and now we're in like a new season, like starting from scratch.
Absolute scratch. Right. And we're seeing that, with the invites and everything changing that way, and how things are evolving. And there's now going to be a push to get standard back into the more competitive scene. I know you're super happy about that.
You have no idea.
I'm a modern player. I'm like, no, give me more modern.
Well, the next the RCQ season is modern.
I'm actually going to play that season.
Of course,
there's a good chance I'm still going to be doing the this for it, but I still want to, I still want to play.
Would you play if you qualified?
I don't think
you should.
I don't think I would.
No, you should.
I think I would cast, purely because I don't know how long I'm going to be able to cast for. This is going to be limited, but
you can play when you're 60, yeah?
Yeah, I can play when I'm 60. Modern won't change by then, right? We're on Modern Horizons 17 or something. And
yeah.
There'll be, you get double triggers from elementals casting 0. But anyway, this is Pioneer. We do not have any of that shenanigans in this format. Both players are going to start looking at their opening hands, deciding if they want a mulligan or keep them.
Yeah.
This is open deck list. We need to explain how this works. Before each game, you get your opponent's deck list. You get 3 minutes to review their deck list. And then in between each sideboarded game, you swap deck lists again, and you get another 3 minutes to look, depending on how many sideboard games you play.
It works slightly differently because there's no paper deck list now. So you have to look on your phone. But
technology.
If our viewers want to look at the deck list, you can actually go to mtgmelee.com. You can find the Legacy European Championships. It's actually one of the top tournaments featured right now, and you can look at any deck lists of anyone in this tournament right now. They're all public now. So
you can see the records. Yeah, your friends are getting on.
Yeah, all the pairings, results, and everything. So
I got a good question for you.
Yeah, go on.
Chat's asking.
Oh God.
I know it for one thing, but I'm not sure on the other. I know Pro Tour invites get passed down. What do World invites get passed down?
I don't think so.
So if John Meow came first or second this weekend,
and honestly, I'm also not sure if the Pro Tour invites passed out anymore. Ooh. I think Frank mentioned that there's been an update in this sort of thing. But I'm not 100% sure.
We'll get back to
because they used to pass down, but I've heard that the premier event policy was updated, but I wasn't able to find the latest version. So we can check, but
yeah, I'll check. I'll put a little message in. I'll try and get back to you, chat. We're here for you. We're all doing this together. And another mulligan down on the left hand side. But it looks like only to 6 this time, and we do get to start off with a officer, I believe that is.
Yeah, that's a glare. You're the master of the alternate arts, right?
A little bit of glare. So I think that's the Store Championship promo, I think it was.
It says Game Day promo.
Game Day promo, yeah. Store
This
Championship
one?
Game Day, yeah.
That's the one. I think that's right.
You're all over it. I was bigging you up yesterday to Martin, saying that you're always, whatever the art is on the table, you get the exact same art. It's not just the card. No, it's got to be the same art, and Matej's not happy.
Oh, should I pull up the exact art? You want me to go there?
Yeah. I wouldn't expect anything less from you.
It's another challenge, but I actually like doing that.
I know that you like. I like giving you a challenge. I don't want you to have an easy day. I want you to have a hard day. Hence why they pair you with me, because someone's got to carry me all day long. Okay, we're adding to the board, but in response to this failure, we are going to... I don't think I've seen a firebolts thrown at my opponents quicker than that there.
That was really fast.
So get it on there. Right, let's... where we go? Second land drop for turn and just passing it back. Obviously, failure taxing all our non-creature spells by 1 more. Used to be a modern staple. Very rare. We kind of see it now. Does show up in a couple of other formats, but it's kind of found our home in this mono white list in Pioneer. Here comes the bodyguard. But in response, we're going to get that off Battlefield Supply. It cannot bodyguard anything anymore. But, well, how about a second bodyguard? This bodyguard is going to bodyguard the bodyguard. How many bodyguards do you need to bodyguard the bodyguard?
That's a lot of bodyguarding.
Here's a lot of bodyguarding. That's like Taylor Swift level security of bodyguards.
Do you think he found it in the next hall? I think we have a bodybuilding competition next door, so maybe they found some bodyguards.
It's really weird. So for people at home that don't know what we're talking about, so basically, the hall that we're playing Magic in today, the hall next door has got a bodybuilding competition on. So it's full of really stacked people, all super tanned, and then a load of Magic players. It's a really good contrast, really funny to walk around with. But enough about bodybuilding. We get off some tangents, don't we, me and you? Here comes the consider. We're going to look at the top card of our library. Do we want to put that into our graveyard or not? We're still deciding over on John Manuel's turn. I'd love to see if the bodybuilders came in and started playing Magic. That'd be great.
Yeah, fun.
The lands is going to go to the graveyard, then the consider. We get that card off the top of our library. What we're going to follow, so we've a second consider. We're just filling up the graveyard here. You know, our life total is quite heavy, quite high. Only 4 power on the other side for my opponent. Yeah. They did mulligan down, so they've only got 2 cards left in hand. We'll just turn the burn in.
And there's also a lot of cards for Jean-Emmanuel Duprat. I think he has something in mind to do, but I don't think he was able to quite execute. Now being under draw and being under considerable pressure over the last couple of turns, having to deploy those fire impulses, but it looks like he took 2 from that slate of for that Steam Vents, and now he's playing Slate of Hand. Yeah,
well, as you said, one of the newer cards that have been printed that his deck has kind of picked up, and that's, you know,
it's a classic too.
Yeah.
Printed in Portal before. I mean,
when did Portal come out?
90s, of course.
Yeah, I have no idea. I just thought I'd throw it out there. Yeah. Okay, 2 minutes. Okay, this is going to be the Vanguard coming down. The alternate art Vanguard. Let's go. And remember, this one gives all our human creatures a +1/+0 and ward 1. So not ideal for Jean-Manuel. Means it's going to tax him a little bit more. And that's one of the flavors of these mono white decks, right? It's very hard to try and 1-for-1 it if they manage to get some sort of board presence.
I love this card. It was
not the alternate art. What are you doing?
Oh.
Why are you embarrassing me like this? Come on. We just spoke about this. Get the alternate art going there.
This one?
Nope. Keep trying. There we go.
I had to throw you for a little bit, but yeah, I love this card. Copper Code Vanguard was such a great addition to the deck. Significantly increased the clock. The ward 1 on your creature is also very relevant, especially against something like those Thalias. Look, and it comes up here. So there's a Spikefield Hazard being played on Dauntless Bodyguard, and Fabian was like, "Hey, but you need to pay ward." And it looks like Jean-Emmanuel made the argument that you didn't announce the ward trigger and you already were putting in your graveyard. That's
oof. Okay. This is where that mental side was saying. You know what I mean? It's the world champion. Like, I hate that. I'm not letting you get away with that. This is the game of Magic that we play. You missed the trigger. It's fine. It's how we're going to go on. But now he's got 1 extra mana.
This is also a very, there's called like a rules enforcement level is at its highest. So I mean that you have to, be careful with like your own triggers, announce everything properly. There's of course a few differences, and there's different kinds of triggers and whatnot. Look at that.
I was going to be interested if we were going to get in there with the Phoenix there.
Very defensive. I like this line again from Jean-Emmanuel Duprat. Really, really solid. And usually when you put a Phoenix from your yard into play, you're like you want to start swinging immediately. But Jean-Emmanuel just playing very defensive. He's down to 8, so I think especially between the Dauntless Bodyguard and the Mutavault, he has every right to stay defensive here. Definitely going to dissuade Fabian from attacking.
Mutavault on the battlefield, remember, this card showing up more and more in this format, doing a great job, especially in these tribal decks, these aggressive decks. You see him in creativity decks. Talk to me about Mutavault and like just how good this card is on paper. It really is just something special, right?
As a boomer, this is the card. I played it in so many different decks, just so efficient. Ooh, speaking of efficient, Extraction Specialist, there we go.
We got the Alia back. Love to see it. So the Alia is about now on the battlefield. Obviously can't tackle block, but is more the stack ability, taxing all the extra spells. But that is going to be a rending volley off the top for Jean-Manuel Duprat. Sometimes it's just that easy. Sometimes it really is just, okay, cool, fine.
And these cards roll off the top of your deck and you're satisfied. I'm sure he would love to see even something like a Brotherhood's End as well would be great.
He's just doing the math. Can I get in it? This is where it gets scary. When they're deciding, hold on, can I attack you? Like, oh, no. How bad is this turn going to go for me?
Look, 5 cards in Jean-Emmanuel Duprat's hand. And no, there was no rest in peace early in the game. So, all the treasure cruises, are unlocked. Ooh, okay, that's why he was considering. Right. Now he has the Crackling Drake that he brought in.
This is big.
That I mentioned. I want to add.
I told you, this is why we pay you the big money. You know everything. You know what I mean? You said this is how a sideboard, this is why we bring it in. Potential rest in pieces coming in. Crackling Drake does not care about that one bit. I don't have a good count on how big it is, though. That's the only thing I don't know.
Let's just assume
it's at least a 4, I'd say.
Oh, even more. There was 2 Fiery Impulses. There was the Spikefield Hazard. I think we already saw a Treasure Cruise as well.
So we're talking like 7 power here?
Yeah, 7. I would say 7, 8-ish power, yeah. Those we also see Lightning Axe as well. Oh, there we go. Now you're going to get a count. But Jean-Man, you should have let him count. So for us, viewers.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, just not a team player. You know what I mean? Just out for his own again.
There we go.
Okay, I take it all back. It's
12?
Eight power. 8 power.
8?
Yep.
Okay.
That's a 6 and a 2.
Okay, I believe you. It doesn't look like 6 to me, but I believe you.
It's the 6 is the little legacy logo.
Oh, okay.
6 and 2. I know that because I had to go and get dice. So I know that.
Everyone has to find a way to
Everyone's got to have a job. You have the analytics. You know the players' names. You work out the results and stuff. Me, they can say, "Well, go get the dice." that's all I can be trusted with, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's see what.
We're organising our mana somehow.
Okay, it's something. Okay, wedding announcement.
Okay, that's a good one to get back into it. You know, it can add more to the board, plus pump our team later on. We can also draw us some cards potentially if we did want to attack. Didn't want to attack this time. We just want to get ourselves a bit of a wider board. And
it costs 4 mana because of the Thalia in play, as a reminder for everyone. So it does indeed cost 4.
So we used the legendary on the Elganto. No, is it?
Aganjo?
Yeah, Ganjo. We used the legendary rule on that, I believe. 1 normal, 1 alternate art.
Yeah, it's one of the fancy plays how to do it. So, but Spikefield has it on the Thalia for 2 mana.
Yep, that makes everything else a little bit cheaper. Obviously, Spikefield has the extra text of exiling. Nice little play you can do with that is when your opponent cruxes you. Just ping it for 1, so it has to exile, so they can't get it back out of the graveyard. Yeah, it's nice.
Pieces of the puzzle just to reload for Jean-Emmanuel Deprat again. And it's...
But I say, we've got some removal, we've got some card draw. Unfortunately, the second Crackling Drake is going to eat the graveyard. But that's kind of fun. Yeah.
Drawing, so it's 11?
11 power.
So he I mean, up to...
No more Phoenixes yet, is there? No.
I don't think so.
But
now Jean-Emmanuel is actually counting the mana if he can attack with the Crackling Drake twice for the win. Remember, the extraction special has lifelink, so that has one effect on his combat net, along with the mutable as well. So he has to be careful not to die here. But I think he's gonna try to do it in 2 swings.
Yeah, how long can we wait? Potentially Brave the Elements off the top is just GG's anyway. So,
yep.
Well, there's just 3 creatures on there. Well, potentially 4 creatures on the other side, and we've got a blocker. Here comes the Hall of the Storm Giants.
Will Hall of the Storm Giants.
It's a D&D card. You know my fascination with D&D cards in this in Magic the Gathering. I love them. I can tell you the lore behind them all. I love the flavor text. I'm upset that that's not the alternate art, but we'll take it. 1 card off the top. What is it? What are we looking for? With an Adeline change this board. With Brave the Elements, give us the W. We're deep in the tank over on Fab's side, left of your screen.
Just an attack for 6 is available, and there's still a blocker on the Jean-Emmanuel Deprat's side. Something like even a brutal Cathar would have been nice, or ossification in theory, just to be able to get rid of the Crackling Drakes there. But the writing's on the wall for Fabian. He's going. It's very likely to succumb to that Crackling Drake on the next step, even if he would gain 3 life off of the extraction specialist here. I think with Jean-Emmanuel having so many spells in his hand, it's just academical for him to play 1 or 2 spells to get the extra damage in. But he's going to see an ossification. Called it.
The top. Exactly what you need when you need it. But hold on, I'm thinking, what if did we not have a lethal if we attack? What have we got?
No, there was definitely no lethal tag available.
1, 2,
and actually just a pass as well.
3, 4.
But big draw for Fabian Gamba. Now he's really building up his board nicely. Maybe next turn together with the mutable, or alternative he can try to wait as well just to get the wedding announcement flipped. There's a Saheeli, another one-off in Jean-Emmanuel Deprat's sideboard.
That's a really interesting. Yeah, I think that was they were thinking about. Do I do the Phoenix? And can I get damaging? Can I get can I get Leaf for this turn? But being 1 land off, being able to activate that mutable, Elganjo kind of showing the slight downside to it being a legendary there. If it was a basic planes, we would have been able to take that down game at number 2. But John Maro now drawing and turning and burning. That is going to be a young Peasy, a Pyro. We got Rending Volleys in here.
Yeah, it was a great draw. He drew 3 creatures off of that. There was also not just the young Pyromancer, but also Arclight Phoenix and a Ledger Shredder there. He's also now able to create those servos with the Saheeli passive ability, and so I think he's going to start swing with the Arclight Phoenix very soon. 'Another servo off of the Opt.
Getting word from our backup feature match table that Wafu is now a 1 game down with playing his Dimir control deck.
I assume we're going to see that match quite soon. There's a Lightning X discarding another Arclight Phoenix, getting another servo, and I think, yeah, it looks like Fabian Gamba is going to start packing up his board very soon. Okay, so he changes his servo into a Phoenix, and he has exact lethal.
Jeez, that's the
master.
extra bit on a Sahili there, right? Like people don't really recognize that bit of it. It's more, oh, okay, when I play my spells, I'm going to get my 1/1 servos. But the fact that you can transform it into another creature that you got, it's also an artifact, I believe, when it gets transformed. But just being able to get yourself another haste creature, 3/3 fly across, drop your opponent from 9 down
that was
to
masterful.
0.
That was I just like if you want to know why he's the world champion, you just saw it. Like really solid play, especially I think deciding when to attack, when to block. It's not a given. So
okay, well, we get to move straight across to obviously we have to have a Hall of Fame. We spoke about more Control Master. What do all the Control Masters tend to be in? It looks like we're going to try and update this. Is this?
Oh no, is it 1-0?
I believe it's 1-0. I've been told.
It looks like it's 1-0 for Dimir, then for Guillaume Wafatapa. Then in the end, I mean, if there's sideboarding for so 1-0 for Wafatapa. Yeah.
Wafu's 1-up. Sorry, I got.
Yeah, usually in this sort of matchup against Boros Heroic, if the game takes that long, the Dimir deck won. So
can we let's see if we can get the deck list up while they're sideboarding and see if we can get Wafu Tapu's deck list up, and we can show you.
Wafatapa.
What did I say?
You say Tapu.
I'm English.
Tapa.
Tapa.
Wafatapa.
Wafatapa.
Like tapas.
Wafu. I'm just going to Wafu.
No, not Wafu. Wafu. Guillaume Wafatapa, the control master himself, and look at the deck list. 3 negate main like a Chad. I mean, it just takes a lot for me to register 3 negates in a Pioneer tournament with so many creatures. Running around. But this is I would say classic Dimir control list. However, 4 quick studies.
I like the meat hook masters.
2 meat hook masters. Yeah, like these versions used to run things like maybe sometimes extinction events and so on. But this is as classic of a Wafatapa deck as you can get. 4 Shari Typhoon as the win condition, but lots of card draw, removals, counter spells, and look at the sideboard. Nearly all 1-offs except Ray of Enfeeblement and Narset Parter of Veils. Gotta love it.
Yeah, we've come in here with a game plan. Obviously, one of the new cards that have been printed in the last set, Quick Study. In here, we've kind of got that upgrade on drawing 2 goes now. It's like instant speed.
Instant speed divination changes everything.
It makes the card playable in these formats. Talk to me about change the equation and how we're kind of seeing. I speak to a lot of players about how this is kind of creeping more and more into their decks.
Yeah, I mean, you get a very easy counter spell, 2-mana counter spell against some of the cheaper cards, and there's a lot of really good cheap cards running around. But also you can counter. It's quite good against some of the bigger cards from Mono Green Devotion. Sometimes you can catch stuff from Black Red Midrange. You can counter Fable of the Mirror Breaker with the changing equation as well.
Why do this is obviously more of a reaction that we're killing things, we're countering things. Why have we gone that route instead of being potentially we've got access to Fort Seizers? Why are we not playing them in the main?
Traditionally, you would think Thoughtseize is a good card in these sort of decks, but it's actually not, because in these really heavy control decks, when you play a Thoughtseize, you take a card, okay, but they're just going to draw replacements one quite quickly, and you can't close out the game. There's no way for you to pressure. Some of these versions of the Dimir decks running around. We're playing, for example, Narset and Days Undoing as a kind of 2-card combo where you could draw 7, your opponent just doesn't get to draw his cards, and you can just overpower them. There, the Thoughtseize makes sense because you're doing a very proactive play that you want to do. But if you just want to sit back and draw a bunch of cards, you just don't want to have Thoughtseize. Plus, it makes you lose life, which is a valuable resource for this deck.
I'm looking for win cons.
Yep.
Is it Sharks, Tornado, and Hall of the Storm Giants?
Yes.
That's it?
Yes.
I love it.
There's
in the sideboard we've got a few more, but
yeah, I mean, in the sideboard you get an additional Chrome Host, Sea-Char, Kalidas, Torrential Gale, and of course Hullbreaker Horror for the kind of pseudo mirror matches against slow decks. But I like this. This is it's a classic. It's a Wafatapa classic. I mean, everyone who loves his control decks should tune in.
All right, well, looks like they're getting ready for game number 2, so we're going to move down to them.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we're already in it. Okay,
wow.
We're in a couple rounds in. So it looks like a Swiftfoot Spear got played and then turned to a Hoplite. It's been added to the battlefield.
Yeah, I would think that Boros Heroic is actually should be doing relatively okay in this sort of matchup, like especially on the play. But if the creatures are dealt with early and the Boros Heroic deck stumbles at any point, the Dimir control deck can easily overpower.
Are you telling me that play draw affects the outcome of Pioneer games?
It quite a bit, yes.
Okay, cool. We'll just leave that one there. Here comes the main
There's
deck.
the negate.
Negate, let's go. Have you got any particular art of negate that you like to use?
No, I like this art. I'm a fan of the art that Wafutapa is using. So,
oh, someone's knocking the camera there a little bit. That'll sort itself out. Here comes another Taylor Swift spear. Completely the old boarded variant this time.
What do you call it?
Taylor Swift spear.
Taylor Swift spear. Okay.
Yeah. What do you call it?
As a monastery Swift spear.
No, it's a Taylor Swift spear. We all know it's Taylor Swift spear. I think someone got them alternate, like changed by an artist to all have like different art of Taylor Swift, and it went like quite viral on the internet a little while ago. And yeah, ever since then it's Taylor Swift spear. Everybody knows that.
Yeah. So let's see how Guillaume Wafutapa can get through this. Remember, there's one of these interactions. I think Judge was asking like, hey, what happened there with Ancestral Anchor? Even though it was countered, the favorite hoplite still received the counter because it gets the counter when it is targeted. So.
If I was playing this weekend, I think I would have been on this heroic list.
Yeah, me too.
I played it in when it was back in standard. Loved it back then. Love that it's now a deck these days. But chat, if you're watching, what would you be playing this weekend? If you've got an RC, there's still a lot of RCs that are about to happen across the whole world, starting from now all the way to the end of December. So let us know if you're going to one of them, or if you would qualify for one of these. What deck would you bring this weekend? Me and Matej both said we would stick on this spot.
I'll tell you one thing. It's one of the developments. Guillaume is going to have some really long turns, so
it gives us time to talk.
It gives us time to talk. I will mention that I think the fact that the event is happening today changed the meta significantly. I think like last week, I think we would have seen maybe a bit more Boros Heroic in the room and a bit more Is It Phoenix, but like people have started to adjust already. And Rakdos Midrange is actually the most popular deck in the room. I think, and part of that is like as a response to the rising popularity of Phoenix on Magic Online since the printing of Sleight of Hand.
Yeah, that's the great analytics of you know, understand the meta. Obviously, we get to sit in a lot of different discords with a lot of different teams. We kind of see how they're approaching the game and what they're going to do. And this is one of the decks that's kind of pushed this heroic deck up into the form of for a lot of players. You're going to get on the screen for us. It is Monstrous Rage. Tell me about all the reasons why we play this card and how good it is.
Love the card. It's so good in this deck because it gives it a cheap way to get a lot of damage on the board. It's really good with Monastery Swift Spear. It's really good with favorite hoplite. Really good with Illuminator Virtuoso, which is the 2-mana 1/1 double striker in this deck. And the fact that it gives trample and the trample stays on the creature is so relevant. It made the deck really much faster. And especially again in the matchups such as Mono Green Devotion, suddenly you have a really almost like a 2-card kill. The Virtuoso with the Monstrous Rage, you just you connive, and if you add just one more extra spell, it can just win out of nowhere. And this is why this deck has gotten that much more popular. There is a fatal push though. This deck can be susceptible to like remove spells, but now if we're going to see something like a God's Willing with protection for black, and I do see it in his hand. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of damage coming through.
So again, and this is the awkward bit. It's like when you play against Infects. You know what I mean? Like when is it right to fire this off? When is it not? Is it when they're tapped out? Is it not when they're tapped out? The fact that we're doing this now in combat means it pumps up, so I'm going to take more damage coming through. We get the Sky Trigger from God's Willing.
So good.
Looks like a land. Might go to the bottom. Might want our third land drop. Looks like it's going to keep that one on top.
Already so much damage. Just the Swift Spears are coming through for 6.
5, 6, 7,
5,
8,
7. I think
9,
it's 13.
10, 11, 12. I've got 13 as well. That would be lethal if the live top on the screen is correct.
Yeah, they're doing the math now. It's like, yeah, look, the hoplite is a 4/5 with an additional 1/1 from the monster's roll. So it's a 5/6, and then the 2 from the monster registry. This is why I like the deck.
Jeez, that's so powerful, so explosive. But it does mean we get to get a game number 3 from both these players, so we can get the sideboards back up on the screen. Let's see if we can go across and get Remy's deck up on the screen, the Boros Heroic deck, so we can kind of have a little look at that, because we haven't seen that so far this weekend.
There we go.
Here it is. Classically, you know, they got the that secret lair version of all black card Did you see the secret lair when it came out?
Which one?
Just the card's completely black.
Oh.
It's a special secret lair.
Is it?
Yeah, we managed to put them up on the screen for everybody. You might see it sporadically throughout the weekend, but this is...
No, I think the reason might be some these cards are a bit tricky to type out. You know, God's Willing has an apostrophe, and I favored might be written with a U or something. Then Districts probably with another comma as well. So it's a bit complicated, but you get to...
you have to make it big brain? Why did you actually worked out the real reason what that was?
Because that's just what I do. I'm sorry.
No, I love it.
So anyway... Yeah, this deck is, I really like it, especially with the resurgence of Phoenix as a good metagame choice. Now with so much Rakdos, maybe not so much. The reason why this deck has got a lot of popularity, one, for Monsters Rage as well. Second one, it's quite good against Is It Phoenix? The reason being that favored Hoplite. It's not just a +1/+1 counter, but it prevents all damage. It's really difficult for the Is It Phoenix deck to deal with. And once the creatures grow like to, like a 5/6, there's no way for the Is It Phoenix deck to really get it off the board unless they use 2 spells. They'd probably already tried to get it off the board earlier. And so between like the God's Willings and whatnot, and so basically what the deck is about, you have a few creatures. There's the 1 mana Swift Spirits and Hoplite, and then 2 mana Arcanist, Illuminator Virtuoso, and then 10 District Legionnaire. You try to just target them with your spells to grow them, especially on the heroic creatures. It gives them counters. Homestead Courage is a really nice addition from that perspective as well. Just being able to get you the heroic triggers so more times. Ancestral Anger and Defiant Strike both draw you cards as well, like replacement cards. And the Illuminator Virtuoso with the Connive, you actually can go through your deck quite a bit as well, so you can go a bit deep. So I really like the solid plan of deck. And in terms of sideboarding...
I was about to say, talk to me about the sideboards. Obviously, we're against a control deck here. Yeah,
so I think he's going to bring in like the Showdown of the Skull. That's one of the typical cards you bring against like slower matchups. Also, Adanto Vanguard can be kind of nice against like stuff like Fatal Push and whatnot. It's a bit weaker against Sheoldred's Edict, pretty weak against Meat Massacre, but it's still an okay card. I think the most important thing that we have here is that Guillaume Waffatapa is now on the play rather than on the draw, and there was no turn 1 creature from Remy.
No, but here is a turn 2 creature, but we do have quite a few answers in hand. I see an Edict in hand as well, but not many land. That seems like what we're missing. We've got a Extinction in hand. I see a Negate in hand. A couple of Shark Typhoons, which I think was cycling main thing.
Yeah, no third land. No third land for Guillaume Waffatapa, but finds it in the Shark Typhoon. Let's see if Remy can punish this. I can already see he could maybe go for maybe something like an Virtuoso or an Arcanist, where he can leave up some mana to protect with like a God's Willing, or sometimes even just landing a creature and putting a spell on it just to get Connive through. Or draw you another card. So let's see what Remy does here.
Did draw a Den of the Bugbear for turn. Obviously, that's going to come
didn't play it though. I think he wants the white mana up to at least bluff the God's Willing.
Yeah, it makes sense. And this is as we spoke about, probably the most powerful creature in the deck. I would say. We can close the game out a lot quicker. Remember, it has double strike as well as Connive. Every time, basically, when we target it, we can put a land spell into our graveyard, and he'll gain a +1/+1 counter.
Just a pass there from Waffatapa. He has Quick Study and he has Sheoldred's Edict. Sheoldred's Edict is really good in these sorts of situations.
Oh yeah. But then again, open deck list. Remy's going to know. Do we start off with a creature here, and then in response, before we start firing our spells off onto it, it's going to be the sequence is going to be super important here.
Exactly, on both sides, because especially if Remy is relying on something like God's Willing to protect him. But it starts off with the Monastery Swift Spear. I quite like it.
I think that might be a Raven Feebleman.
There is one in hand also. But I think we're going to see a Sheoldred's Edict now. That's going to make sure that the road is cleared, though, for the other creatures to come in. Look, Guillaume Waffatapa, I think he can only play one spell. Let's look at the Ray.
Ray can give a target white creature -4/-4. If it's not a white creature, it's -4/-1.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now we're going to go for it. So it looks like the Swift Spear did resolve.
Yeah, it is -4/-4, but only against white creatures. So that's the sequencing that comes in here.
He's playing with fire here, though, right? Like I think I would have snapped off the Edict. This card's so scary.
He only has 1 black mana open as well, so he can't Ray of Enfeeblement the Swift Spear effectively. So
that's why I think I might have done but I'm not a Hall of Famer. Clearly,
yeah,
he knows what he's doing. So here we go. Here comes the fight.
So he's actually playing the Ray of Enfeeblement on the Virtuoso, leaving up 2 mana for a negate here. That's his plan, I think.
Okay. That also, no, there you go. That's exactly why he's all. I mean, he knows how to play this game.
It's really hard to sequence. He has a lot of options in his hand, so yeah, it's going to be a damage. I think we're going to see a God's Willing here.
God's.
No, it's the Lawrence escape.
That's that's one of the quickest plays you'll ever see.
Yeah, of course. No matter what you play, I'm going to play the negate.
So, do we still get the 2 connive triggers?
You should get some connive triggers, I assume.
We'll go into the graveyard. Doesn't look like that.
Doesn't look like.
Swiftspear's got 2 triggers on it, so it's going to be a 3/4 creature coming across, dropping down to 17. Now it doesn't look like we're in such a bad spot.
Looks okay. There's also then the Bugbear threatening.
There's the 4th land.
4th land, huge for Guillaume Wafutapa there. It's going to make it black. He needs the 2 black mana again to be able to potentially double spell. Now, Extinction Event, Quick Study. He can afford to take a little bit of damage, but still having that Children's Edict in his hand is very important here. But I think Remy just forgot. I'm not sure what he targeted with the Monstrous Rage and the God's Willing. I assume it was the Virtuoso.
Yeah.
But it looks like he didn't resolve those connive triggers. That might cost him the game. He also has that Den of the Bugbear. I think he might have drawn a 5th land as well. There's a few ways to play this still.
So, Swiftspear coming in. Just a point of damage. It's kind of what you want to see. You're like, yeah, sure, I can take that. Life total nice and high, going down to 16.
So didn't attack with the Den of the Bugbear. He's going to probably try to add a favorite Hoplite.
How good, I was going to say how good a creature lands in this matchup, but obviously there's a Field of Ruin on the battlefield. So.
Yeah, exactly. That's one of the main reasons why he didn't do it, of course. He's looking for the right moment, but he's going to put Giganta in his hand. That's another play you can do with a bunch of mana. But now, Wafutapa can be like, breathe a little bit. You know, he didn't get put under so much pressure. He can finally resolve that quick study, draw a couple of extra cards. Now he could. There's a potential for that extinction event, but I think he's still going to try to hold off until he has a bit more mana, just to be able to not get punished with a big swing from the Den of the Bugbear there as well. But we'll see. Guillaume off the top is definitely going to know how to play better than me, and he goes for it right away. So he probably thinks he can take that one hit.
So this is going to be named on odd. So all odd creatures on the battlefield will get exiled. Obviously, there's none over on his side, but there is 2 on the other. Nice and easy. We did have an awkward story yesterday in the last chance qualifier. Someone naming with the opponent had 2 flipped Fable the Mirror Breakers and a token, and they named even, thinking it would also hit the flipped Fables. Didn't hit the Fables. Unfortunately, ended up losing that game. And here comes the big. Is it an elk? I think it's an elk, right?
I think so. Elemental elk, I think.
An elemental elk, the big elemental elk, big 5/5 on the battlefield. This can close the game out quite quickly if we need to go that route. We're going to use the consider end of turn. Land going to the graveyard, fresh card off the top. Elemental elk, you're all over it, good sir.
Dig through time in hand as well. I think Wafutapa is going to try to look at locking up this game. And the Reckless Rage, I'm surprised that it's still in the deck after sideboarding.
Yeah, true. Maybe they must have some target there or something they might when we're playing around. Maybe like baby sharks, getting them out of the way of blockers.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
I'm not saying that's what I would be keeping them in, but I guess that's what. The reason why it could be happening.
The card is just really good. I mean, maybe not in this sort of matchup, but the card is so nice. Being able to deal 4 damage to any creature and growing your own creatures, either through prowess or those heroic triggers, and 4 damage as well. I mean, in these day and age, you want to get to a 5, right? With Shieldred being ever present in multiple formats.
She's good. I heard that card's good.
Yeah, quite good.
I heard that does some stuff.
But it's 4 mana, and this deck usually can kill before you get there. So if there's a Monster's Rage as well in hand, but Shieldred's Edict. Look,
I would like you to say
tapping one of the Field of Ruins, but there's another one safe.
How much do you value this Den of the Bugbear in your turn? We could just animate the Den of the Bugbear and sacrifice it.
No, but if he goes and animates the Den of the Bugbear, Guillaume Wafutapa is going to Field of Ruin it, and he won't be able to sacrifice it to the Shieldred's Edict. So I think this is the moment where the game has been decided, basically.
Okay. So now it's on Wafu to basically close out the game in 6.5 minutes.
Exactly. I anticipate him. He's going to Field of Ruin the Den of the Bugbear now, end of turn. Going to fight an island, and then he's going to dig through time.
You're like Mystic Meg. You're all over it before it even happens.
Of course. And I've known Guillaume Wafatapa for a really long time. I've actually was in the same hotel or hostel where he was testing for his first Pro Tour. Okay. And he was playing control decks back in the day as well. So
I guess they've had a few upgrades since then.
Yeah, he was playing Niv Mizzet actually, like the original Niv Mizzet.
Oh jeez.
Yeah, like is the control deck. It was quite fun actually to see him.
Fatal Push was the draw.
Yeah, and
hard cast.
Shark Typhoon.
Let's go. We all wanted to see it. Hard cast Shark Typhoon on the battlefield. So that means all sorceries and instants we play will generate a XX Shark token. We're flying on the battlefield as well. Okay, this is a good one. But a little bit too
that's
late.
good. Yeah.
Vanguard could survive removal spells. It's only exile effects that are really going to battle that, but he doesn't care.
Ooh, just drew a Ray of Enfeeblement, and he still has another dig through time. Did someone order 8/8 Sharks? I think Guillaume Wafatapa did.
This is going to be big.
A third Reckless Rage for Remy Artinian. Oh no.
And, you know, you must be feeling good. You're like, okay, they've got 2 Rays in the deck.
Yeah.
I've seen one of them. They probably don't have that. Okay, Edict effect. I'm going to get got if they have it, but do we have to just go all in here? Is it even big enough? Do we wait until we get something that can grow? Definitely advantage bar to the left of your screen, ladies and gentlemen. As we come across trigger, give it +2/+0. While that's the stack, I would like to make a big 8/8 flying shark. I'll use this token and double dice because this is going to be big.
Yeah, so I mean, I think we're just going to see an activation of the Adent of Vanguard to make it indestructible, and I think you're going to see 2 Reckless Rages to try to get it off the board. If the Vanguard is indestructible, you can just use it very nicely with the Reckless Rage.
I've got a question for you in your expert opinion. Is 2 mana, look at the top X cards of your library, draw 2, make an 8/8 shark good in Pioneer?
Yeah, it's okay.
Is it good?
It's fine.
It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
It's not a turn 2 kill like we saw yesterday.
Yeah. It's not broken.
Yeah.
So while we've got a little bit of time while they're thinking about it, why Dimir over blue-white? What's the advantages and disadvantages? Yeah,
good question.
I'm testing you. Let's go.
I'm not I think Dimir control is just not a big thing in the metagame, but like you get Fatal Push, which is nice, as we see like the Reckless Rages come down. Like you get Fatal Push, which is nice. I think Sheoldred's Edict is also pretty solid as well. And like if you don't want to play Planeswalkers, right, like stuff like Wandering Emperor and Teferi, like I'm not saying one is better than the other, but it's for me purely comfort issue in that sense.
Okay, well we're getting a double Reckless Rage here.
Yep, as anticipated.
That will deal with the shark, as long as they resolve and like, there's no negates or shenanigans like that are going to happen.
I assume Remy probably used the Adent of Vanguard's ability to pay 4 life. Yeah, it looks like there's a misunderstanding. Maybe he just didn't write down the -4 there from the activation. We still know that Guillaume has that Ray of Enfeeblement and Fatal Push in hand. So
yes, it's got everything, right? And not only that, they're all both going to generate. Realistically, they only want 1 shark tokens, but they can be used for chump blocking duties if need be.
Yeah, and he's going to get a couple of new cards from.
Do you have to hurry up a little bit though? Because we need to win this game.
I think Guillaume's going to be fine because he has that dig through time. Oh, I think Remy is thinking about playing Monstrous Rage before the dig through time resolves. He's going to take another damage here from the Battlefield Forge.
He's not going to like the result of this happening though.
Yeah, I agree.
I'd like to get this +2/+0 trample and a Monstrous Rage. It's resolving. Oh, it's a white creature. It's fine. It's -4/-4. I was thinking about the -1. It's all good.
Yeah, Waffle is probably not particularly worried. Like he's going to see a lot of new cards.
Well, he saw a lot of land.
Memory Deluge and a Fatal Push. Oh, he's just going to go for a land there.
Was that? I thought he did take the Fatal Push. I thought it was the only 2 spells in the hand. But no, you're right. It's Hold the Storm Giants. He needs a wink on.
Yeah, there's the Ray of Enfeeblement now.
Get that off. Generate a 1/1 shark token. Says sure. That's going to die. I'm going to concede. That is game GG's. Congratulations to Wappy taking this down. Our control master going 2-0. Now in the Legacy European Championships. Congratulations to him.
Can you imagine Guillaume Wafatapa actually like Like going like to the top 8 or something. I mean, he's a Hall of Famer.
That's it. The Hall of Famers have been killing it recently. We just saw Kai top 8 in the Pro Tour in Barcelona.
Yeah.
We had Reed Duke at Worlds. Like all the Hall of Famers are showing why they're Hall of Famers. They still got it. They still got it. Absolutely back and
pretty
forth.
amazing. And I mean, Hall of Fame doesn't like we haven't really inducted anyone into the Hall of Fame for a few years.
Well, you can't get there, unfortunately. I think we should bring it back.
Yeah, I
my
think
opinion,
so too.
But,
I think so too.
You know, that's well above me and you, above our pay grade, unfortunately.
To get into the Hall of Fame.
Well, to get into or to decide if we can bring that
true,
back.
true,
You know
yeah.
I mean?
Like to be fair, I do want to know that I was eligible for Hall of Fame voting once. I didn't get a I
flexing on me.
I think I got 1 or 2 votes, and then then they raised the thresholds. And,
yeah, well, I won an F&M 3 times in a row once, so come at me. But welcome back to the big place, gentlemen. Will Hall, that is obviously Matej, Big Z, Zatlkaj, and that is going to be the end of round number 2. So we're going to sign off. We're going to have a short little break, but we'll be back with round 3 real quickly. See you all shortly. See you later.
Welcome to Legacy European Championship. I'm Alia. I'm here with me in the booth, Martin, in this day one of the regional championship. Well, Martin, we are in the round three. What games we are gonna to see?
We are in round three. I was hoping we can get the prizes on the screen. We can talk about that a little bit. We do have some really cool matches coming up. But before that, let's show you what are we playing for today. The top 24 players in this tournament will qualify for Pro Tour Chicago in February, I believe at the end of February. The top 8 is going to battle it out for 2 slots that qualify the players directly to Worlds. So the first and second place finisher, not only do they get to take home $16,000 and $10,000, they also qualify directly to World Championship at the end of next year. I believe we can also take a look at some of the players to watch that we're going to be following this weekend. Jean-Emmanuel Depras, the world champion, you know, the local champion as well, a very well-deserving world champion. Congratulations to him. He is currently 2-0. Guillaume Wafotapa, the French Hall of Famer, he's also at 2-0. I was watching Guillaume last round. His opening hand was 3 lands, a negate, and 2 quick studies. That is the instant speed divination, which sometimes you see it in draft in Wilds of Eldraine. Well, Guillaume likes drawing cards even in Pioneer, so his deck is probably like 17 card draw spells and a bunch of counter spells. So nothing too new. That's what Guillaume plays in pretty much every tournament. We have Frank Karsten, the Hall of Famer, 1-1 with his Boris Convoke deck. Piotr Glogowski, also known as Canister, is 2-0. Benton Madsen, he went undefeated in the LCQ yesterday. He is 1-1. Arne Huschenbed 1-1 as well. Lucas Honey, I haven't seen his list yet, but I think it's a pretty good guess that he is probably on the 4-color Omnath deck as well, as he likes to play that deck in almost every tournament. 0-1 and 1 draw, so not a great start for him. Mark Tobias 2-0. He always brings something spicy to the tournament, so I am curious to see what he is playing, that we can bring him to the feature match for some of the next rounds. Federico Vuono 1-1 currently. We have for you a feature match between Antonio Del Moral Leon, who is playing Rakdos Midrange, but a very interesting version featuring Karn the Great Creator, and he is playing against Sergio Garcia, playing Izzet Phoenix.
Well, let's go. Well, we need to change the picks, but in the left side, Antonio Del Moral Leon, PT champion, and the other side, on the right side, we have Sergio Garcia with Izzet Phoenix. Well, the matchup is very relevant with 2 top-tier decks, and we are on the...
Yeah, we're gonna have to replace the pictures.
Yes.
But Antonio Del Moral, yeah, as you mentioned, he won Pro Tour. I think it was with Splinter Twin.
Yes, he won with the Splinter Twin.
Was it one of the U.S. Pro Tours? It was like 10 years ago.
10 years ago, yeah.
Back when Splinter Twin was still legal in Modern.
2070, it's 2050.
Something like that. Yeah, he is playing Rakdos Midrange here, the most popular deck in the field. I think it's roughly 12% of the metagame, and his version is very interesting. Obviously, he's running the usual cards like Bloodtide Harvester, Bonecrusher Giant, you know, Thoughtseize, I think Fatal Push as well, and Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Those are usually the 20 cards you're going to see in every Rakdos midrange deck. But he's also running 1 copy of Duress, 2 copies of Goblin in the main, in addition to the 4 Thoughtseizes. I see Besiege the Mirror, which is a new card from Wilds of Eldraine. There's one copy of Besiege. There's 1 copy of Karn the Great Creator. So an interesting list with a little bit of spice. On the other hand, we have Sergio Garcia playing a pretty standard list of Izzet Phoenix. This deck picked up some new cards from Wilds of Eldraine, namely Sleight of Hand, which is another cheap card selection spell, and also the Picklock Prankster, which is a card that, you know, when I first saw the set, I didn't think it would be that impactful, but milling for 4 cards, and then sometimes having a 1/3 body that can act as a good blocker against these decks like mono white aggro definitely comes in handy sometimes.
Yes, absolutely. Wilds of Eldraine get us essential cards for construct some for being better some decks like this is at Phoenix, right? Because Slate of Hands is a classic and cheap blue spell in Magic that is very good in this deck. Well, the game Fable of the Mirror Breaker for Antonio del Moral.
Yeah, good start for Antonio. Thoughtseize into Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Obviously, he would have preferred to have a 2-drop as well, but this is a matchup that typically is a big grind. The cards that Antonio is looking for is definitely the Gold Blank. I think 2 Gold Blanks in the main tells me that Antonio was definitely afraid of these graveyard decks, mainly Phoenix, which is getting more and more popular. So that is a card that he will be looking for in this matchup.
I can see it. No Phoenix, right? In Sergio Graveyard.
I think there's 1 copy in his hand.
Yes.
Sergio is playing an interesting list with 2 copies of Demolish. That is not standard. I see also 4 copies of Otherworldly Gaze. So Sergio is interested in just getting it done as fast as possible, using the Gaze to fill the graveyard very quickly. Try to find the Phoenixes. Also, give him more fodder for cards like Treasure Cruise.
That's a lovely. And in the other side, the Rakdos Midrange list have a spacey one-offs. Very interesting because Karn is a special planeswalker here. Very different, if you ask me, in Rakdos Midrange stock decks.
It is actually surprising to me that Rakdos is still the most played deck. Obviously, last season, sometimes we saw it be around the 20% mark of the metagame. Now the field is a little bit more diverse, but still it is the most played deck here at roughly 12% of the field. I guess the red and black cards are just very good. Thoughtseize and Fatal Push are some of the best like hand disruption and removal spells in the format. Bonecrusher Giant, Fable of the Mirror Breaker. You have so many value cards. Shield Dread, very very powerful card as well. You have access to great sideboard cards, so it is hard to go wrong by playing a Rakdos deck these days.
This is the premium mid-range deck. Well, Free Defy, one of the new cards from Wilds of Eldraine. I can see a lot of versions of Phoenix with this new Fi.
Oh, there's the Demolish too. Let me put that up on the screen for you guys. A 4-mana 4/3 that you kind of want to have it in the graveyard, but it can come back into play. It also costs 1 less blue mana for each instant and sorcery spell you have cast this turn, and whenever Demolish attacks, you get to exile up to 1 target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard, copy it, and then you may cast a copy. So it is more of a grindy card, but I think Sergio's deck is capable of putting it into play pretty quickly. You may cast Demolish from the graveyard by exiling 4 instants and or sorceries, in addition to paying its mana cost. So this is why you see the 4 copies of Otherworldly Gaze in Sergio's list.
Well, we are in the Sergio's turn right now. And Antonio have 2 Fable of the Mirror Breaker. The first one is flipping right now.
I like the retro frame Thoughtseizes. Whenever I build my decks, I always want to go for the most old school versions or the most old school looks possible on all the possible cards.
The old border is very, yes, nostalgic maybe.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea from Wizards to print the cards with the old border.
I love the old border. The old frame reminds me when I was playing the first time.
Yeah. Just brings back memories.
Yes. Well, Tonio loot a card.
Yeah,
Two cards.
looks like he discarded the. I think that's a Blood Crypt and a Blood-Tide Harvester.
Harvesters.
He's still trying to find something, maybe a little more proactive. Maybe the Gold Blank, maybe the car, and to try to find like a Tormod script out of the sideboard. Let me take a look actually what he is able to grab with that Karn. He has a Pitting Needle in the graveyard, a Damping Sphere, and a Sky Sovereign. There's a Reckoning Bankbuster as well. So no Tormod script, no way to deal with a graveyard.
Yes. No hers. Any graveyard card interaction. Well, two unlicensed hers in main.
Oh wow, he's ranked 2 Hearst main. Yeah, he is definitely interested in dealing with opposing graveyards. 2 unlicensed Hearst main and 2 Goblanks main. That is very dedicated.
It's a Phoenix.
Graveyard hate, yeah.
Well, the Malan is activated. The Den of the Bookbear is attacking. It's pushing. This is a very pushing attack here.
Yeah, I think Antonio says, okay, well, I'm gonna make my land into a creature, and I would like to attack. Now it's Sergio's turn to try to decide how do I play my removal here. Do I kill the Den of the Bugbear? Maybe I would rather try to kill the Kiki Reflection, because once you have two Kiki Reflections in play, you can use one to copy the other. That's gonna give you another copy in play that doesn't have Summoning Sickness, so you can use it again, make another copy, and basically at the end of turn for each land you have, you can create a 2/2 copy that is going to be able to attack on your own turn. So 2 reflections together can close the game out pretty quickly. Looks like Sergio says, okay, I don't mind you making an extra token out of Den of the Bugbear, so I'm going to let you attack. He does have a lot of removal spells in hand, I believe, though. I think there is at least a Lightning Axe, and I think there is a Fiery Impulse as well.
Yes. 2 removals in Sergio's hand. And he plays the Free Fae. Slate of Hands is he in his hand. Take turn. Let's go to see what happened in this turn of the Isaac Phoenix.
That's a consider. Sergio definitely needs to find some action to just add something to the battlefield. He can't just keep playing, card selection spells, because he is currently getting pressured by 2, 3, maybe 4 creatures next turn, including the Fable flipping. So this might be a great turn to try to bring, Phoenix back into the graveyard, or try to find something like a Treasure Cruise, make more land drops, and, start really digging into the deck to find more Phoenixes. Two spells were played already, so if Sergio goes for a Lightning Axe, discarding one of the Phoenix, then he would be able to bring it back right away. Looks like he goes for Fiery Impulse instead, that deals with the flipped Fable. And what now? Okay, decides to pass. So, there was an option to bring back Phoenix, I believe. Oh, wait, there were 2 Phoenixes in the graveyard already. Okay. So what Sergio's doing is, he's saying, you know what, I'm going to have a good turn already, so I don't need to try to ditch the 3rd Phoenix just yet. I would rather keep a Lightning Axe in hand, because I am afraid of the card Shieldred. If that card resolves, it's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be a lot harder for me to start drawing more cards, and I don't want to just lose to the trigger. So I'm just gonna try to play around Shieldred. I'm gonna keep the Lightning Axe in hand, and I think that's a great play. I think I definitely see the upside of that, and despite the 3rd Phoenix in play being maybe one more turn, or one more Phoenix in play would probably shorten the clock by 1 turn. But I think it definitely makes sense in this situation to try to play around Shieldred, even if it means giving the opponent possibly an extra turn.
Absolutely, very interesting damage race here in both sides of the table right now. Phoenix against all the goblins of the Ragdogs mid-range deck. Well, Antonio's turn. He's thinking. He's thinking to repeat of the activation on Dean of Bugbear. I think he have in hand. He had in hand a harvester. Could be. Yes, he has a harvester.
Antonio's hand can't be too good if this is the second turn in a row where the best play that he has available is activating Den of the Bugbear and attacking. I mean, Sergio's tapped out, so I believe he's just taking 4 or 5 damage. Okay, and then Antonio uses the treasure, plays a land, casts a Bloodtide Harvester. Passes the turn, okay. I think Sergio should be down to 9. Found a treasure cruise off the top. That's going to be 3 new cards.
Yes.
With Antonio at 10, with only a treasure token, if Sergio can find the 4th Phoenix, he might be able to play. He might be able to put them all on the battlefield and try to swing for lethal this turn.
Well, Sergio needs 2 Phoenix in graveyard and play 3 spells to attack with all creatures and win this game. But I don't know if he can do it. Think of the eyes. I'm checking this hand. Lightning X. Seems not enough spells for that in his hand. Could be Sergio is thinking about to stop attacking. I think he can thinking about that to stop attacking and blocks all the goblins and fable of Mirror Breaker.
Yeah, it looks like Sergio's doing some math. Trying to figure out, okay, what is the likelihood of me finding the 4th Phoenix? Do I need to try to win in this turn? If I give you one more turn, does that mean I am, likely going to be attacked for lethal? What if I leave some of the Phoenixes on defense? Lots of counting. I think there is definitely one Phoenix in the hand. I'm not sure if there is the other one as well, or if that's a Lightning Axe or some other red card. It does look like both copies are in his hand right now, though. So is he going to be able to find ways to put both of them in the graveyard? We know that Lightning Axe can ditch one. I don't know if there is a judge call going on or something, but I think Sergio needs to pick up the pace of the play a little bit here.
Okay. Otawara. 4 mana for Sergio. And a Demolish hard casting from the hand. Demolish have a hard cost, 4 blue mana cost. And Antonio, whoa, I'm gonna rate that.
All right, so here comes the Demolish. All right, so Sergio decides to stay back, which I think makes sense because with the 2 Phoenixes in hand, there's no need to attack for 6 and then try to attack for 6 more next turn when you know that all you need to do is just find one more way to ditch the other Phoenix in your hand, and then you can just attack for lethal for 12 next turn. So Sergio is deciding to just stay back. You know, the Phoenix are great at trading, so if your opponent, you know, wants to get aggressive, you're more than happy to make the trades because the Phoenixes are going to come back from the graveyard next turn anyway.
One mana red on top for Sergio, maybe waiting for play this Lightning X onto one of the creatures of Antonio. Antonio is thinking, he's doing maths. The Phoenix are blocking. No cards in hand for Antonio? One card seems to. Maybe.
Yeah, looks like Antonio's flooding out a little bit. He already resolved 2 Fable triggers that where he was able to ditch a couple lands to draw some new cards, but doesn't look like he is drawing into anything that really gives him a lot of action. I think Shield Dread would be the card, you know, he might be looking for. Goblin at this point, like removal spells would be decent to just try to finish the game by attacking into whatever Sergio's got on the defense.
Well, the iconic duo is in a table for Antonio del Moral Leon because the Kiki Jiki and the Harvester work together so well, killing the creatures of the opponent.
I'll be honest with you, I don't know what's going on. They should be making plays. This is taking a little too long.
Well, Antonio have a card in hand, and could be he's thinking to a card in his sideboard to pick with the card ability.
Okay, so finally it looks like Antonio decides to play the card instead of making the Den of the Bugbear into a creature. I don't think Sergio has anything to stop that. I think he only has a red mana available for that Lightning Axe. So Antonio is going to be able to look into his sideboard, but as we just mentioned, he plays 2 copies of Unlicensed Hearse in the main deck, not in the sideboard. So there isn't really all that much he can get. Let me take a look at the list real quick here. I think he has a Sky Sovereign. There was a Pithing Needle, Reckoner, Bankbuster. None of those cards are particularly great for this situation. Damping Sphere, I mean, that is a card you usually want to have against a deck like Lotus Field. I mean, here it could maybe slow down Sergio a little bit, but then again, it doesn't really progress your own game plan.
Well, Sky soaring, the big ship doing 3 damage. We know the target of the trigger of the Sky ship.
I think the Sky Ship is probably the card being put in hand, but I mean, there might be a discussion about something. I don't think he has enough mana to put the Sky Ship in play as well. I think he tapped 4 to cast a Karn, and this might be the card he's revealing with Karn, but it looks like the players are having a discussion perhaps with the table judge.
Well, this one.
Yeah, we're trying to find out exactly what is happening. As soon as we get an update, we will let you know. But for now, it looks like there might be, maybe a life total discrepancy. Maybe there was a trigger that didn't get resolved. Whatever that is, I'm not going to speculate. But it certainly looks like the players are discussing with the table judge. So we'll try to figure out exactly what it is. Hopefully, the table judge will also remind them to play a little bit faster.
Yes, because the time is going. Well,
so it looks like there was actually a slow play warning issued already, and now it looks like one of the players wants to appeal that. So this is a bit of a mess right now. I mean, props to the table judge. If there is a table judge, this was definitely taking a little too long. I do think it was on both player sides, so we'll try to figure out exactly, what is happening. But I mean, this is a good lesson for tournament play. The rounds are usually only 50 minutes, so I can definitely recommend playing fast so you can actually finish all 3 games in time. If you were watching the World Championship last weekend, there was a lot of draws. If you're playing a slow deck, it definitely makes sense to try to play faster. Let's take a look at the deck lists. No point in really watching this. So let's take a look at Antonio Del Moral Leon's deck. He is running a pretty relatively standard version of Rakdos midrange, but he does have a little bit of spice. He does have that 1 Karn in the main deck. He's also playing 2 copies of Unlicensed Hers and 2 copies of Goblin in the main deck, which is definitely telling me that he is heavily targeting the graveyard decks this weekend. There's 1 copy of Duress, 1 Dreadbore, 1 Go for the Throat. Pretty standard there. There's one of the lands, the Sulphurous Springs. I've never seen this art, and we had a match before where I was trying to figure out what land is it on the battlefield, and I just could not figure it out. Looks like that is a new version of Sulphurous Springs. The mana base also seems to be pretty standard. 1 copy of Castle Locthwain, one Urborg, a lot of
1
duels.
Arbor. That surprised me with this Arbor.
All right, let's take a look at the other list. Sergio Garcia with Izzet Phoenix. Most of it is also pretty standard. Sleight of Hand, Opt, Consider. Those are the cheap card selection spells. Otherworldly Gaze we already showed in the stream. That is a more. There's a version more aggressively milling. Milling itself. 4 Phoenix, 2 Demolage, and the Picklock Prancer is the new card from Wilds of Eldraine. Looks like we were able to finally figure it out.
Well, seems the both players gave a warning. Take a warning for the slow play. And they back to the game. Okay, think in the eyes, trying to block all the damage of the goblins of Antonio and attacking with Demolish and 1 of the Arc like Phoenix.
All right, Demolish attacks. Triggers targeting, looks like that is going to be a Treasure Cruise in the graveyard.
I think so.
All right, so Demolish target Treasure Cruise. Delve 7 cards away. Cast the Treasure Cruise for 1 mana. Draw 3 cards. I don't have to tell you how good it is to spend 1 blue to draw 3.
It's an ancestral recalling. All the Phoenix in the hand. 2 Phoenix in hand. 2 Phoenix in game. And Karn's die.
reminder that both players know each other's deck list. This is an open deck list tournament, so Sergio definitely has all the information necessary, deciding how to attack, what to leave behind. Should I kill Karn? Should I not kill Karn? Both players playing with perfect information, making the decisions a little easier.
Easier and very specific decisions. Only one copy of the card in the Antonio's deck, and this is important to know for Sergio. Still in the Sergio's turn. He's still thinking. And seems he's playing Lightning X and targeting to the Fable of Mirror Breaker, flipped Kiki Yiki. Discarding one land. And the Phoenix remains in his hand. He didn't discard the Phoenix. Well, Antonio, take turn. Sky Sovereign is in the graveyard right now. Discarded.
All right, so back to Antonio. Looks like he's on 6 life, drawing a card for the turn. The 2 goblins are not going to be particularly helpful. Couple blood tokens. He can try to dig a little bit deeper into his deck, but currently it looks like the Phoenixes are going to be able to take it home for Sergio unless Antonio finds a way to attack through, what is it, 3 blockers? I think one of the
cards in hands could be Shieldred, I guess.
Shieldred would be a great start. Yeah, that would be a nice.
Sergio is totally tapped.
Yeah, with the blood tokens in play, what Antonio can do is play a Shieldred, activate one of the blood tokens, ditch a card into the graveyard, draw another card, gain 2 life from Shieldred, do it again with the other blood token. So he's going to be able to gain some life this turn at least.
Well, Antonio played Judas, looking for info in the Sergio's hand, and discard the instant. I'm tied to time to attackers. Tag with all the goblins and put treasures. Think in the eyes, very good card for block here. And Phoenix is trading by this one Harvester. And Sergio is only in 5 life right now. And listen, that Shieldred is coming, I guess. Shieldred. But first, Antonio crashed a blood token, and now Shieldred is on table. Upkeep, trigger. A hard clock for Sergio right now. He needs to find something to end this game. Thing in the eyes is flipping, attacking with flying, and win for Sergio. Let's go to sideboarding time.
Yeah, let's take a look at the deck list real quick. Sergio is able to pick up game 1. out of the sideboard, if I'm the Phoenix player playing against Ragdos Midrange, I expect the game to go long. I want to have answers to Shield Dread because that is the most likely way for me to lose. I'm also going to know that my opponent has Unlicensed Her, so I want to have some artifact removal. Abrade is very likely coming in, excuse me. Brotherhood's End might also be a card to bring in because not only can you use it on turn 3 to deal with something like a Blood-Tide Harvester and a Fable token, but also you can use it as a way to deal with the Unlicensed Hers, which is usually a card that kind of stops Phoenix from doing anything. So Brotherhood's End, double Abrade most likely coming in. Either Gust could be a card to bring in. Other than that, maybe Thing in the Ice, Crackling Drake, or even Saheeli, depending on what exactly your sideboard plans are for this matchup. Let's take a look at Antonio's deck. As we already mentioned, his deck is quite well set up in the main.
It's like pre-boarding.
To fight against the graveyard decks. He has 2 copies of Unlicensed Hers and 2 copies of Goblin in the main already. So out of the sideboard, Extinction Event, not really the type of card you want for this matchup, although it does deal with Thing in the Ice, it does deal with Ledger Shredder, so maybe that is something Antonio is thinking about, an extra copy or 2 of Duress. That could definitely come in. Rending Volley could also be better than something like the Extinction Event because that is a much cheaper way to try to deal with something like Ledger Shredder or Thing in the Ice. The question is, do you expect your opponent to keep Thing in the Ice in the deck or even bring in more copies? So definitely something that Antonio needs to think about, but mostly he is pretty well set up already in the main. Might bring in some Duresses to try to get Lightning Axe out of Sergio's hand to try to resolve Shield Dread and hope that Sergio does not have an answer.
Well, time to second game. Players are still shuffling these decks. Sergio is checking the Antonio's list. Remember, we are playing a open deck list tournament. We are on the LEC European Championship with a lot of players trying to be the regional champions and trying to qualify for the next PT on Chicago. Well, Sergio is still thinking about the sideboard time, change some cards, Crackling Drake.
Yeah, I really like Crackling Drake. When I played Phoenix, Crackling Drake was one of my favorite sideboard cards because it doesn't really care about the graveyard hate. And even if your opponent started the game, with a turn to Unlicensed Hers or they had that Goblin, you lost your graveyard. Phoenix is a great threat. It replaces itself, which is exactly what you want against a grindy deck like Ragdos Midrange with a lot of removal. So it is the perfect threat in my opinion against their deck. Because even if you don't have a graveyard, the Drake doesn't care about it. It's still going to have a lot of power. It is still going to be threatening, just finishing the game in 1 or 2 turns. So right now, if you're afraid of a lot of graveyard hate, I think running multiple Crackling Drakes in the sideboard could be a great option.
Well, so the Crackling Drake will be one more win condition in the deck right now for Sergio.
Reminder that we're playing 9 rounds today, 18 points or better required to make it into day 2. 6 more rounds tomorrow before getting our top 8, where 2 players are going to be battling, or 2 players in the finals are going to be sent straight into Worlds for next season. And the top 24 at this event are going to be qualified for Pro Tour Chicago in February. $16,000 first place, no big deal. Actually, really good prizes. Like these tournaments, there's a lot of players, but I think the prizes are really, really nice. It's kind of a smaller, like European sort of pro tour. $16,000 first place is definitely a very, very nice payday for just playing Magic for a weekend.
Absolutely. Not only the prices, the experience too, and the possibility to qualify for next Pro Tour. You know, the PT train. Well, both players are taking mulligan. Mulligan to 6. Could be.
Yeah, I don't know if that time is updated, but if both players only have 13 minutes left after playing the first game, then that I would probably be shuffling a little faster here. Well, it looks like both players are opting to take a mulligan, so we might see some more shuffling, you know, maybe a pile shuffle here and there.
Voila. Well, it's important to shuffle your deck so well. Reminds tweet chat, iterate, enjoy the games. I'm going to say see the world, enjoy the game, see the world. But well, reminds we are still in Lille in the Legacy European Championship. Well, we are in the round number 3 with this feature match table. Antonio del Moral, PT winner with Rakdos Midrange against Sergio with Zat Phoenix.
Looks like both players have some cards they do like to see in their opening hand. I see a Goblin in Antonio's hand, and I think I saw a Saheeli in Sergio's opener.
Mulligan to 5 for Antonio. He puts 2 cards in bottom of the deck.
Okay, so not a very fast start for Antonio. No duress, no Thoughtseize, nothing turn 1. Looks like he passes turn 2 as well, and an otherworldly gaze for Sergio is going to be able to put 3 cards in the graveyard. Oh, wow. Okay, never mind. It's going to be able to put 1 card in the graveyard, opting to keep 2 on top. Looks like he found a 3rd land source for the Saheeli that he can play on turn 2. Does he have any plays on turn 3? Does he have any plays now? Looks like he's just passing the turn, so no Ledger Shredder, no Thing in the Ice.
And Antonio take turn and easy 3 mana Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Very good card in very good time. Well, Sergio have 1 Phoenix now in graveyard. Still looking in his deck, drawing cards with very good spells like Select Hands. And thinking. 1 spell. 2 spells. Consider.
Yeah, the Phoenix deck is very good at actually, chaining 3 spells together because almost everything in the deck replaces itself. Opt, Slate of Hand, Consider, Treasure Cruise is a 1 mana draw 3 most of the time, so getting back Phoenix is usually not a big ask.
Yes, and Arlene, Arc Phoenix is hitting right now Antonio del Moral.
Wow, Lightning Axe discarding Lightning Axe.
Yes.
To kill the Fable token.
So Aggro, right?
Yeah, Sergio really valuing those 2 other cards in hand. This is where Antonio is going to be able to, most likely play his 4th land. And if he does have a Shieldred, that would be pretty bad news for Sergio, I think.
Whoa, go blank. Discard your Saheeli, win condition out from the hand of Sergio.
The perfect go blank. How many cards do you have left? 2? All right, well, I'm gonna leave you with no cards, exile your graveyard in the process as well. So now Antonio knows that there should be no answers for the Shieldred if he has it in hand. I think I saw it in his opener. He might have put it on the bottom because he took a bunch of mulligans, so he didn't want to keep a a 4-mana card in hand, which would make sense.
And look that Phoenix, because could be go all the way by itself, hitting every turn. Second stage of Mirror Breaker Saga.
Oh wow,
Croxus.
this is the perfect Croxa too. Discarded to my Fable. How many cards in the graveyard? 4 and Croxa. So if Antonio has a way to put another card in the graveyard, he might be able to bring Croxa back to the battlefield. There's a treasure. The Phoenix trades for the Goblin token.
And the third Fable of Mirror Breaker. This is the party of the Kiki Jiki right now in the Antonio side. Deeping in the Sergio's deck, drawing cards, a raid, demolish, and land into cemetery, into graveyard.
Wow, so Sergio, despite losing his graveyard 2 turns ago and having no cards in hand, cast a Treasure Cruise for 1 mana. 2 turns later, no big deal. Draw 3 cards. Phoenix in the graveyard.
And or like Phoenix, Charm. It's a Charm and lands in hand of Sergio. It's a Charm. 2 spells. No. Three spells. And the Arc like Phoenix is triggering, getting back into the game.
All right, so Sergio deciding, do I attack? Do I want to leave something behind? Decides to attack with both. One of the Phoenixes dies to a Fatal Push.
This turn, Antonio can attack for a lot of damage to Sergio, could it be? He have 2 tokens in game and can make a copy when one of the flipped Mirror Breaker Saga.
All right, let's see. So one of the Fables on Chapter 2, one of it flipped into a Kiki Reflection. That obviously has Summoning Sickness, so what can Antonio do? Looks like both players realized that there is only 5 minutes left, so they started playing a little bit faster. Looks like Croxa is being escaped from the graveyard. Sergio discards a Pathway, I believe. And Antonio passes the turn.
Yes. Well, Sergio, only one are like Phoenix in Sergio's graveyard. Not enough to kill Antonio this turn. Not enough to end the game this turn. And need more cards. Treasure Chris looking for more payoffs and enablers in his deck. Is a Charm, another Arc like Phoenix.
Yeah, it looks like Charm is being played, most likely using the 2 damage mode. No, says draw 2, discard 2. There's 1 Phoenix in the hand, one in play already. There's a Phoenix and a Pathway. Oh wow, okay, 2 Phoenixes coming back. So that is 9 points of damage available. Antonio is at 11. Is Sergio gonna go for it? Is he gonna leave something behind? maybe he leaves one Phoenix behind, attacks Antonio down to 5.
Well, Antonio is losing 3 lives. Could be. We don't know. Because Sergio is thinking, okay. I can see 2 removals in hand of Antonio. Only 1 Arclight Phoenix. Oh, Antonio showed 2 removals on his hand, and Sergio automatically concedes the game.
Oh yeah, there's a Crocs in the middle. I was wondering how does he deal 9, but yeah, the Crocs attacking with the Kiki Reflections, that gets the job done. So looks like we are tied at 1-1 with 3 minutes left. Keep in mind that these are the feature matches, so there might be a small time extension, to allow the players to move to the feature match area, get settled and all that stuff. So we might have a few more minutes over the 3 you see at the top of the screen.
Well, 1-1 in this table. And Antonio is looking for some change, checking again the Sergio's list. Antonio right now is on the draw. Very important info. No, it's on the play. Antonio is on the play, and Sergio, no. Who won? Sergio lose, and Sergio is on the play.
Yes, Antonio won game 2. Tied the match. Sergio is going to be on the play for game 3. I actually just realized that there's no Ledger Shredder in Sergio's list. I was kind of just, expecting the card to be there, but looks like he is playing Demolish. I mean, I guess you have to make space for the Otherworldly Gazes and Demolish somewhere, so looks like his decision was to cut the Ledger Shredders. He does have 3 copies of Think in the Ice. Think in the Ice is much better if you expect, decks like Mono Green. Against Mono Green Devotion, Think in the Ice is just one of the best cards. They don't really have a lot of ways to deal with it. They can try to use Karn to find something in the sideboard, but that usually takes a lot of time and it slows you down. So, Thing in the Ice, one of the best cards you can have if you expect a lot of Mono Green players.
Well, the time right now, they have 6 minutes left on the clock. Some extra time.
I think there is. Yeah, looks like there's 5 extra minutes for the players, which does, take into account all the moving from the tables and getting ready. The judges explaining to them how it's all gonna work. So looks like they are at roughly 6 or 7 minutes left. It sounds like there's also 9 extra turns because as the judges were explaining to them that they need to play faster, I think there were two slow play warnings issued, and I think the fix for that is that you also add a few more extra rounds to the game. So if I understand it correctly from our spotters, it looks like the match has roughly 6 minutes left and 9 extra turns should those be necessary.
Well, game 3 is running now. Sergio is drawing and Antonio too. Let's go to see that hands. Seems keep for Sergio, and Antonio is thinking. And now he's mulligan again. The last game he was into mulligan to 5, and now it's mulligan 2. You're not happy when you are have to make mulligan every game.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what kind of deck you're playing too. If I'm playing an aggressive deck, if I'm playing something like Tron, where I'm searching for those aggressive openers or I'm searching for those Tron lands, then mulliganing is just something that just goes along with the deck. I have to accept that as part of the strategy, really. So something, you know, you can't get too mad when you mulligan with those decks. Some decks are also better at mulliganing, or some decks are better at keeping hands in general. If you play a deck with a lot of lands, you know, then you're not going to run into the issue of drawing too many one-landers or two-landers that you might not be able to keep. So, you know, with control decks, you have a much wider ranges of hands that you can keep. Also, with a deck like Phoenix that has a lot of card selection, you can also keep a lot more hands because all you need is usually just one land and an opt, one land sleight of hand, one land consider. Like, those are perfectly reasonable one land keeps.
Well, Antonio is Tot says playing onto Sergio's hand, taking 2 damage, and can see 2 arc like Phoenix. Discard the exit charms. Land go. You need to play faster. Only 3 minutes remain on the clock. And another discard spell.
All right, so it looks like Antonio is able to use Thoughtseize and the rest to get rid of Is It Charm, and I think that was a sleight of hand. Sergio with 2 or 3? Is that 3 Phoenixes in hand?
Yes.
That is not ideal. 2 lands only. He's going to need to find some of these cheap card selection spells, so ideally...
This sadly, this fairy is in adventure zone, not in graveyard, right? More draws for Sergio.
Oh, wow, I think there is a treasure cruise in there.
That means more cards to draw.
I know we sometimes joke that Phoenix is a deck that, you know, is as good as, you know, how many Phoenixes do you have in the top, like 15-ish cards. Looks like Sergio is able to find 3 copies already at the top of his deck for the start of game 3. That looks like a treasure cruise for 1. So 1 Otherworldly Gaze was cast already. Treasure cruise, spell number 2, but no 3rd land. Wow. So the Phoenixes are going to be stuck in hand for a little bit longer. I think there's an Is It Charm in there that can put the Phoenixes in the graveyard. So I think Sergio needs maybe 2 more turns, and I think the Phoenixes would start coming back. Let's see what Antonio is going to be able to do in those turns.
Yes, I can see a Nursed reversals in Sergio's hand. And Antonio, again, the 3rd spell, discarding spells from Sergio's hand. Look, these 3 are like Phoenix that needs to be in graveyard. Land and Harvester, yes. Tide Harvester. End times. This is the turn 2 of this game. Turn 3, it could be a draw.
Okay, so it looks like we actually ran out of time. So the timing above was a little wrong. If my information is right, there should be 9 turns total of the extra time. Shieldred passed the turn, so we're gonna start seeing some triggers. I think Antonio can easily win the game in the extra turns if Sergio doesn't find any ways to start, you know, putting the Phoenixes in the graveyard and then chain some card draw spells in a row.
This is the last turn of the round. blocking Shieldred and making 6 damage.
Yeah, Prankster takes 1 for the team, but I think Sergio is still taking quite a lot of damage. Those 6 from the other 2 creatures. Shieldred triggers again, so that's 2 more. The adventure card is the Picklock Prankster. The reason to bring in Narset's Reversal is probably trying to target the Go-Blank with it.
Whoa, Narset's targeting the Lightning X, killing the Shieldred of Antonio.
Looks like Sergio is on 7 life. Antonio has an attack available for 6. Is he going to do it? He does do it. Exiles the Phoenix. Puts Sergio to 1. That was extra turn number... Can't quite tell. 7 or 8?
Could be 7, I guess. Another Lightning X killing this Harvester for 2 mana. Treasure Chris, let's go to draw more cards. And then on Saheli and more Phoenix. And
let's see. Is Antonio going to get an extra turn or not? I believe this might have been the 8th extra turn out of 9. So if Antonio gets his next turn, he makes the Oh my god, he actually wins in the last possible turn. So 2-1 for Antonio, takes the match against is it Phoenix player. 2-1 for Rakdos midrange. Antonio moves to 3-0. I think that will be it from us for round number 3. We're gonna have Will and Matej for round number 4. They're gonna be back in a few minutes, and stay with us.
See you soon.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Legacy European Tour, the regional championships of Europe. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as TheWillHallExp. That man there is none other than Big Z himself, Matej Zatlkaj, and we're going to bring you round number 4 of this championships. First, let's have a little reminder. We had 675 players turn up today, all battling out to try and get themselves a slot into day number 2. They need a record of 6-3 or better. If they manage to come back tomorrow, make day 2, then the first thing they got to be targeting for is got to be trying to get in that top 64, get themselves some min cash. Realistically, we all know they're looking at that top 24 player slot where they want to get themselves an invite to Chicago next year in February. But it can get sweeter for 2 more players in the room. 2 more players can get themselves to a world invitation straight off the bat at the beginning of the season, get it done in one nice and easy. But only one player can walk away this weekend, call himself the European Championship title winner in Chicago next year. Matej, how are we doing today? We all good?
Yeah,
we excited?
we're
We've been
good.
walking around the table.
Lots of great players. Really
great
exciting magic. So yeah.
Speaking of good players, we have a players to watch leaderboard. Let's see if we can get the players on the screen for you all to see, so see how everybody in the room is getting on. We've got a few Hall of Famers on this list. Talk me through it.
Yeah, I mean, we have Guillaume Waffetapa and Frank Carson, actually still undefeated, looks like. I just saw Guillaume Waffetapa play. We saw him on camera in our previous round, so round 2, and I saw him play now against Phoenix. And, it's like, when you watch a Magic and you're like just having a really good time, you're just really enjoying, like you're in the zone and you just feel good watching.
It's like drinking a fine wine. You're like, it just works.
Just feels very pleasant. So, and he's crushing it. He has his own version of Dimir control. He's 3-0 so far, doing really well. Other players as well. Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, the world champion, he has 2 wins. I think that's a loss rather than a draw, as you see in the graphic, but he's still like 2 wins out of 3 rounds, a solid start to his tournament. We also have Piotr Glogowski at 3-0, and then we saw Benton Madsen, actually the Pro Tour Phyrexia finalist.
Yeah,
he's moved to Ireland, so now he's going to be playing in Europe, and he's 2-1 after also doing pretty well in the last chance qualifier yesterday. And then we have 2 friends, Arne Huschenbad and Lucas Hone. They're both already picked up a win, a loss, and a draw between themselves. And Mark Tobias, he's playing 81
Let's
card.
go. You know we love Mark. We love Mark on the stream.
Yeah, Jeskai Ascendancy combo. So I definitely want to get Mark on camera sooner or later because his decks are always fun.
As long as he keeps winning, I believe we've got a second page as well of players to watch that we can get up on the screen for you all. We're just going to switch across to that. But, a lot of different decks are being bought this weekend as well by a lot of these players. It's not like that all the top players have gone to different decks. Frank just came to me and said, these are just cards I own. I just put them together in one deck. I wanted to play Embercleave. I wanted to play Bunny. I wanted to have a Bunny wielding in Embercleave. And I'm here all day for that sort of flavor text.
I mean, Frank specifically told me, like, he really likes the interaction between, like, Regal Bunnycorn, Adeline, and Embercleave. And then he showed me his deck. He was playing 1 Adeline and 2 Embercleaves. I'm like, Frank?
It's just the cards I own, but I'm playing it. He had to borrow some of the lands off me yesterday to play. I was like, yeah, sure, I've got these for you. I don't know if we've got a second. Have we got a second slide of players to watch?
Yeah, we're working on it, I think, yeah.
Okay, looks like we don't. We're just going to stick with the one. So we'll talk about the players that we're going to watch this round and what decks. This format is kind of shifting from, we were talking about yesterday, that being open deck list, it favors control decks. But we're about to watch some aggro decks. A lot of aggro decks doing quite well, currently getting pushed to the top tables, specifically the Boros decks and the mono white decks. So
yeah, there are a few floating around at the top tables. Yeah, I know at least one person at 3-0 with Boros Heroic, a couple of people at mono white as well. And like the deck we wanted to show you, actually.
Yeah,
also it's quite interesting. Once we get to the feature match area, we're going to show you Ed Mucha. He's playing Boros, but not playing Convoke, not playing Heroic. He's actually running Pias.
Yeah. And talk me through like how that works. Like some people hear that and they're like, what is that? What does it mean? I don't understand what that does. But we'll see if we can get down to the match. Yeah. I'm going to say, can we get down to the match?
Yep.
We'll go down to the match, and while we do that, we'll talk for it, because I imagine that it will be played out in front of us.
Yeah,
but
there you see Ed on the right here. He's going to be playing PNLR, and the way that kind of operates, it's kind of like an aggro deck. So he has those Swiss Spears, those Soulscar Mages at the beginning, and then he has lots of spells such as Reckless Impulse and Ren's Resolve to like keep churning through the deck, keep adding to the board, and he also has lots of really good sideboard options at his disposal as well, as we'll see soon enough. I want to show you the deck sort of in action. He actually said that mono white humans is not a great matchup.
Yeah,
he already beat it once though, and said like his big advantage is that he knows how to sideboard in the matchup, and his opponents don't. So yeah, let's see how it plays out.
Yeah, that's exactly what you're saying to me word for word. Like, this is the matchup I'm going to try and dodge all day. I'm hoping it doesn't have an uptick Unfortunately for him, it does look like it has had an uptick, but it is a very unique deck. If you're not trying to sure what's going on with it and you sideboard wrong against it, it can just come out of nowhere because it does have a very aggressive element to it with things like Bone Crusher Giants, Monstrous Rage, and as you see there on turn 1, the Faces of Kakazan coming down, doing 1 point damage to the face of Luca. But Luca with his own aggressive start here, 1 drop into 2 drop.
Yeah, it has the Thalia on turn 2, which is quite good against this sort of deck, but I think we're going to see a Soulscar Mage. Gonna get a counter from the Kumano and a tapped Sacred Foundry. So far, Ed is playing it a little bit more defensive here.
Soulscar Mage obviously great in this matchup because it also does -1, -X counter. So potentially, even if we can't burn a creature out to actually kill it, we could make something like an Adeline a lot smaller. Or speaking of making creatures bigger on the other side, here comes Alia as the Lieutenant coming down, giving all human creatures +1/+1 counters, and all future humans coming down will also grow the Lieutenant itself. So we can potentially try and shrink it if needs be. Follow-up play is a bodyguard. This is great. Turn 1 play, turn 2 play, turn 3. How about another 2 drop and a 1 drop that pumps my team, and we're going sideways with the lot. This is going to be a swing for 6 points of damage.
Yeah, if there's no blocks, it's already a huge tempo swing. The die roll kind of already dictating the tempo of the match right away. And this is what Pioneer is about. Die roll is very important because a lot of decks can be very aggressive, very proactive, and just that 1 extra turn that you get before your opponent gets a chance just makes a world of difference. Let's see if Ed can actually come back here. He has always like a few burn spells. I assume
He's got to play with fires and things like that, so you can do 2 damage to these creatures, try and get them off.
Also has Chain to the Rocks as a 4-of as well, and it's a good card. But against Alia, everything costing that much more, it's just tough. And now Luca Menikete is actually adding to his board significantly with another recruitment officer here as well.
Oof, my
as
word.
Well as an Adeline.
Oh, my word.
It's like the nut
what
draw.
That is like a nut draw.
Yeah.
1, 2, 1, 2. How about 1, 3? Adds the board. How much power is on this board right now?
Way too much. I'll let them do the math.
I'm going to work it out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So Adeline's 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 power on turn number 4 here, ladies and gentlemen. That is a big old thing.
Yeah, so there's the play with fire. But then we see an interaction with play with fire and then Soulscar Mage.
Turns it into -1/-1 counter, so
exactly
a bodyguard effect wouldn't be able to work there.
Remember I told you that he's pretty well prepared for this matchup, knows these interactions, and plus there was a prowess trigger as well, so the Soulscar Mage grew a 3/4. So from a board position that looked, unwinnable, maybe there's a way for Ed Mucha to just jump back. Still has to deal with that big Adeline and the big Thalia's Lieutenant, but this ended up being quite a good combat for him.
Yeah, knowing the interactions that you need to do. How the game plan passed, obviously with 3 mana up. This turn we are going, and realistically the Thalia off the battlefield, that's the main bit, so we're not getting taxed as much. Here comes our second land drop. And we can play them to the end of our next turn, remember, with this Reckless Impulse. It doesn't have to do this turn. And you see this quite a lot with a lot of the effects in this deck. It kind of sets up for the turn ahead of it, but while it's doing that, it's also generating value.
Yeah, here's the namesake of the deck for Ed Mucha and the PNLR Console of Revival. So why you want to play this card especially is that you have the effects like Ren's Resolve and the Reckless Impulse. You can, for even if you play a land, you get a 1/1 Topter. You play a spell, you get a 1/1 Topter. They all have haste as well. They're really good chump blockers for a lot of the big creatures. But I do suspect that Ed is going to have to do some blocking this turn already. He doesn't have any Topters yet to chump block. So, and those creatures are going to grow out of range very quickly. So
yeah, Adeline plus a Thalia as the tenant on the battlefield means that every time we attack, we're going to generate a 1/1 attacking human token as well, and that does grow the Thalia's lieutenant. From entering the battle. We played our land this turn, so nothing that Ed needs to play around here. It's all on the table. He knows exactly what's going on, but I don't think he's going to be super happy about it.
Looks like he's lining up a lot of big blocks there.
Well, I suppose if we can get rid of the Adeline and the lieutenant, then it's done, right? That's the hard work done.
We'll see. Like the Adeline's now only a 4/4, I think, right? So if he double blocks there with those creatures. Just one of them should die.
Yep, correct.
The PNLR will eat the human. Yeah, Adeline's gone now. Does he have another one?
The human Adeline should be exiled, but I don't think it's going to make much difference here.
Yep. Interesting. So now the deck is going to get going. So we're going to see Reckless Impulse here. Okay. Oh, actually, it was a Rend Resolve, but he revealed a Reckless Impulse. Also a Spike Field Hazard.
But we're turning and burning now. We got chump blockers.
Yeah,
for
now
days.
another now the Impulse as well. Yeah, more Topters. Like the tide is turning. Monstrous Rage.
Oof, that's a good Monstrous Rage
Foundry as well. But he can Spike Field the Recruitment Officer as well. To get another Thopter, and he can start swinging here. It's quite a bit of a turnaround here.
Yeah, still only at 3 life though, has to wait. But you know, you can't play around some cards. If they've got, if Brave Elements comes down, it's just game, right? Brave Elements is GG. But there's no like trample effects or anything like that. That's why we see the Boris decks splash, you know, being white and red, mainly for this Monstrous Rage card, which is picked up in popularity now since it's printing in the last set. Remember, this one it does give +2/+0, but more importantly, a monstrous roll to it, which is an enchantment, gives it +1/+1, and it gives it trample, which is really the key parts.
And now we saw the Spike Field Hazard used on the Recruitment Officer. In response, Luca activated its ability and found another human, the Copper Code Vanguard, as you pointed out. So.
Oh, well pointed out by chat. Yeah, the Fopt is obviously not red, so they're colorless. So yeah, Brave wouldn't even do it.
Yep.
Well pointed out, chat. Chat's always got a big brain. They're always...
I was about to get to it, but
oh, okay. Well, chat beat you. Chat beat you. Okay, yeah. That's what I'm saying. You step it up.
It's what happens.
It's fine, chat. We're all good. Thanks for joining us today, though. If you are tuning in, welcome. You've got 9 rounds today, followed by another 9 rounds tomorrow. A lot of magic to be played before we crown a European champion. Here comes the Vanguard on the battlefield, giving all our humans +1/+0 and ward. Not the correct art. I'm just saying.
I know. I'm just doing that to spite you.
Is this like the 81 cards? It's like having the 61 card for you. I got you. There it is. I prefer this art as well. The art looks really, really sick.
I prefer the normal one.
Oh, do you? Okay, well.
I'm a purist, conservative in my choice of arts.
I know you're not a Secret Lair fan. Ever bought a Secret Lair?
No.
No? Okay,
no.
cool.
I just bought a Festival in a Box.
Oh.
Secret Lair website.
Oh, that's because you wanted the those fancy the artifacts to come with it, right?
Yeah.
I think they're gonna be sorted over that. Amber is beautiful.
Exactly. Yeah, I really like that one. No, that's a Mox Opal actually.
Opal, sorry, Opal. Yeah.
We're not gonna see Mox Opal here, but we're gonna see a lot more Thopters coming out from this deck though. So Sacred Foundry is gonna make another Thopter because it's being played from Exile here. I wonder how many Thopters he brought.
I can see a big wad of them there still stacked on the table.
Yeah. One of the Thopters is going to get the Monstrous Rage.
It's going to turn into a monstrous Thopter, would you say?
This is one of my favorite cards from the set.
Monstrous Rage?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, same. You know what I mean? I'm an aggro player at heart. This card is beautiful. You're going to get it on the screen?
Yeah, I was joking around with my friends that, you know, the Boros Heroic deck that we saw before, it's filled with rage. There's Monstrous Rage, there's the Reckless Rage, the Homestead Courage. It has rage written on it.
Are we just going to start calling it Boris Rage?
Yeah, we should.
All right, let's do it. From now on, Boris Rage.
Boris
Let's go.
Rage.
We'll see if we can get that changed on the screen for you as well, gentlemen. Matej has named the deck. That's it.
No, Boros Heroic still the proper name, but it has a lot of rage in it. That's.
Are you an evoke or a scam?
Evoke.
Evoke? Yeah,
Evoke.
Right.
I'm an Evoke guy, yeah.
Yeah, I'm an Evoke guy. Chat's going to go off us about this now. No, it's scam.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's a bit of a lull in the game as I think Ed has to be very careful with his resources now. Not just in terms of, like, oh, how do I block, how do I attack, but just figure out, like, how do I win the game now? His opponent, Luca, is on 14, so I'm sure there's a sequence of play where he could probably find 2 attacks for 7, potentially. But he needs to make sure that he doesn't like die on the backswing.
Yeah, is there anything off the top that Luca can draw to try and get back in this and kind of turn it more in his favor?
Yeah, I think Adeline still seems a bit weak from that perspective. But here's a swing for another That's why he was thinking so much. He had another Monstrous Rage, so that adds to the board. So I think the swing for 9.
1, 2, 4, 8, 9, correct?
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. 1, 2, yeah, 9, yeah. I got you.
And a Kumano.
So that's another point to the face.
Yeah, so down to 4, I think Lucas should be.
empty-handed. Over to Luca. One card in hand. Draws up to a second card.
I'm surprised he didn't attack with everything. I thought he had lethal there with with just one blocker available. But yeah, it's just showing off the power of the deck. I mean, that's why we decided to feature Ed in this sort of round. Not just 3-0. He's known as Talisker online. He's quite a bit of a Magic Online player. Tested with the Sewer Rats team. So
I say Sewer Rats, the teams that he normally goes with, or he heads up and makes kind of bands the players together, have been absolutely dominating all the RCs that we have in Europe. Remember over in Athens, Sofia, they turned up these decks. These decks did incredibly well. Over half their players, I think all the players in today too, half the players were like in the top 16 or something crazy. Really great. So it's good to see what we do. But let's see over on the left of our screens on the mono white. What can we bring in to try and shore this match up? This is meant to be a bad matchup, remember, for Ed. So what cards do you think we'll be bringing in?
Well, I know from Ed that they should be boarding in wedding announcements.
Yeah,
but
we
they
heard that.
Probably won't, because it looks like an aggro deck, right? It doesn't seem like it could be a good card in this matchup. But what they kind of will have to think about is maybe just some more removal. They usually bring in some stuff like portable holes, maybe Declaration Stone to deal with the PNLRs. So I think there's a couple cards that could be brought in. You rightly called out, by the way, Brave the Elements. Luca's running 3, which is a card that I've seen plenty being cut completely from the main deck in favor of more ossifications, more brutal stars, more creatures in general. So he was playing 3, so I'm sure he can change those cards around a little bit. But I think he should just focus on the really heavy-hitting creatures that have an impact on the board. For example, a card like Dauntless Bodyguard, I'm not too big of a fan in this sort of matchup, but he could probably trim some of the removal as well to better fit.
I like the Desolation of Stone here.
Yeah.
Like, if they got a load of tokens, 2 mana, get rid of them all, take that all day long. But let's see if we can go across to the other deck. Let's see that. Everyone wants to see this one, because obviously it's a bit spicy. We've seen Boris Heroic, we've seen Boris Convoke. Now, how about Pia, Boris Pia? Or this isn't the Rage version. The other one's the Rage version.
Yeah, this is not the Rage. This is I would call this deck the Boros Pia, but when I was doing the checking all the deck lists that people had submitted, there wasn't an option to select Boros Pia, unfortunately. So we just called it Boros Aggro, but it is basically an aggro deck. It has the Soulscar Mages, the Swift Spears, the Kumano, and Play with Fire. Like it can do the aggro part really well, but it has that really nice combination of the Reckless Impulses, the Rens Resolves, and the Showdown of the Skulls, all exiling cards that work really well with Pia. Also, Bone Crusher Giant, gets exiled. You can also get a top drop of that. And so just a very solid deck list. I really liked how Ed actually went through the deck, tested a lot online, then moved to his testing offline with his team, especially with someone like Louis Samuel Del Tour, who's here as well, a very solid French player. They said it tested internally. And basically he said he only started really losing or going even once the other people learn how to play their decks and sideboard correctly.
Yeah.
Just because that's such a big advantage to bring a rogue deck to a tournament, especially one that you've tested well and you know how it is well positioned in the meta. And my final point that Ed was telling me is that I think he thinks that this is not a particularly great deck for Pioneer, but he thinks it's a very good tournament deck. Meaning for a big tournament for this weekend, it's really well positioned because people haven't spent time testing against him. It's well positioned and against the current metagame as has shaped up, and he really thinks he can do really well.
It makes sense, I mean, he does put a lot of work back into these decks and all the testing that goes into it. Almost to their advantage that there is no way to name this Pia. Boris, you see up here, aggro, people will look at it's an aggro deck. Cool.
Yeah.
It adds that little bit of that seed in the brain of, okay, no, you need to sideboard this way, as in not bringing the word announcements, which is what he believes you should do. But if you are just tuning in, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We are in Europe, Lille, France, bringing you the regional championships of Europe. We have 675 players battling out to try and get their slot to Pro Tour glory. 24 players are going to be able to get them. That is going to happen tomorrow, where we find out which 24 are going to get that. But 2 lucky players are going to be walking away with World Championship invites, as well as 1 person walking away with the trophy, the title, and the bragging rights of European champion. as both players start drawing their opening 7, looks like we've got a keep over on Ed's side. Looks like we might have a keep over on Luca's side, and
we'll see. We'll see. I mean, that's gonna mulligan.
Oh no, okay.
And like, let's go back to game 1 like, that we just saw. There was so much pressure from Luca. He had a really good draw, exactly the cards you want in this matchup.
Perfect draw.
The turn 2 Alia, the turn 3 Adeline. You know, a big Talia's lieutenant was also putting in a lot of work. But Luca was really missing that one card to really punch through. He also lost that Dante's bodyguard and that Soul's Card Mage incident.
Yeah,
that was also quite unfortunate in combat. So he was maybe missing that creature to put in some more damage over the following turns. But the way that Ed has kind of turned around, I think that's something we're going to see in games 2 and 3 if we're going to get to it. Now Ed is going to transform into more of like a Boros mid-range deck. He's going to remove a lot of the like aggressive cards. Like I don't think we're going to see Monstrous Rage, for example.
Yeah, okay.
I don't think we're going to see maybe some of the small aggressive creatures. Probably the Monstrous Rages went out as well. And he's going to try to play it slow and control the board.
Do you think that swaps if he loses this game and goes on the play? Do you think he swaps back into it?
Maybe he could, yeah. Maybe depends on what kind of cards he's going to see coming in from Luca. But let's look at that turn 1 officer, turn 2 Alia.
Yep, just like we read up in game number 1, Ed just with a land hit, second land drop, pass. It's obviously can represent many things. It could be Spark River, it could be
he also has
fire.
one Deafening Clarion in the sideboard, so like it's always a danger for Luca to go super wide on his board. But if it's a Adeline again, wow.
Okay, well, coming across now, this is going to be 5 points damage, smacking across. Have we got any answers from Ed, or are we just going to draw a couple?
Ooh,
no
that's
play.
rough. Yeah, Ed is playing Destroy Evils as well. He said he is bringing them in because of Wedding Announcement and can deal with an Adeline as well. But this is just such a good start. Because of the Thalia, he wasn't able to play any proper 2-mana spell. And now Thalia's Lieutenant, jeez.
These are 2 amazing... I'll be playing mono white if we did this every single game.
Right.
As well. This is huge. All the counters going on our creatures here. Remember, it gets +1/+1 counters on all humans, and any further humans that end the battlefield will also add a +1/+1 counter to itself.
There's the Destroy Evil I mentioned.
Like
he did have it the last turn, but the Thalia made it cost 3, so he wasn't able to deploy it. Still a humongous attack here. Ed would love a land and a Deafening Clarion here. Does he have it though? 4 mana.
Oh, yeah, in a one-off from the sideboard, 3 damage to all creatures on the battlefield, and why not for good luck? All creatures gain lifelink for end of turn. Why not? Absolutely had it all. Now leaving Luke on the left-hand side of the screen with no cards on the battlefield, just 3 basic planes, and I think Ed's kind of happy. Maybe wishes he had a few more life points, but that is the exact card he needed on the exact turn he needed it. Change to the rocks off the top.
Wow, yeah, and starts with a Showdown of the Skulls, though. Make sure that the Brutal Cathar doesn't flip.
Okay, so we've got 2 land and a braid. Can't make out what that one is at the back. Have a little look, see if I can make out what it is.
A braid, 2 lands, and the last card looks like I would almost say Bankbuster, but I'm not sure if that's in his list.
No, I think that's an alternate art Bankbuster.
Yeah, it is. Yep. I nailed it.
I
knew an alternate art sooner than you.
Well, yeah. I remember Night Day is on the battlefield. There comes the token on it. But I think Ed probably wanted an untapped land there, so he could change the rocks on this Brutal Cathar. He is only at 5 now, going to be dropping down to 3. Happy to take that. There's no pump effects, no Adeline follow up to generate extra power on the battlefield.
Yeah, but now the Brutal Cathar will flip because there was no card played here.
Yep. So it flips before like anything, right? Like
there's no chance for you to respond. Like once the turn passes, the Brutal Cathar will flip. Although
can you
it
get
should
the
be
flip
tapped.
side up on the screen for everybody?
Sure.
I just want to test you a little bit, but basically it's relevant because Ed is at 3, and there's a part of this card that's pretty relevant.
Technology.
Technology, boom! It does have ward pay free life, something Ed cannot do. Well, he could do it. That is like he could do that.
He's down to 3 here.
Yeah, so
he can't, but he can. Yeah.
He can do it. He just not advised to do it. Should we say?
Yeah.
Here comes the land drop.
It's like Ward 3 life.
Am I missing something? Are the life totals right?
I don't know what's happening.
I don't know what's happening either, but we'll find out.
What is going on? Maybe he wants him to forget the trigger, but he did point to it. Okay.
Oh, he targeted it.
Okay.
Didn't want to pay the ward, so it fizzled.
Oh, just flip.
Just to be able to flip it.
Great shout. Great shout. I'm sure Twitch chat said it before you realize, right?
Didn't,
yeah, but it was
played ward, works okay. Oh, yeah, he just decided not to play ward.
Yeah, decided not to play ward just to be able to flip the Brutal Cathar back, and that meant it went down to 2-2. But it looked like Luka was able to finish off the game anyway.
That's a heads-up play, man. Like, that caught both off guard a little bit there. Like, what's going on?
Yeah.
You don't understand what's going on.
You don't have to pay the ward.
You don't. That is true. That is true. Know the text of your cards.
Yeah, and I think that's what Ed was explaining. It's like, yeah, I'm ordering. It's like, yeah, take 3. And it's like, yeah, but I'm not paying it. I'm just playing my second spell because he played the Bangbuster, drew a card, and played the Abrade off the Showdown. And but it was still enough. And I mean, what a great game again.
Yeah, exactly. You know, amazing start from Luka twice in a row now. Can he do it in the third game to try
on the draw?
Or is it going to be Ed on the right of your screen on this Boros Pia deck being able to take it down? Let's see. He does say this is his worst matchup, but not too bad so far. Just got a little lucky there. You know, not really getting any big hits off this Showdown, but
yeah. But I mean, that deafening Clarion was insane.
Oh, great. Absolutely great.
Yeah, let's see. Luka drew really well a couple of times. Let's see if he can replicate it, because you saw that Ed brought in Bangbusters. No card that's there for your mid-range and control matchups, but he feels like he's really going deep on that mid-range / control perspective. So let's see if he can put together something here. I think he has like 3 lands. I think he's probably pretty happy. And this time it's Luka with the mulligan there. So
actually, just to note that I feel like they sideboarded pretty quickly, as in they didn't touch their sideboard.
Yes, I think so.
So
too, yeah.
we're not moving from that, that mid-range strategy that we said. We're going to stick to that, and we're not going to try and now on the play move back to the aggressive one. Maybe just being a turn ahead, a land ahead of a Fally or something like that means that we're still able to play our cards a lot better. Really changes the outcome of a match, right?
Yeah, I'm still curious if Luka has brought in the wedding announcement. That's I think the biggest question mark about this game, because that can really overwork those destroy evils, right? Between Adelines, those notifications, right? Like, and then if they add on top the wedding announcements, Ed would love as many destroy evils as he could find. But let's see if
I don't see many wedding announcements, but I do see a lot of land in the hand. Here comes a Taylor Swift Spear. I think the worst are of it, but here we go. Who am I to judge? And just over on the other side, here comes the 1-drop. We've seen all 3 games now. How are we going to follow up on Ed's side? Officer on the battlefield, we're going to follow up with a Pia.
Yeah, Pia is great. Like a 2-mana 2/3 as well. The numbers are so great. Coppercoat Vanguard.
That's going to boost it up. Are we willing to trade? Doesn't look like we are. We're just going to pass the turn back. But now every spell we cast is going to be making things that can trade with your creatures. So this is going to be...
Yeah, but this is the comfort zone for... Ooh, not a great reckless impulse there. Reveals 2 more Pias.
Do we... am I missing something? Do we not get a token?
Oh,
no,
hasn't played anything from Exile yet, so not yet. Next turn he can play a spare Pia. I guess he wants one, but that was one of the worst reckless impulses that you can get.
Yeah, not exactly what we want to be seeing here. Pain lands, take a point of damage for our troubles. Here comes a fiery impulse. Oh no, play a fire, sorry. It's going to get that off the battlefield. The one that doesn't have ward, because then we've got no mana to pay for it, so that's ideal.
Just explains they're cutting out the damage. Also, I think
two
took
triggers.
some damage as well. Yeah, but 2 triggers.
You can Swift Spear, 8/3/4. Here comes another land drop for the turn.
I think that's a Raydan as well.
That's
Adeline first, though.
We'll go for an Adeline, but we're still not attacking. Super interesting. Let's see what we can draw off the top. Are we going to start trying to make some chumpers? Or just going wide strategy? Not get a good look at the hand, but he's in the tank, having a little think.
Yeah.
Remember, a lot on the line this weekend. X and 3 should make you get into day number 2, which is going to be the first goal for all 675 players battling out this weekend.
This is good, though. Showdown at the Skulls.
Removal spell, land.
Still quite good. Like those 2 PS might be missed if Luka is going to find some sort of removal spell. But the Showdown at the Skull is one of the key cards in this deck.
I think I see a Redeemed God of Worthy in hand, which obviously has the flip side, prevent 1 damage to you or to creatures you control.
Okay, but Brutal Cathar first.
Brutal Cathar taking down the Pia. Playing it this turn. I think we did have an option to do it last turn, but we decided against it. because we obviously knew that a redundant peer could be played. Sispa is going to block the 1/1 token and just going to come across for 6 points of damage.
Yeah, but now there's so many options there. So first the Abrade on the Brutal Cathar.
Yep.
That's going to put a counter on the Swift Spear if he doesn't forget. The Showdown, I think he might have.
Think he might have missed that trigger. Yep. You're right.
And Reckless Impulse gets another Thopter though. Now if he gets counter.
I think he...
Now, did he? Yeah, he's now saying he probably forgot the first trigger. Now we'll just see if the judge will allow him to get the second trigger. I did think he motioned to it, so I think he should be able to get one. But now he's explained that he didn't use the Showdown ability.
I think you're going to miss the first one, but the second one, I think we will get a count on the second one.
Yeah, I'll pull up the card just so everyone knows. That, as you can see, chapter 2 and 3 are whenever you cast a spell this turn, put a +1/+1 kind of on the target creature you control.
Realistically, you know, in this situation, he's just happy he's getting the tokens, right? And it's understandably he can make misplays. There's a lot of pressure on the line just this weekend in general.
No,
but then also being
unacceptable.
on the that's only
because
we know him personally. We're allowed to say that. But there's a lot of pressure for all the players on this weekend, as well as the judging staff. Everybody's working super hard this weekend, ladies and gentlemen, to bring you paper magic, which we all want to see at the highest level. We need to see more of it. I don't know how we can see more of it, but I want to see more and more of this on your screens so we can all enjoy it wherever you are in the world. On that one, let me know where you are watching this from in the world while this calendar gets resolved. Where are you watching it from? Obviously, we are live in France, which is home to the current world champion, Jean-Manuel Depart, which we saw last week in the World Championships in Las Vegas. Take it down and bring back the world's biggest trophy in Magic. It's probably bigger than one of the light stands we've got in front of us. Has its own box with wheels to get it back into the country. So,
I would like a trophy like that, but if I want to get such a trophy, I have to climb up the ladder, win an RCQ.
If you beat me in a Fun War, I'll get you a trophy. I'm undefeated at Fun Wars, Fun Glove. We've got people from the USA watching, people from Hong Kong. Hello, hello, hello. Barcelona. We'll be Legacy being told will be in Barcelona for Modern in only a few months' time, so hope to see you there.
I hope you're enjoying the two Ren's resolves.
Okay, right, we're back now. So, just as I said there, we've got the Ren of Godly Worry, but we've got the flip side of it, which I cannot, for the life of me, remember the name of it. So you're going to get it up on the screen.
I'm going to get it up on the screen. I'm going to put out Raydan, God of the Worthy, and then Valkmira, Protector's Shield. So if a source an opponent controls would deal damage to your permanent you control, prevent one of the damage.
And then a little bit of blocking is going to be going on. Life totals are going to be staying in the land a little bit.
Interesting. I mean, the Braid has already been used as well, so... But now we're gonna those Thopters, yeah. I mean, with the Showdown of the Skulls chapter still being there. Ooh, look at the Rending Volley only deals 3 though, due to the Valkmira.
Yeah, that's kind of awkward, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I suppose that's the whole reason why we played it on the battlefield. It's going to make things awkward. It could potentially have Ed misplay into it. We'll see how this works.
And plus, it costs like an additional mana if you want to target a permanent, right? That's the second ability of this legendary artifact.
Yeah, it's just a nightmare to deal with, isn't it? It makes things so much awkward.
Another Thopter, another counter, Bone Crusher Giant, and a land.
Oh, how does this work? Damage can't be prevented from Stomp.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty good. That's why he's reading it.
We're having a reader. We're just making sure we know how this works. It's all good. It's all good. We've got some people from Poland watching, one of them being the one and only caster himself, Mr. Skewer, Islands in Front. I hope you're good, mister. We're missing you here. Hope to see you soon. But how are we going to move forward here? Ed, look, feels like he's in the control, in the driver's seat right now. I feel like he's in, but there is 2 cards on the other side of the battlefield for Luca and a lot of land, one of them being Mutavault. And one of these is the powerful enchantment on the battlefield, which does make things slightly harder for everybody.
Yeah, the Swiss Sphere was pretty big. It's already a 3/4 thanks to the counters, but there were a few spells played, so... I mean, next turn is going to be huge for from Ed, but the Thalia's Lieutenant is gonna put the Adeline at 5 toughness. Ooh. And another Thalia's Lieutenant. But in response, but remember the Rending Volley cannot be countered, so he doesn't have to pay the extra mana. So it's like really interesting.
So many interactions happening here, but like navigating our way through them and finding through them. Just got word from the judge down on the table that obviously that was a mistrigger for the counter from the Saga. By the book ruling, player needs to choose a target before taking another game action. So yeah, the first one was missed.
Yeah, so another top tier by playing the Battlefield Forge. Now I think we're gonna see 4 mana, another showdown. No, it's a brutal Cathar.
Oh, targeting it, and they're paying the extra
extra mana. Nice.
That's exactly what we need to get that off the battlefield. Because Adeline is the powerhouse currently on the other side of the battlefield. How do we want to? Oh, I suppose, yeah, we've got to play the giant this turn, right? Or else we're going to lose it. We're just going to straight up hardcast it. No point playing the shock to the face, especially while the life total is so high. Because if we do it this way, we get ourselves another token, and then the Swiss bit comes in. How big's the Swiss beer? I don't know. We'll find out. We'll find out in a second. So many things have happened.
Yeah.
It looks like it was just 2 power.
No, it's a 3/4 by default,
Yeah,
and a rending volley was played. So I think it was.
1 damage is prevented.
Yeah,
of course it is.
It's because it's.
Okay, brutal Cathar, brutal Cathar.
Yeah, it's big battle. It's like, this is a great game again. So many interactions, and it's one of the things where people are like, "Oh, Pioneer, it's like this, it's like that." But I think the amount of interactions and like gameplay decisions, there's quite plenty. I would say it's a pretty challenging format. I mean, yes, sometimes you have non-games, but the games where there are like genuine interactions, those games are always great.
Okay, chat is saying that potentially Stomp to the Face might have been lethal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, so that.
Yeah, but he already played the Bone Crusher Giant as a creature, I believe.
Yeah, but with the turn he played it as a creature, if he stomped face, because no damage could be prevented, potentially that was a lethal play.
Yeah. I definitely thought there was a better line available to him somehow.
Well, he's working out. He played the
Giganta, yeah.
Giganta. Put it into hand, did it the hard way, playing 8 mana in 1 turn to get a 5/5 on the battlefield. That's a good top deck for him, though.
Another showdown?
Yep, showdown off the top means we're going to be able to look at the top 4 cards, put them into exile. We can cast them for the next 2 turns. And anytime we do, after the saga goes to 2.
Destroy Evil and Bangbuster. Those are good cards.
But none of them are going to deal with Brutal Cathar on the other side. And if we do play 2 spells this turn, it's going to flip and be able to take out this another card of ours, potentially probably this Triganta.
Ed doesn't have to play a card like Destroy Evil is an instant, right? And he's priced in actually just to wait anyway. Do the showdown, he can try to start making his creatures that much bigger.
I suppose he does have Triganta for mana.
He could.
Some aspects, if he wants to go that right. This is the how much more do I want to play? And we're going to go digging.
Yeah, so he's going to play the Wrench Resolve just to give him more options.
So, top 2. Change the rocks. That's huge.
That's what he wanted. And a Rending Volley as well.
Oh my word. 2 cards he wanted. Which, spoiled for choice. Spoiled for choice.
That's why guys, I'm telling you this. That's why this deck is good. It can really turn through your deck.
I was about to say, Rending Volley doesn't hit the Brutal Cathar, though, because obviously it is now a red creature.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think Ed's realizing I need to change the rocks on.
Yeah, so 1 mana, target that. Oh, he goes for the Adeline. Interesting.
Because I suppose the Rending Volley can take it out next turn, right, and save him 3 life points.
True. He gets the top tier. He's explaining that he played it off of the exile. I think that's going to be fine, but like you have to be really careful with your triggers and such, these sort of situations. And then plays Tap Sacred Fund, gets another Thopter. Look, we ran out of Thopters.
We ran out. And remember, so many triggers happen right now, but also next turn, every spell we cast is going to be getting +1/+1 counters on it as well.
Yeah, and Giganta can attack as well.
This is a bad matchup, by the way, apparently.
This is the this is the worst matchup, yeah. Not the worst one probably, but one of the worst matchups that Ed mentioned. But you can see it so far so good. There's a human from Castle, not Ventress.
But we also remember we haven't seen any wedding announcements yet, so there's a good chance that, as Ed was saying about the sideboard thing, that people just aren't aware of how to sideboard against this.
Yeah, still 5 is coming through here.
So we're going to chump block here.
Down to 5, I think. Or no, life totals, I don't think are.
Do we have lethal there?
I think it's.
Oh no, everyone's got 1 prevented by 1.
Yeah, it looks like Lucas down to 6 here. Yep. So Brutal Cathar transforms. He can take another creature. Goes for the Giganta. But there's
the Jenga, because that's kind of what's happening right now. Is
yeah,
when
he's
that
building a
dies,
Jenga
it's all,
tower.
it's all gonna fall down for him. Land
as
for the
well.
turn, not exactly what he needed off the top. Luca looking at the other side of the battlefield at 6 life, hoping that all these little foxes will not be able to get in somehow and potentially have another stomp effect. But there is still a couple of big creatures on the other side, and there's a good chance that this Brutal Cathar might be going in the bin pretty shortly, because we can see there's a Rendon Volley in exile.
Yeah, but he can also just pass. It's gonna turn to night again.
Yeah.
Again, it's red. not white or blue.
And it's not got +1/+1, so it's still a 3/3. So that's not gonna be able to.
Yeah, but
We can destroy the enchantment though, can't we? And then the Fopters will become.
it's an
lethal.
no, you mean it's an artifact. The Valkmir is an artifact though, but he can destroy Evil Thalia's Lieutenant.
Oh, sorry, I thought it was an enchantment artifact on the
No,
other
it's
side.
a legendary artifact,
Okay, well, that's why I talk nonsense and you talk facts.
and that's why I'm here.
Exactly. Not just for the good looks. +1/+1 counter not being forgotten this time once we cast our spell. Fopter's going to get, or two of the Fopters going to get +1/+1.
So the Thalia's Lieutenant is gonna be gone. I think the Brutal Cathar is gonna flip again. I suspect.
Another counter on.
Yeah.
Why are we getting 2 triggers? What am I missing here?
It's always a Thopter and a +1/+1 counter.
Oh, okay. That's not +1/+1 counters on Fopters. That's just extra Fopters.
Extra Thopters because he ran out of tokens.
Got you,
exactly.
got you. I thought like, we were getting double triggers there.
Yeah, and remember that Valkmira artifact is really not allowing the Thopters to attack because it just prevents the damage. But he's already thinking about. I think it has first strike. The flipped Brutal Cathar has first
I
strike.
believe it does. First
The
strike on board.
Moonrage Brute.
It's good art. Look at that art.
Yeah, but he's attacking with it anyway because like if he blocks the Bone Crusher, he's going to I think die to the Swift Spear. Who I think it's a 3/4. Yeah, but there's
So-
still a human from the Castle Ardenvale.
A bit of a
But
jump
that's
up.
gonna get killed by the Rending Volley. Gets another counter, another Thopter. Yeah, puts it on the Bone Crusher Giant. Makes it 5/4, so out of range for the Moonrage Root. And I just love the options that Ed just had in this game.
Yeah.
His Cathar, his Bone Crusher Giant, and that
The
that was
most awkward fist bump of all time. Just got that the whole game is not going to be remembered for the skill that was in the intricacy and all the little tax effects there. It's going to be remembered for that.
that
fist
was
bump.
really brutal to watch.
I really-
It was a train wreck of a fist bump handshake.
That is.
Ever
I
seen.
always want
Wow.
that. Someone clip that for me, please. I really need to send that to Ed later on. And just like, your nice fist bump. But here we are. Congratulations, Ed, taking it down in what he called a bad matchup. But we do have a backup feature match for you all, ladies and gentlemen. It is none other than Canister MTG on the right of your screen. Hopefully we'll get the matches updated. Looks like we're going to a game number 3 against
Yeah,
Lotus
perfect.
Field. I want to see all these canister emotes start spamming up the chat. Any second he's on the chat, watch it. They all start being like, there we go. We're starting it. Here we go. Let's go. Very popular streamer. Polish powerhouse. One of my friends. That still don't know what based means, but I'm trying. He says based all the time to me, and I don't know what that means, so I use it in random sentences.
Oh, want me to try to explain?
It's more fun if I just don't know.
If
I
like,
just
you,
use
you
it
just don't
randomly.
want to know.
Like, oh my god, look at those yellow sleeves. They're based.
Yeah, I guess.
Did that work?
That's fine.
Did it work? Does it make
It needs a bit more context, right?
Okay, well, Canister's based.
I guess.
You should
yeah.
go check his stream. It's based.
Eh,
You should base a turkey.
this is just like listening to a boomer just say slay or,
Well, I
Yeah.
don't know what slay to means when you like slay a dragon in
or like
D&D.
Riz, those kind
Nope.
of things.
I am not down with the kids.
Really?
Nope, I have no idea what it is.
Like everyone watching like the stream, one thing that I find very fun about Will is that he is a boomer and he's
It's just
a proper boomer in his like life, but in Magic terms, he's a zoomer.
Yeah.
Yeah, he loves all the zoomer things. So
I do
I'm
love-
kind of always kind of surprised when you turn from a zoomer into a boomer
That's why we're such a good working duo.
because I'm just a boomer.
You're just a boomer.
But I to be
we
fair,
get on in real life, and then when it comes to work times, I've got the zoomer shit, and you got the boomer.
okay, fair. I mean, I do try to stay up to date with the lingo of the kids these days, though I try hard to avoid it because
Boomer
I
and
know
zoomer?
because I'm an old man.
We do need to come up with like a little name for us. You know, like how they have like, what was the Brad and Angelina Jolie one?
Angelina.
Brad, yeah, we need to think of one for us.
That's going to be pretty difficult with the way our names combine. So
Hulakai. I found it off the top. It rolls off the tongue.
Anyway, let's just turn our attention to Magic, please.
Well, the result with mulligans. There's nothing we can talk about. There's nothing, literally nothing on the screen besides some yellow sleeves and black sleeves. But we do have two
opening hands.
Ooh,
oh,
are
look!
we mulliganing?
I like how is it? Oh,
down
it
to
is actually a
5.
big mulligan. Yeah, down to 5 here for Piotr Glogowski here. He's on Phoenix. Both players 3-0. Lots of quite a bit of Lotus field this weekend here.
Hall of the Storm Giants. Good art. That's kind of style. Wouldn't expect anything less.
Spell Pierce though.
Do you think this is why we mulligan so aggressively? Is to try and have this like early interaction, try and stop, it's kind of almost stumble the Lotus field deck.
Yeah, I think so.
And how important is that? A sleight of hand is now the card played. One of the new ones printed in the next set, kind of the upgrade that these Phoenix decks have got. One to the hand, one to the bottom of our library. Do we have a second land drop? Yes, we do.
You really do need some early interaction with the deck, but he just draws it naturally, right?
Natty draws it off the top. Lotus field. Yeah, I'll get rid of these two. Don't even need to float my mana.
And he's already can start to get going. This is the it's called the Lotus Field combo for a reason, and the Lotus Field card is the reason for it.
Opt, get a scry effect. Do we want to keep that, or do we want to put it at the bottom of my deck?
Yeah. Now Piotr is in a really tough position because if he doesn't pressure, then Evgeny can just really build up his mana and try to go for the kill when he feels confident.
Yeah, one thing about the Phoenix decks is they need a large volume of cards to keep turning and burning, right? It's not like on a low resources, it's quite hard for them to be able to go through their deck, get the Phoenixes in the graveyard, get them back on the battlefield, start doing the Treasure Cruise. Treasure Cruise really does help, though, in games that you do mulligan. See if
that's perfect. That's the combo with the Lotus Field. For those who don't know this interaction, once you have a Lotus Field in play, if you play a Thespian stage, you can copy that Lotus Field. It has hexproof, so it means you can still target it yourself. You can make a copy of it, and then you have 2 lands that give you 6 mana total. And with some of the untap effects in the deck, such as Hidden Strings, the deck is sometimes called Hidden Strings combo. You just try to generate a lot of mana and land some really big spells. And the really big spells vary by version. I've seen a bunch of different kills, even today.
Do you think a common mistake that happens on Phoenix players, or potentially any blue deck player that's not a control deck, they try to board into more of a control deck against the Lotus combo?
Could be. I mean, depends on how many counterspells they really have access to. Like, if they feel confident about actually like holding off a lot of the spells that are coming. Look at the number of spells in Sanchez's hand. Right? I think he has 4 of the pages and a bunch of other things as well. So,
thing is, I know Canister is also knows what's happening on the other side of the battlefield. I've seen him play a lot of Lotus Field on his streams. There's Chandra, so that's going to be the win con. Remember, this is open deck list, so everybody's fully aware of the 75 or 95, depending on what is happening, in the companion slot and what they bring it this weekend long. But can we combo through potential counter magic on the other side?
Lots of blue mana here, so he adds once that he untapped that with the Vizier and Toppling Sands. Now he's going to try to play Pour Over the Page, and I think this is going to prompt Canister. Goes for Mystical Dispute.
Okay, good timing, good timing. That's done it, and that's only a very key card that you need to catch there. 2 mana left open. There is a strings in hand if you want to go for the untapping route and get a bit more mana generated.
So he has Chandra in hand as well. I think I see the Ultimatum.
Dark Petition as well is in the hand.
Lots of power here, but he probably has to be just aware, like how much more action does Glogowski have here?
Spell Pierce here would have been brutal, but he says nope, that's fine. I get to untap, so now access to another 6 mana.
Yeah. Now I wonder, is he probably maybe he'll go for the Chandra here? I assume I don't think he can generate much more. Yeah. So it's going to be Chandra, Beacon's Hope.
And that hits the battlefield. We're going to get that one up on the screen for you all to be able to see. Obviously, we're going to get the alternate art version. Oh, one job. Come on. This is embarrassing. Embarrassing me in front of all the cool people watching.
There you go.
There you go. Thank you very much. Now it's on the screen. We can have a little look-see. We're going to use the tick up abilities, exile top 5 cards of your library. Until the end of turn, you may cast an instant or sorcery from among them, these exile cards. So, they're all just going to go.
Yep, they're going to get exiled, yep. So.
What happens if you hit like one of your key pieces and That was quite risky, right?
I mean, yeah. And there's, I mean, he just needs the cards, and he found some good ones, right? There's Balgate Recovery. There was another hidden strings. There's a Pour Over the Page as well. It's like it's exactly what he needs. But Pyotr Glogowski probably assumes like all the relevant cards have been exiled by Chandra, so it might end up being a tough turn for me.
He's keeping tank, obviously. One thing, I could get to say is he is one of the players in the Super League currently happening online, and one of his highlight moments that he likes to always talk about, or he put in his notes, was once lost $125,000 game to Manguchi.
In the finals of a Mythic Championship, I assume. Yeah.
Let's talk about that one. We're just going to play 4 mana, go in with a Phoenix. He's like, right, and go. If you've got it, you've got it.
I remember the passive ability from Chandra also. Yeah, he knows. He
show
just
you
knows.
these 3 cards. Literally, these 3 cards are the combo. GG's gets the handshake from Cancer. Unfortunately, Cancer picks up his first loss of the tournament. But remember, X and free records will manage to get you into day number 2. Do we have any more backup feature matches? I'm looking at so we do not have any more backup feature matches, but
I want more Magic.
I know, I want more Magic as well.
Please.
There's I'm going to see if I can work out how many games are left in the round.
Still quite a few. I mean, I will be honest, this tournament is going fairly slow, but it's not, it's not a particular reason that we can pinpoint like, to players or logistics. The reality is that Pioneer has a lot of like decks that can be just very slow to play out. We've just seen that Lotus field, once it starts going up, it can be fairly fast, but it's still, you have to go through the motions. The decks, I mean, it's like your Azorius or Dimir control decks. Those can go really long. The Azorius Lotus field decks also go quite long. There's also a big contingent of Omnath to light decks.
Yeah. I've seen a lot of them floating around the tables. Obviously, some of the teams and players that we know, that was like their team deck for the weekend.
Just like last time in Athens, it was a deck they chosen. That deck can pick up a lot of really early draws, and we saw Lucas Honey, who's
he's like the pioneer bit, right? Everyone kind of leans towards him when it comes to Omnath.
Yeah, that's his deck, his pet deck, and he's very confident. But even he, who said he's confident, he knows how to play fast. Even he picked up a draw in the first 3 rounds. So it's just what happens, and just means that the rounds are a bit longer, and unfortunately we also have longer breaks in the rounds. Ultimately, we would just love to show you as much Magic as possible.
We're just going to keep talking until they tell us how many rounds left in the minute. We're going to keep talking. I'm going to keep asking you questions. I'm going to give you chat questions.
You
got any questions about the tournament, about this weekend, or you want to be asking Big Z himself some questions? Get him in chat. I'll make sure I pass it across to him. But I want to talk about the sideboarding and coming into an open deck list to a closed deck list tournament. We see a lot more one-ofs in open deck list for the reason we spoke about in the earlier on about the mind game effect of it. But how do you kind of choose them? Is the juice worth the squeeze is what I'm asking. Is it worth playing a lot of one-ofs or
It's
not?
always going to be that question, I feel like. It's something that a lot of the players are discussing, like, should I choose my deck based on open or closed deck lists? And, there's been a lot of also, like, on Twitter, a lot of debate about actually, like, so do you want to should it have an influence on what you do? The reality is that you can't really do anything surprising when there's open deck lists. Like, you can't really take your opponent by surprise with, like, morphing your sideboard to, completely different plan, right? In open deck lists, they're just going to see through it, and it's just much more difficult. So that's one aspect. The other one, I think it's good, like, adding one-offs. It's fine. Like, if you have some options to choose, like, in your matchups, it's always good to have your opponent think about, like, one more spell that they could have in this sort of situation with open deck lists. So, it's part of the game. I mean, I would prefer closed deck lists if it was up to me.
Same.
But I understand it does bring some logistical issues, like for those of you not aware who haven't really been to big tournaments in the past, like the reason why we're now doing open deck lists a lot of the time is the fact that before, maybe some of the big testing teams were at a pretty big advantage because they could, have some friends who would just scour the top tables for all the deck lists and maybe some spicy cards in their list when they would see them play them out, and they would bring centralize that information between each other and give themselves an advantage. So by having open deck lists, it makes it more fair, and I would say also maybe a slightly more skill testing. Like, you have to count with all the cards that are possible there. Memorize them.
Let's be honest, the main reason is for coverage, right?
And coverage as
Makes
well.
It
Yes,
a lot
of course.
easier being able to get deck
We can
lists up
show
on
you
screen
the
and
deck
talk
list.
about it. And everybody, that's all you ever get in chat, right? Everyone wants to see a deck list. Where the standings, who's playing what decks they're playing, what spice is there. You want to get in there before you see these spikes happening, so you can add it to your deck before the rest of the others. Chat is asking me to ask you, what would you play this weekend if you were playing?
Great question. I was firmly on board of the Boros Heroic deck. now with Monsters Rage, I think it's gotten a significant upgrade. It's very good against Phoenix, has decent mono green matchup as well, but it's really bad against Rakdos Midrange and Rakdos Sacrifice. And those two decks now in this tournament are 20%. So maybe having seen those results from yesterday's LCQ, maybe that's something I would consider as in my deck selection. Maybe if I was choosing out two decks, maybe I would try to play something else. But to be fair, I'm not sure what the other deck would be. And the deck we saw on camera from Ed Mucha, so Talisker, Magic Online, that I really like the look of that. It's exactly the kind of style of deck I like playing. So like if he had another copy of the deck, I would probably play that.
Okay, interesting.
So Boros, keep on Boros, right? But
so
just two different flavors.
Basically, Monstrous Rage is kind of, you want to play a deck with that in the 75.
I don't think it's an absolute necessity in Ed's deck. I don't think it's like a key card. It's one that you could easily see cutting for more removal or some other things. So, but I like the addition anyway. Like it gives the deck an alternate angle, which is nice. But yeah, I like both of those Boros decks quite a bit. And I think Heroic, I expected it to show up a bit more, but with the amount of Rakdos in the room, I'm not sure it's going to put up that great of a result.
Okay, more questions for you, Mr. Big Z. This one's a quick one. What's your favorite apple?
Apple.
Apple, the food.
None.
None doesn't
I'm
eat
allergic
apples.
to apples.
Doesn't eat apples. That makes that one easy. Okay, this is a real question, a magic question. What do you think of the state of Pioneer?
I think very play draw dependent.
Yep.
That's one of the main issues I would say with the format. Otherwise, I think like the meta is really diverse.
Oh, we've got so many different decks.
So many decks that are played here today, and like a lot of them have a very solid chance. I think once you get past a certain point, it can be really fun to play as well. But it's true that the decks can be very snowbally, and there's not many catch-up mechanics. The removal is pretty weak. Right, Fatal Push is one of the best removal spells in the format. There's not that much else going on. So while I still like Pioneer, if you're used to playing Modern or Legacy, where where both decks maybe can try to do their thing a little bit more, it's a bit tougher just because also the mana bases are a bit more restricted in Pioneer. Well, but I still like it.
We've started an Apple chat, and everyone's going off about it, like not even pineapples.
No.
Would Pioneer be better if Uro was illegal? I feel like we just have a lot of Uro decks.
I doubt it. Yeah, like the one card that I felt always on my mind for banning was Karn, but I'm because we felt like there was a big mono green dominance, but I'm just starting to think that it's not really that case anymore. It's been on the downswing in terms of popularity.
I was about to say, so mono green in open deck lists seems to perform a lot worse than this in closed deck list tournaments.
Possibly,
but,
yeah.
Basically, and speaking with Martin yesterday as well, him and his team kind of said, well, if you're playing it in an open deck list tournament, you should play more land, because 9 out of 10 times the turn 1 mana elf is going to die.
Yeah,
I
guess,
it makes sense to you. In an open deck list, they're going to keep the removal, they're going to kill your mana dork turn 1, so you kind of should have a few extra lands. So you do make sure you hit your lands, because 6 is kind of the top end of that deck, I would say. You want to try and cast the Storm of the Festivals. So yeah, super interesting.
Yeah, but it's still a good deck, but I would say it's getting maybe worse. I mean, it got better with Polukranos, but it got a little bit worse when other decks got better. Now, like for example, Boros Heroic into the meta. Actually, Boros Heroic is really good against mono green Devotion, especially the Virtuoso to combine with Monsters Rage. Like you can just hit them out of 20 out of nowhere.
Chat's asked a question, but I'm going to kind of slightly change it. They're saying unban Renoda, but do you think there's any card that could be unbanned to kind of mix up the format?
When I looked at the Pioneer ban list recently, I was like, what is going on here? So I think there's quite a few cards that you could unban.
You gonna name one?
Yeah, Winota is one of them. I think it's still obviously a strong card, but I think it's fine. I mean, there's a lot of Boros decks being good, so maybe there's some risk. I know there's Balustrade Spy, Undercity Informer also banned. I understand, and maybe even stuff like Wilderness Reclamation. It's a card that I could easily see being unbanned. I mean, it's 4 mana in this format. A lot of things happen before the 4th mana. So yeah, I think there's a few cards that could be unbanned, but I doubt there's going to be unbans.
When the format first got announced, so basically there's a weird theme behind the scenes that no one knows about, but every time I go to America, something major happens in Magic. So like I went there once, and as I landed on my flight, my phone's going off because Pioneer's now been announced as a format. And then there was another time something else happened. But anyway, Pioneer obviously has every card printed back as far as Ravnica or 2014.
I think Ravnica, I think. Yeah,
so back then. But no fetch lands. Fetch lands are banned. That's the first thing they said. Fetch lands.
No, but I would keep fetch lands banned.
You keep it banned?
Yeah, I would keep them banned. Yes, but just because like one timely consideration, like this format already takes quite a long time.
Yeah, seen.
And the mana base would become too good. Just way too good. You could just run 3, 4, 5 color decks without really any punishment. I don't think that's the way forward. for this
Iteration
format.
did nothing wrong, chat saying.
Questionable.
I
Yeah,
don't know.
yeah, like,
That card is a powerful card,
it's a
especially
powerful
in Phoenix
card, yeah.
decks where, you know,
Yep.
the deck already in itself is powerful. Having that powerful 2-drop on turn 3, just getting you back in the game, top deck in wars, yeah,
I mean,
I don't know.
with Sleight of Hand, like, that's exactly the kind of card where it's a small addition to the deck that might make it a bit more powerful and more popular, but it's not as powerful as Expressive Iteration.
Okay, for you, chat, and for you, which card would you like to be printed into Pioneer? Because I've just seen someone with like Snapcaster Mage.
Oh, I love me a Snapcaster.
You think they'd be good in Pioneer? You think it's gonna play?
I think it could be maybe a
But
bit more.
Liliana, like, you know,
Tarmogoyf?
we got. Oh, okay. Now we're talking. I would like a time. I'd like Glistener Elf, but no.
Oh God.
Yeah,
Slippery Bogle, right?
I'll take some. Speaking of Bogle, actually, that's one thing you just reminded me there is about when you were talking about open decklist, closed decklist tournaments and which decks you'd bring. We had Benton yesterday, obviously, you know, Phyrexia Pro Tour came second in that, played Creativity yesterday because it was closed decklist. Today, back on his beloved Boggles, that got him that second place. So, you know, he had a deck for his open and for his closed. And last I heard from him, he was 2-1. Going in, 2-1, 3-1 going into this round.
Yeah, pretty wild switch from is it Creativity and yesterday's LCQ into a green-white, you know, basically auras, Celestial auras, which I think he's the only one in the tournament playing it. So hats off to him. Like it's a bold decision, but that was something that he thought about.
I'm going to rattle off some of the cards chat would like to be printed in Pioneer. You're going to give me a yes or no answer, okay?
Yeah.
So starting off, we're going to go with Tarmogoyf.
Sure.
Prismatic Ending.
Sure.
Dark Confidant.
Yes.
Gorak Teague.
Sure.
Fact or Fiction.
Yeah, easy.
Soul Herder.
Yeah, whatever.
Cryptic Command.
Fine.
Gemstone Cavern. Would that help the dice roll thing?
I don't know. It's one I'm on the edge about. Probably no.
Okay, Mana Leak.
Sure.
Couple people want Mana Leak in here.
Yeah, I don't mind Command League.
If Snapcaster comes at Wafu Tafu becomes unbeatable, they're saying. Oh, we've got the players to watch on the screen now.
Because we already go. I'm not. I don't think. I now understand kind of what's going on here. Like in traditional Magic terms, it would be wins, losses, draws. This is wins, draw, losses, which is more like the football, you know, calcio, you know, as they like to call it in Italy. So, but it's because we know that actually Jean-Emmanuel Duprat actually just lost once. He's 3-1. Guillaume Wafutapa is 3-1.
Picked up a loss this round.
Frank Carsten Turan, we just saw Piotr Glogowski lose, so he's 3-1. Benton Madsen, I'm not sure if he has a draw here with his Celestial Auras deck. I would assume that's also a loss. So, but both Arna and Lucas on Omnat to Light have won the rounds. And look at Mark Tobias, 3-1 as well. I think we should feature him.
I think Mark.
I think we should have Martin have some fun with that deck.
Me and you love Mark. We love it. Like, just everything. He's such a nice guy. If you get to speak to him, he never brings boring decks. Yeah. Whatever the format is, he does not bring a boring deck. He'll always bring some sort of fancy, spicy brew with him.
But you know, this means that we probably have pairings very soon.
I'm guessing it means we have pairings. Always they're looking to shine us. I'm going to throw 5 more cards though. People
okay, go on. 5 more cards.
Farseek.
Ooh, sure.
Stormcrow.
No.
Kazakh Wolfrun.
Sure. Yeah. Fun.
Dismember.
No.
Lightning Bolt.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I'll go yes. It's very bold.
That is very bold. That might
no, actually changing my mind. No.
No, you said I said yes.
No, I'm saying no.
No, well, chat. Let me know. Is Matej right? Should we have Lightning Bolt in this format or not? Let's soon. But that is going to be the end of round number 4 from myself, WillHall, and that is obviously Big Z. Make sure you stick around for fight round number 5. We'll speak to you soon.
Welcome. Welcome to Legacy European Championship. I'm Alia. I'm here with Hall of Famer Martin, and we are on round number 5. Martin.
Yeah, we are here with number 5. We're round number 5. We have a very exciting matchup coming up, but let's take a look at the metagame breakdown first, if we have that slide ready, because a lot of people have been asking me, hey, what does it look like, over in Europe at the regional championship? We have Rakdos Midrange as the most popular deck picked by the players. 84 players broad. What was the most popular deck for most part of the last season? It looks like it is still popular, not as much, 12%. Mono Green Devotion, deck number 2, 10%. Ragnar Sacrifice, Izzet Phoenix, Azorius Spirits. It is a little bit of everything. I think the metagame is very diverse, which is usually a sign of a pretty healthy format. Azorius Control, Lotus Field Combo. Boros decks are definitely on the rise. I would say that if I had to pick the breakout deck of the tournament right now, I would pick the Boros variants, whether it's the Boros Heroic deck or the Boros Convoke deck. They both got some pretty good tools, and they have been doing pretty well yesterday at the LCQ and also today in the tournament. Absent Greasefang, Lotus Field. Yeah, you just have a little bit of everything. I'm a little surprised is that creativity is only 2.6% because I think that deck is still very good. It's a little underplayed. The one thing that I find very interesting is we have 11 copies of Waste Not decks.
Oh no, why?
Yeah,
Why not? Very, very special. Like, how works that deck?
Yeah, that is not something I expected. But yeah, it looks like we're
Obviously.
jumping straight into the first feature match, which features Guillaume Wafotapa, the French Hall of Famer, against Matej. Wait a second. Do we have the right names on the screen?
Sofiak.
I think Guillaume is playing.
Yeah, it's right.
Okay. So Guillaume against Matej. Guillaume and control decks. Name a more iconic duo. You can let us know in the chat if you think about Magic, if you think about certain archetypes. Reed Duke and Junt, Frank Karsten, Affinity, Greg Orange, blue-white control cards. What are some of the names that come to your mind when you say, name a more iconic duo, certain player, and a certain archetype? Guillaume Wafotapa is certainly up there. I don't think this person has ever played an aggressive card. The way Guillaume builds his decks is he checks if the format offers him to play Cryptic Command. If Cryptic Command is legal, he is going to start the deck with 4 Cryptic Commands and then build whatever else you can put into the deck. He is running blue-black control today because Cryptic Command is not legal in Pioneer. But I took a look at Guillaume's deck, and it is quite something. He is playing a lot of card draw spells. He's playing 4 copies of Consider, 4 copies of Memory Deluge, but also 4 copies of Quick Study. If you have been drafting Wilds of Eldraine, this card is essentially divination, but an instant. That is literally what it is. Guillaume is running 4 copies. So he is just saying, you know what? Pioneer is not as fast as people are saying. I know there are all these Boros decks, all these mono white humans, Autarka red, but I'm just gonna play my card draw spells. He's running a bunch of negates in the main deck, so he is very well prepared for the control matchups. He likes to draw cards. And on the other side, we have Matej playing blue-white control. So this is gonna be a battle of who has more cards. For the control matchups, we know that blue-white control, they like to run cards like Dovin's Veto. They have a lot of threats they can play at instant speed. You have the Wandering Emperor, cards like Shark Typhoon. So it's gonna be interesting seeing who comes out on top in this control matchup.
Well, absolutely. The control legend with Guillaume Wafotapa. Well, we are now in turn 4. Shark Typhoon. First creature in a table for Guillaume Wafotapa. We this matchup will be so long. Could be so long.
Yeah, this is a matchup where all that really matters in the early game is making land drops. If your hand is, 5 lands and whatever 2 other spells, you're going to be happily keeping that because all that matters is just making land drop every single turn for as long as you can. The one thing you don't want to happen is, oh wait, I don't have a land to play. I would have to discard. well, I guess I can just play something on my own turn. You know, you try to tap for Teferi, Hero of Dominaria. Your opponent obviously has the negate, then they untap, then they can resolve something big, you know, which in this matchup, something like Shark Typhoon making it on the battlefield or any kind of Planeswalker would usually be bad news for the other player. So I think we're gonna see a lot of, you know, land go, land go, land go. For which I think Guillaume is maybe slightly better prepared because he has so many card draw spells that it should not be a problem for him to make a land drop in the first probably 12 to 15 turns is going to be my guess.
Well, here the removal will be like a mulligan. I guess, I think, yes. Wafotapa have one fatal push in hand, but okay, in front we have the only white creature for the Azorius Lotus field. This creature is very important in that deck because the static ability, Martin.
Yeah, Matej is running a different version of blue-white control, not the typical version with, you know, a lot of counters, a lot of counter magic, a lot of card draw spells, and a lot of sweepers. He's running the Lotus field version with strict Proctor.
Yeah.
Lotus field, which comes into play. You have to sacrifice 2 lands, but strict Proctor counters that ability. You are more than happy to not pay the 2 mana. So Lotus Field basically comes into play as a way to sort of cheat on mana and get ahead. I think these decks are typically also using cards like Discontinuity to stop the turn when the Lotus Field triggers on the stack. So you can just play Lotus Field on turn 3, use Discontinuity, stop the turn, you know, keep that land into play and basically counter the trigger.
How many cards in hand? He plays Quick Study. And seven cards remain. He will draw a lot of cards. So I love the clean is the table for both players.
Something that is very interesting, and that's gonna be a very big thing in this matchup is that Guillaume is running 4 copies of Field of Ruin. On the other hand, we have Matej running blue-white control with zero basic lands. He is, I believe, he's not even running his own. Yeah, he has actually 0 basic lands. So Guillaume has 4 strip mines essentially in his deck, which should also give him quite an advantage in the matchup.
Yes, he also play the Field of Ruin on Castle turns ago, and the blue castle is on the graveyard of Matej. What is this token?
Could have been a Shark Typhoon cycle. Maybe there's a castle somewhere in there that made a token. Yeah, I think one of those is a Castle Ardenvale.
Yes, Castle Ardenvale is in the graveyard. Well,
so Matej has access to Lotus Field and Thespian Sage. So he's going to have a lot of mana. Obviously, he can use that mana to do things like cycle Shark Typhoon, you know, maybe try to resolve Shark Typhoon and back it up with something like Dovin's Veto. So we'll see what he does. Obviously, neither player really wants to tap out on their own turn just yet. Looking at Wafo's hand, he has a lot of counter magic. I see a Negate. I think I see a Sinister Sabotage.
Yes, and remember, this tournament is open deck list. Both players know about all the cards in the deck's opponent. And for example, Matej have one Dream Trailer in the main. Isn't usually, and Guillaume knows about that.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting, you know, seeing how both players sideboard too, what kind of tech they have for the control matchups. I'm not sure what exactly happened here with the Thespian Stage kind of
I don't know.
Hiding under the playmat.
What is this area of the game?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what's going on there.
It's like suspend, for example? No, absolutely not.
That's someone just made a great joke in the chat. Guillaume basically plays open deck lists at all tournaments because, well, you know he's going to be on controller, right? So at least you know the archetype before you even start playing.
Again, Joe.
That's sad. We don't mean it as a joke. Like, Guillaume is a person that just said, hey, I'm going to play control decks, and he literally made the Hall of Fame on the back of just playing control in every single tournament. I think he top 8 5 Pro Tours, and he just played Control at every single one of them, except for the one in Yokohama where I think he ran Slivers, which is surprising to me because a blue-black Control deck with Mystical Teachings was actually very good in that metagame. So he did top 8 1 Pro Tour with Slivers.
Wait, he played?
He played Slivers, yeah. It was in the Block Pro Tour in Yokohama
What a surprise.
2006-ish.
Well, look, that figurine with a strip mine effect. But just a question. Yes, Lotus Field have hexproof. VM can't target the land. Well, that Shark Typhoon tokens can hit to Guillaume a lot of times and could go all the way.
Is that actually Shark Typhoon? I think it's 1/1s from the Castle Ardenvale. I think what just happened is Guillaume used the Field of Ruin to destroy the Castle Ardenvale. I think the card on the top of Matia's graveyard is a castle. Can't quite tell if that's the case, but I believe so.
Well, the Wandering Emperor, very good Planeswalker for Matej. Guillaume didn't counter it? No.
Yeah, Shark Typhoon is one of the best threats you can have in this matchup because you can just cycle it at the end of turn. You don't have to tap out on your own turn. It replaces itself. The big flying token, can usually put the opponent on quite a fast clock. We know that Guillaume has access to 4 fatal pushes, so for him it shouldn't be too big of a deal. I think Matej also has a lot of ways to deal with the shark tokens, but it is still the best kind of threat because it is at instant speed and you still get a card out of it.
Well, Guillaume is in 12 right now. I am expecting some removal by the side of Guillaume. I want to draw more cards. Memory Deluge.
Yeah, I think this is literally what Guillaume just dreams of when he builds his deck. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna be playing this really long match. Every turn I'm gonna be casting all these card draw spells. I'm gonna bring my opponent at card advantage. I'm gonna be the one making literally every single end drop every turn. So he is more than ready for this.
Well, he puts in his hand Sinister Sabotage, a counter. Sinister Sabotage, I guess.
I'm trying to find out what is up with the Thespian stage, hiding under the playmat, but unfortunately we don't know just yet. That looks like a Shieldred's Edict. Is that a dig through time? Oh, there's a Memory Deluge, I believe.
Memory Deluge.
So
Right,
both players with a lot of card draw spells, both players with a decent amount of counter magic.
Yes. In this matchup, we can see huge piles of counters, a war of counters.
Oh, wait, actually, Matej does not run Dovin's Veto in the main. He has him in the sideboard. So Matej only has one Saw It Coming in the main deck, now that I'm looking at his list. And I think and Guillaume knows that because they see each other's deck list. So it's going to be interesting seeing how he approaches the game, knowing that, my opponent can't really counter my Shark Typhoon, whatever kind of Planeswalker Guillaume might have.
Well, the discontinuity can be a counter too, but...
That is true. It is an expensive one, but it is a counter.
Yeah. But it needs a lot of mana to pay that card. Okay, another Memory Deluge for Matej. Draw.
Both players just playing card draw spells.
The control players only want one thing, and is draw a card.
This is actually a very interesting situation because you have access to, limited amount of counter magic. You have like 5, 6, 7 counter spells, perhaps. I think Guillaume is running 3 copies of Sinister Sabotage, 3 copies of Negate as hard counters. So, your counter spells are limited, so you have to choose which spells you're going to counter. If you know your opponent's playing 15 card draw spells, do you really want to fight over that memory deluge? Do you just want to let them resolve it and then save the counter for one of the, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 threats that they actually have in their deck? I think that might be the better play, but we'll see how.
The second Lotus field for the Matej, with a lot of mana in table right now, in both sides. Quick study, draw more cards.
There it is. Divination confirmed, broken in Pioneer.
Still knowing what's happened with this stage. Well, castle, field of ruins, very good lands in hand of Guillaume.
So both players have access to roughly the same amount of mana. I think Matej has 2, maybe 3 copies of Lotus Field. What would be 12 mana on the table at the moment. Guillaume has, 4, 5, 11 mana sources. So both players roughly working with the same amount of mana, which means Memory Deluge is going to be cast pretty much every turn.
Look for, choose wisely, draw 2 cards. March on the bottom, white March. And Matej take turn drawing card. He can play a lot with all this mana.
I think that is a foretell. I think there is a solid coming in Matej's deck. I believe that is a foretell.
Doomscar, right?
Oh yeah, there's Doomscar as well. You're right. So a card was foretold. Whether it is Doomscar or Saw It Coming, that is unclear. Another Memory Deluge getting cast by Guillaume at the end of turn. Picking up Memory Delusion and counter spell. yeah, get used to this. This is gonna happen pretty much every turn now. At the end of turn, I'm gonna cast something that's gonna give me 2 more cards. At some point,
another Memory Deluge.
Yeah, at some point, Guillaume's gonna need to find a finisher too. Let me take a look if he's playing something like a Hullbreaker Horror in the main, because I think that is the type of finisher that I would expect from Guillaume. He is running 4 copies of Shark Typhoon. There are no creatures, so I believe the Shark Typhoons are the only ways to
win the game. There's the win condition
of
the deck.
Yeah, there's 1 copy of Hall of Storm Giants.
Amazing.
And 4 copies of Shark Typhoon. That's it. Yeah, Guillaume is not known for running too many finishers. He likes his card draw spells. He's running 25 lands. But Shark Typhoon is the only card that can actually attack or produce a token that can attack in addition to the 1 copy of Hall of Storm Giant. So I think what's Guillaume's plan is most likely to try to resolve Shark Typhoon at some point. There is also the Hall of Storm Giants in Guillaume's hand at the moment.
Well, this deck is a classic control deck. Few win conditions and a lot of draw magic cards and counter cards. How many cards in hand for Guillaume?
I think Guillaume has way too many cards now. He cast double Deluge at the end of turn, 2 more, so 4 cards from that. He drew a card on his own turn, so I think he has something like 10 cards right now.
Field of Ruin.
There it is. Okay.
Hard casting. The Shark Typhoon.
Yeah. Looks like he is hard casting it. So now, is there going to be a counter war? Is Matej going to say, okay, that resolves, and I'm going to try to deal with it with a farewell? Looks like discontinuity is the answer. Looks like we're finally trying to figure out what's going on with with the Thespian stage. And that still does not give us an answer. I'm still not sure what's going on. Guillaume fights back with a negate, so that Shark Typhoon will resolve, and Guillaume still has 4 mana up. You better believe he has another counterspell in hand to try to protect it. Now let's see how many answers does Matej have, because Shark Typhoon, you really don't want to let that stay on the table for too long.
But I would say you trying to kill this, trying to destroy this Shark Typhoon.
Wow. Okay. So channeled Boseiju, there's not a lot you can do about that if you are Guillaume, because that is not something you can counter. What he can do is play a spell in response to try to make a token. That said, tapping out when your opponent can still, resolve something like a Teferi Hero of Dominaria later, that might not be a good idea. He might fire off that Consider just to try to make the 1/1 to pressure the Wandering Emperor. That does sound very, very appealing.
Well, yeah, add 1 mana.
Oh, Clink to Dust.
Clink
Wow.
to Dust, exiling a discontinuity on. Whoa, Shark Typhoon 1/1 and a small shark here.
So he is targeting the Memory Deluge. I think Matej says, in response, I'll cast it.
Whoa,
And
look
Guillaume
at
says,
that.
okay. Guillaume says, no.
Beautiful
I'm going to
play.
counter that with my Sinister Sabotage. You have 3 mana left. What can you do? The answer is Sabotage resolves.
And surveil 1 land into graveyard.
Wait, the Deluge should be exile, right? Oh.
Well, 2 creatures could be enough to game for win this game. We don't know. Will we see? Because I can see the Wandering Emperor in game, and remember the Azorius Lotus Field in my board have cards like Farewell. Our cards are sweepers.
I'm sure Chad's gonna help us out. I don't know if there was already one Memory Deluge exiled before this this turn, but I believe there already was one in the exile zone. So I think, oh, okay, there's 2. Okay, that makes sense. So it looks like everything was resolved correctly. Doomscar, yeah, Doomscar was the foretold card. So Matej says, okay, I'm gonna kill the tokens now, make another one with my Wandering Emperor.
How many Shark Typhoons remains in the Guillaume Wafotapa decks? I can add 2, I guess. Escape. Whoa.
Clink to destroying another negate for Guillaume. So his hand is stacked with counter magic right now. But will he find a threat to try to force into play and then protect it?
Yes, the whole of Storm Giants, the only mainland in the Guillaume deck, one of the win conditions of that classic control deck. Okay, take 3. And
if there's one person in the world that I don't want to play a control mirror against, it is definitely Guillaume, because not only is he only always playing control, so he knows how to play this matchup more than anyone, but he also builds his decks in a way where, let's say you take your normal blue-white, blue-black control deck list that you see online, and what Guillaume does is he basically says, you know what, I'm gonna cut 4 removal spells from the deck and just replace them with 4 counter spells. That's essentially what he does when he builds decks. So he's gonna have more counters than normal. He's usually doing that at the cost of removal. So that is usually very good in the control matchup. So Guillaume is definitely one of the scariest control opponents you can have in the entire world.
Absolutely. Well, sweeper by the side of Guillaume, killing the 2 creatures, strict proctor and the token, cleaning the table. He needs to pay 2 because the strict proctor, I guess. And Matej is taking turn, thinking in the upkeep. Okay, the players all are talking about the lives. Seems that
Yeah, there might have been some meat hook massacre triggers.
mm-hmm. Well, okay. Matej is drawing the Eastpan. This land can copy another Lotus field.
Yeah, not only can you copy another Lotus field, you can sometimes copy your opponent's lands too. So Matej might be interested in just copying one of Wafo's lands. He already has a lot of mana, so
Yeah,
maybe some of the utility lands on Wafo side. I think there is a Castle Ventress, if I see that correctly. There is a Hall of Storm Giants.
okay. The flashback of a memory deluge, drawing more cards. How many cards remain in the Guillaume deck? This deck is beginning Bane thing.
Yeah, Guillaume does not have a lot of cards left. Probably has around 15, 20 cards left in his deck. That Memory Deluge picked up a Negate, and I didn't quite see the other card. I think it was either another Memory Deluge or Shark Typhoon. Or Dig Through Time. Guillaume has so much card draw. Oh.
This is the graveyard. God. Oh my god. Whoa, the card.
I think that is one of the new cards. One of the cards from
Hornlock Whale. A new creature from Wilds of Eldraine. Is a creature with adventure part that is a 6/6 flash with Ward 2. And in the other part of the adventure is an instant. Very interesting. Well,
there we have it on the screen.
yeah.
It is
an extra win condition for this Azorius Lotus field.
Yeah, it is a big flying. It is a big flash threat that Guillaume might not have been expecting, although he does know the deck list. I believe this is still all happening at the end of Matej's turn. All right, Guillaume decides to kill the Strict Proctor. Let's see, how many ways does he actually have to kill the kill the whale? Guillaume's hand is literally all counter magic. Like, can he find a go for the throat? Like, is he gonna be able to actually deal with the 6/6?
Negate. Sinister Sabotage, a lot of counter magic, and a Shard Typhoon. Hard cast this Shard Typhoon, no
resolves.
counters by the Matej, and that will we see. Will see a lot of small sharks flyers, and another Lotus field in part of the Matej, a lot of mana. Well, Matej can draw a march trying to destroy this Chartifun. And
Yet another Memory Deluge. Yeah, I think in this situation, Waffle has so many counter spells that he might just say, you know what, I'll start countering these because it's also making me tokens, and I'm going to need the tokens to start either chumping the whale or to create a bigger army to either start racing you or trade for the whale. Yeah, so Sinister Sabotage, not only does it counter the Deluge, it also makes Guillaume a 3/3 flyer.
Alan on the top. Bane's Reveal. Whoa, a lot of mana. Okay, Memory Deluge, Flashback.
If Guillaume was willing to counter the original Memory Deluge, you better believe he's going to counter the 1 for 7 that's being flashed back from the graveyard at the moment. All right, there's the negate. I think Matej is down to 3 cards in hand. One of those looks like a land or the fairy, maybe a Doomscar.
Yes. One is the fairy for the sure, a Doomscar, I guess, and another I can see. I only looking look Memory Deluge in this game. Memory Deluge in all the table. In exile, in graveyard. Wandering Emperor. Trying to put a token because the next turn that Planeswalker could be destroyed by the Chartifuns.
Yeah, Matej decides to cash it in. Yeah, realizing, okay, well, it's probably gonna die to the flyers next turn anyway. Might as well make it 2/2 here. The question is, does he have anything else to follow up? Because Guillaume's hand is full of counter spells. So what would most likely happen next turn is Guillaume gets to flashback another Memory Deluge, make a bigger flyer. That looks like a Teferi being countered by negate.
This Teferi was countered, and whoa, 3 Chartifuns. Wow.
Oh, okay, that's another 8/8.
This is a dig through time. That's mean a big shark for Guillaume that could be lethal when he take the next turn.
Yeah, I think that is lethal because the whale does not have flying. It only has flash and ward 2. And yeah, Guillaume is checking for that right now. Does it have reach? Does it have flying? So now that is an 8/8 and 7 more power combined in the rest of the flyers. I think Guillaume can just attack for 15. So if the life totals are correct, he can just attack and yeah, take game 1.
Okay, attack with all creatures. Let's go to the second game. Well, what's so interesting this round for me?
Yeah, that was a really cool match. Guillaume just basically, you know, hasn't missed a land drop the first 15 turns, and then went for one big turn where he resolved the Shark Typhoon, countered 3 spells for Matia, then played a Shark Typhoon, played a dig through time at the end of the turn, and that just gave him 15 power to close out the game. Let's take a look at the deck list.
Let's go to see the sideboard time.
Yeah, here it is, Guillaume Afatapa for all the control lovers out there. This is how Guillaume built his deck for the tournament. We see a lot of card selection, 4 Memory Deluge, 4 Quick Study, 4 Consider, 1 copy of Dig Through Time. The only ways to close out the game, Hall of Storm Giants and Shark Typhoon. Lots of counter magic, 3 Sinister Sabotage, 2 Change the Equation, and I think there's 3 copies of Negate right there in the top right, just using a different art than we're used to. In the sideboard, what is Guillaume going to bring for this matchup? So Narset is definitely coming in. Hullbreaker Horde, Torrential Gear Hulk, instant speed threats are always great. Chrome Host Sea Shark could also make it in. Thoughtseize, that is 6. Mystical Dispute 7. Negate 8. Maybe a Shieldred's Edict. What he's going to board out, definitely the Fatal Pushes are going to come out. Maybe the Change the Equation is not all that great in this matchup. So something like that. Meathook Massacre, could stay, could go out. Also, failed push is actually not that bad, considering that Matej is running the strict proctor version. So it's gonna be interesting seeing how Guillaume, what kind of how many of the removal spell he leaves in the deck.
Well, and the side of the Sorius Lotus field, look, that Thought Distortion and this Dobbin's Veto in the sideboard of the Mashiach.
So Matej is bringing in one Narset, probably a Dream Trawler, Narset's Reversal, 3 Dovin's Veto. A lot of cards to bring in for sure. He also has a lot of cards that he can board out. All these sweepers, Doomscar, Farewell. Those are going to be the cards that are coming out. And speaking about Fatal Push and Strict Proctor, it definitely depends on how Matej plays it. A lot of Lotus Field Azorius players just run out the Strict Proctor out there on turn 2. If they are more experienced, then they just wait with the Strict Proctor until they find the Lotus Field. Then they play together so that you can't really respond with the removal spell because you play the Strict Proctor. You still have priority. Then you play the Lotus, and the Proctor trigger goes on the stack immediately. So even if your opponent responds with a Fatal Push, the trigger will still already be on the stack and resolve. But at the same time, knowing your opponent also has counters, maybe you want to run the Strict Proctor out there earlier, even if you don't have the Lotus Field, because you don't want to have it countered later on. So that all of that comes into your mind when you're making these decisions.
Well, let's go to the second game of this round. The players are shuffling.
Well, it looks like they're sorting right now. I don't see any shuffling going on. looks more like Waffle's counting. He's counting that he has the right amount of cards.
Yes. I usually don't like so much the control decks, but I'm enjoying a lot this matchup. Okay, cut.
Yeah, looks like we have 15 minutes left. There might be a little bit of extra time. We like to, keep things fair. So if the players had to move over to the feature match area, the judges keep track of that. They make sure to give them as much time as the other players have in the round.
3 lands. Memory Deluge. I think skip. Oh, Narset. Very good card here, the Narset.
Yeah, I think Waffle keeps just pretty much any hand that has 3 or 4 lands. He has a lot of cards that he can play. Once he gets to 3 or 4, he can start casting the Divinations and Memory Deluge. Matej is looking for land drops as well, but obviously, ideally the Lotus Field, Thespian Stage, and Strict Proctor package. It also kind of just looks like Waffle doesn't even mind. Okay, so you have a Strict Proctor, you got a Lotus Field, you have some extra mana, but what can you really do with it? I have a lot of counters, so it's not like you're gonna resolve the fairy on turn 3 because you have some extra mana.
Impulse. The old version of Impulse, very good art. Devin Speedo could be choose wisely. Impulse, you look 4 cards of your top and you need to choose one to put in your hand.
Oh, there's the Hall of Storm Giants, right on time on turn 2 to come into play untapped. So now Guillaume already has access to one of his finishers.
Whoa!
Lotus Field, turn 3, put the trigger on the stack, discontinuity. I would like to end my turn.
Yes. Discontinuity is
Wow.
very powerful.
It resolves, no negate for Guillaume, so Matej up to 5 mana on turn 3 already.
Guillaume, don't be afraid about all the mana can produce all the Lotus Field of the opponent.
Yeah, now Guillaume has options. Do I just sit on my counters and accept that you're up 3 mana? Or do I try to resolve something like Nara said?
Land and go.
I think that is one of the triumphs. I can't quite tell.
Feel free. Flooding mana in response. Whoa, playing one Wanderer Emperor.
Yeah, and this is why the instant speed threats are so powerful. Like Guillaume decides to, at the end of the turn, tap out for the Field of Ruin, which, you know, that's a very appealing play. I'm going to destroy your land. I know you're not running any basics. But Matej takes the opportunity to resolve Eternal Wonder. So great play by him, waiting for the right moment to resolve a powerful Planeswalker.
Okay, another Field of Ruin and pass. Draw a card. And Wonder Emperor will be push a lot of the life of the Guillaume. Can make a lot of pressure in this way. And play a land. Could play Matej Teferi? I don't think so. What is this card? Rest in peace? Yes. What?
That is rest in peace. So Matej is saying, well, all these cling to dust, memory delusions. Let's just turn all that off.
Yes, cling to dust is a very good card to use escaping with the cards of the graveyard. Well, Memory Deluge, the first Memory Deluge of the game. Okay, draw a card.
And there it is. Shout out to Mike Sigrist, who just messaged us that he's really enjoying the control mirror.
And put a negate and another card in his hand. This is exile. This is remember, the rest in peace is in game. You need to exile your Memory Deluge.
Looks like Matej is pretty far ahead. Not only is he ahead on mana, now he also has quite a big board. The Wandering Emperor, 2 tokens attacking Guillaume, and you know that after sideboard, there's not going to be that much removal on Guillaume's side. So Meathook Massacre is not something I would expect Guillaume to still have in his deck post board. Yeah, Matej was able to use the information that he gets from looking at Guillaume's deck and saying, not only do you have Cling to Dust, you also have, you know, Dig Through Time and that Memory Deluge. You're also very likely to bring in that Torrential Gear Hulk out of the sideboard. So, yeah, that's a very heads-up play, bringing the Rest in Peace for game 2.
Whoa, Guillaume discard the Narset. Look how this Wandering Emperor is pushing very fast the life of Guillaume. And Guillaume is still drawing cards. Let's go. Totsis. Is your Hulk in hand?
Yeah, it looks like Guillaume's hand is full of Contra Magic and full of card draw, but none of that is very helpful in this situation because he's just dying to the soldiers.
Land.
Or summarize.
Maybe Tots is looking for info of the Magic hand. Could be. He's asking how many cards in hand. And he's thinking what card discard at the end of the turn?
Wow,
yes.
just discarding Sinister Sabotage.
So hard.
Too many counter spells. Not enough time.
Waiting with this GR Hulk in hand. Okay. I'm attacking with my both tokens. Do you play something? Let's see.
Well, there's a Gear Hulk actually. So
yes.
Here's a 5/6 splash.
The big Curcle is incoming. It's in play.
I think Matej is more than happy to let it resolve, eat one of the samurais, because I think there's a Teferi Hero of Dominaria in Matej's hand, so I think we will most likely see that post combat. Yeah, there is a Teferi. Now the decision is: do we tuck the Gearhulk back into Guillaume's deck to keep his side of the board clear, or do we want to try to draw a card and untap the Lotus Field? Looks like he goes for the let's clear your side of the board plan. Make another token with Wandering Emperor, and Guillaume is back where he started. Not a great spot to be in, being pressured by the Samurai tokens. There is also 2 Planeswalkers in Matej's side of the battlefield now, so this might be a good time to scoop if you wanna keep as much time as possible for Game 3. Oh, there's a Shark Typhoon. Okay, so Guillaume has a plan. The Shark Typhoon can still do some work. Hard cast it now. Take a big hit. Then try to cast a bunch of spells next turn.
Hard cast, and now Thoughtseize, and creating a 1/1 flying token that can chum block some creatures. Ooh, look that hand. Very spacey hand. 2 Planeswalkers and...
That's a Thought Distortion. Wow.
Yes, this is a Thought Distortion.
I would be very concerned about that Thought Distortion because I think that not only discards your hand, I think it also removes your graveyard. But let's see. Thought. At the same time, Guillaume doesn't really want to give Matej the option to cast another Teferi next turn because that would tuck the Shark Typhoon back into the deck. And yet again, send Guillaume very far behind. But casting the Thought Distortion is equally bad. There goes your hand. There goes your graveyard.
Exile of the cards of your hand because rest in peace. He's taking effect and whoa.
I think Guillaume's plan is, yeah, I'm just hoping I'm going to draw into a Quick Study or Memory Deluge, and I'm still going to be able to chain some spells. My plan is keeping this Shark Typhoon in play, and then I have to draw into some action.
Draw a land, not enough. He needs to act, hurry up. I think he can't pay the activation of the Hull Storm.
Yeah, he does have a blocker available.
Is Guillaume attacking to
Wandering
Emperor?
Another Wandering Emperor, Legend Rule the other one away, put another token into play. Matej is going to be able to pump one of the other tokens, so that is 5 points of damage coming in, even if Guillaume decides to block one of the samurais. So Matej wins game 2. We're tied 1-1, and let's see if we have enough time to finish game 3. The clock shows 3 minutes and roughly 20 seconds. There might be some extra time. I'll try to find that out.
Maybe an extra time. That game will be hurry up. Guillaume Amashek needs to play so fast. 1-1 and needs to finally win the run. We are in the run number 5 of the Legacy European Championship in Lille, playing for the regional championship. Today we have 9 rounds of Pioneer Constructed, and tomorrow will we have 6 rounds plus top 8.
Looks like the time we see at the top of the screen is the time that they have left in the round. So 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up.
We're going to have to be very fast. I'm not sure if Guillaume's deck is capable of winning this fast. We know that Matej can have a very fast start with Strict Proctor and Lotus Field. So perhaps if you're Guillaume, you probably want to bring back those fatal pushes just to try to not die, to cards like Shark Typhoon. If you get ahead on mana very quickly, then I just want to make sure I don't die too quickly because we only have 2 minutes. So if the game goes long, it doesn't really matter because it's gonna be a draw.
Okay, he needs shuffle fast. 3 minutes of extra time. And let's go. Guillaume is on the play. Cut. Let's go. Draw a card. Draw with your hand. 7 cards. And the game can begin.
Pile shuffling, or rather pile sorting, or rather counting your cards is legal once per game. You can do that. I mean, it is a reasonable thing to count your deck, especially if the game goes long. There's a lot of zones. Your cards get exiled. Whatever happens, leyline binding. There are cards all over the table on your other side on the opponent's side of the battlefield. It is reasonable to count your deck. I usually prefer to count my sideboard. But yeah, I mean, it is perfectly reasonable to count your deck to make sure you're presenting a legal deck. I personally think there are faster ways to count the deck than sorting in piles. But once per game, you are allowed to do that.
Well, the Guillaume's hands look so well.
Yeah, I think Guillaume has 5 lands. I think that is a
Yes.
negate and a memory deluge, I believe.
Yes, and a Shieldred.
Or that's a quick study, Shieldred's Edict, and memory
See.
deluge.
Yes.
Plus 4 lands. Matej takes a multi 6. Looks like he found a keepable hand. Don't think it's gonna matter much as the time is called right now. So we have a couple of extra turns.
Draw land, streak.
Yeah, keep in mind that rounds at Magic tournaments are only 50 minutes these days, including Worlds and the Pro Tours. So make sure you play fast. Make sure you take that into consideration when you're choosing the deck for the tournament. Like, for example, our Channel Fireball Ultimate Guard team, when we were testing for Pro Tour Phyrexia earlier this season, which was the same format in Pioneer, we actually pretty much disregarded blue-white control because we thought 50 minutes, that's just not enough. This deck is just not fast enough. Maybe this strict proctor version is better because it kind of like cheats on mana and starts doing big things much earlier than your normal typical control deck. But we just completely disregarded blue-white control because we just thought the rounds are just too slow for that.
Yes, this topic is very interesting. The decisions do you need to take for prepare a tournament, like deck choosing. Well, fellow Green, we are in turns. We are in turn number 3. Fellow Green destroying the Tispan Stitch. And that round seems will be draw, I guess. What's this?
Guillaume's still trying to figure out the best play.
Show me your hand. Ooh, the will. The will.
I think that the best fix to this situation is that, these tournaments would be more than 50 minutes because these days, look at the Magic cards. All the Magic cards are getting more complicated, and not just in terms of, how they interact, but also you have to manually do a lot of things. Look at all these pathways. You have to flip the card around in the sleeve. Look at something like Fable of the Mirror Breaker. You have to get a Goblin token, then you have to reach for some dice, then you have to start making all these treasure tokens. Like all of that takes time, and 50 minutes is just not enough to finish a lot of the matches.
Yes, absolutely.
Looks like we're in turn number
Turn
5.
five.
Guillaume passes, and that's going to be a draw.
What? Yes. Well, the round number 5 has ended. We have here a draw with Guillaume Wafatapa and Maciej Mitsfoviak.
Yeah, let's talk about that for a second because I mean that was a great match. Both players played really well. I really enjoyed it. If you're a control player at heart, Guillaume is definitely someone to follow and take some lessons from. But 50 minutes in a round, just this is just going to happen. When you're making the decision on what deck you're going to play in the tournament, or when you're building your sideboard, try to make sure you can actually finish 3 games. Take that into consideration. 50 minutes is for some decks just not enough. You're going to get paired against someone playing a similar deck as you, and you just need to have ways to finish the match. Obviously, 60 minutes would be better, but at the same time, we have to work with what's possible. I know that the venues they have working hours, or we just have to leave the venue at some point. Just can't be here all day. But yeah, I mean, Watsy, if you're watching this, or if there are any discussions to be had, if there is any way we can go back to 60 minutes, the cards are really getting more complicated. There's more manual stuff needed to do. So I think it would be ideal, to go back to 60 rather than make the rounds shorter. But it is what it is.
Yes, absolutely. The time is a resource when you are playing on Magic, and do you need to take it super well. Well, we don't have any more fetchers matches, right? And well, the next round will and Matej come back, and we are leaving right now. See you later.
See you later.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LEC European Tour. We are here at the Regional Championships of Europe, where we are looking to crown one person in this room with a big old trophy and the title of the European Champion. Of course, my name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as WillHallExp. This man to my left, that is none other than Big Z himself, Matej Zatlkaj, and we are going to be... Did I say your name wrong?
No.
Matej Zatlkaj. I was like, what's going through my head there? Matej Zatlkaj, and this is round number 6 of Pioneer Action. We started today with 675 players battling out to try and get to day number 2. They need a record of 6 and 3 to make it. If they make it back tomorrow, then they're going to be battling out for their share of 24 invites to the Pro Tour in Chicago, and 2 lucky individuals are going to get themselves invitations to the World Championships, getting it done nice and early, but only one person can walk away with the trophy, double trophy. This one and another one which will be getting out tomorrow and call themselves the European Champion. Matej.
Yes.
Matej.
That's me.
That's the first time I've ever screwed your name up. Matej Zatlkaj, Big Z himself. So how long are we doing this for now?
A year?
Yeah, don't worry about
it's a year
that.
now.
Don't worry about that. It's fine. But we've got some spice in the feature match.
Oh,
here,
yeah.
right?
I mean, I really like to talk about this because everyone's like, oh, what's the meta? What's the meta? Who cares what the meta is?
Who cares what the meta is? But this is what the meta is. Here we go. This is the decks that everybody bought this weekend, 675 players, and it is broken down to you all. The others, that means there's going to be less than 5 people playing that deck there.
Yes.
But I think, if I'm not wrong, both our feature match players are in that others bracket.
No. One of them is actually part of the Gruel Vehicles one, the third from the top on the right side, which is actually one of the stories of the tournament in my view, because when I was looking at the Pioneer meta, Gruel Vehicles had, last year was still played a little bit, like you could argue to play when Rakdos was very strong, but then kind of fell off the radar, really didn't perform well against a wider variety of decks. But it is back. It has a new card. It's called the Huntsman's Redemption. It's from the new set for All Wilds Will Drain. And it just opened up some new possibilities for the deck. And the deck just really looks a lot different. Also thanks to Voldiron Thrill Seeker, which is another addition to the deck. So the deck looks really interesting now. But indeed, the other deck that we have chosen falls into the other category because it's Rakdos Goblins. Yes, you heard that right. We've seen the deck a little bit here and there.
We saw it a little bit yesterday in the last chance qualifier. It managed to get someone into today with the 16 invites that were on the line. I think in 16th place literally was the Goblins at Rakdos list. But different player, playing the list, but they've got an undefeated record. You know what I mean? It's doing super well right now. So potentially, hopefully, they can get 6, and this can be maybe it's a breakout deck. But with lots of mono white floating around the top tables, having cards like Goblin Chain Whirler line up pretty well.
Yeah, I want to see the deck in action.
Okay, you want to see that? Well, let's see if we can get down to the feature match now and see if they finish shuffling up. Remember, this is an open deck list tournament, ladies and gentlemen. So at the start of each game, they get to look at their opponent's deck list for 3 minutes. And then in between each sideboard game, you also get to look at your opponent's deck list. So no hidden strings here, nothing. You got the full access to 75 or 95.
It's no hidden strings. We're watching Rakdos Goblins against the Gruel Vehicles. So.
Why can't you just let me have my one bit of fun? I thought I got a Magic the Gathering pun in there then, and you just had to smash me in the rest of the chat. It's fine, it's all good. But welcome, chat, if you are joining us. We appreciate you all being here. Remember, 9 rounds of Pioneer today, followed by another 9 tomorrow. So if you like what you're seeing, make sure you hit that follow button. Go follow on all the socials to be up to date with everything that is happening currently with the Legacy European Tour. This isn't going to be the only time you see us. Next time, I believe, is going to be either in Sofia or Barcelona. And of course, it is Modern season, so if you're a fan of Modern, make sure you stick around as we are off to the races. Turn 1. Not what we were expecting. You normally like, oh, is it a Forces? No, it is not. It is, of course, a Goblin.
Good Prospector.
Spectre, that's the one. And on the other side, we've got another powerful one drop. How about a Elvish Mystic?
Which was better?
Ooh, I'm going to go with Mystic. Yeah.
I've played Skirt Prospector quite a bit, but there's another sweet goblin that can take care of that Llanowar Elves.
If you told me this was going to be playable and constructed, I would not have believed you. Yeah, no. I mean, there's got to be better.
I can see it. No, like because you haven't ever played with Mock Fanatic as like one of the premier one drops in red for years.
No, I have not played that.
That's why. But yeah, Fanatical Firebrand is a cute little card and perfect in this situation because the Gruel Vehicles, like on the left side, really relies on that early mana acceleration. Doesn't have that many two drop to play, and maybe now Emiliano Paoli on the right with his Skirk Prospector can put out some goblins, some fun stuff. But just a swing for one at the beginning.
Just getting little chips in. You know what I mean? Let's damage that up.
Chain Whirler. There it is.
Chain Whirler. Okay.
The standard menace for several years.
Loved this deck in standard. That was my deck of choice
Yeah, of course.
Got ninth for the team our regional championships back when they used to do the UK one.
Nationals.
My team came ninth.
Oh, there's a Bone Crusher Giant. Speaking of turn 2 plays.
So sacking it in response, so the stomp doesn't go on the adventure. It has no target, so then it fizzles and goes to the graveyard.
I'm just amazed that you know these interactions, Will. Like you've come a long way since we started.
Because I've been hanging around you, my friend. See, it rubs off. Greatness builds greatness, as we see here. This is going to be the Huntsman Redemption coming down. Maybe you've already got it up on the screen as well.
Of course I did.
Mate, you're too quick for me. You're too quick for me.
Yeah, it's good. So you get a 3/3 beast first. Then you can sack a creature, and you can find a land or a creature in your deck, put it in your hand and shuffle. And then the third chapter is like up to 2 target creatures each get +2/+2 in trample. And it's actually really the third chapter is really nice, especially I saw with the Voldaren Thrill Seeker. You pump it up, you can sack it in later to deal some damage. The trample is super relevant, like you grow your creatures out of a lot of combat situations. But the Chain Roller does have first strike, so it can attack without any issues. And if you're wondering, like, what does this Rakdos deck have up its sleeve? One of the key combos against creature deck is the interaction between Goblin Chain Roller and giving it Death Touch, either through Touch of Moonglove or the Call of the Merc Dweller, when you bring it back from your graveyard with the Death Touch counter on it and just destroys all creatures on your opponent's side of the board.
Okay, here's a new one for you. We're going to be testing you here, aren't we? This is a
Cacophony Scamp.
Thank you. I couldn't say that word if
I'm struggling as well myself, but
when it deals damage to a player, you may sacrifice it if you do proliferate. Whenever it dies, it deals damage equal to its power to any target. So I'm guessing that's like potentially another way that we could give it Death Touch and fling it to something, then kind of get it back with the Death Dweller. Really cool interactions. I like it, especially the amount of creature decks we've seen floating around, especially in the top tables. Like against mono green, just imagine a one-sided kind of wrap. It must be amazing against all these white decks that we see. And here's another saga with the testing you here. They're testing you. Can you find this quicker than I could find it and put it up? It's the Archon of War. Yes, I won that one, chat. Thank you very much. Get it on there. You're gonna see we get it on the screen for you.
Another nice thing for the combo where you can actually combine a Crown War with the Huntsman's Redemption. So you first steal a creature, and then when you pay the redemption, the second chapter you can sacrifice the creature.
Let's go.
And actually go find something else. So this whole new kind of framework of the deck is really, really nice. And that's why, I mean, you can see Adrian Penard is 5-0, and 18 people brought it to this tournament as well. And I think it can really thrive in this sort of meta, which is full of Rakdos midrange.
Yeah, well, we're taking it, so we're going to come across for 1 point of damage here. And then, we're going to sacrifice it. And
he's adding counters.
Okay.
He's adding counters to the saga, so they kind of fizzle out a bit earlier. That's genius.
Hidden ability, I like it. Still not in the best position ever, but, we do what we must.
That's what Proliferate says. You can choose any number of permanents with counters, and you can add a counter of that type. Brilliant stuff. And that just means that the Chain Roller is going to now come back to the other side of the board.
Right, so
and the third chapter basically doesn't really do anything, right? Because it's just tapped creatures deal damage to each other, or to themselves. Now there's a 3/3 Chain Roller being able to block that beast. Let's see what Adrian can muster up here. He also has a Mutavault there. I think a Lair of the Hydra. Quite some nice utility lenses. A luxury that Emiliano probably does not have. Well, Darren's Thrill Seeker would be nice here, making it like a 5/5 and swinging for 5 with the Beast. But he has still plenty of cards. I think he has another Huntsman River, and he takes 2 from the Stomping Ground. So he's probably looking to double spell here.
Okay, here we are. So we're close to having the 2-hit combo, as you kind of say, like steal the creature and be able to sacrifice the creature. But 3 man's going to come down. We've seen this Song and Dance before. Get another Beast token. A lot of talk about these new Beast tokens, like the new like sort of fairy art of them, or not the one that's just been in the battle, but the first one that came down. Everyone was talking about that.
I just call it Call of the Herd. That's again another blast from the past. But 3 mana, you get a 3/3. Used to be really good back in the day. Now you get to stick a whole bunch of other abilities on top of that.
Yeah.
Speaking of 3 mana 3/3s, like Goblin Chain Roller, right? Like deal damage to creatures' face and whatnot. And now, just like I'm sure many of you at home, Emiliano's going to read that Huntsman's Redemption.
Having a little read, you know, it's no heart of, you know, it doesn't take much effort to read your opponent's cards. The amount of times I've lost to what I think a card does, and then it doesn't actually do what I thought it does, and it just wrecks me because I played into it, or, you know, I played, you know, into the wrath, and when it flips, it wraps the ball, something like that. So it's always worth reading your cards, especially at this higher level. Remember, this is the Regional Championships of Europe, so where we were going to crown ourselves Europe's best player currently. I guess you can have that title. I think John Miles.
I would love to call myself European champion if I won one of these tournaments.
I would change the Twitter bio to it and everything. Do we have the combo to go with it? Is the trigger going to stack? Nope, just one damage coming across the other side.
But it's good pressure from Emiliano Paoli. Double chain roller is always nice. The first strike is annoying to deal with. It also pings you. And he still seems to have a lot of lands. They're going to play out LEC. Another Goblin Chainler.
Why not? Why
Drips.
not? Thing is, these can also make a big old wall against these 3/3 beasts on the other side. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly,
we cannot attack into these 3/3 first strikers.
That's why I assume now maybe another Bone Crusher Giant just going face this time.
But we could sacrifice something here, right, and go and get ourselves potentially a Sky Sovereign.
Another nice interaction. You can actually pay 1 mana with the Mutavault. Like you're already in your main phase when it goes to Chapter 2, so you can pay to tap the Mutavault and then animate it, make it a creature, then sacrifice it. And now he can find a creature or land. So he can't find a sovereign, Sky Sovereign that is. But he can find like an expensive creature. I really like the Huntsman's Redemption. Really nice, nice card and really nice addition. Works so well with those Llanowars and Elvish Mystics. And a lot of these decks have started then therefore to cut down on the Lovestruck Beasts and all these similar things. So.
That card is super. I saw some nice plays yesterday of people like, you know, thinking, oh, they don't have a 1/1, so they can't attack with the Love Strucks, and they're just like animating the Hydra, making it as a 1/1.
Yeah.
Little sweet like hidden lines like that people kind of can mistake, especially as you see it there. It's kind of tucked behind as like the last land on the floor.
Speaking of which, he did find the Lovestruck Beast.
You know, again, one of the kind of fancier art ones.
Oh, you want me to find the fancy art one?
Of course I do.
Oh. So demanding, but the things I do for a good cast.
Well, you know what I mean? It's teamwork makes the dream work.
Yeah, so there's the Lovestruck Beast that was found with that Huntsman's Redemption. Still, a 5/5 blocker is nothing to sneeze at. There's the 1/1.
Are we going to play the other side? So land to save you.
Yeah, there's the Lovestruck Beast now being played from his adventure. And it's nice, you know, all cards from Throne of Eldraine together with Wild Eldraine living in harmony in one deck.
Oh, so I've got a question here about the Beseiju. Like, obviously, these kind of spell lands are pretty good. So talking about cards that are pretty good. Here's another one off the top. This is, of course, Suspicious Snoop.
Conspicuous Snoop.
Conspicuous. Does I say suspicious?
Yes.
I don't know what I said
Don't
already.
be suspicious.
Look, I did 9 rounds yesterday. I've done at least 6 today. It's been a long day already. I'm losing my marbles, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just going to call it Snoop. Do you remember the old cartoon Snoop? Did you have that in there?
I don't think so. No? I just know Snoop Dogg.
Yeah, Snoop. Oh, the rap. Hey, I'm Lil Will.
D-O-double-G.
I'm Lil Will, remember?
You
Lil Will. Okay. Well, back to this match. What I was saying is about the Beseiju. We played it as a land drop for the turn, even though we didn't need to use it for mana. Is it worth keeping that in hand in case our opponent potentially draws something like Fable the Mirror Breaker? That's the only target they realistically have. They could have, you know, you could target a Ramanat Ruins, or I'm guessing Den of the Bugbear.
I could see it, I guess, but it still does make sense to play a lot of lands. You have the Lair of the Hydra, though, as you said, the Wall of Chain Warriors has now been set up completely. So even if there's 2 5/5 beasts now on the table, double chain warrior block can definitely get rid of them very easily thanks to the first strike. You know, it's kind of funny that sometimes you go into constructed tournaments and you get into limited math, right? Where you kind of have to figure out like how to actually attack and block.
Math is for blockers.
Yeah, that's kind of fun when I hear about legacy players. You know that they have trouble with actually combat math.
Yeah, well,
they're not used to it.
Thing is, sometimes you just stick a grizzly bear on the battlefield in Legacy, and that just gets you there. You know what I mean? The amount of times I've won with Noble Hierarch beatdowns in Modern, but back in the day of Infect, it's a bit crazy. But it looks like it's going to be the old block here. My first strikers versus your first strikers. Can you punish me here?
I'm just curious if Adrian has something else up his sleeve here when he's attacking in this sort of way and not with his Lovestruck Beast. Emiliano already was down to 14 here, so remember those beasts are 5/5s thanks to that third chapter of the Huntsman's Redemption.
So maybe we're double blocking here. Actually, I think.
Yeah, we're definitely double blocking. Yeah, but that's why I'm curious why Lovestruck Beast stayed at home. I could have potentially also seen the Laird Hydra.
We are only at 6. You know what I mean? And we
that's fair. That's fair. Like trying to play it maybe a little bit more defensively.
Quite a few haste creatures that are in the deck, plus Corons that do damage. Plus you might be able to get things back and wrap one side of the board. We've got the Battle Cry Goblin.
That's one of my favorite goblins in the deck. It's really nice. Just to be able to pump your team and
I drafted that a lot. I drafted that card a lot.
Really
I really like that card. We were talking earlier on how I like my aggressive draft formats. But, going in a tank, deciding what we need to do. I don't think there's any cards in hand on the right of our screen.
I don't think Emiliano, I think, is out of cards, but there's 2 cards for Adrian, so I'm quite curious what is he thinking about here? Maybe
let's have a little look at the deck list. Is there anything we can do at instant speed to add to this or give anything personal?
He has already shown 2 Bone Crusher Giants.
There doesn't seem to be much instant speed in the deck. It looks all sorcery to me, besides the stomps.
I think he has another Lovestruck Beast, and he is, I think, a Seeker's Chariot.
Yeah, I think you are correct. Look at you.
I think
look at you.
I have a lot of experience looking at cards in hand.
I got it. I like it.
Yeah, but Emiliano down to 9 now after taking one of the hit from Beast.
I suppose it's even more trickier. Like, why didn't we attack with the beast then? Because we've got another one in hand. We could potentially add another 2 creatures to the battlefield.
I would have liked that attack. Like attack with also the Lovestruck Beast. That probably would have gotten double block, but Emiliano will be already down to I think 4 or so, and then play the Lovestruck Beast 1/1 from the adventure, and then a 5/5 as well. It gives you 3 blockers.
Yeah, we're not saying that there's anything wrong with this.
No.
We're just giving you the old lines that maybe playing a bit too. We were clearly playing aggressively to it. Some people like to play a bit more defensive. Like they feel like I'm in control. My opponent's living off the top of their deck. I've still got a big board state. I've still got big creatures. I've still got a creature land. Still got cards in hand. I'm going to play it a little bit safer. Plus, at 6 life, it is very dangerous. You don't want to lose out of nowhere, especially at this high level of tournament. As we see the chariot come down, bring along with 2
cats. I think a chariot is exactly. I would have still liked that attack with the Lovestruck Beast there as well. Just because next turn the 3/3 doesn't really attack that well anymore. And so, getting into damage now, and with Isika's Chariot and another 1/1 human, he still has plenty of blockers. It reveals another touch of Moonglove off the top of his deck.
Not exactly what you want. There's only 2 in the deck, I believe.
Yes, correct.
Yep, two copies in the deck. Remember, this is a open deck list, so both players have access to their decks before the game, but not during. You at home, though, you can do that by typing ! standing in the chat. It will come up. You'll be able to see who's in what order, who's at the top tables, what decks are they playing, what's the 75 or 95, depending on who you're looking at. There is still some spice floating around up there, one of them being the deck that you are watching right now, this Rakdos Goblins list. I suppose we're going to put the Gruel Vehicles list in that kind of spice as well, but if we get to it, our backup feature match as well has got some spice in it for you.
I always bring the spice.
You do speak the spice, exactly. No control mirrors with me and you on.
No,
we're not about that. We're not about that. We were like, what's the spicy decks near the top tables? Right, we're taking that one. We'll take that one there. They're a lot more fun.
Exactly. I mean, there's still a few decks floating around. Like the meta at the top table is pretty varied. I saw all the top decks are still represented, in the top 20, 30 tables or so. So you definitely can find a bunch of different stuff. But back to the game, it's slowed down significantly. Of course, now we know that Emiliano has a touch of Moonglove in his hand. Remember, the secondary effect is also quite relevant. Whenever a creature dealt damage by the creature that gets a death touch, the controller of the one that loses 2 life with Adrian at 6, that's risky. But now, when I look at the board, Adrian is really... he doesn't really have good attacks, I think. He could still play a Lovestruck Beast and animate the Seeker's Chariot and swing with everything. But I think Emiliano has too much life total. If he had attacked last turn with the Lovestruck Beast, I think he might have had enough to just to get
Yeah,
that
actually,
final swing.
The way the blocks work, yeah, it would have been 5.
Yep.
5 we got across this week.
Yeah, because
plus also we got the creature land as well. So we need to activate it.
Yeah, now Emiliano can easily block one of the 3/3 with a chain whirler, double block maybe a Lovestruck Beast, still take and
No. You have to chump with you have to chump the beast and the chariot on this turn, or
you can like double block the Lovestruck Beast with chain whirlers, block with one chain whirler, block the Seeker's Chariot and use the Touch of Moonglove to have it survive, while the Conspicuous Snoof either chumps, trades, or blocks profitably, depending on how exactly it's gonna go.
There is a boat in the 75.
Just one.
Just the one.
Yeah. They've been cutting down on the boats as well. Like, you have to make some room for other cards as well, especially when you have those Huntsman's Redemption. Sometimes you also want to get like a spicy one-of in the deck as well, right? Like to search up. I've heard someone playing Questing Beast actually.
Okay.
It's like a nice thing to find out.
I love a Questing Beast.
Yeah, exactly.
We're just going to add another 9 power to the battlefield by playing both of our cards that are on an adventure. They decided to have enough time, and now land on top. This Snoop is not doing really what you put it in the deck to do. You want to be chaining off goblins off the top of your deck, not hitting lands, and a couple of the only spells in your deck. Also, chat reminded me, I was thinking of Snoopy.
Snoopy, of course. I know Snoopy.
Obviously, clearly, my brain's melted. But thank you, chat, for that. I know.
For a moment, I thought it was like something like really weird, obscure British reference.
No, I don't know how big Snoopy is around the world. I'm not fully aware of that, but
very memorable. But yeah, back to the game. One thing that's really nice, not just that there was double spell. The 6th land that Adrian played was another Mutavault. That's gonna allow him really to. I think he will be able to attack very profitably.
Yeah, we're gonna have basically double Mutavaults here, right? Because also the Hydra can get animated into a 2/2.
Yep. So
if it's a land, it could be a 3/3.
You can choose, like, he's probably going to go for the Letter Hydra, just because it can grow to a 4/4, if I'm not mistaken, which is a good size on this board. But he has to be careful about how the blocks are going to go. I assume Emiliano will now be forced to just single block somehow, so probably block Bone Crusher and the 2 Lovestruck Beasts. He animates Mutavault.
But we can't get...
He's going to go wide here.
So Chariot is
not even animated.
Not even getting animated. Okay.
All the creatures are coming in.
We block the biggest 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. We take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. This is going to be
way more than enough.
Yeah,
but I mean,
way
like,
more than enough.
He's going to have to start kind of chump blocking. He's blocking. He's still taking 6.
It's lethal, right?
He's taking 10.
1, 2. He blocks the Lovestruck.
He has 4 creatures. Lovestruck, 4/3 Bone Crusher, and the 3/3. And he takes 4 from the Manlands, 4 from the Kittens, and 2 from the 1/1s.
Yeah, I'm thinking. Hold on, 1, 2,
no,
3,
don't hold on me. I already did the math.
So that was lethal, right?
Yeah, it was lethal. Yes, correct.
Oh, why are you trying? I thought you were trying to convince me it wasn't.
No, it was. Well, you were saying it's for 12, but you forgot that Snoop is also there to block. Okay, so I was just saying that it's an attack for 10. And
I think I need to sit this round out. I clearly need to get some coffee in me.
I do need you for your Snoopy references.
Okay, so right, okay. Well, we got sideboards now, so that's let's reset, refresh. It's fine. Gruel Vehicles took down game number 1. That means we get to have a little look at the sideboards now, and we'll get their decks on the screen for you all to look at home. Remember, this is open deck list, so both players are doing the same thing as you are. This is the Gruel list. Anything think that you'll be bringing in this matchup?
Oh, sideboards already. In that sense, probably I can see. End the festivities. That's spicy. Wow, and I haven't seen Gruel Charm.
I need to look up what Gruel Charm does
again. Forever.
Creatures without flying can't block this turn. Gain control of all opponents you own. Deals 3 damage to each creature with flying.
So it's more like probably anti-spirits card. Primarily. Maybe in like creature matchups, maybe against mono green, you want your creatures to be able to attack without being blocked. I can see that as well. Not particularly relevant in this sort of matchup where I anticipate like Obliterating Bolt is probably going to make it in. I like the one-offs in the sideboard. Probably very nice with the Huntsman's Redemption. Like having the 1 Hazaret, 1 Tranquil Frillback. Outland Liberator maybe as well is something that you can search out, but not sure he wants to bring in here. But the Obliterating Bolt and End the Festivities, I think we're going to see come in this matchup.
Okay, well, let's have a little look at the other deck list while we've got a little bit of time. So let's go across to the Rakdos Goblin list. Obviously, the spicier one of the 2 are, at least that's what I would say. Looking at this sideboard, is there anything you think you should be bringing in here?
Probably going to see Fatal Push, maybe the Epic Downfalls. Those can deal really nicely with, the Lovestruck Beast, for example. Not much else really comes to mind. Maybe Thoughtseize if you wanted to, but it can be pretty difficult to sideboard with this deck. Usually, like sometimes when you're playing this deck, you just need to have a plan when you're boarding out a lot of the like Touch of Moonglove stuff. But ultimately, I think the best way for Emiliano to go about this is just make sure he has some early pressure, and then a Fable is going to go a really long way as well.
Yeah, we'll see how that pans out for him. We'll see if we can get back down to the feature match as players are just finishing up sideboarding here. So I'm going to remind you, if you're just tuning in, welcome. This is the Regional Championships of Europe. 675 players battling out in Pioneer this weekend. We have got 2 days of action. We're in round number 6 currently. We're going to go all the way up to round number 9 today before we invite back tomorrow every player that has a 6-3 or better record. Then they're going to be battling out, see if they can get into that top 8. If they can get in the top 24, they'll earn themselves a Pro Tour invite. And if they manage to finish in the top 2, they'll gain themselves World Invitation invites. Remember, we just had that last weekend in Las Vegas, where France's very own Jean-Manuel Deprat taking it down and bringing the World Championship trophy back to France. Where it's been, has it been here before? I imagine it's been here before. Any
World champions?
World champions that have been French?
Wow, that's now you have to. Maybe
man.
one of the early ones. I'm not sure. Like some things in my mind that maybe one of the early ones.
Let's just say brought it back to Europe where it belongs.
That's
really annoying the rest of the world that are watching and be like, hey, hold on a minute here, hold on a minute here.
No, I'm kind of like I should know the answers. So I'm gonna look it up because now I'm curious.
Cool. Yeah, it's why we're here. It's what we're asking. Both players shuffling, finishing up 5-0. Of course, 1 win away from being able to guarantee themselves a slot tomorrow.
Yes. I missed, Guillaume Matignon in 2010.
In 20, not too long ago.
Not too long. Yeah, I thought like the one I was thinking was Alexander Blumke, but he was Swiss, so close enough, but not quite. Yep, but plenty of European winners, I would say, among those world champions in the past. Though, remember the year before was Nathan Stoyer. The year before was Yuta Takahashi, and the year before Paulo Vitor Damarosa. So we didn't have the world champion title at home for a fair few years.
Wow, boy, but so you have to wait for these good things.
Yep.
I got a quick question for you. Which countries won the most world titles?
Well, I mean, Shahar Shenhar is now listed under Israel, but he's practically American. Like he's lived in the States for most of his life, and they won like 5 in a row if you count it that way. So
I remember back when he won it back to back. Like what
exactly
what achievement that is.
Yeah, good. It was amazing to see, but
that's just as I was kind of getting into like the competitive scene, like really taking like a good look at it, and I was like, oh my word, back to back. But we used to have 24-person worlds back then, right?
Yeah, it was the small worlds. Yeah, true. And also, I will note that like the road to being a world champion starts in your local game store. It was a story for Shahar Shenhar. He was just a small kid playing in a store somewhere in California. And building up his career and reputation. Became a world champion at a really young age as well. That's what you can do. Go to your local game store, start playing. Go to your regional championship qualifiers, and maybe you can play here.
Exactly.
Then at the Pro Tour, then at Worlds. Why not?
You could be exactly where both these players are here, where we see turn 1 Goblin on one side and turn 1 Elf on the other. What a match made in absolute heaven. That is Magic Flavor, best as it possibly can be.
Yeah, the Scamp takes care of the Elf after dealing 1 damage. That's one way to deal with the Elf. It looks like a lot of this metagame and like this sort of deck, they're really prepared to fight those turn 1 lateral Elves.
Yeah. Well, with one of Green being one of the more powerful decks in the format, picking up a lot of numbers this weekend and especially over yesterday, because it can just win out of nowhere. If you don't respect Mono Green, it will run away with the game. And here comes a Scavenging Ooze. Here's an old school one with
that's a nice card.
Just a one of in the deck, but remember this is it's a 2/2. Pay 1 green, you can exile target card from a graveyard. If it is a creature, you get to gain yourself 1 life and you get a +1/+1 counter. And there's gonna be quite a lot of creatures going into the graveyard this matchup, I believe.
Indeed, and it can grow out to a really nice size though. But still remember that the whole point of Emiliano's deck is the whole Chain War combo that he can do and execute. But he didn't play his 3rd land. Now doesn't have really black mana either. So it's just a pass here. What a shame there. So we're not gonna really see the Goblin deck do its thing. We're just going to see the Gruel Vehicles deck do its thing.
I was about to say, yeah, it's pretty rough on one side here, but on the other side we are turning and burning. We're going to come across the 5 points of damage already.
I didn't use the second chapter, didn't sacrifice anything to look up anything.
So we're going to look, we're going to block the Scavenging Ooze here.
Okay.
And then we're going to try and shoot it to make him potentially, use some of their mana up. If we
that's a very optimistic plan, I would say. If he doesn't have any more burn in his hand.
I suppose, but, would you just take the 2 here instead?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Yeah, I think I might take the 2. But then, what else do we do? We need to fight through this. We're behind on land. We're behind on board.
And the Ooze is really good as well because the Call of the Merc Dweller, right, the reanimation spell, cares about the graveyard, right? And so the Ooze actually is coming in clutch here to just even make sure that nothing really comes back because they're for Emiliano, he could, if he played a 3rd land and a Fable suddenly dumped some cards in his graveyard to reanimate maybe. There he found the 3rd source and it's black as well. Chain. No,
okay,
Fable. Yeah.
But this tells me that potentially I'm smelling on one side that you kept a hand that doesn't look very quick. It's not like no big hits have come out right now. I'm smelling Chain Whirlers plus Death Touch. I feel like that's what my opponent's got in their hand right now, and I feel like they just need the lands for it. And this Fable with the Mirror Breaker hitting the battlefield is going to be able to kind of filter the land drop a little bit more for them, or even make treasure tokens with this Goblin Shaman.
Yeah, but so much damage is going to come through now because the 3rd chapter of the Redemption is going to trigger. It's going to give +2 and +2 trample to the 2 smaller guys.
So that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 damage currently.
Already, yeah. It could be
1 creature on the battlefield, so it can be 13.
So in the graveyard, yeah. So one. Yep, it can exile 1 more, and Bone Crusher Giant. Oh, it's an Obliterating Bolt. Okay.
No blockers for you. Turn everything sideways. Pretty sure
12.
We're gonna eat our elf in the graveyard potentially, or we're just gonna.
Depends on
we
what
don't need to really. Right?
Yeah, it doesn't really need to do anything, but. Yeah, it just the Gruel Vehicles deck really got on board very quickly, and once Emiliano Paoli stumbled, it's always going to be difficult. That's one of the disadvantages about some of these more rogue decks, that they're really can struggle if they miss a beat. It's difficult for them to come back.
It's a Gruel deck, mate.
Okay, so now there's a chance now.
Chain Whirler, let's go.
Chain Whirler, Adrian Pinard really tapped out. So Chain Whirler coming back with the Call of the Merc Dweller, or Chain Whirler with the Touch of Moonglove can reset the board.
That was a Dweller and a Fable to the
not
bin.
Great.
2 draws, one of them was a land.
Okay.
Do we have the combo? Yep, that's okay. Do we have a way of stealing one of their creatures? Did I see? No,
I don't think so. But
Chain
Whirler, and that's the trigger on the stack.
We've got it. Here's the combo, ladies and gentlemen. Combo. So talk people through that just to make sure that everyone's fully aware of what's happening.
I'm just going to read. So when Goblin Chain Whirler enters the battlefield, it does 1 damage to each opponent, each creature and planeswalker they control. And while the trigger's on the stack, they're going to play Touch of Moonglove, which is an instant that is going to give his creature Death Touch. So meaning that the 1 damage that every creature gets is actually lethal. And it actually dealt 6 damage as well, thanks to that Touch of Moonglove.
Oof, indeed. Also 6 damage coming across on it.
Yep.
It does not get in the Death Touch and Menace counters.
No. This is not. Yeah. It's already so used to doing that. But I just felt that was really a misstep by Adrian Pinard, just not leaving, mana open just in case the Call of Merc Dweller would be. Or maybe he represents some sort of removal, but he should still have plenty in the tank to rebuild. Though, is this the comeback?
I was about to say, this is going to be a good card to try and rebuild with. Land for the turn is going to be Lair the Hydra. Refilling the board with 4 power. Of course, we've got the Chariot, which can copy tokens if we end up going that route. And 4/4 does tack very nicely into the 3/3 Goblin Chain Whirler. But if we can maybe potentially get another turn with this Fable the Mirror Breaker active, we can start copying Chain Whirlers and giving them Death Touch. It might be a real hard day for Adrian on the left of your screen.
Yeah, but Emiliano's in 1. He had to take a bunch of damage from those Sulphurous Springs, so he can't really use those anymore for colored mana. But the Rundwald Handmaster is going to make the Chain Whirler a 4/4 for striker, which is nice for him.
Yep, exactly what we need here. Only 1 card left to hand, but if goblins do die now, we get to flip top card of our library. If it is a goblin, we get to play it till the end of our next turn, so it kind of helps a little bit on blocking duties. What we doing end of turn? Besage you.
Besage you on the. Okay.
And then I think he's saying I've got 3 attackers.
Yeah, it
You've only got 2
should be lethal.
blockers.
Yeah.
Unless we've boarded in some sort of instant, maybe potentially he's a fatal push in hand.
He does. He can't play it. He can't. I mean.
Oh, he can't. Yeah, he can't.
Then if he, I don't think. Does he play a swamp though? Because I don't think he would.
Does not play a swamp. Only plays a mountain.
Yeah.
Beautiful mountain, but that
Very
does not
nice.
cast it. Yeah, I think we're only moments away from seeing a clean 2-0 win for the Gruel vehicles list. But don't worry, we have got some spice in the backup feature match. And it looks like the spice is also 1 game up, which is nice to see. So it hasn't finished. I hope we will be able to catch that one, as we're going to see.
Okay, Zatlkaj Goblin is nice. Another blocker.
I thought we were doing that at end step. Why did we not?
I think, yeah, I'm surprised. I did think the Besage was played instead, but.
Okay, I think we can steal the Chain Whirler here as well.
Oh, a Crone War? Ooh.
Yeah.
That was a good draw again from Adrian Pernar. He is drawing those cards in a good order, staying on top and putting the pressure on Emiliano Paoli.
Good point there, chat. So he was besaging in response to the Lord, so he wouldn't have got the top card.
Makes sense. Yep.
He goes, I would like to steal this Goblin Chain Whirler, please. So now what have we got? We have a land drop for the turn. We can crew and then come across for lethal. There's still lethal, right? Am I missing something? There's 2 blockers, 3 creatures.
There's just 2 attackers though.
What am I missing?
He can't equip the chariot. It's crew 4, so or equip rather. He can't crew it.
Oh, the Goblin Chain Whirler gains doesn't gain.
Doesn't get haste.
Yeah, it's not haste because
not haste. No.
I got you. That's why I was getting confused. Like, I'm sure you can attack it.
Yeah, there's still a Love Struck Beast hanging out as well, so just a little bit going through the motions now with Emiliano just on 1. He still now has 6 lands, but he still has only just 1 black mana. Maybe if he had.
So what if we went Love Struck Beast last turn, animated the Hydra as a 1/1. And then attacks in with the crew, the chariot.
Yeah.
Chariot.
Yeah, I think so.
And
yeah, I did feel like he had a line to win. I think that would have worked as well.
That's okay. It happens. You know what I mean?
But he would have attacked with. Yeah. He
would have.
Okay. But I don't think there's a Chain Whirler.
Did the Chain Whirlers end up in the bin? I don't think they did.
So it's just.
This is not a Chain Whirler, famously. But it's going to gain Death Touch and Menace once it hits the battlefield. Remember, CMC of 3 or less. We can kind of, we can hit a 1 and a 2 in play, or just a 3 if we need to. Or maybe just 3 1s if we want to go that route. But just a lonely 2/2 on the battlefield.
1/1. The Horde Master is just a 1/1.
Oh, sorry, the 1/1. I'm thinking the Death Touch and I'm having a mare this round, aren't I? Jeez. Sorry, chat. I'll go get myself some strong coffee after this. Don't worry. And here comes down another. Okay, we're going to go with the Beast. Beast is going to be the player.
Now he finds the line as well. Yeah, crews the Asika's chariot
and comes in with everything here. Yeah. And then now we've got the handshake. Okay, we knew it was coming. Sure, it would look real hard to get back into that game. Unfortunately, there for our Goblins player, but. Nonetheless, they are 5-1. That's still an amazing record so far this weekend. But we have now found at least 1 person that's going to be able to get an invite back to day number 2. But
6-0. Good.
6-0.
What a start for Adrian Pinar.
That's exactly what you want. But here we are. Mark Sobios on the right of your screen with the spice, ladies and gentlemen. Talk everybody through it.
Why are you putting me in this position?
Because I have no idea how this works. It's like a beanstalk in ascendancy.
I knew it.
It's going to be spicy. But everyone in there. Mark is definitely doing fighting a good fight.
Yeah, Mark is comboing off. Basically, what happened? He has a Ren, which reanimated a land into a 3/3, and he also has a Jeskai Ascendancy. So whenever he plays like a 1-mana spell, he can untap it and generate the mana again. There was I think an Opt that is on the stack now. And remember, there's a Jeskai Ascendancy in play as well, so that allows him to churn through his deck. Also makes the land a little bit bigger.
Oh, more beans. Watch the beans start going up in chat now. Watch. Twitch chat loves beans. That's what I heard anyway.
Yeah, so there's the Ren and Realm Breaker that's in play. It's already at 6 loyalty, so use the first ability to make a land have Vigilance, Hexproof, and Haste. It's 3/3 as well, and can make any mana you want.
Trying to find what's the
Okay, now it's going to
end
be Treasure
goal.
Cruise. So many triggers. Gee, so up the beanstalk, draw 1, 2. Then this entity, draw this card. Actually, like, I'm just now wondering, like, can he actually go through his whole deck and kill with the big land? Could be possible.
Trying to work out how he wins. Is
But
he
he can just attack with the big land because it animates as a 3/3. But Jeskai Ascendancy gives +1, +1
Oh, okay,
for every spell. But plays a tab.
I used to love Jeskai Ascendancy when back that whole like block of like Zatlkaj was so good.
Oh, he playing one of the new cards. Look at that. Another Wilds of Eldraine.
Brave the Wilds.
Yeah, Brave the Wild. It is. That's the one. I didn't expect to see this one. It's more like a draft card and not a particularly strong one, but it fixes mana. It costs 1 mana. And yeah, now he also plays Chain to the Rocks just to keep it going.
I would say not to Mark. That might look like a draft comment, but that is Mark's specialty.
Looks like he was still able to animate another land with the Wren because now he's tapping 2.
No. So the Brave the Wilds makes one of the lands a 3/3 as well, doesn't it? If you bargain it, it makes it a 3/3.
Very nice. Oh, like this deck has so many, so many extra levels. And
so now every time we cast one spell, we can tap our 2 mana, generate 2 mana each turn.
True.
I think we are just turning and burning through our deck until.
Yeah, he sacrificed one of the up the beanstalks to be able to bargain. Now he just played another one just to draw a card. So I think that's just going to be enough. It's just going to be able to, I assume, attack. Yeah, and the line also has haste, so I think we're just seeing the combo kill right. We came in right at the right time.
Right at the exact time. Mark's already a game up, so his opponent's no point scooping in, make him play it out, make sure he actually has the win, and it's not just an illusion. We're speaking yesterday about the when LSV did that in that tournament where he didn't actually have his win con in the sideboard. Everyone just like assumed that he did, and he ended up getting into the top 8.
Yeah.
And here we go again.
Nihilia's presence as well. Remember, Mark is playing 80 cards. He's playing Yorion in this deck because Yorion works really nicely with up the beanstalk. But the rest of it, it's kind of like a Jeskai Ascendancy combo like you've seen before. So the Rends, the Ascendancies, lots of cheap 1 mana spells.
So many dice.
Yeah, Leyline Bindings as well.
This is the triggers on that one. This is the triggers on that one.
Yeah,
look at mana floating.
He has like 15 cards in his hands.
Yeah, we're going for the
Yeah,
motions.
he also has the Sylvan Caryatids too.
Just playing Leyline Bindings for fun now.
I like this deck. He's going to be 5-1 after he's done comboing.
Mark, remember last time he came again with a spicy deck? Managed to go undefeated day 1, wasn't it, in the last
Yeah, I mean, he brought the Storm Herald combo deck with him before, and now he's just kind of showing like, hey, look, like these. I think
I'm good at finding these decks.
Yeah, I'm going to play another Wren, animate another land, untap.
Must know that Mark obviously inspired 2 other players this weekend to bring Storm Herald. They managed to register it here in the European Championships. We're gonna get
so just, as a reminder, if you missed it, so the Jeskai Ascendancy, whenever Mark casts a non-creature spell, it pumps all your creatures and untaps them, and then he has 2 lands that have been turned into creatures. And thanks to the Wren, they also make any mana, any color of mana you need. Now he's kind of showing like, hey, one of the lands has already been pumped. It looks like 12 times.
Yeah, it's unreal. So every land is now a creature that's you can see pushed to the front there slightly.
Yeah.
Every trigger we're floating mana, but every single time we cast a spell, they're both getting +1/+1. And then with no blockers on the other side of the battlefield, and then super big, that means there's going to be no 1 mana interaction over on Jamie's side that can deal with these. There's the handshake. I'm going to swing at you for lethal. GG's Mark W. taking it down yet again. This man and Spice. You know what I mean? He might as well have a sauce named after him at Nando's. He's that spicy currently. We're going to see if we got another backup match for you all. Do we have another feature match?
We'll see. Hopefully, we'll try to find one, as Mark kind of explained the situation. He was playing against. I mean, we didn't even get to talk about Jamie and his creativity getting to 4-1 with this deck. Also, not a super popular deck, but still has a solid shot at day 2. He just needs to go at least 2-1.
Why do you think creativity is kind of falling off the radar a little bit?
Good question, but it did seem like just didn't really have many good matchups. Honestly, like it did perform pretty poorly at the previous round of regional championships, and yeah, just wasn't that well performing. And with Is It Phoenix getting Sleight of Hand in the new set, a lot of people who maybe were thinking about playing this sort of deck are playing something like this. Although I will say there's stuff like is it Transmogrify? We saw Rakdos Transmogrify decks as well. So
I've seen Rakdos. We saw Jun yesterday.
Yeah.
Yes, Jun yesterday actually managed to do a creativity on turn 3 against Lotus Field and got into play a Sire of Insanity.
Sire of Insanity.
Yeah,
that's a blast from the past.
It was awesome. On turn 3 against Lotus Field like did their like, you know, turn 3, oh, got my lands tapped, and they just went, yep, Sire of Insanity, and they're like, discard my hand. Brilliant. And it was sweet. It was really beautiful to watch. You can go back and watch that, obviously, on the VODs, and it'll be on YouTube, nice. I'm sure. But welcome back to the booth. My name is WillHall. That there is Matej, Big Z Zatlkaj.
It's me.
I've messed it up once now, and I'm never going to live it down.
I'll hold you down to it.
It's fine. I won't. I've got it. It's in the head. There's a lot of games still being played out on the tables. So while we try and get that refilled now, we're going to let's have a little conversation about Pioneer and the format.
Yeah, you mentioned, can we pull up the metagame breakdown then? I think the meta is going to be a good place to look at because, as you mentioned, like, why creativity? What's going on with creativity? Well, it's still there, but as you can see, it's 2.6%. It's much less. It was actually in the top 5 most popular decks in Athens for regional championship last time that we had Pioneer. And really big drop off. And to be fair, like there's like different versions, right? There's the Magma Opus, Torrential Gearhawk version. There's the like regular version where you're just trying to get into Xenagos and World Spine Worm, but it's just fallen out of favor a little bit. Maybe not as exciting. None of the new fancy cards, but one deck that I definitely wanted to touch on. Oh, actually, several. I want to talk about.
Point them out.
Sultai Rona combo. I mean, it's called Sultai Rona combo, but it's a very generous naming of that deck because underneath there are a bunch of different versions. There's the traditional Sultai Rona combo that is like just your Tyvars, Ronas, Helixes, like run of the mill. I would say.
The usual.
The usual, yeah, exactly. But there's also under this sort of name, there's 4-color Rona versions, which rely now on these days. There's a version with Luca to go and actually find Atraxa.
Oh, yes, the one with the Planeswalker. Where
plays a lot of Planeswalkers. It still has the combo, but it can like go. It has this like alternate plan. And I think I saw at least one player be like 5-1 with this deck.
Nice.
I think we should try to feature them next round. And so that's a pretty cool deck as well. That's been picking up popularity. And honestly, I feel like the deck has not been developed enough. Right? It's still kind of fresh. But like you can still try to find a way to optimize the mana. And I saw someone even suggesting like the deck's pretty reliant on like getting the right mix of mana, and it can be pretty difficult. Like Sylvan Caryatid is like the best fixer. It fixes across 4 colors, and it's untargetable when you have Luca. So they can't really kill it if you're going for that Atraxa. But so I've seen like Paradise Druid being mentioned.
Do you think there's still like a lot of like wiggle room in Pioneer to brew?
Yeah, I think like we've seen it across the last few sets. Like there's usually not many cards which have like an really big impact. Of course, like Dominaria United with Childred really kind of solidified Rakdos, sure. But like once we started having these tournaments, the first one was with Brothers War last year in Sofia. And there we see, Brotherhood's End made a little bit of a splash in like sideboards and whatnot. And a couple of cards here and there, we've seen it around Haywire Might, out of the sideboard of the mono green devotion deck. So I think Pioneers really said where we really can't expect the deck to change like a lot with every set, but like the small cards that get added into the format really kind of change the dynamics of how the decks shape up. The matchups maybe improve or worsen as you go. So, and I quite like this innovation in the Sultai Rona deck. Another deck that's now getting more popularity is Waste Not.
I was just about to say, like, can you just tell me why is Waste not on this list? Like, where did this come from? It's been around for a little while. Why is it now super playable, or is it just a really good meta choice?
I guess it's just always was regarded as like a casual deck, and no one was taking it seriously.
Nope.
But now there's actually one of the cards in the new set. It's always like 1 or 2 off. It's Rankle's Prank. So it's kind of like you can kill 2 creatures, discard 2 cards. You get some stuff back with the Waste Not, and it has this sort of the kind of pseudo combo with the Gaia Reach Sanitarium, where you kind of can force the opponent to draw and discard a card every turn as well to get some more value out of that.
It's kind of like a mono black control list
it is,
almost,
yeah.
isn't
Some
it?
people register it as a mono black control, and that's actually what it is.
That's when I see it played out, a lot of shield dreads in there when we were supposed to discard spells. It's waste not gives us that extra value, basically.
The reason to play the deck is maybe like as a metagame choice. It can be really good against some creature decks. And yeah, just it plays like go blanks. So Phoenix, very nice. Like,
yeah, exactly. You got some really good matches. You probably had ley lines in the board as well. Just to really,
probably
really
some
hose those
more
decks.
hate. Yeah, even like it could play like Cling to Dust, right? Something like that as well.
How important is the graveyard in this format? Obviously, in other formats, there's decks that are solely divided. That is my strategy. I'm going to pick cards in the graveyard, dredge, things like that. Hodak back in the day.
Don't remind me. Yeah,
that
still
was
haunting me.
Still, mine was the Eldrazi Winter. That's the one that sticks in my mind. I'm like, oh, what a time that was to be alive. But in Pioneer in general, obviously we've got Phoenix, but is the graveyard really, do you need to devote some of your sideboard slots to graveyards, or can you get away without it?
Well, graveyard hate is important because a lot of decks operate on graveyards, but I feel like a lot of the decks always have some backup plan. Like we saw the Is It Phoenix deck has Crackling Drakes, Young Pyromancer sometimes, the Heelys, right? They can probably try to find a way to beat something like Rest in Peace, the Leyline of the Void. Also, we saw Rakdos Sack, another important deck where you need that Cat Oven combo, but you can win with other ways. You can try to find a way to win otherwise. There's also Abaddon Greasefang is one of the top 10 decks in this format as well. Also relies on Graveyard, but it can still like a Seeker's Chariot, just beat down, right? Go through it sideboards into heavily like a mid-range deck, pulling out a couple of the combo pieces. So it is important to have access to it probably, but there's none really where it's like you play a hate spell and it's done and it's over.
Just houses them straight out.
These decks really, I don't necessarily exist, and at least they're not that prevalent.
Okay, well, should we have a look at what everyone's actually playing for this weekend? See if we can get the prizes on the screen, and let's have a little look, see what everyone's trying to get. Obviously, there's cash on the line, $100,000 total. Everyone's playing for this weekend, and this is how it is broken down. So, day 2 tomorrow. All the X and free players, they are going to get invites, and then they're going to turn up tomorrow. They're going to ballot out and try and become the European champion. But if it doesn't go super well for them, they can also earn themselves a bit of money. We see in first place there, $16,000. Pro Tour slot, Worlds invite, and you get to go to the next RC, so you don't need to grind all the smaller events. Yeah,
and the Worlds invite also guarantees you extra cash as well.
Yeah. Turn up for the Pro Tour gets you money, turn up for Worlds gets you money. A lot of money on the line. That's probably closer to like, what, 20-ish plus grand at the end of the day. Same on the second place, you get yourself at 10,000, and the same invites, you just get a slightly smaller trophy. But then as we go down, all the way down the pecking list, you can see 6, 4, 2, 1, down to all the way down to $300. So no, not bad for being here, getting this weekend. You do get your swag promo bag, you get the alternate art Ugin, and if you come up in the top 16, you get a foil version, I believe. So
nice.
A little bit of spice there as well. It all adds up, especially it's really nice when it's a playable one as well. Don't get me wrong, it's played in the deck that I'm not a big fan of. But
Tron? You don't like Tron?
I will not say that word on camera. But it's played in that deck. But okay, it looks like our players to watch are also updated, so let's have a little talk for this. John Manuel Depra, I remember, picks up a loss last round, but it looks like he managed to take down this one. Wafu. Wafu. Tapper. Thank
there
you.
We go.
It's the dyslexia kicking in, that's what it is.
Don't worry. But he picked up a draw as well.
Surprising nobody.
He was 3-0, I think. And then
I think it's 3-1, right?
3-1, and he
drew last round and he's won lost this round, I think.
Lost this round, yeah, that's a shame.
But Frank Pyle, it's not even a deck. It looks like it's Boris Convoke.
It is.
But it's
not.
Still Convoke. He has a pile of cards that he owned. That's not like a stock list. This is Frank going, I've got some of these and some of these and some of them, and I basically just want to make a bunny wielding an Embercleave, but it's got him to 5-1.
Yeah, and remember, like Frank actually last chance qualified himself into today.
He played last night and was like, I'm just going to float around on Saturday, Sunday and take some pictures, do some posts and stuff, and if I don't qualify. Ended up coming 17th, got the pass down invite, got an invite today, now starting off on a 5-1 record. You'd love to see it because he's such a nice guy, does so much for Magic, especially at the competitive scene with all the analytics and the posts that he does for Wizards.
Articles, and remember in LEC he was 3-2. He felt he was eliminated, rattled off 4 wins in a row. And now he's 5-1, so he's actually doing really well over the last 10 rounds.
Also, there's a couple 5-1s in there. So we got Canister MTG. Everyone knows him, very popular streamer on there with his Is It Phoenix list that he's playing this weekend. And then Benson Manson.
Yeah.
This isn't the side of the globe we normally see him on. Normally he's over in America, but he's moved over to Belfast, I believe, in Ireland. He's doing his studying there, so he's turned up to our regionals. Now he's one of us. He is now 5-1, mixing up from yesterday where he was playing the creativity deck. Today he is on his trusted Boggles that got him to a second place finish at Pro Tour Phyrexia.
Yeah, Celestia or us.
You'd love to see it. You'd love to see it. It's going super well for him. Really nice guy. If you ever get to see him and have a chat, he's always down for that. And then a few more down the list. Not doing particularly great. Obviously, we've just seen Mark manage to go 5-1 with his combo deck. So congratulations to all those players. Nobody completely out of the races yet. It is a X and 3 will get you into day number 2, and that's got to be. That's the first goal. If I was here this weekend, that's the first goal. Gee, my first goal at the minute is to get out of this round. I'm stumbling over my own feet left, right, and centre.
Don't beat yourself up, Will. You're doing fine. Don't worry about it. And we
got some Benson fans in chat.
Yeah, I'm hoping I can get Martin to feature him next round because he's like if he's 5-1, we should probably show him on camera what his deck can do.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to make that guy a fan favorite. I love a guy. I made him when he Pro Tour Phyrexia when he came second. I was like, "Do you have Twitter?" He went, "No, make a Twitter." Right now, and I made him make a tweet in front of me.
Oh wow!
I was like,
okay.
I was like, you need to understand what you've just done. You just kind of saying you lost to the one and only Reduke, of course. The nicest man at Magic. It happens. Like I hear he's pretty good. I hear he's pretty good at Magic. Coming off his top 8 at Worlds last weekend.
True.
But that's how Magic goes. We do have a little bit more time to kill, though, ladies and gentlemen. There's a lot of games playing in the round. Instead of going to a break and just watching, the same adverts over and over, you can ask us any questions that you potentially want to know. Maybe you are just getting into competitive Magic. Maybe you want to know how some decks are good against other decks. What would we be playing this weekend? I want to know what you'll be playing this weekend. I need to know what basics you're playing this weekend. Let's see if we can get some chat going, or maybe I can throw some more questions at you. Chat like that last time. You know what I mean?
Yep.
What can we call this? A segment? Ask
AMA. Ask me anything. Or Q&A.
I was trying to make it some related to you, like ask Big Z anything, or no? I'll try about it. Maybe someone in chat can tell me about. Let's have a little look. They're now all talking about sleeves. What modern deck would you play at the RC?
That's the question for you.
So I'm torn. I love Yawgmoth. I think Yawgmoth is a really good deck currently. It's got a lot of improvements with some of the cards that have came out, but I haven't seen any deck that plays Beanstalk lose. Like in any format. Every format I see someone cast that card, they just win. And I'm like, it's really hard to bet against that card right now, I think. Beanstalk is very, very good. 2 mana ETB, and then if I do my game plan, I'm going to keep drawing, and it works in multiples. It's not even legendary. I think that's pretty rough. What's going on here? Felipe's not commentating. She was playing today. It didn't go too well for her, though, unfortunately, for all the Felipe fans out there.
She wanted me to tell you that the first round she lost, she won a game. I think it was on the feature match area. And her opponent actually was 4-0 going to the previous round, so doing really well. So, but we're not supposed to talk about her record on camera.
Well,
you can look it out on MTG Melee.
She's still amazing. We still love her. It's all great. Eternal Weekend. You gonna Eternal Weekend?
No, but it's an exciting tournament. It's really fun. Like if you've never been to such a tournament, it should be fun. I would love to see the vintage decks in action, like in paper. I think that's special.
With the bodyguards that come with them, protecting them.
True.
Okay, how will Cavern of Souls affect Pioneer? Obviously, getting a reprint, we got spoiled.
Yeah, I haven't really seen many. Like I've seen a couple of decks.
But one of them is obviously Cavern of Souls. Does that affect Pioneer at all? Does that mean that the control decks are going to start suffering, or does it mean tribal decks get a big boost because the mana base gets better, as well as making the control matchups better?
We'll see. I mean, it's probably going to be a small boost. Like the uncounterable part of Cavern probably not going to matter, but maybe we'll see some fancy things with the humans decks and whatnot. That I can see definitely now between Unknown Territory and the Secluded Courtyard, and now Cavern of Souls, you have like 12 lands that make any mana for your creatures. You could maybe lead to even some goblins or elves making a comeback as well. So yeah, it could be interesting. And you said Cavern, but I heard Cauldron. So again, the Soul Cauldron, but that's also another card that I think has a potential to be more present in the future.
Look, in Yawgmoth, that card is amazing.
Yeah, I heard.
That card is really, really, really good, especially because I can turn my Young Wolves into Fulminator Mages against Tron. Just saying. I'm just throwing it out there. What are we saying? What is John Manuel de Player playing? He is on, is it Phoenix today. Should I play in DreamHack in December? You definitely play in DreamHack in December. Everyone should play as much Paper Magic as they possibly can. This game is amazing. We all love to see it. What else we've got going on? Do you prefer? Oh,
last one. Choose last one.
Oh, okay. Got to choose the last one. I haven't seen this, but I'm going to ask it. What is the advantage of playing Khan in a Rakdos mid-range deck? I can't say I've ever seen playing one, but
Khan
is there advantages to playing it? Is there like a red-black control deck that could be playing Khan?
In theory, maybe you could, but it's pretty expensive for what it does. It usually works in like big mana decks much better.
Yeah.
Right. So like the combo decks that we talked about, or mono green as well. Devotion, of course, that's a staple. But it's a solid card. Like, but I wouldn't say for Rakdos midrange.
No, I don't.
I think you just want to slam some Shieldreds.
I feel like Shieldred is probably a better full drop in that one, especially once you toy your opponent's hand pieces with hand discard.
Exactly.
You've got the removal to kill everything, and then you just finish it off with a Shieldred.
Yeah.
I don't think we've seen a Shieldred so far with the matches we've been covering, right?
No, not on our matches.
That's quite surprising. So Rakdos is the first and third most played deck this weekend with the mid-range and the sacrifice. One I did need to ask you that question is why are we seeing mid-range now being the most played deck over sacrifice, where going into this weekend people thought sacrifice was going to be one of the bigger decks over the mid-range?
Sacrifice is maybe a bit more difficult to play in terms of like managing all the triggers. Sequencing is can be pretty difficult.
Because we're playing the paper, is that your answer?
Yeah.
It's like playing paper. And online does the triggers for you.
And Rakdos midrange, I think, is a bit more popular because of the rising popularity of Phoenix. So people like Rakdos midrange can beat Phoenix if it decides to.
Yep.
In that sort of sense. So that's one of their decisions to just maybe play it as an answer. It's also Rakdos can be good against some of the creature decks that are running around, like your mono whites and so on. So I think it was just the natural response to that sort of thing. But ultimately, I don't expect Rakdos midrange to perform particularly well this weekend, even though there's still quite a few of those decks at the top tables, of course.
Okay, well, I've just refreshed and looked at what tables are left in. It looks like there's 2 tables. We've got 15 minutes more left on the clock today. So I'm happy to keep talking if you're happy to keep talking, partner.
Sure, we can do a little bit more. Now,
I know you need a break, and I need a coffee, but you know what I mean? I can't do it to the people watching.
I want to talk to one of the things that was mentioned in chat. Like, can you find a deck list? So you talked about the fact that this tournament is open deck list, and it means it's public deck list. So you can actually go on MTGmelee.
Standings. We'll find it.
Yeah, there's a box at the top with the various tournaments that are running here in Lille this weekend. One of them is called the Legacy European Championship, the LEC, and there when you click it, you just can look at all the standings, all the pairings. You can follow your friends. They also have all the deck lists there with sideboards.
Yep.
Everything you can find there. So if you need inspiration for Pioneer, definitely go and venture there. There are some spicy ones.
You literally can have the same information that we have that we're reading off our laptops. That's all we are. We've got Millie on here. We're reading it off. We're looking at what the 75 is, or 95, depending on if you're
96?
96 if you're marked over. You didn't mention that once.
Yeah, sorry, because I'm already tilted by the fact that Mark Tobias is playing an 81 card Urian deck.
81 cards main deck, and it tilts you so much. I don't know why you hate it so much, but it is what it is. 61 cards you don't like, 81 cards. You don't like odd numbers, do you?
No, I just like the, 40 and 60 card decks. 80 with Urian is acceptable. It's like playing Commander with 108 cards.
I don't play Commander, but I'm
sure.
Yeah,
I don't play Commander either, but
I'm sure you can, right? So you're not a Battle of Wits player then? Never play that.
No, I wanted to. I
feel like you would. You're the sort of person that would draft that to me.
I was playing during time when Battle of Wits was played in like standard and or like extended at the time, right? So it was like an actual deck that was successful, but I never got to play it. You need a lot of cards and a lot of sleeves. So.
And a lot of sleeves.
And a lot of like looking through the deck, trying to find the cards. So.
Cool. What deck do you want to see most on coverage? Well, that's a question for you. You know what I mean? We don't watch coverage. Well, we're supposed to technically watch it, but we're part of coverage. You know what I mean? We'll cover pretty much any deck. I like the spicier ones. I like to see you challenge, especially people who've got like real pride in their deck. Give me the alternate art foils. They make it really hard to go through.
Oh, that kind of spice.
Yeah, I like that. But I also love seeing Mark's deck. Realistically, in modern. And Pioneer, I like a deck that stands out. When we got the tradition, we know what Rakdos does, we know what Green does, we know what the Lotus field does. Like yesterday, we had Possibility Storm. I love that.
Yeah, of course.
Like it literally, I had access to deck list. I still didn't work out what the deck was doing. We had to literally watch it play out. It was awesome to see all where the creativity list goes into the Siren Insanity. That's the sort of stuff I like. I like those like big, impactful, like got him. I got him or something. I think that's why I play Infect. I just like the turn 2, turn 3, got him type decks.
Yeah, no worries.
Any decks you prefer to cover?
Not really. I like variety as well, but I'm happy with everything. I still enjoy the variety, diversity of the format quite a bit.
Yeah, everyone talks about it and about this format, but I do think it is still able to brew if you can brew in it. There's some solid decks. If you've got a lot of time to test, you can test. You can really try and affect this meta, like we saw Ed do with his deck.
Oh, yeah.
Or if sometimes you don't have a lot of time, you can just pick up mono green. You don't need to sideboard. It's all there. You just got 15 cards and you just go find them wherever. But that looks like it's going to be the end of round number 6. We actually get to go have a break and we're taking shout me in between rounds and messing up so much this round. But we appreciate you all sticking around. We're going to come back real shortly with round number 7, so don't go anywhere. See you soon.
Welcome, welcome to Legacy European Championship. We are now in the round number 7, and we have very interesting players to watch.
Yeah,
Really?
welcome back. Yeah, let's take a look at some of the players we have been following. Since the start of the tournament. Let's see if we can put the slide on. I can tell you Frank Karsten is doing really well with his Boros Convoke deck. Right there at 5-1. Jean-Emmanuel Deprat, the world champion, 4-2, playing, I believe, is it Phoenix? Guillaume Wafo Tapa started strong. I think he was 3-0, playing his blue-black control deck almost with no win conditions. 1 Hollow Storm Giant and 4 copies of Shark Typhoon. He is unfortunately 3-2-1. Canister 5-1 playing, I believe also is it Phoenix Benton Madsen. He had a really good run yesterday with Is It Creativity in the last chance qualifier. I think he went undefeated. He is 5-1 and he actually switched decks, so he's playing something else, and we have him in the feature match for this round. So stay tuned for that. Arna Hushenbet 3-2. I think we are missing one more round there, but Lucas Hone was 4-2. I didn't see the rest of that. Ben Jones 3-2-1. Christopher Larson, he's playing Rag the Sacrifice again. He's always up there. I think he was in the top 8 of the previous regional championship as well with Rag the Sacrifice. He is doing really well again. 5-1. Andres Santos 5-1. Antonio Del Moral Leon. We saw him in the feature match area earlier. He is playing Ragdos Midrange, I believe, 3-3. So he has to win the next 3 rounds to still make day 2. Samuel Estrati, we also have him in the feature match this round. He is playing a very spicy list featuring the Rona combo, but he's also playing more colors, and I'm not actually sure what's going on. I just saw his deck really briefly, and he was playing cards like Bring to Light, so that's going to be interesting to look at. Louis Del Tour, unfortunately out of it, 2-4. Matia Rizzi 4-1, and Pascal Vieira at 4-2-0. So most of the players we're watching are still alive. I think Louis is the only person who is out already, and the rest is still alive for day 2.
Yes. Let's go with the match. Well, and the names of the players, we need to correct that. But we have Benton in the right side. And
yeah, that might have been my fault. I was I was assigned to see the players for this round. I might have put them on the wrong.
Okay, on the right side we have Benton, Madsen, and the left side we have Paulo Caseiro with its set creativity, and Benton Madsen was finalist in the last PT Phyrexia Pioneer PT, right? And he was finalist in the final against Ray Duke. Well, I wanna Martin talk us about that spacey deck about Selesnya Auras. Very interesting. The Benton.
Yeah, Benton used Is It Creativity yesterday in the last chance qualifier. I think he went undefeated. He was 7-0, and I think he double drew into the top 8. But then he was saying, you know what, closed deck list, open deck list, different kind of thing. He really liked Jawari Disruption as a card in his creativity deck in closed deck lists. But he said, for the actual tournament, I'm gonna play my Boggles deck that he knows pretty well how to play it. As you mentioned, he used it at Pro Tour Phyrexia to finish second to read Duke in the finals. So he switched decks, and he's still winning. He's 5-1, so in a pretty good position to day 2. On the other side, we have Paulo Caseiro playing Is It Creativity. So that is the deck that Benton used yesterday to get here. So it's going to be interesting how these 2 decks match up against each other. Benton winning the die roll is definitely going to be helpful towards trying to close out the game before the opponent can even play the creativity. I'm not sure what is happening now. We switched to the backup match. Now the names are correct, but we should be watching another match. Okay, so we're back here. The names are gonna be fixed soon, hopefully.
Yes. In the right side, with the Benton table, we can see some tokens and some creatures with auras. The Glade Cover Scout is a small elf with hexproof. Very important that ability because protects itself by the removal. Oh, this Calcano token is a very lovely. Shout out to Calcano. And Scrap, the Factor Might, protecting the other creatures, any target. By the side of its creativity, I'm going to check if any early removal could be easy. Yes, I can see the its creativity player's hand, but I guess I can see a creativity. I can see a Miran, but I can see just another removal.
Yeah, Benton with a good opening draw, having multiple creatures, but so far the only aura he cast is this. I believe that's a cartouche of solidarity, so he is able to chip in for a couple points of damage every turn. But I'm sure he is looking for something like all that glitters, perhaps something like ethereal armor.
General's Visitor, some senior. Okay. And, Anthony is attacking. And before damage.
So that is another. Is that another cartouche?
Yes, two cartouche, two white cartouche on the same elf.
All right, so it looks like one of the tokens got killed with Spikefield Hazard.
Pathway is flipping because this land is adding red mana. And your turn. It's that creativity needs to put in a game some treasure tokens or another target for the spell, the big spell, the indomitable creativity. Meanwhile, whoa, all that glitters making this elf so big. Attacking for a lot of damage here. Remains all the glitters is a small enchantment that get +1/+1 for each artifact and enchantment the players control. Whoa, this is Sokansan. Put, yes. Yes, put in 2 tokens at the end of the turn.
Wow, okay, so
Isn't two live remaining?
let's see. Do you have the creativity? Creativity, okay. Targeting 2 of my tokens. And we're going to find out if this is the combo version with World Spine Worm and Xenagos, or if this is the version with Gearhulks. Magma Opus. Okay, so that tells me that this is most likely the Gearhulk version.
Double Gearhulk. Benton says, I can check your library. And Paulo, okay, this is open deck list. You can check my deck. Double Torrential Hulk. Very good blockers here.
Yeah, so Paulo is on the Gearhulk version, playing 4 Torrential Gearhulks, 4 Magma Opus, cards like Stern Lesson, and then the usual suspects. Some removal, Fiery Impulse, Abrade. Obviously, there's some counter spells as well. I see 3 Make Disappear, 1 Negate, 1 Spell Pierce. So a pretty typical creativity Gearhulk list. On the other hand, Benton Manson, I think his deck is very similar to what he was running in Philadelphia earlier. He's playing Glade Cover Scout. Is actually the only card with Hexproof. After that, he has Skrelf. There's also Generous Visitor.
Yes.
3 copies of SRAM and 4 Light Boss, obviously, to get some
For Benton
free
here,
value.
Grief Boom will be the perfect odd to win the game, but isn't in hand. And the second all that glitters in the other elf.
Bear with us as we're trying to fix the graphics. We now have the graphics from the previous round. Excuse me.
Double block, not. Wow, this elf is so big with all the glitters are double cartouche.
Looks like Paulo is in chum blocking duty, so despite getting 2 Gearhulks out there, it doesn't look like he's going to be able to get very far. Yeah, that is the downside of playing this Izzet version, this creativity version, is that this deck is much better for grinding out the long games. If you're playing against something like Rakdos Midrange or control decks, then you're going to be much happier playing Gearhulks because all your cards can just work on their own. You don't really need to go for one combo finish. If you are playing the combo deck, then you are much happier seeing other decks on the other side of the battlefield that kind of just try to do their thing, that don't disrupt you, because then then you're most likely able to combo them off on turn 5 without being disrupted. In this situation, if Paulo was on the combo deck, and then he would have been able to win on turn 5. As it played out, the 2 Gearhulks didn't really have anything to flash back from the graveyard just yet, and Benton was able to take the first game.
Well, let's go to the sideboard. We are checking the sideboard of the decks in the side of the Celestia auras. We can see, for example, Pushbringer, for example. Both players are checking the copy of the opponent.
Let's take a look at the deck list if we can. Yeah, you might be thinking, why are both players looking at their phones? What is going on? This is a tournament with open deck lists, so both players are allowed to take a few minutes between the rounds while they're sideboarding and take a look at each opponent's list. Let's start with Jamie Drummond. He is actually, that is not Jamie. That is Paulo Casero. Playing this Gearhulk version, as we just mentioned, pretty typical Gearhulk list with Torrential Gearhulk and Magma Opus. Looks like we quickly switched to somebody else's deck. Yeah, bear with us as we're trying to fix some issues this round. Maybe it's better if we just go back to the match. Yeah, let's do that. All right, well, I can just walk you through it. I see it on my screen, so we already talked about Paulo's list. 4 Gearhulk, 4 Magma Opus, 4 Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Pretty standard stuff. Out of the sideboard against Benton's Aura's list, what can you really do? So Disdainful Stroke, definitely not coming in. Rending Volley, yeah, that looks like a reasonable card. You saw Skrell, SRAM is most likely in the deck, and Light Paw, so I think Rending Volleys are going to be coming in. Narset's Reversal, Rawl is at Visceroid. That doesn't really look like a card for this matchup. Behold the Multiverse, also more likely to bring that in against control decks. Change the Equation can possibly come in. Fry, I think, is also going to make an appearance. Hullbreaker Horror or not? That is an interesting question. Yes. I think Hullbreaker Horrors might be better than the Gearhulk plan after sideboard, but I'm definitely not too sure. This is not a matchup that I played, which might also be the reason why Benton chose this deck. Like, not a lot of people are well practiced against Auras in this format.
It's totally out of the radar, out of the metagame. This is a very good option to choose this deck to play here. Paulo put 6 cards.
There we go. Paulo's list. Okay, so here we can actually see the sideboard. The 2 Rending Volleys, 2 Change the Equation. We have 1 Fry. And perhaps the Gearhulks, perhaps the Hullbreaker Horrors, depending on what kind of sideboard plan Paulo has. And here is Benton's list.
Whoa, yes.
So if you are thinking of running Boggles in Pioneer, I think Benton is definitely a good person to follow and you know to possibly take some ideas from his list, as he was very successful with it in Philadelphia. Out of his sideboard, what is most likely to come into the deck? Extraction Specialist is a card that I would definitely be looking at, because he knows his creatures are going to be dying in the early turn, so bringing them back sounds pretty reasonable. Adent of Vanguard also, the indestructibility is very good against someone who's trying to kill your creatures with cards like Rending Volley and Fry, so that is very likely to come in as well. Destroy Evil, not something I would bring in, even though my opponent does have, you know, 5-6 creatures in the form of Gearhulks. You're not really interested in trying to kill the Gearhulks. I think I would be more interested in just trying to execute my own game plan instead of worrying about the 5-6. So out of the rest, maybe Boseiju is going to come in. That can target the treasure token or the, you know, whatever else you're targeting with the creativity. In response, it can also deal with the Gearhulk later on. So Boseiju definitely looks like a card that
Play
I would be
here,
bringing
yes.
in.
And we can check the main deck. We have an red aura.
Yeah, there's Hammerhand. I think there's one Hammerhand in the deck. I'm not sure how many ways there are to actually cast it, but most of the time you're going to be getting out of your deck with light paws. Anyways, I think Benton is running 3 mana confluence, and he is also running.
Maybe with
Yeah,
some
that's it.
treasure.
That's it. There's three ways to actually hard cast the card, and then there is a lot of ways to get it out of your deck.
Well, let's go with the second game of this round, round 7, number 7, here in Legacy European Championship. Benton Madsen against Paulo Caseiro. Selesnya Auras, very original deck, and well, original here in Pioneer reminds me a lot of classic archetype Boggles in other formats versus its creativity. So players are drawing the hands, and whoa, mulligan for Paulo. He withdraws only 6 cards.
Yeah, Hexproof is quite a tough deck to play against or to sideboard against, because if your opponent does get the good draw with the Hexproof creature, what are you really supposed to do? You can't really interact with it, so I guess you kind of just have to hope that they don't draw the Glade Cover Scout.
What could be a very good game plan for Paulo with its set creativity? He needs to hit the combo early, or he needs to control the table. How is a good plan here? Okay, let's go.
All right, so looks like we're off to the races. There's the Glade Cover Scout. So Benton again with a great start that Paulo is going to be unable to interact with that creature. Let's see how many auras we have to start putting on the scout.
The elf very essential in this deck.
Now, if you're Benton, you have to make up your mind. All right, do I want to go for, you know, being as aggressive as possible? Maybe try to cast a Cartouche into something like Ethereal Armor, or does it make more sense to cast SRAM here? Do I want to cast it into open mana? What if my SRAM dies? Like, do I want to try to wait for next turn to try to get some value out of it? But then again, wouldn't it be better to just kind of start racing my opponent and give them, you know, the fewest amount of time possible? It might look like an easy deck to play, but you still have to, you know, make decisions and judgment calls and actually plan ahead. Looks
Audacity.
Like, yeah, that looks like Audacity.
Audacity.
I think I saw another 1 mana aura in Benton's hand. I believe it was the Sentinel's Eyes.
And Evasion with Trample. Attacking for 3. Land and play. Okay, another elf in the Benton hand.
Benton not casting Sentinel's Eyes last turn indicates that he might have something like Light Paws or SRAM ready for this turn so that he can immediately get some value out of it. There's the Light Paws. And there's the Sentinel's Eyes.
Sentinel's Eyes, a recursive aura with escape. Escape with this aura with escape could you to play this card from graveyard. And this elf is attacking for 1, 2, 3, 5, 4. 4 damage.
Well, let's take a look at what the light boss is going to get us. Is that going to be ethereal armor? That would make the most sense because that's going to make the creature +3/+3. So right now that is a 4/2 scout, I believe, and a 5/5 light pause.
Paulo is now in 3 lives. He's playing Stone Lessons to draw a card and create a Power Stone. This card holster giants. Come on.
Yeah, Paulo not in a great spot. The first spell of the game is a Stern Lesson on turn 3, which doesn't really affect the board. Paulo needs some kind of sweeper, like Anger of the Gods type of card would be great. Unfortunately, I don't think we saw that in his sideboard, so his options are quite limited. I see a Torrential Gearhulk, but unfortunately Magma Opus is nowhere to be found.
Steam Bands.
He does have access to Fable of the Mirror Breaker, but if that happens, you're tapping out. You're kind of letting the opponent do whatever they want. Like, is that going to be enough?
Well, 2 tokens in Paulo table. Enough to play creativity, but he needs to survive this turn again against the creatures of the Benton. This elf could be a lot aggressive, a very big creature. If Benton casts a lot of auras in it.
I think Benton is getting a little flooded. I think there's at least 2 or 3 lands in his hand, but can he find another aura? Looks like he's trying to do the math. As they say, math is for blockers, but you still have to try to count in advance to make sure that you know how big your creatures are going to be.
Another.
That's Audacity.
Yes, another Audacity. This Audacity is a enchanted aura that makes that the creature trample. Trample is an very good ability to evasion and hit the Paulo. Will we survive Paulo this turn? Well, the life path's trigger ability results. Calcano is in the table.
Calcano makes an appearance. So now both creatures have trample.
Yeah.
Ethereal armor is +5. That's 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 14 trample damage and only a 2/2 token to block with. So I believe this will leave Paulo at 1 life.
He needs to chumlock and lose the token. This is not good to play creativity. And will be Benton says go ahead.
So now the hexproof creature is gone. How big is Light Boss? Some enchantments went to the graveyard.
Land
There's a
and
scroll.
scrub.
Yeah, now every 1/1's good because, well, your opponent's on 1 life now. So basically Benton is presenting 3 lethal attackers for next turn. Yeah, I'm not sure Paulo has a lot of ways to deal with that.
Escape for Sentinel's Eyes. Getting back from graveyard. Well, this Selesnya Auras is going wide right now. Benton is searching in another aura. And he is thinking,
Yeah, I think Kaya's ghost form definitely looks very appealing. Like in the case that my opponent has some ways to try to deal with my creatures, at least one of them is gonna come back. Griff's Boon, gonna make Light Boss even bigger and also give it flying.
yes, it's flying. Griff's Boon is getting fly, yes. Well, turn of Polum. He survived only with 1 life. The game is very critic. He needs to hit something, a very good odd. And he draw a random volley, I think.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a little too late for that, unfortunately for Paulo. Yeah, watching Pioneer, it really is a format that resembles Modern in a sense where it does seem to reward players that practice a lot with one specific deck. We saw Benton coming into Phyrexia saying, "Hey, I know my deck inside out. I think it's good." Getting second place at that tournament. If he gets the W here, that's gonna move him to 6-1 at this tournament. And it is not a deck that you see very often, but I mean, clearly shows that Benton is very good with the deck. He knows how to play it. He knows how to sideboard against every opponent, and you also have the upside of your opponents not really knowing how to play against it because this is not a deck that you run into very often.
The players are trying to know about the power of the stats of the light pulse and shake the hands. Victory for Benton Benson with these Selesnya auras. And let's go to the another table feature match. We have a Sultai Rona combo.
All right.
Rack the Sacrifice.
Yeah, Samuel Estrati Pro Tour winner. I think he won with what was it? Was it Splintered win? It was a while ago, but Samuel definitely won a Pro Tour back then, 10 years ish ago, playing Sultai Rona. But I don't think the deck is just Sultai. I definitely saw cards like Bring to Light. So let me just make sure I have his list up. On the other side of the battlefield, we have Matej Yobda playing, it looks like Ragna's Sacrifice.
Yes, it's a Ragdoll Sacrifice. This seems a very stock list, if you ask me.
So Samuela is running Yorion as a companion. This looks like it's Luca Coppercoat Outcast, which let me just put that on the screen real quick for you guys.
And Atraxa is in a play, a very big angel that make a very good quality hand for Samuel Strati.
Yeah, there's also Kinnan, there's also Mox Ember in the deck. There are cards like Oath of Nissa. Samuel's deck is really wild.
Absolutely. How works that deck with Luca, adding a lot of mana with Kinnan, right?
Yeah, I think this is a deck that has multiple different combos going on, and I think Samuel is using the cards like Bring to Light to find the right pieces. This is also a deck that most of the times your opponents will not have an idea of what you're actually doing. so they might not play it correctly against you or bring in the right sideboard cards. We see a Rona in hand with, I believe that's a Kinnan and another copy of Plaza of Heroes. But yeah, with Atraxa in play against Rakdos Sacrifice, I think that is already a pretty good spot to be in. Rakdos usually runs card like Claim the Firstborn, but if you play a much bigger creature, they're not that often able to deal with something like that.
This is the second game. The decks have a sideboard in, and only one Noxious Grasp is in the sideboard of the Matej. I suspect this card is in. I don't know. But the Rakdos Sacrifice player needs a very good odd to survive this Atraxa. Sacrifice Blood Token.
Yeah, I think Matej is just trying to find something that would be able to deal with that Atraxa, but I don't think there are that many cards in his deck that would be able to do that. Go blank. Yeah, I mean, maybe that exiles the graveyard, leaves Samuela with, I think, just one card in hand, but that is unfortunately not going to do anything about the Atraxa that's in play and attacking every turn.
Not enough. And I guess we have one more turn, maybe, to the end this game.
Yeah, shout out to Samuel for his deck. I think that's something we could bring for the stream for the feature match next round. I'll make sure to let the guys know that this is something that looks very, very cool. I just briefly walked past Samuel on the way to the booth earlier, and his deck looked interesting. I didn't actually look at the list, but this looks like a deck that's running multiple different kinds of combos, and we'll make sure to bring it for you guys for next round as the main feature match, because this definitely does look interesting. Let's see if we have any other backup matches, because these two tables finished actually pretty quickly. We're not used to that. Last round we had Wafo playing against Blue White Control, and they didn't even finish 3 games. So
seems we are going to watch the Christopher Larsen playing Rakdos Sacrifice. Christopher Larsen always plays Sacrifice, food or similar decks with the Oven Engine.
okay, Christopher Larsen, one of my favorite players on the tour, if you will. He was playing Rakdos Sacrifice in the last regional championship. In what was it?
Always,
Athens. Yeah, I guess he just plays his deck all the time.
Larsen is playing Sacrifice always.
That is true, and he did pretty well. He managed to top 8 the event, sending him to the Pro Tour. He is back running it again here in Lille. 5-1 record, playing against Azorius Lotus Field. Let's see if we can get the game score updated. I think 1-1 is pretty believable. I think two matches is something they definitely could have played in 25 minutes, as the Rakdos deck is relatively fast. That looks like a white ley line for Luca to start the game, and we're off.
Leyline is in sideboard. That's this Leyline. Oh, okay. You have a Hesproof. Luca have Hesproof right now, and
yeah, Leyline comes in to make sure that you can't really, tear apart my hand with cards like Thoughtseize. It also helps you against cards like Mayhem Devil. All of a sudden, your opponent can target you with the pings. But you can't really prevent your opponent from, running the Witch's Oven and Cauldron Familiar combo, because that makes each opponent lose 1 life, so it doesn't actually target.
Blue Sky Harvester for Larsen. Attack. Oh, a Genjo. Bye-bye. Harvester. Land. Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
There it is, Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Not so quietly, one of the best card printed in a very long time. It might just be the most impactful card printed in like the last.
The last years, for sure.
I think Throne of Eldraine probably had more impactful cards, especially because a bunch of them got banned in many formats. So cards like Oko were certainly more impactful. But since then,
Once Upon a Time,
I think Fable is probably the most impactful card.
well, turn of Luca, he's thinking the turn 4 sometimes is very important to this kind of deck because the Memory Deluge and other blue spells to draw a card is always costing 4, but we'll see. I can see the hand of the Luca.
Yeah, Luca is not running a typical blue-white control deck. I think those decks are actually a thing of the past. We were just talking about that with Waffle between the rounds. You can't really play these control decks to just rely on these very few finishers, you know, Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, and a bunch of counters and sweepers. That is just not a thing anymore. With 50-minute rounds, like you're gonna just have a bunch of draws. Like sometimes you're just not gonna be able to finish 3 games. So players are opting to either run more finishers, or in the sense, Luca is trying to get ahead really quickly on mana thanks to the Strict Proctor and Lotus Field combination, also running cards like Discontinuity. And when it comes to actually finishing the games, he also does have Teferi. He has the Wandering Emperors, but he also has, there's a Shark Typhoon. I think there is a bunch of copies of Castle Ardenvale, so finishing the game should not be a big problem. This deck also runs a lot of card selection spells, so cards like Memory Deluge or Impulse can find the finishers pretty quickly.
Recorner. I love that card. Could be aggressive and could be card advantage engine. But it's turn. Luca take a turn. He will play a land for sure. And could be Strict Proctor.
All right, there it is. I think I saw a Lotus Field in Luca's hand earlier. Yeah, there it is. So Strict Proctor comes into play. Luca still has priority. Plays the Lotus Field. So even if your opponent has removed it, it doesn't matter. The trigger is already on the stack. Obviously, Luca chooses not to pay the extra 2 mana. Lotus Field stays in play as a land that produces 3 mana without any drawback at this moment. So Luca is up to 7 mana right now.
A Strict Proctor. I think this is a very good card against Rakdog's Sacrifice because all the triggers with the cat, with the oven, the cards that played by this deck. Well, Kruxa?
Yeah, Kruxa does not target. It says your opponent discard a card from their hand and then can come back, and that is a pretty big threat. So let's see if Christopher can manage to fill his graveyard enough to bring the Kruxa back. Looks like Luca has a question for the judges, so he stepped away from the table. And we'll try to find out for you what exactly he was asking about.
Well, Luca back to the table. And discard the Lotus with the Kruxa, losing 3 lives.
All right, so what happens is Kruxa comes into play. Christopher pays the extra mana. For the trigger, the the Crocs leaves the battlefield, which triggers the Mayhem Devil, and Christopher does need to choose a target. He cannot target Luca. He doesn't really want to target himself, so he is targeting the Strict Proctor with that 1 damage trigger. Although, I believe that trigger also gets stopped by the... Oh, no, it doesn't, because it's when the permanent leaves play, so never mind. Let me put Strict Proctor for you on the screen. It's a card that there's a lot of decks that just randomly get completely owned by this card. I remember playing, was it Green White Angels or something along those lines, and my opponent played a Strict Proctor, and all of a sudden my cards just didn't do anything.
Anything, yeah. Well, Croxam. Larson is thinking about what is the play in this turn. If Crocs crew the red corner with Crocs and attack with all creatures, need to be aggressive to game so fast this game. Play a land and go ahead. Okay. Luca have Farewell in the deck. This is a hard sweeper right now for the table of the Christoph Larsen that have a lot of permanents. Could be a very good odd, but I think he draw at Fairy.
Yeah, can Luca find a sweeper? I think he can buy himself a little bit of time, with the cards like Discontinuity that effectively works like a Time Walk now that he is up to 7 or 8 mana. So definitely a little bit of time can be bought using these cards. I think, that is a Memory Deluge, actually, not a Discontinuity. So let's see what he finds. I think that was a Temporal Lockdown.
Very good card here to survive. Temporary lockdown. When enter the battlefield, exile each null permanent with mana value 2 or less.
Yeah, so that's gonna deal with Croxa for good. That's gonna exile the Reckoner Bankbuster. That Fable of the Mirror Breaker is flipped into a Kiki token, but I believe the card still costs 3.
Yeah, still costs 3. Mayhem Devil and the Saga Kiki remains in the table. But Croxa, the big Croxa, is already dead. Already exiled.
All right, so that deals with half of Chris's board, but still leaves 2 creatures in play, and Luca is at 10, so this is still a 2-turn clock.
This is a hearse?
Looks like Christopher opted to make a copy of the Mayhem Devil, so that was actually an attack for 6 and an unlicensed hearse. Yeah, no flashback.
Farewell.
Of Memory Deluge. Wow, that is absolutely brutal. Farewell off the top.
Exile of the creatures, exile of the artifacts.
Yeah, you don't want to exile enchantments because that temporary lockdown would bring stuff back, but you can still name creature to get rid of the Kiki reflection, and all of a sudden Chris is down to no board. He does have a Den of the Bugbear though activated, and Luca has no answer. Wow, all right, so 2-1 for Christopher Larsen. That puts him to 6-1, and that pretty much locks up day 2. So we will be seeing him tomorrow. Looks like we have another backup feature match for you guys. This time, it is Ragdos Midrange against Omnath to Light. I think that was actually one of our top tables. When I was choosing the feature matches, this was one of my matches that I had written down as potential candidates. Omnat to Light, a very fun deck to play because you kind of just get to put into your deck whatever you want with Bring to Light. With 4 copies of Bring to Light, you essentially have 5 copies of everything in your deck at least. So you can always find that. The other side of the battlefield, Ragdos Midrange, Ricardo da Silva. Yeah, nothing too crazy about Ragdos. It's still pretty much the same deck as last season. I think you basically just take 20 cards. You take 4 Fatal Push, 4 Thoughtseize, 4 Born Crusher Giant, 4 Fable of the Mirror Breaker, and what is the last card? And there's one more card, and that's just the 4 offs. And I think that's Bloodtide Harvester, actually. These 20 cards, just every Ragdos midrange deck has those, and then you add a couple copies of Shield Dread, some more removal, whether you're like a Braid, maybe Kolagun's Command, some more Duress. We saw most of the Ragdos players running 1 copy of the Duress and 2 copies of Goblin in their main decks this weekend. Manual casting Escape to the Wild.
Escape to the Wilds, very good card from the Throne of Eldraine.
Yeah, lots of value for Manuel, but he is on 9 life, and the opponent has a 3/2 and a 1/1 Goblin in play. I think that is 3 treasures on the other side and 1 blood token. I see a blood.
I think so. Yeah, 3 treasures and a blood token and 1 Goblin and a Harvester. Stomp. Another Stomp. And this is game for Ricardo da Silva with Ragdos Midrange.
All right, well, that was pretty fast. We joined just for the last 2 turns of the match. It looks like we're going to go back to the booth, so I'll make sure that I'm sitting straight in my chair. Welcome back.
Welcome back. A lot of games we watched this round.
Yeah, we watched 4 different matches. I think Samuel Estrati's deck was definitely one of the most interesting we've seen all weekend. So we'll try to make sure that we see him in the feature match next round for the full match. He's going to be the main camera match, and yeah, that's gonna be quite cool because his deck was featuring multiple different combos, Yorion, a lot of cards. I didn't really know what was going on when I first saw it, but looks like he has the not just the Rona combo, but he also has Luca, Copper Code, Outcast, turning creatures into Atraxa. So there's a lot of stuff going on, and yeah, I mean, I want to see it next turn as well. So hopefully you guys enjoyed this round. Stay with us, and we're gonna have some more magic for you. This was round number 7. There's 2 more rounds today, 6 more rounds tomorrow, and then the top 8. So stay with us. Next round, Will and Matt and Matej coming to the booth.
See you later.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Regional Championships of Europe. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as WillHallExp. This man to my left is Big Z himself, Matej Zatlkaj, and we're bringing you round number 8 of Pioneer action. 675 players turned up today, all battling out to try and get themselves into day number 2, where we have got 24 PT slots on the line. 2 lucky players get to go to Worlds, but only 1 gets to walk away calling himself the European Championship winner this weekend. We've got some players to watch, though. We've got players that we've been looking for all weekend. We've got some big names on this board. Let's see how they're getting on. Starting at the top there, the one and only, the man himself, Canister MTG, 6-1. Absolutely smashing it on his Is It Phoenix list.
Locked in day 2?
Locked. Absolutely locked in there. Also locked in there, Christopher Larson, who we saw in the feature match last round. One of my big drinking military Navy friends, doing really well in it. Yeah, he's like, I don't know how I'm doing it. I don't even know what half this does. I'm like, oh, well, you're doing well, my friend. Going down the list, who else we've got on there? Benton, we saw him last round with his Boggles list. It's almost like he can't lose. By the way, he's probably my favourite player to watch play Magic if I have a mic on him.
Okay.
Watching me,
yeah.
The way he talks to everything and just cracks jokes is good, like his nervous jokes. So amazing. Who else is sticking out on this list for you?
I also would like to see Samuel Estrati, Pro Tour winner.
Yeah.
Splinter Twin, the first modern PT, is the one that he won. And he's doing really well. We're actually going to have him on camera because he brought a spicy one.
He did, and we will be getting into that one very shortly. Remember, we've got 2 feature matches in here, potentially a few more depending on how quick the games go, because Pioneer is a tricky format.
We've learned that this weekend. The rounds take a long time.
I was looking at Arnie. Remember early on when I showed you Arnie's tweet where he was like, you know, about moaning about Pioneer. I just met him then. He was like, that little chat with you always turned me around. I haven't lost since. I was like, well, that's called the Will Hall effect, mate. It's called, you know what I mean? That's the experience. That is the experience in itself. But I think the players are just shuffling up, getting ready. So we're going to go down to the table now and have a little look as they draw the opening 7s. Perfect transition and timing, as always, impeccable. Don't know who's on the play, but what sort of are they trying to look for in the opening 7s here?
Well, we first have to talk about Samuel's deck because it is classified on a Sultai Rona combo because it does have Sultai colors. It also plays like it's basically 4 colors. You could say 5 colors even. But
yeah, technically,
it is the Rona combo. But he's playing an 80 card version with Yorion. He also playing Karn in his main deck, meaning he has to have some Karn cards in his sideboard as well. So
a lot going on.
He has a lot of stuff going on, indeed. So it's pretty crazy what he brought, and I just want to see the deck in action because I'm personally not even myself. I'm not even sure like how this deck is going to play out.
So you said the Rona combo, just so people kind of aren't sure of that, because I was also unsure of it, just completely so excited. It's basically an infinite mana combo.
Yes, correct. So you have Rona, Herald of Invasion, which is a 2-mana 1/3. I can actually pull it up, which it's probably going to be pretty useful. But I'm going to pull it up multiple times during.
Yeah. You know, it's always good for people at home to watch. You can also go exclamation mark card. No, we probably don't have that command in the chat, but we do welcome everybody watching today. I hope you're all having a great Saturday wherever you are in the world. Obviously, this is one of the first regional championships happening all the way from now all the way to December. We've got multiple happening around the world, and this, I believe, is going to be the first one as we've got a keep for...
Yeah, that's a tough one. I would say A2. A2 Rivio.
I was thinking of what the card is. I think that's an alternate elf, right?
Yeah, it's one of the elves, either Land of Elves or Elvish Mystic.
What are we saying, A2?
A2. Yeah, I would say A2. Yeah.
Okay, we're going with that. And elves on both sides. Both players starting off with the powerful 1-drop. Very good to be able to ramp yourself one more turn ahead, especially in the Pioneer format. Coming down now, this is going to be one of the werewolves, activating with day or night. This one, of course, is the Reckless Storm Seeker, which gives target creature +1/+0 and haste. Can target itself, and you see it getting in there for 3 points of damage. But how can we get back on the board here with Samuel? Do we have our second land drop?
Yeah, quite a bit of stuff. I see Sylvan Caryatid and an Overgrown Tomb, building up his mana slowly but surely. Samuel's deck does require a bit of mana to work. He also has Bring to Light in his hand already.
I'm such a fan of Bring to Light.
And that card can do some damage. Look at this though. This is the perfect draw. So turn 3, a Seeker's Chariot. Now you can use the cats to crew the chariot, give it haste and +1/+0. Yeah, that works as well.
Okay. Oh yeah, because there's no point getting in there with a 2-3, right? It'll just get chump blocked by the cat.
Or just blocked, yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense.
So another cat comes down. Oof, great start for A2 there. And you know, Gruel vehicles. For me, story of the tournament. We have, I think, 3 Gruel vehicles decks at the top 5 tables of this tournament. That even though I will say A2 is not running any of the new Huntsman's Redemption in his deck, but he still.
Hold on, are we
still
about
works.
to
Okay, so no Bring to Light. We're just going to go for a Traxa. So this is another angle of the deck that it can do. A Luca, Copper Code Vanguard. I can pull that one out. Basically, it's kind of like a Transmogrify. However, it does it in a way where you exile a creature and you build creatures with a higher converted mana cost. This deck only runs 1 or 2 mana creatures. So if he exiles a 2 mana casting cost, he can go and mill until he finds an Traxa. Now he's going to resolve the trigger. We're going to reveal the top 10 cards. And it's going to put a variety of card types in his hand. So I see land, instant, creature. I see a sorcery, an enchantment. This is one of the advantages of this sort of deck. It has a lot of different card types.
Exactly. You know, not only just cheating in the big 7/7 general, having flying first strike, death touch, and lifelink. It also does refill your hand, as we're seeing here, of one of each type. You get to put that in there. So nice big thick hand. Yeah, we're going to take a note of that because remember this is comp REL. We need to write this down. You can't just be like, oh, I'll play it up, or can you tell me what that was? But a lot of combo pieces in hand, and one of the main ones being Bring to Light, maybe so we can search through our deck and kind of find anything, any key pieces that we are missing. But
yeah, he's only missing really from the combo. He's only missing the Mox Amber now because I think he just put a Retraction Helix in his hand from that Atraxa, and so Helix, Rona, and Mox Amber means infinite mana of the type of legendary creatures you have.
I'm just looking. Can we Bring to Light for a Mox? just have a little look. That would be. I'd like it. I like the flavor of it, but it's fine. We're gonna untap here. 10 life. Can we get through this big Phyrexian General on the other side? Having a quick look at the main. Is there anything we could do? We could steal it.
Ooh, a Chrome
That would probably be game, right?
I think that would be lethal.
Enough power on the battlefield. If that's it. Do we have it? Doesn't look like we do. We're not slamming it down on the battlefield.
Yeah.
Do you have a land drop if we want to go that route? We could potentially.
There's, I think, Thrill Seeker is in hand, I think.
Thrill Seeker, not exactly where we want to be, especially if our opponent's at. I suppose. Oh, and we could play it. No, because they'll just block the creature without the counter, so that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if there's a way where he can Thrill Seeker. Well, you know, before damage is dealt, because remember Atraxa has lifelink as well.
Yeah,
before
that's
damage,
the problem,
trying to kill your own creature somehow, just so lifelink doesn't resolve, and I'm hoping that the rest of the creatures are going to be enough.
Well, we're going through the math in their head as well. Remember, both these players at 6 and 1, so they are locked for day number 2, but they want to get themselves a slightly better record to make tomorrow a little bit easier for them. 6 wins is the cutoff. If you can get yourself X and 3, you'll manage to gain your invite to tomorrow, where they're going to battle out for 24 slots. Top 64 get their share of $100,000, of course. Not something to turn your nose up to, as we're going to start crewing the chariot here. So we've got a plan in mind. Here comes the Thrill Seeker. We're going to put the counters on the chariot.
Okay.
We're going to chariot 6 face. Or maybe we attack with something smaller, and we can shoot the chariot.
I think he wants to make make the chariot a 7-power creature now. That's because of the 2 counters to 6/6, and then the Thrill Seeker is actually giving it an extra boost in power.
Actually, this is genius, right? Because you have to block it.
Yep.
That means you're going to take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the other 7, 6 for you. That's game, right?
I don't think so.
The Atraxa blocks.
Yeah, Atraxa can block something else.
So
like, it's just going to cancel out. He's still on 10. So
sorry, I'm thinking we have to cancel the block the 7/7 chariot here. But clearly we don't.
Yeah, exactly. He doesn't have to just because of lifeline. He can just block one of the cats, or the Storm Seeker would be good as well. But do remember, however, maybe it could actually work out, because remember, the Seeker's Chariot can be sacrificed for the Thrill Seeker ability this turn. It has the...
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
So it deals a 7, then you throw it to the
It kind of deals 14 in that sense, if you look at it this way. But 14 plus 3 is 16, and someone else at 17. So he's 1 short.
Well, he's going to gain 7.
Oh, but he can also...
you can fling it to the face, right? That's lethal.
I don't think so.
7 go up to 17, take 7, back down to, take 10, sorry, go down to 7, then you throw the chariot to face for 7.
Okay. You're right. That
Go
does
math.
make sense.
Go math. Math checks out. Are we going to work this out on the battlefield now?
Yeah, but you're right. I miscounted, I think.
And then it's, yep, you're going to have to do this.
Like, face you. Yep, that's it. You were right. Will Hall
back in the game.
Strikes again.
Look, that was over 10. No, because it was exactly 10. You see,
You're right.
We can count to 10. Anything above that, not good for me. But you know, we get sideboards. It's an open deck list tournament. Let's see if we can get the sideboards on the screen for you all to have a little look at. We're going to start over on the Gruel vehicles side. Just managed to just squeak out that win there. Masterfully piloted. Anything you like bringing out this sideboard?
I'm thinking maybe Damping Sphere maybe stops the combo. Rending Volley. I mean, it's tough. Like there's not really that many options there. I mean, you can't really do much about the Traxa part of the equation. But how about the combo part? Maybe you can bring some cards in, but.
Yeah, I'm having a little look. There's like no Epiphany effects, no bank bursts.
No.
Yeah, it's
maybe I could see the Rending Volley because they do deal with Keenan, they do deal with the Rona, the Gruel Charm again making an appearance.
Yeah, I was just making
still reading.
Yeah, it's creatures without flying. I was thinking like maybe that could come in and stop the Atraxa from blocking. Clearly can't.
No.
Damage figure like that is it?
I'm not
deck? Are they going to go?
I'm not saying I like it. No, but let's head on and look at the Samuel Estradi's deck because that's a
See, we go across to the other deck, and this is the big one, right? This is the 80 cards, 15 in the sideboard, so 95 total. Don't see Yorion too much these days, but we do remember how powerful this card can be.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean it is something else, but yeah. It has the multiple angles, right? It has the Luca into Atraxa, that's one kind of combo. Then there's the Rona, Helix, Mox Ember combo, which goes infinite mana. And then you can probably try to find a way to win a game with the Fae of Wishes or a Karn, something similar. And you also have... just in general, just value. You can also bring to light for Valky, right? You can get the other side of Valky as well. The bring to light. You can also bring, you have Unmoored Ego, Witch's Vengeance is like one of that you can also. I think some of those cards will go out, and I assume we're going to bring in some more removal spells. I see Fatal Pushes. Maybe the 2 Fatal Pushes are going to make it in. Maybe Thoughtseize. Even Negate I could see, just because I feel like the Crone War on the Atraxa can be like a really key moment in the game. But to be fair, A2 just had nuts draw, basically. That was on the play and had the turn 2 Stormseeker, turn 3 Esika's Chariot.
Just
really,
enough to
really
get
good
in.
draw.
Every single point mattered, and they managed to pilot it, find the line. There was a win there. That's actually really good. That's one of those ones that you'd see in a column. These are the cards in your hand. This is what the board state looks like. Find the win. And they managed to get there and get that W. So we'll see if we go back down to the table, see how they're getting on with shuffling up. Just coming to the end of a power shuffle there, clearly. So that means it's time for Matej to say something.
Yeah, exactly. I want to mention that both players actually are undefeated. They have 6 wins and a draw.
Oh, is it a draw?
Funnily enough, Samuel Estradi actually drew his first round. So he had to fight his way through the draw bracket. Yeah, but he went 6-0 in the draw bracket.
Combo, I guess, is going to go very well in that bracket. Yeah, the different decks that you're going to find there.
Looks
I guess you dodge with the aggro decks.
I guess, yeah. I mean, that could be a problem for this deck. And now he's facing off against... I don't know how Gruel Vehicles gets a draw, but
It happens. I mean, we don't know how everyone got here, but we do know that 675 players did turn up this morning to battle it out in the Pioneer format, to be one of them to walk away calling himself the European champion. 15 rounds of Magic, 9 today. We are in round number 8, so just this round and 1 more left before we come back tomorrow morning for 6 more rounds. Then we will know who is in our top 8, and we'll watch them battle it out to find which 2 players get to go to the World Championships and which one gets to walk away calling himself the European champion.
There's so much Magic left to play.
So much Magic.
It's going to be quite a bit of fun. I mean, we've seen already some pretty crazy games, some huge swings from both sides, and like Pioneer, once both decks get to do their thing, can be really fun. So,
like, if you're a fan of Magic and watching Magic at high-level events, this is the channel you need to be following. Because not only have we got the RC today, we had the LCQ yesterday, the last chance qualifier. That was another 9 rounds of Pioneer. So normally by now we'd be in like the semi-finals. After the amount of rounds we've had, it would be coming to the end of a day 2. No, we've got 3 days of full Magic for you all here. We're just coming to the end of round of day number 2 technically, but day number 1 in this tournament specifically. Round number 8, 1 game up here for Itu on the left of your screen on Mardu. Not Mardu, on Gruel vehicles. I remember Mardu when that used to be a good
Mardu?
Yeah, I used to love Mardu. Crackling Doom, give me it all day long.
Ooh,
love that card. Love that card.
You're talking about the card very near and dear to my heart.
Do like it. Okay, we're looking at opening 7s. Do we have keeps
I mean,
here?
Samuela's hand is controversial. He has 4 lands and 3 mana dorks. He needs to draw some action. If A2 can draw a very proactive hand, he can really punish Samuel if he doesn't draw anything. But mulligan to 5, I think Samuel is probably pretty delighted to hear that, because he's going to be able to build out his mana, and maybe he could even threaten to hardcast something like an Atraxa. That the deck actually can turbo out an Atraxa between Keenan, right?
Yeah.
And the mana dorks and Paradise Druid and all the Caryatids, like they can generate a lot of mana very fast. So.
People just watching, they're going to hear a lot of like different Magic terms. You know what I mean? Maybe you're just getting into competitive formats. Maybe this is one of the first tournaments you're kind of watching. When we say the term mana dork, what do we mean?
Any creature that generates mana. Yeah. It's basically so like Llanowar Elves, Elvish Mystic, Sylvan Caryatid. Not really coming up with any recent
Birds of Paradise.
Ones. Birds of Paradise, yeah, that's a good classic.
That's not the classic, right? It's almost. Is that what came first, Birds or Elf?
They came same set.
Same set.
They came out in the same set. So.
And how old were you when they came out? Oh no, let's go. How long were you playing Magic when they came out? Let's go that one.
No, I wasn't playing Magic back then.
Okay.
It was 1993. They were in alpha, so.
Okay.
I was 8 years old.
Well, I didn't want to how to stream your age, but here we go as we start off the game. You
guys do the math.
yeah, you can work it out. Math is for blockers and working out Matej's age. As we're going to get in with one of the elves here, turning across sideways, 1 point damage coming across, dropping a 2 down to 19.
It's just a bunch of lands and Paradise Druid as well. He drew the Sylvan Caryatid with his first draw there. Let's see if A2 can do something here. Maybe a Bone Crusher Giant for 2 mana. Yeah, so Bone Crusher's away the Llanowar Elves at least.
Stomp on that little elf there, just like the flavor text we were up to. Giants do stomp on little tiny elves. But we're kind of okay with that. We've got redundant mana dorks here as we see another one come down.
I drew another land. There's still 0 action from Samuel. But to be fair, like any Bring to Light, any Luca, maybe he's even close to Atraxa mana as he now faces down a Reckless Stormseeker.
So it's Paradise Druid. And for the draw there, we do at least find a Planeswalker now. That is the Brawler. Tarvel. Am I saying that right? Tarvel? Table?
A2?
No, the
the Tyvar.
Tyvar.
I was like...
It was Tyvar. So alternate art Tyvar off the top. I think it's the Phyrexian art.
Okay. We'll see. Not the greatest on this board, but...
Yeah, nothing. Well, we can bring back an elf, I guess. Let's have a little look at what the other abilities are. You may have active abilities of creatures you control, as though they had haste. So quite good if we get our mana dorks coming into play, and we can use them for mana to kind of ramp out a little bit more if needs be. We can play 1 to untap 1 target creature. We can -2 mill 3 cards, and you may return a creature card with mana cost 2 or less from the graveyard to the battlefield.
Okay.
But it comes across very much of a combo card. Like,
yeah, I mean,
it's not great by itself, but it's good in a deck.
Yeah, he's really hoping to hit a Rona or something and bring that one back. It gives it haste. Also, it doesn't play Jace, Rinse Prodigy. That used to be one of the cards that is played in some of these versions of these Rona combo decks.
Love Baby Jace.
Yeah, I
love a Baby Jace.
Yeah.
Used to play it all the time in my Jeskai Black deck back in Standard.
Jeskai Black.
Love that deck. that might be my favorite deck.
You mean Dark Jeskai?
Dark Jeskai.
Yeah.
What was the other one? Wet
Moist Mardu.
Moist Mardu. One word we should not maybe say on the stream is that the M word, but here we go. Chat, let me know
wet Mardu.
What's your favorite ever Standard deck that you have had the privilege of piloting? I think mine is Jeskai Black. I really did enjoy that. Fetch lands, shock lands, dig through times, Ojatize, give me them all. Here comes Seeker's Chat, comes onto the battlefield.
Two, though.
It did generate 2 cats, and then they tried to crit, so we could target that to give it haste, but it's going to eat Beseiju in response. Beseiju, one of the cards that it's just good.
So
just
good.
Just so good. Does so much, hits so much, gives so much option and flexibility to different decks. I really do like the channel lands. I don't think they're OP. I just think they're very good cards.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, they're still playing all formats, right?
Yeah.
Like from all the way down to vintage.
I need to get. Like I was saying, I need to get myself. I've been trying to get the full art foil for a while, just so I can put it in my infect deck and it can sit there and never see any play.
Let's see if Strati can find any action.
Okay, that was a blue card. I think that might have been a Helix.
Not great on this board.
Not ideal. I guess you could bounce one of the cat tokens.
But he's gonna put Yorion in his hand.
Could cast it this turn. Has the mana.
Yeah. Okay, goes for taps his Paradise Druids. Now he can untap one of the Caryatid with the possibility of Tyvar. Now he's gonna go for the Yorion.
I think that might be. Oh, it's not what I think it was. I thought we might have another channel in hand, but yep, Yorion's going to end the battlefield. Haven't seen his trigger yet today, so it kind of does the flicker effect. Everything gets exiled. Well, whatever you target gets exiled, then it comes back at the end step. So you know we restart. Our Planeswalker comes back in with 3 points, and all of our Mana Dorks come into play untapped, which means they now all have Hexproof again.
Yeah, and the Tyvar also make sure that they can use their abilities if something's needed. There's a Plaza of Heroes still untapped, so
yeah,
could be relevant if there's some sort of removal spell.
5 mana.
Ooh, Sky.
So
Interesting.
and we can give it haste. We can crew and give it haste this turn. So 3 damage is first. We're going to deal with that Planeswalker.
Yeah, the boats are making a comeback.
Let's go. Yeah, 2 in the main deck of this build. We've seen you know, these Gruel vehicle decks being semi-popular in the past, but today really showing up today and hitting up good numbers. But they seem to be cutting on the Skyboat occasionally in this one. Nope, we're playing 2 copies in the main.
And a swing for 7, pumped up by the Reckless Stormseeker, also gets, puts 3 damage on the Yorion.
We take it, 7, drop down to 13. Still got quite a healthy life total.
Indeed.
Looking for, oh, okay, there's a Luca.
Luca, okay, now we're cooking.
Here comes all the mana in the world that we need. Plus we can sacrifice 1 and go get our Traxxas. Still have a couple of mana up. No negate type effects or any way to interact over on the Gruel side here.
So gets rid of the Sylvan Caryatid, and now here's the Traxxas.
There we go, the big powerful Phyrexian General. 7/7, Flying, Vigilance, Lifelink, and Haste. Look at the top 10 cards of your library. Pick one of or you may pick one of each creature type card type into your hand. How many card types you got here, my friend?
So Luca, so that's Planeswalker, Sorcery, Land. Now Arona, I assume, is gonna, if he wants it. Also,
You got the choice of Rona or Fair Wishes.
Tough. He has a bunch of mana.
But we got a bunch of creatures we get, but it looks like Fair Wishes might be the one we're going with. Not for the 1/4 flying body, but more for the adventure side of it, where you may choose a non-creature card from that you own from outside of the game and put it into your hand.
So it wasn't the blue card, it wasn't the Helix, it was just the land. But now he has a Traxxas with the Plaza as well available to him. Still a Yorion in the air. Very defensive stance now for Samuel Estradi, who's down to 10 apparently.
To make it a day 2, you need a X and 3 record or better. So both these players already into day number 2, but they want to try and make that day 2 a little bit better for them. Let's have a little look-see.
Yeah, tough spot.
Chat's saying Druid or Plaza should be tapped. Why should we be tapped?
No,
here?
the Caryatid.
No, the Caryatid and then sacrifice the Caryatid, right?
Yeah, I think, but he didn't tap enough red mana. All his lands that are tapped do not make red, so he should have tapped one of the Paradise.
I'll make sure that gets passed down. Thank you very much, chat, picking up on that.
Yep. Ooh, Thrill Seeker. That's gonna be a big boat. It's now up to 8 power. With the Stormseeker, it could be 9 power. Oh, this is actually lethal, I think.
No way.
It is lethal because he's going to pump up the Sky Storm and make it 9 power, then shoot it at Samuel for 9, and then shoot the Thrill Seeker for the last bit of damage.
Can the free
I think it's lethal.
Shoot itself?
No, not itself, like the opponent.
You know, as in like. So
yeah, it says deals damage to any target. So he now, I think, attacks. There's a double block. But now before damage, he's just going to shoot at face.
Yep, so it's 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah.
So drop to 1. Where are we getting this extra point from? I'm missing
For a
that.
Thrill Seeker. It's a 1/1, and you can shoot it. Boop.
Oh, yes, sacrifice this creature and then it gains the ability. You're right. Yeah, 1 damage to your face. Matej getting the line in there. Jeez.
Finally.
That's
Yeah.
brilliant.
Everyone's checking, like, is it lethal?
That's this.
Yeah, that's
Thrill Seeker is
it's
a
it.
card, man. That is
I told
crazy.
you. I told you that this deck is crushing this tournament. 3 Gruel vehicles among the top tables. Wow.
That was thrilling to watch. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, we do have another backup feature match for you all here. It is Abzan Grease Fang versus Eggman Fires. Okay, these are 2 decks we haven't seen this weekend at all. I feel like Grease Fang gets a lot worse in open deckless tournaments, but you know, Lars decides I am wrong and is 6-1 piloting this.
I think there's like 2 players at 6-1 with Absent Grease Fang. Not a deck that's been super present, but somehow it got a little bit more popular. You would think it would be less popular just because of the amount of graveyard hate has increased since is it Phoenix was on the rise. But it seems like it's working for some people. And sometimes you don't even have to worry about Grease Fang and all that stuff. You just get a Liliana of the Veil to 6 counters and you ultimate.
Yeah, you know me. We see with Grease Fang all the time. Yes, it's got this nice combo element, and your opponent's got to be scared of it. But if they go for like the Chariot way and just kind of go for the go wide strategy, they can also win a lot of games that way. As we're going to see the Skyclave come down now and deal with that Liliana there on the other side that was on 6, threatening to ultimate, and just land for a turn and pass it back 1 card in hand. Looks like okay. We did have another filter effect there. The game's over, so there was no penalty for me. Obviously, not tapping that red man didn't really make much difference.
It didn't make
to the
a
conclusion
difference,
of the game. So, yep, we just got that back from the judge.
He just needs to be more careful next time. I don't think there was any malicious intent.
No.
So.
Also didn't affect the end of the board state, so no drama there.
Vessel of Nascency and pass. So hoping to dig himself into a Grease Fang. I see a Sky Sovereign in the graveyard. There's a Leyline Binding targeting the hoping to target the Vessel. That's going to get blown out in response. Oh, Thoughts, see Surge of Salvation, Grease Fang, and Duress. Finds the Grease Fang.
I can see a boat in the graveyard.
I'm sure Martin on Enigmatic Fires has to have like something else going on there.
How many cards we got in hand? Looks like a good 4 cards.
Oh, Enigmatic.
Namesake card of the deck.
And that's just
this.
I've seen enough, he says. I've seen enough. And it's 2-0 for Martin, up to 7-1 with Enigmatic Fires. Again, another deck that's been a little bit maybe off the radar. Like
another Beanstalk deck. Honestly, I genuinely don't. When people play Beanstalk, I don't see them lose. It's crazy. I'm not even joking. I don't remember the last time I've seen someone play a Beanstalk on camera. Not even just this tournament, just other tournaments that I've watched where it loses. You know, we just had like one of my good friends just won the.
Not a good friend then.
I didn't want to say the name. I was trying to think of the tournament, the Secret Lair tournament over in Vegas with Beanstalk. Went all the way to the finals and managed to win the Secret Lair Brainstorm. I wasn't going to say the name.
Why not?
Yeah, well, okay, fine.
But he did really well. We should praise him.
But with Beanstalk doesn't lose. That deck does not lose.
Yeah, but I mean,
it's so crazy.
He did such a great job winning that tournament. What did he get the alternate Brainstorm?
Yeah. So he got.
There's like 5 in the world or something.
4 of them in the world. He's now the owner of one of them. Plus he gets a giant for card in his face all over the place. Shout out to him if you haven't go follow him. You know, and MTG. He is. There's a lot of work.
And organizing the Super League with you.
Me and him do the Super League. So a little shout out to the Super League.
You deserve a bit of...
Every Wednesday on his channel, make sure you go check it out. 16 of the world's best players battling out to see who can say they're the Super League Season 1 champion. Don't shout at me, Lexi. Anyway.
Look, the Super League is also quite fun. I watched for a bit. It's a bit of out of my time zone, you know.
Yeah, we're trying to make... But you can watch it on YouTube.
Yeah, true. And I saw... the one match I saw Up the Beanstalk. Carried home. So
is that was that with Nathan? Oh no, that was Reed's deck. Oh man, that was the talk of the town. When that turned up, we were like, oh boy, because obviously I get to see the decks like 24 hours before everybody else. Yeah. And we were like, we were just like, thank you, Reed. Thanks for doing this. And obviously it went really well for him, and he managed to advance himself into the winners bracket. I think we see him this Wednesday. Actually, is the next time you'll see him. We got the 2 winners brackets, and then we start going to the elimination part. But I don't think we've got any more.
We should try to get a refill for some of our matches. I believe there's going to be quite a few matches still.
Yeah, we got 20 minutes. I think they're trying to refill. But all games over in the feature match. Okay, they're waiting for people, so we're gonna fill.
Yeah, we're gonna
fill for a little bit until the way it works. If you're just tuning in, or maybe you're like, why are these two babbling on about nothing? What happens is, once our feature match is finished, we go out into the hall and we find anybody that is in the top tables and that is sideboarding. When they're sideboarding, we ask them to stop and would you like to move to the feature match area? 9 out of 10 times they say yes. Then we move them to the feature match area and we get to see either game 2 or game 3 in the feature match area, so we can bring you all the most amount of Magic coverage as possible in the time designated to each round. And obviously we get to commentate on it. The more Magic we get to commentate on, the better it's going to be. But if you do have any questions, make sure you ask us in chat, because it looks like there's a lot going on, especially while they're filling. It looks like table 25 is now going to get moved to our feature match. So while they move across and get set up, have you, what's your highlight play so far from what we've covered?
This was pretty. This was pretty good.
Flinging a skyboat to somebody.
10 damage. You know, like just like that. That was pretty cool.
I like dropping in on Mark's game where he was comboing off. Just getting, we almost got to it just at the start of that combo.
Yeah, Mark Tobias. We only saw a little glimpse, but he's playing an 81 card, Jeskai Ascendancy, Yorion kind of combo
deck. You have to say 81, don't you?
I'm just saying 81.
You can't just leave it.
It's 81. He said it doesn't matter if it's 80 or 81.
And he's got Beanstalk in it.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course.
Always up the Beanstalk. Yeah, I really enjoyed watching. I just enjoyed watching Mark play it. I also think like Benton's doing real cool things.
He was 6-1 going into this round.
Yeah, we're talking about the players and we're talking about what decks are playing. This is just, can we get the metagame up and just show everybody?
Let's do it.
Let's get the metagame on the screen so everybody can see what the players bought this weekend. 675 players did bring different decks.
The players that we just mentioned with their decks are actually in the other parts of the metagame. They're not really part of like the.
Well, we can see what everybody else did bring this weekend, and what because it's a big majority of players bringing this sort of stock list, and this is probably going to affect future RCs, right? Like the events like this, we got a couple more RCs coming up all the way to December, so it kind of get that ripple effect going through. The meta, I guess we'll call it. That's
one of the things I like about Pioneer, which isn't really talked about compared to. I think Modern is much more stable. As a format, like there was Scam at the or Reckless Evoke at the PT, and it's still kind of evolved to being the top deck in the format anyway. Right, it's still there,
really, and it just got an upgrade.
And a lot of the other decks are very kind of your Yawgmoths, your Tron. Like there's still kind of it hasn't really changed much. With Pioneer, like every set, like it changes ever so slightly, and like it ebbs and flows according to like what people like, what they're doing. So.
Yeah. I like it when people, are able to invent new decks. But I think we've just managed to refill our back tables, so we're going to go down to the tables now and have a little look, see what we managed to come across. See if we can find it.
Let's go.
Let's go.
What a great match too. Tony Martos was actually in the top 8 of the regional championship in Athens with Rakdos Midrange. He's rocking Rakdos Midrange again, and we already saw Eduard Mucha in the feature match. He's playing Pia. So Boris Pia, I think only player in the tournament who's running Pia and LR. He was 4-0, then picked up 2 losses, managed to win the previous round. And I'm curious if they're going to game 2 or game 3, but should be fun because Eduard was saying like he's decently happy playing in Rakdos midrange, especially because he has 4 Showdown of the Skulls in his main deck. So look at that.
By the way, I can't tell you, right? Like Tony on the right on the screen is the happiest guy ever. He's so nice to talk to. He's so enthusiastic. He loves the game. He loves people. He loves being here in terms of these events. Such a nice guy and plays at some of the highest level Magic you're going to see, ladies and gentlemen. And obviously we've got Ed on the other side. He surrounds himself with some of Europe's best players, and they all put their minds together, all attack the formats, and they're all doing pretty good this weekend, I think. And majority, at least over 60-70% of that team is actually doing, on the way of making day number 2. As we start off with a Taylor Swift spear here on Ed's side, looks like we are in game at number 3.
It looks that way indeed.
I'm just going to get their deck list up in front of me so I do know the exact same. Any spice floating around? We do have The End over on Tony's side. That's one we haven't seen so far. Couple of Cruxes in the main, so probably expecting a lot of the mirrors going on because that card's obviously great in that. 3 Shield Dreads and 1 Bankbuster. I guess the main sort of standout one-ofs in this deck. Oh, no, an Unlicensed Hearse in the main as well. Interesting. Yeah.
That's a direct answer to an anticipated increase in the Phoenix meta, which came and kind of waned as well. The Rakdos midrange is still #1 deck.
So I know Tony. He hangs on with the big guys, the big ones, the big showstoppers in Magic the Gathering. The one that comes to mind is Christian Hokano. mega great player. Obviously, just Barcelona came second in that. Beloved by the world about how nice that man is. Imagine Tony's like one of the good opponents. Imagine they're going back and forth with a few, card choices in this deck. It is going to be Pioneer all day today. Well, I say all day, this round and then the round after, and then they will come back tomorrow playing Pioneer. It's Pioneer all weekend long. As a Fatal Push is going to take that Taylor Swift spear. Get it out of here.
It was really telegraphed as well from Tony because he was thinking about turn 1. I think he still has a Thoughtseize in his hand as well. But Fatal Push was a clean answer there for the Monastery Swift Spear. But now maybe his decision, do I want to Thoughtseize and tapped land, or what kind of land am I going to play?
I think he's got a lot of land in hand.
Okay, and he does have the Thoughtseize. I would know that that art away from 10 meters.
Yeah, I think he's also got an Extinction in hand.
Extinction event, okay. So now I think Ed is thinking he can probably Bone Crusher in response, but he's not going to. A lot of removal there.
Yeah, so we've seen this from Ed before, like boarding into the more mid-range strategy after game 1, especially looking at the sideboards. But I don't know if Tony's a good player. I don't know if he's going to fall for this. It's just an aggro deck strategy.
There's no more lands though, so I think the important decision for Tony is: does he take the Reckless Impulse that's on the left, the black and white double feature card, to maybe try to get Mana Screw, maybe add a little bit, or he can take the Bone Crusher. Which, if it lands on top, he could, Ed can probably Bone Crusher, face, Stomp, and then play the 4/3 on his own turn.
It'd be interesting what it does take. So, if you do that and we're looking for land, potentially we can go with play 5 to face, get that Scry trigger in.
Maybe that as well, yeah. Takes the Bone Crusher. Okay. Interesting.
Bone Crusher down. Land for the turn is going to be a Blood Crypt tapped. Don't want to be taking any more damage we need to. There's 2 mana straight up.
No,
that's cards you do not want to see over on Ed's side. It's exactly what you want to go see if you are a Rakdos player, though. If you're a fan of the man to your right, does have a few more land, and that event is one other card in hand. Can't quite make it out. I think it's possible. I think it's a black.
It's a nightmare for Ed though, because he doesn't have the 3rd land. Reveals. Okay, we play with fire. It's something that he can play, but the Showdown that's called is one of the best cards in this matchup. You want to be played at a moment where you can actually get into play, get some availability for some extra cards. Now Ed actually has a decision to make. Like, he could in theory play the play with fire in the upkeep to get to try to scry towards a land, but he finds the land.
Good. Well pointed out by chat here. Why didn't we impulse on 2? Why did we just leave 2 mana past turn?
Sorry.
So why did we had the option of playing impulse on turn 2?
Oh, because he couldn't, like, if he flipped the land, he would have been able to play it on the next turn, sort of. So he was kind of trying to just save. If for example, he reveals 2 lands, play Reckless Impulse, reveal 2 lands, he can play one and play one another and on the other turn. Yeah.
He knows that this game is going to go long. It's going to be pretty grindy. He wants to try and get the most out of every single card in his hand, and he's going to have to against these Rakdos decks. We know how powerful they are. They've been in the format from pretty much day 1. So many powerful cards printed in red and black, being things like turn 1 Thoughtseize, turn 2 Creature, turn 3 Fable, turn 4 Shield Red. It's crazy. This deck is super powerful, especially when it gets those powerful turns. But we do have Ed on the left of your screen on this Boris PO deck. Kind of out the woodworks, kind of spicy. People know it's around, but not many people registering, but doing great effect here for Ed. Can he convert this into the W? One of these players, of course, is going to get their 6th win. That's the win they need to get themselves into day number 2. The other one's going to have one more round to be able to get in, because they'll be dropping down to the X and 3. Cannot take that 4th loss and make day 2, remember.
Yeah, both players are still live. The winner is making it into day 2, which is great. And the winner will have to fight in the last round. There's going to be a lot of people in day 2 compared to the previous tournaments, where I think it was around 100 players or so made it in. I think we're going to see around 150, just because the size of the tournament, 675 players, the biggest regional championship that we have had so far.
Yeah. And they're always growing, remember. And if you were watching at home and you want to take part in this, first step is going to your local game store and trying to win one of those events where we see play with fire, targeted, get that creature off the battlefield. Don't want the harvest on it, because again, that is a beat stick in itself, being a 3/2.
There's the land here.
So we want the white side.
3 mana, so Gigantha, it's always good option to have. And still, Deafening Clarion in Ed's hand, as well as, I think, the Braid. So the So I think Ed has an answer to our Bankbuster. He has an answer for like a graveyard trespasser as well as the Bankbuster. So he actually like the game's pretty even. The moment where he can kind of break is when Ed plays a Showdown at the Skulls, because that's almost like a draw 4, and the Rakdos mid-range deck really is not well suited to deal with that sort of card, such a card advantage.
Let's have a little look-see. Chat's telling me that they don't think Rakdos has been around since the start of the format. We're going to cycle that away with our blood token. We don't need any little 1/1s in this matchup. We'd rather have playable cards.
I saw Blood Tide Harvester. I think I saw a Bone Crusher Giant as well. This match is still going to take a while. I have a feeling.
You'd be interested how much extra time they get on top of the clock.
It still looks like quite a bit of time. Yeah, I think we're going to be fine. And I'm just excited to be watching some Magic.
Oh, so by 2 players. This is what happens when you start getting to the late events. 2 of my friends are now playing each other. I want them both to win. Like, you can't choose sides.
Humble brags. Will has friends.
Oh, one or two. One or two.
Yeah. There's the Harvester. I'm just calling you out because I'm jealous. That's all.
Because I'll be your friend.
Oh,
I feel like we're friends.
Yeah,
and
I guess.
Passing the turn back again. Ed really going down this mid-range control-y type route.
Yeah, I didn't draw the best cards for this match. I've already 3 Play With Fires, which I wouldn't call like the premier cards.
Well, that just means that he's lining up to draw them. That means they're still in the deck to be able to be drawn.
Okay, so
another blood being cycled.
Another land going away.
And this is what we say about this Bloodtide Harvester and how good this card is. Not only is it a threat in itself, being 2 mana for a 3/2, making a blood token means that we can start cycling through our deck, getting rid of these dead cards in this matchup, like potential extra land.
Castle Lockbane is good as well. Can draw some additional cards eventually. 4th Play With Fire.
Let's get the play set going.
Jeez,
that was another land.
Yes, but takes 2 here, so he's going to play the Giganta. Yep.
This is going to be quite hard to get off the battlefield, but we do have the Extinction in hand.
The Extinction event is going to be good here, but it's again going to tap out. Tony is going to be able to have to spend like his whole turn getting rid of it. It's out of Fatal Push range.
I'm looking at how many cards are actually in. So there's 3 direct removals that could deal with it, and the 2 extinction. Only 5 cards in the deck that can get this off the battlefield via spell, not combat damage. And Ed knows that because this is an open deck list tournament. Both players have access to each other's deck lists before the game and during sideboarding.
So 4 mana extinction event. Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to get that out of here.
You want to say odd.
And add a land to the battlefield, and you can untap.
Vren's Resolve or Reckless Impulse will be really good for.
Okay, there's a Pia.
Yeah, Pia, but waiting. He doesn't want to expose it. He wants to get as much value out of his cards as possible. That's why he played the Reckless Impulse on turn 3 rather than turn 2. Like in this sort of matchup, you really have to squeeze every single card to the maximum. You need that value because that's the way to overpower the Rakdos mid-range deck. Still, Ed being a little bit nervous there, flipping over cards. It was the Pia that I think Tony did not know about. Nope. He still knows about the Braid and the Deafening Clarion, though.
Let's have a little gander. I think that you're right. There is maybe 2 Bone Crushers in hand now. Tony just deciding at what point do I start firing these off?
And still, he probably should start to get rid of cards from his hand if he wants to, get some use out of that Castle Lockbane.
Yeah, not free. Remember, once it triggers, you draw a card, then you lose life equal to the amount of cards in your hand. Great the first couple of times you use it, but not so great when you still have a load of cards in hand. You can only take so many hits from it. And was that a pass at the turn? Oh no, I think he's just going through the motion, like working out. Okay, if I do this, you're going to do that. We know about the Clarion. The Clarion would get rid of my Bone Crusher Giant if I play it. Definitely one. It might even be 2 land Bone Crusher in hand. Not ideal draw for either player here.
Yeah, but he can get probably Bone Crusher, face, play it.
Here's a tapped Blood Crypt for the turn. 3 mana. Yeah, we're going to start playing it out. Here
just leaves up 3. Interesting choice. I wonder what the last card in his hand is.
Also, Ed decided not to use a braid or anything like that to get it off the battlefield. Notice if the Clarion can do that. I think that was a mountain off the top. We're going to play that for the turn.
Down to Ed is down to 12 though. Like, he can't afford too many hits from the Bone Crusher though. But he doesn't really want to. I don't think he wants to spend the braid just because Bankbuster would be really good in this spot. So he just goes to use the Clarion. Should be surprised. Like, why is he bringing Clarion in this sort of matchup? Exactly to deal with card like Graveyard Trespasser, which is a clean 1-for-1. And look, it was the second Bone Crusher Giant from Tony.
2 to face. Going to stomp, dropping Ed down to 10. Drawing a card. It's going to be our only card in hand, but this is kind of where we want to be while we've got cast on the battlefield. And we drew 3. Oh, it's a fade with a mirror break off the top. Now, this is a good one when you start top decking.
A question of time. So a braid going to take care of the Bone Crusher Giant.
It's going to do 2 damage to Ed's face because they're targeting it. But fade with a mirror breaker coming down, bringing along a 2/2 Goblin Mengu token.
Another land here for Ed. He really needs something like an Impulse. Just plays out the Pia.
We're at that step where we've got to start playing. We've got to play out our cards. We can't afford to wait anymore.
Yeah.
One player had to draw a card that would be very good in this top deck war, and Fable is that. Obviously, on the other side, we were hoping to get a showdown, but Ed not managing to find it in time.
So we have, I think we're going to be in our, I think Tony implied that he's in his upkeep, so I think he might want to use the Castle Lockdown to draw a card now, just to take 1. Oh, he already has it.
No, the Fable's got up to 2.
Oh, okay, so Fable's on the stack, and now he's thinking about using Castle Lockdown in response to the trigger. So he's going to take 2 here, and then he might discard both cards if he doesn't like them. Yeah, he does. So it was a Thoughtseize and a Blood Crypt. So now he's going to draw 2 fresh cards, and now he's kind of in a position like maybe he has to deal with the Pia, and also start even putting more pressure on the board.
That might have been another Fable drawn.
That's also very good here.
He's reaching for 3 mana. Just going to tap it here, and yep, it was a second Fable going to come down. Do we have a second Mengu token? No, we do not, but we do have a second Golden Shaman token. One of them does have Summoning Sickness, but it doesn't matter.
Showdown knocks once, says just to play with fire.
Bone Crusher Giant.
Okay.
So we can get rid of these tokens, but...
Yeah. So it gets rid of one of the Goblin Shamans.
Yep,
he can then play it, get a Thopter. Plays it because the Pia...
Player says when you play something from exile this turn, you get to get yourself a 1/1 Thopter.
Yeah, but now he's saving the play with fire for I think when the Fable flips. Just because he doesn't really, when you have 2 flipped Fables of the Mirror Breaker, it's kind of like almost a Splinter Twin situation. So he wants to save that. But if Ed now draws like a Reckless Impulse or a Showdown at Skulls, he can get a lot of work done with that Pia.
I think we might see the same play as we saw last turn. We might activate the castle. Oh, no.
Okay.
Just going to discard 1, so it looks like we've got a card that we like. Fable is going to flip on this side.
I think he just discarded Takenuma to the Fable.
Yep.
Probably has a card he likes in his hand still.
5 mana.
6. No, still just 5.
What's 5 mana? We'll find out.
It's a
Sky Boat. Okay.
That's massive.
Yeah, we're going to target Pia here, get that off the battlefield. And we know that braid got fired off. Looking at the deck list, there is only 1 in the deck, and both players know that because it is an open deck list tournament, of course. We had to fire it off earlier, kind of keep the board state kind of low, but now we're starting to pull away on Tony's side as we added 9 power to the battlefield. And also shot something for 3 damage getting it off the battlefield. Big draw step now.
Huge draw step. Needs something really good.
Has a little look.
Okay, Reckless Impulse.
It helps.
Yeah.
Swift Spear.
And Pia. Okay. Can play the Pia. Yeah, he can play the Swift Spear. Gets a Thopter.
Okay. So you're saying there's a chance. The Skyboat on the other side is going to do a lot of work.
It is going to do a lot of work.
It might even be lethal. Right? Just looking. So we've got 1 attacker, 2 attacker, 3. Yeah, we've got to be close, if not 2 turns away. But, this is a game of Magic. Anything can happen. We're going to come across with the Bone Crusher Giant for 4 points of damage.
You might be wondering why, but there's with the play with fire in hand.
It's a good bluff if it's not.
Because he already played 3 play with fires, I think, right? And I think he's the 4th one in hand. So.
Yep. Tony's like, do you have it? Do I activate
the
boat here and block or not?
There's still also the Fable in play, so even if he exposes this Sky Sovereign here, he's going to have a free Fable to use with for example, his Bloodtide Harvester.
I almost don't mind. Like, say I animate the boat here and I block, and then they use the player fire to kill my Sky Sovereign. I'm then still going to untap with Kiki Jiki flipping and an active Kiki Jiki plus Blood Type Harvest that I can copy, etc. So I'm still in a really good spot here.
But the Sky Sovereign is really, really good here as well.
Yeah, that's also like it could potentially be our path to just winning next turn, as it is a 6/5 flyer.
Trade with the Blood Tide Harvester, but then Fable on the flipped. Jiki, no cards now for Ed Mucha. Does Tony Martos have a card of his own he can do? Like, he definitely has the boat. That's, I think, one of the ways how he'll quickly win the game. But does he have a way to finish the game off now?
Yeah.
That's the big question.
So 1 black. We're going to cycle this blood. Don't want this extra land. Get a redraw. What is it going to be? Let's have a little look at the deck. What could we possibly get that we'd like? It looks like it's 2 mana. Another. Could be. Oh, Crocs would be pretty good here, I guess.
Yeah, he could crew as well in response to the trigger.
Crocs would be good. Shield Dread would be good. 3 mana.
Yeah, it
is
a
the Croxer. With the triggers on the stack, we're gonna crew the Skyboat. And that's going to do 3 damage because Ed is empty-handed. Skyboat's going to come across. Fopters have flying, though, so can block.
So he also lost 3, right? Like to the Croxa. He didn't discard. Yeah, down to 5 here. Plenty of chump blockers still.
Just having a little think. Do I die on the backswing here? Is it worth swinging with both? Can't attack with that Fable.
Yeah, I don't think so. What? It just flipped, didn't it?
Yep, I'm just getting it down to the judges now. See what they say.
I think that's what they're gonna find out. Yeah,
unless there's something we're missing here.
Yeah.
That's right. Looks like the judge manages to step in. Only combat damage has happened, right? So
they're just trying to explain to the situation that I think Tony Martos attacked with his flipped Fable, the reflections of Kiki Jiki, but they're just trying to say, hey, like this shouldn't happen. We need to rewind the attacks because you can't attack with the. I think he's going to get a warning for this.
Yeah, it happens. When you feel like you're so far ahead, you can do like little mistakes here. It's fine. A lot on the line. Remember, the winner of this matchup will be locking themselves in to day number 2, which is exactly where they want to be. As in fact, that's where all 675 players this weekend want to be, coming back tomorrow to battle it out to see if they can get themselves.
Yeah, but not this way. Like in this way, there's going to be one creature that survives, and Tony's gonna. Ed is gonna stay at 5 life. But he still gets the treasure from the Goblin Shaman. Gets rid of both the top tiers, and now he's going to play the Croxa from his cape.
I think we're just delaying the inevitable slightly, but we do want to make sure that gameplay is maintained and proper for you all at home. Big top deck. It is a land. It is not. Handshake offered. Tony advancing himself to 6-2 going into day number 2. Ed dropping to 5-3, but does that mean he's got a win and in to see if he can get in? Potentially, might even be our feature match next round. We don't know how it.
Maybe, yeah. We need to find some good feature matches. Elimination matches.
Yeah, that's a good one to have. I think that's a good one to have. I like Ed. I like the deck. It's very spicy. It's different. And unfortunately, going up against one of his good friends there, Tony, and just dropping out. But it
happens. Yeah, but it was a little unlucky. Didn't have lands in the early game. Then flooded out quite a bit.
It's almost like both players didn't get the optimal draw, but as soon as that one Fable comes down, Fable strikes a good card, looks at so many more, does everything it needs to do, and also generates extra mana. Yeah, absolutely brilliant.
And with like the cast locked way as well, it seems like small, not that important, but actually I think it won the game for Tony. He was really able to pull away after that one activation where he got the second card. Fable activation, discard 2, draw the business.
I would say Rakdos in this format is like Jund of old.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's very good at grinding you out. It's got, 55% against everything, and it does well. But welcome back to Booth, ladies and gentlemen. My name is obviously WillHall. That is Matej Zatlkaj. This is round number 8. I'm going to have a little check to see if we've got how many games left in the round.
Probably still quite a few, I would hazard a guess.
Looks like 25 games left in the round still, but the time has been called, so it's going to be, we're going to be taken through. So
We'll chat for a bit.
Yeah, we're definitely chatting for a bit, Joe. I'm not going to the advert screen anymore. I know that drives you guys mental, so we're going to be talking back and forth. If you've got any questions for Matej and myself, make sure you let us know in the chat. But while we're thinking about it and going forward, I want to know what your opinion is on open and closed deck list.
I mean, we've discussed this. I prefer closed, but in terms of making the tournaments easier to run and for us to cover, I think open is the way to go.
And you kind of you accept it almost.
I'm resigned to it.
We understand the reasons behind it. It stops like teams getting more advantages. It kind of makes it a level playing field for everybody else, but it does kind of have a few restrictions on deck building. Yeah, but also can help deck building with the one-ups.
Yeah, that's like part of the thing where I would rather like brew and come up with like really cool or unexpected sideboard cards. In open deck lists, it's more about like trying to figure out like interesting things or like strategies where maybe your opponent doesn't expect you to bring particular cards in the matchup. So it's still fine. It's just I would prefer like closed. I think it's more fun, but ultimately it's no big deal as long as you get to see good Magic, fun,
exactly.
fun
and
games.
We've seen a lot of it this weekend. Hopefully we're going to see a lot more of it tomorrow. Because remember, 9 rounds today, 9 rounds tomorrow. We'll have the top 8. We'll find out who's going to walk away with PT invites, who's going to walk away with world invites, who's going to walk away with trophies at the end of the day. Is the chat? We've got any questions coming in for here? We're talking about we're talking about open and closed deck lists. Going through, no questions yet, which means you got to deal with one of my questions.
Uh-oh.
Exactly. Indeed.
Tell me.
I'm trying to think of one. I'm trying to think of a good one.
I'll give you some time. I'll mention something it might not be apparent, but I think one of the best performing decks in the room so far has been Gruel Vehicles.
Yeah.
We have 3 players at the top tables, but in general, when I looked at kind of like the early metagame breakdown of the performance of the decks, definitely Gruel Vehicles was among the top. Another deck that is like slipping under the radar a little bit because we haven't seen it on camera that much. It's actually Boros Heroic.
Yeah, we really haven't. I think that's the deck we said we would probably be playing this weekend if we were going to play Pioneer.
Yeah, and I think the deck is like I know at least quite a few people who are 6-2, so already locked up day 2. The deck's pretty, I think, significantly improved with the addition of Monsters Rage from the latest set. And it also like Illuminated Virtuoso, also a somewhat recent card, and the deck's just very, very solid overall, also doing well. And the losers of this weekend, I think Mono Green Devotion is under 50%.
It's open deck list versus closed deck list. Yeah. That deck performs so well closed deck list, so bad open deck list.
Yeah, is it Phoenix also struggling? I think a lot of good players chose Is it Phoenix, but it's not performing the way they wanted. Also, Azorius Control, a big struggler.
Yeah, there's a lot of that as well.
A lot of that, but they're doing very, very poorly. A lot of them end up in the draw bracket, end up playing against each other, drawing there. It's like not a place. Pretty harsh, but it's just what it is. But we'll see how the meta develops. You can expect me to, once this day finishes, I'll look at the day 2 deck lists, and we'll do a bit of an analysis of how many decks, what's the metagame breakdown in day 2, what was the successful conversion rate of decks.
And of course, we're going to be opening the show tomorrow. You know what I mean? For round number 10. We're doing all the evens, they're doing all the odds. It's all good. Question from chat wants me to ask you. What's your opinion on 60-minute rounds with no time extension? As in with no extra time?
I'm very opinionated about this.
Well, that's exactly why I'm asking that question then. Let's go.
I think 50 minutes is fine.
Yep.
What I don't think is fine is players shuffling for 5 minutes. That's, I think, unacceptable. In general, the between the game procedures are taking way too long. That's for one. B, players have gotten a bit worse at playing in paper.
Okay, well,
since COVID hit.
We had a little time off, but yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like, so people are less used to it. And thirdly, people are also hesitant to not just call the judges for slow play, but also like telling their opponents to play faster. I've noticed a trend where people get a lot more annoyed at being called out for the slow play, and yeah, it just is a thing. It seems like when you're trying to play and finish your games and you're telling your opponent to play faster, it's seen as like something negative. So, however, I think 60 is a bit too generous. It leads to situations where even players with slow decks fast decks take way too much time, especially if we have them on camera, right? Like they're just going through every little iteration and so on. I think 55 minutes is a good compromise.
Okay.
But I think 50 should still be doable. To be fair, like it's part of that is just natural magic. Like, even Rakdos tag, you need food, you need blood, you need treasure, you need this, you need that. Like there's a lot of physical stuff happening that's not really impacting the gameplay from that perspective. So yeah, I think 55 would be best, but I can live with 50. But people really need to get used to it.
Well, it looks like we've had the players to watch have been updated, so we can have a little look-see at this. Looks
so
like
many is still, like, everyone's still in contention from our players to watch.
Canister and Chris Larson picking up the 7th wins of the tournament.
Chris Larson, remember, he top-8'd the regional championship in Athens with Ragdoll Sacrifice. He's also playing Ragdoll Sacrifice here today. And I saw he picked up one of his losses pretty early in the day, I think round 2 or 3. And he's rocking it, like 7-1.
Do you know, I always say that Chris Larson's only good at Magic because of me. I think I've told you this story before.
And I don't believe it.
Whoa, hold on a minute. He is only good because of me, but I'm not going to tell that story on stream.
Sure.
He could be a grim.
Yeah, but like lots of our players still in contention there. So Andre Santos, he has 2 regional championship top 8s. Also did really well in Barcelona. I think he went he had like a top 24 finish there at the PT there. Mance, of course, a Pro Tour finalist, who's 6-2, also locked in day 2. Estradi, we saw him just lose on camera.
Yeah.
Still has day 2 in the book, in his books, but he probably is ruining that one loss. Both times resolved the Traxa against Gruel vehicles, and you think like, what can they do? And he lost both times.
I think it was the exact turn after he cast it both times as
well.
Both
times, exactly. Yeah.
Exactly.
Arne pulling back from 1-2 into 6-2, so on a heater this tournament, so he has a chance to improve to 7-2 next round. Matia Rizzi, I think he's on mono green devotion. I was really surprised because he's is it Phoenix player at heart?
Yeah, the way you said that, I thought he was at Phoenix, but I guess if he's on mono green.
He actually played it quite a few of the Pioneer challenges. Even tried Boros Heroic for a bit, but then like once you go from Is It Phoenix to Boros Heroic, you're like, what am I doing with my life? I need to draw cards.
He was streaming quite a lot, testing for this.
Yeah,
you know, exactly. Very popular stream. If you is it? What's his nationality that he talks in when he does it? Is it
Rizzi? Italian.
It is
Italian. Yeah.
Obviously, I watch it and I don't even speak Italian, but that, just to see his high level.
He's a very good player. I really like Matia from a play skill perspective. I would say he's very solid.
Yeah.
Pascal Viren is a Pro Tour finalist with 5-3 now. He's playing, I think. He's playing actually. Is it Transmogrify? He's not playing. Is it Creativity? He's playing. Is it Transmogrify?
And that one's the one that goes into the Gear Hulk.
I don't think so.
What's it go into?
I don't know. I haven't looked at his deck, but I just mentioned I was like, oh, you play.
At 5-3, surely he's got to have a feature match at some point. I mean, he's got a winning in.
Maybe we can feature him. Yeah, I was asking like, oh, so you're playing Creativity? He's like, no, I'm not playing Creativity. Oh, so you're playing Transmogrify? He's like, yeah. So which Transmogrify version? Junt? And he's like, no. Like, well, which one is it? Oh, so you're playing? Is it Transmogrify? Yeah, of course. I'm like, no, what are you talking about?
That's not a deck that's on everyone's radars right now.
Exactly. So I'm gonna we can keep an eye on him. Also, Lucas Monet, one of the godfathers of the Omnath light deck. He convinced a lot of people to run it in this tournament. Some of the people have been doing really well with it. He's on the verge of elimination here. Needs to win the last round, but still fighting. So.
Question about obviously we're talking about times of rounds and stuff like that. When you're preparing for a tournament, okay, and you know it's going to be a 9-rounder at least day 1, playing 9 rounds with a control deck must be mentally taxing. Not a lot of breaks in between rounds. You got to obviously make sure you're fed and watered as you go through.
You need to play fast as well.
Also playing fast, making the right decisions, and trying to win the game. How much does that make your decision building when you want to bring a deck? Yeah, okay, I'm a control player, but I don't fancy playing 9 rounds of control. It might be too much. I'll start making mistakes in the later rounds, so I might switch to a mid-range or potentially aggro deck. What sort of factors does that come when you come into a tournament like this?
It's definitely a factor. I know at least of several people I spoke to before the RC in Athens. Yeah. I spoke to a couple of people. I was telling them, you should play Azorius. I think it's really well positioned right now. It's going to be a good deck, and it turned out to be the case. Actually, when we saw there was one player in the top 8, one lost playing for top 8 or drew himself out of top 8 in the last round, and I think 1 or 2 more in the top 16 as well. But those players knew that they had to play fast and had to be on point. And a lot of the players I did recommend the deck to were like, I don't think I'll be able to finish in 50 minutes. I'm not confident. The games take long. There's a lot of decision points. Back then, Mono Green Devotion was also like one of the most popular decks, like significant chunk of the metagame. And the matchup of Azorius against Mono Green, it has so many angles. Like sometimes Mono Green goes the aggro route with like the trolls. Otherwise, it's the big mana approach. You have to be able to be ready for both and like go very smoothly from one plan to another and decide when you want to like really plant your foot in the game and start turning the tide around. It takes a long time, and especially if your opponents are thinking a lot, you know, like always, card minus, and you take out the sideboard and you think about the card. Yeah, it just takes forever. So it's definitely a factor. And like, if you're not confident, you shouldn't play Detect. You will not be able to finish.
I always say that, you know, there's control players and then there's people that play control.
Yes.
The control players know what they're like day in day out. You know, like Waffa.
Yeah, Waffa Tapper. Yeah. He's
knows what he's doing day in day out. Still plays the deck. Knows all the optimal lines. Goes through it and plays it. You know, at a good pace. Some people might argue me on that, but I think he does as a control player. I wouldn't ever say that it was super slow how he plays it. But then if I picked up a control deck, oh my God, I'm sitting there.
Yeah.
Like, well, am I countering that? Do I counter that? What happens if I counter that and they draw that? You know, I would take a lot longer to play than them. And some people just can't just pick up decks like that and play them.
Yeah, and your mistakes are so much more punishing on these. Like sometimes you make one mistake and you lose instantly. And like everything you work towards just goes out the window. So definitely not easy. How's it looking with?
It looks like we're down to the last 5 players. So we're going to end the round. But I'm going to remind everybody what is happening this whole weekend. So on Friday we had the last chance qualifier where we had 295 players battling out to get the last 16 slots to be able to play this weekend. What is happening this weekend? It is the regional championships of Europe. There's a lot of them happening all around the world. This is the European one. We had 675 players battling out and trying to make day number 2. They need 6 and 3 records. We're 1 round away from finding out who makes the cut and who does not make the cut and get invited back tomorrow, where we have got 6 more rounds of Pioneer action for you before we cut to that top 8. Top 24 players this weekend are going to gain their invitations to Pro Tour Chicago happening in February next year, but 2 players in that top 8 are going to battle it out, get the 2 slots to the World Championships. 1 person is going to be walking away with the titles. But on that, my friend, that is going to be us for today. We're going to pass back over to the other casters, but we'll be back first thing tomorrow morning, so make sure you hit that follow button, set your alarms, because we're going to be going live at 9 o'clock local time. Remember, we're in Paris, France for that one, so you can work it out wherever you are in the world. My name is Will Hall, that is Matej Zatlkaj, and that is going to be it for this round. See you all shortly for round number 9.
Welcome back to Legacy European Championship. We are in the last round of the day, the last round of Pioneer Constructed, and well, let's go to see some players to watch in this round number 9.
Yeah, let's take a look at our featured players. This is actually a list of the top of the standings right now. We have Mateo Ferreira at 8-0, Adrian Penard 8-0 as well. These are not the only 2 undefeated players. We also have Etu Rivio at 7-0 and a draw. So currently 3 undefeated players. First table is the 2 8-0s though. We have that coming up for you on table 1. And I guess that will be it for our players to watch. All right, never mind. Table 1, actually, out of the 3 undefeated players, 2 of them are playing Gruel. So the first table right now, we have Adrian on Gruel against Mateo playing Lotus Field. But the third person that was 7-0-1 is also playing Gruel Vehicles. So right now, Gruel Vehicles is pretty much at the top of the standings of this tournament, and that was not something I had on my bingo card. Actually, when I'm looking a little bit at the standings, there is another Gruel Vehicles player in 6th place. So right now, top 6, 3 Gruel Vehicles. That is amazing.
Yeah, very well performed by Gruel Vehicles. I'll be honest, I love Gruel smashing. And, well, let me see the hands. The players are thinking about the mulligan.
One more interesting thing I can tell you about the standings is between 17th and 23rd place, that's 7 decks in a row, it is all Ragdos. Ragdos Midrange, Ragdos Sacrifice, Ragdos Midrange, Ragdos Midrange, and 3 more Ragdos Sacrifice. So Ragdos doing pretty well in the tournament as well. But back to our match. We have Mateo on the Lotus Field combo. We have Adrian on Gruel Vehicles. And this is a match that typically favors the Gruel Vehicle player, especially if they're on the play. Yeah, it's exactly because of this. Turn 1 Llanowar Elf. If you have turn 2 Reckless Stormseeker, then the game is pretty much over. The Gruel deck just goldfishes a little faster than the Lotus Field combo. Yeah, there it is. This is the perfect draw.
That's a lovely Gruel.
Stormseeker attack for 3. You have 1 land in play.
Gruel, Bane Gruel, Gruel is smashing so fast. Impulse. As Lotus Field combo looking for the K cards, to survive against that Aggro Gruel.
And that is a main phase impulse. You might be thinking, what is going on? Why would you do that? But there is that Reckless Stormseeker. So Mateo, heads up play. He doesn't want that Stormseeker to flip and take even more damage. So he casts that impulse, passes the turn. Does Adrian have something like Esika's Chariot? He is definitely hoping for another creature to start applying as much damage as possible. Wow, no third land, I guess.
Ooh. Is that Mutavault?
Attack for 6. He does have a land. I guess he just didn't have a play.
Day and night. Reckless Stormseeker, flip. More damage next turn. And Mateo Ferreira is down to 11. Could be the next turn. Lethal?
This might be the least interactive matchup in the entire format. Lotus Field does not interact much. Gruel Vehicles has a bunch of Llanowar Elves and a bunch of hasty creatures, so this is just 2 players kind of like goldfishing their draws. Mateo is at 11. We have the Stormseeker flipped into a 3/4, and I believe it bumps a creature for +2/+0. Is he going to be able to find lethal this turn?
Four mana. 1 Mutavault. Could be the crucial turn for Gruel Vehicles. Is so fast. Look that. Mutavault is attacking so aggro this combat. And Mateo goes to...
Wow, okay, so that was it 7 damage?
Yes.
Leaves Mateo at 4. There's a Llanowar Elf untapped and a Stomping Ground, so likely representing perhaps a Bonecrusher Giant?
Could it be? Mateo
Bone Crusher
Ferreira.
Giant would have been lethal, right? Bone Crusher is 4 plus 3. That's 7, 8, 9 from the trigger, 10. I guess that would put Mateo to 1. Mateo casting Hidden Strings. Tapping the land and untapping the Lotus Field in the process. Floats 1 blue mana. Thespian Stage. Is he going to be able to find enough ways to untap the Lotus Field? Vizier got cycled, so that's more blue mana. I think somewhere in there, maybe more mana was floated. Thespian Stage was used to copy that Lotus Field. There was another Hidden Strings, and now pour over the pages. So Mateo is definitely doing the thing.
Oh.
This is turn 4. Does he have everything necessary to pull it off?
Combo in turn 4. Wow. Well, more flooding. Ultimatum.
Wow. So Mateo is able to float exactly enough mana in the right colors with still 1 more blue floating to cast Emergent Ultimatum. Going for Leer,
Lawyer
Dark Petition,
and Omniscience.
and pour over the pages, actually.
Yeah. Very powerful this card, Emergent Ultimatum. I remember played that card a lot in the last standard metagame, the last rotation.
And I'm taking a look at Mateo's list. The way he wins is probably going to be Chandra, Hope's Beacon. Something interesting about Mateo's list is that he's playing 3 copies of Discontinuity in the main, so he does have the little combo available to him of playing Lotus Field on turn 3 and then using Discontinuity to stop the turn and not have to sacrifice the lands.
And Dark Petition and a Liar to hand for Mateo.
It's like Dark Petition is being cast, float 3 more black mana, leaving him with triple black and 1 blue.
Let's see. 4 mana floating.
Yeah, I think he has enough Hidden Strings with Leer to kind of float whatever amount of mana and colors necessary to cast the rest of his hand.
Well, the text of the Liar makes that each instant unsorcery in a graveyard has flashback for Mateo.
Mateo is playing very fast. This is definitely not his first time playing this deck. He knows exactly what he needs to do.
He plays a lot that combo, right?
Definitely looks like it. Another pour over the pages. Loading more blue.
Boreal Grazer to graveyard. And last Pro Tour Felix, yeah. The coverage team asked to Nathan Stoyer, what is the best card? Nathan in Pioneer, and Nathan says Arboreal Grazer.
Yeah, I mean it is certainly good in this deck. So there's the Omniscience that was stuck in Mateo's hand. He's able to cast it using all those Hidden Strings, untapping the Lotus Fields. Cast a Dark Petition for free, floating 3 more black. Found Chandra, Hope's Beacon. Let me put that on the screen for you.
Chandra is the win condition for this combo to make damage to the opponent. And
yeah, now Chandra is going to be able to deal 5 to the opponent, and then you're going to be able to use cards like Bala Get Recovery to get it from the graveyard. Leer can flashback the Bala Get Recovery, then you can get it back again and again and again, and Adrian sees the writing on the wall and concedes. So 1-0 for Mateo.
well, Gruel Bakos was so fast, but not enough Let's go to check the sideboard.
Yeah, Adrian had a great opening draw. Llanowar into Reckless Stormseeker is literally the 3 perfect cards you can have against this deck, but after that he just didn't have any follow-up. He just had a Mutavault, and I guess his hand must have been a bunch of lands. Anyways, looking at Adrian's list, the cards that he is most likely going to bring in, Hazoret can definitely come in. It has haste, so cards like the Akron War is probably something you want to board out. Sky Sovereign is also not something you really want to have in your deck against the Lotus Field deck. Cards you can also bring in. Unlicensed Hearse is not great. It can kind of slow you down when you're comboing off, but I think Adrian is rather wants to be proactive. At the same time, his sideboard doesn't really have a lot of cards against Lotus Field. Rending Volley, not exactly what he's looking for in this matchup either. End the Hostilities, Obliterating Bolt. A lot of cards against creatures. Outland Liberator that destroys an artifact or enchantment. I guess you could bring that in.
That's a crown. 4 copies of a crown word the main is very painful in this matchup.
Yeah, you have to board that out. Does Gruel Charm do anything? Creatures without flying can't block. Nope. Gain control of all permanents you own. Nope. 3 damage to each creature with flying. So Gruel Charm not really helping in this matchup either. It's more something for like Azorius Spirits, I suppose. So yeah, I mean, I guess this deck is kind of already pre-sideboarded. That's the thing.
Yes.
I remember testing Gruel before Pro Tour Phyrexia, and we were thinking, yeah, I guess we don't really need to have all these, damping spheres in the sideboard. We're kind of just already pre-sideboarded. So I don't think Adrian's going to be changing all that much. Meanwhile, Mateo, what does he have in the sideboard? Temporary Lockdown that can definitely come in. Natural States, Silence, Perilous Voyage. Perilous Voyage is also going to come in. Ritual of Soot, Depopulate. Yeah, so some of the Wrath effects, you could bring in the Voyaging Satyr if you really want to try to be a little bit faster, but the Gruel deck has cards like Bonecrush Giant that the opponent is still going to have. So we're not sure if that's going to be coming in. Dragon Lord Dromoka also very likely to come in for game 2.
It's very uncomfortable when you are playing cards not good enough and in a matchup, right? It's like sometimes it's like a mulligan when you need to be fast, like Gruel vehicles, and you draw a card, for example, 5 mana is very uncomfortable.
How exactly does Lotus win in the end? So you cast Chandra that you have on the screen, and you activate Chandra -5, so that it's going to die. You use all 5 loyalty. You shoot the opponent for 5, and then you have cards like Balaget Recovery that say, hey, return a card from the graveyard back to your hand. So you return Chandra to your hand. You have Omniscience in play, so you can cast it for free again. Shoot your opponent for 5 again. You have Leer in play, so now you can flashback the Balaget Recovery for free again. Return Chandra to your hand, and you can do this multiple times. I also saw a version today with and now I'm quite not sure what the name of the card is. Peer from the Abyss, I think is the name of the card, that also lets you finish off the opponent that way in a similar fashion by returning it from the graveyard over and over.
Well, let's say the game 2 is beginning with the keep or mule usual. A lot of Beastiers in the hand of Matej.
This is a matchup where if I'm the Gruel player, I am definitely mulliganing super aggressively because all I'm looking for is that Llanowar Elf and that Reckless Stormseeker, and I would be happy mulliganing to 5 if I have these 2 cards in my opening hand. Like, if you guarantee me to have 2 lands, Llanowar Elf and Reckless Stormseeker, I think I would take 5 cards over random 7.
Wow.
I think any kind of hand without Llanowar Elf should pretty much be an automatic mulligan in this matchup because both players are pretty much just goldfishing, and both decks goldfish around turn 4. So on the play, you want to make sure that you're the one that actually gets the game over with on turn 4.
Now, another hand for Adrian. Let's go to see if it's a good hand. We can see January Elves, lands. Will we keep, I guess?
I see a Llanowar Elf in Adrian's hand. There it is. I see a Pitting Needle brought out of the sideboard, so that can stop Thespian Stage from copying Lotus Field.
Boreal Grazer, ramping, mana.
Yeah, best draw for Matej as well. That Grazer is great. It can stop some damage early on, maybe chump block something bigger later on, and also speeds up the entire process of getting to Lotus Field.
Hers and Pitting Needle on Thespian Stage.
Wow,
Oh,
there's a discontinuity.
discontinuity.
Yeah, so this is the little combo we talked about. Lotus Field trigger on the stack. It is my turn. Discontinuity only costs 2. I'm gonna end my turn. That basically counters the trigger from Lotus Field, so it's gonna stay in play. And Matej's up to 5 mana on turn 2. Yeah, that is quite the start. And Adrian's draw is very slow. He only has the reactive cards, the cards that are supposed to stop the opponent or make it harder for them to combo off. But that is not really how you win the matchup. Obliterating Bolt, killing the Grazer.
Arboreal Grazer and another Elves. And Adrian, any card in hand, he needs to draw very good creatures or vehicles to push so fast. Mateo have is trying to combo now.
That's a double Vizier. Basically, each of the cycle ability makes him 1 more mana in the process. So he's up to 3 blue floating and still has that Lotus Field and 2 more lands untapped. There's a Chandra that can clear the board.
Chandra, Haricast, and Impulse. Hers is being bigger.
Well, I think Adrian is out of cards.
Any creature to crew this hers?
Yeah, you don't beat this Lotus deck if you play a slow game. If you play a slow game against them.
Love Track Beast. Crewing this hers, and the Bigul is hitting 2 damage on the Chandra. Chandra +1. Yes, +1.
Yeah, Mata is very far ahead. Chandra +1. Reveal the top 5.
Well, changing the sleeve for this discontinuity. All that cards are in the exile.
All right, Matej definitely needs 1 more action card. Otherwise, that Chandra is going to die to the unlicensed hers. But it looks like he's just going to use discontinuity sort of as a time walk. You know what? 6 mana. Yeah, I got plenty. I'm just going to stop your turn. He does it in the upkeep so that Adrian doesn't even get to draw a card. And we're back in Matej's turn.
Hidden Strings and Bala get recovery. Need to choose Impulse. Dark Petition. Choose Wireless.
Yeah, Matej playing very fast. He definitely looks like someone who's played this deck a million times already. He knows exactly what's going on, what card he's looking for in every single spot.
He's playing so dynamic, so fast with that combo deck. It's been pretty clear. Stage is in the pithing needle text right now.
Yeah, I think Matej has a Boseiju in hand, I believe. So
Could it be?
depends on how much mana he's going to be able to float this turn. He might be able to hidden strings, untap the Lotus field, maybe activate the stage after using Boseiju on the Pitting Needle. Maybe he's going to have another discontinuity to kind of buy himself another turn.
Well, let's go to floating mana. Let's go to try to play more cards. 2 mana, playing the Boseiju ability. Will be Matej's thinking.
Now Matej slowed down a little bit, which tells me that he doesn't have the kill just yet. He's trying to make sure that he does everything the right way, gives himself the maximum amount of outs to try to hit the combo probably this turn, ideally.
He's doing the maths. Adrian kept a hand very poorly this game.
Yeah, I mean, he already multi-6, just figured out, okay, I have a Ladder Elf, I have some cards I can play. Unfortunately, these are not really the cards that are going to help you win the game because they're not very proactive. And also, Matej just had a completely unreasonable draw. Five mana on turn 2, you know, the perfect combination of cards with an 0-3 blocker in play to boot. So that was really, couldn't really have been any better for him. Wow, he just passes the turn. Interesting.
Whoa. No combo here, no emergent ultimatum. And pass a turn. Come on, Adrian. Draw your best odds. Love Struck Beast, crewing the vehicle, hitting Chandra.
Wow, it's this Bearless Voyage bouncing that
Whoa.
unlicensed hers.
That hurts a lot.
Using Chandra to copy and also bounce the Pitting Needle.
Any possibility for Adrian to kill that Chandra? Read again. No good times for Adrian right now.
Yeah, Adrian probably thinking, well, since you bounced my Pitting Needle, I can replay it, and do I just name Chandra now? Like, how good is it for me to name the Thespian stage here? Like, you already have a lot of mana. Like, isn't it better if I just stop your source of card advantage? And I think he does just that. So I think Chandra was named with that Pitting Needle. Unlicensed Hearse gets replayed, and Adrian passes the turn back to Matej. Now let's see what Matej has. I think there's at least 4 over the pages in his hand, so he can start digging through his deck. If he has enough mana, he probably wants to activate that stage first and copy the Lotus field. I think he has just enough to do that. Yeah, so 2 and stage, copies the Lotus. Then hidden strings, untap the 2 Lotus fields now, so access to 7 mana right now. Oh yeah, the hidden strings is there is a copy. There is a copy on the stack, so actually does to get it. He does get to do it one more time.
This is a Chandra static ability effect.
Perhaps he is thinking what to do with the copy because he can also tap the unlicensed hers. He can untap his land and tap the unlicensed hers if he wants to. Needle is naming Chandra.
Yes, the Needle changed the target, and now is targeting that Chandra. More mana.
Load 6 blue, so it looks like it resolved. It resolved twice.
Omniscience, hardcast. And now all the spells from the hand of Matej are totally free.
Besage gets rid of the unlicensed hearse, so now Matej knows that whatever he does, the cards are actually going to end up in the graveyard. He's going to be able to reuse them later in the turn. Pour over the pages, copied with Chandra, so that means 6 new cards and a bunch of extra mana. He still needs to discard a card. We're getting a little ahead of ourselves. Okay, pour the pages number 2.
Six green mana and another 4 over the pitches. Otawara discarded. Yes. Matej is planning something. Could be of the any iteration of the combo, because it could be not very easy to understand that combo, and he's talking with the opponent.
Yeah, I think they're trying to figure out like what happened to the copies, because I think the first pour of the pages was resolved and he only drew 3 cards, so it looked like he didn't really put the copy on the stack. Now I think he was casting the second pour over the pages, but that is a sorcery. So if you do it this way, then the stack had to have been clear, which means that he probably wouldn't get to put the copy on the stack anymore. But things happened really fast, so I'm not exactly sure if that's the case. Looks like we have a table judge taking care of the issue right now, talking to the players.
Liar.
I think Matej should have this game locked up one way or another. He has so much mana. He can start replaying the pour over the pages.
Well, Matej is the undefeated player for today. Day 1 of the Legacy European Championship.
All right, Matej Ferreira, 9-0 with Lotus Field. So that is going to be maybe not the only undefeated player, but the only 9-0. We know there's another person with 7 wins and a draw on Gruel vehicles. We're going to let you know how they do. And now we have Jean-Emmanuel Depra. We have the pictures are swapped, but we're gonna fix that for you real quick. I think Jean-Emmanuel is also the one on the left and not the one on the right. So we have the names. The names are actually switched, not the photo. So it should be hopefully corrected in a little bit. Arne is playing Omnath to light, and I remember talking to him in Athens where he went something like 3-4 or lost the last round for day 2, and he was not too happy with the deck. So I'm actually very surprised to see him at this tournament on Omnath yet again, because I don't think he felt too good about his deck choice in the last tournament. But perhaps he tested against the new decks and the new format, and I didn't think that Wilds of Drain really changed the format all that much. But here's Arne back on Omnath again, this time with a much better record, 6-2. On the other side, we have Jean-Emmanuel Depra, who, by the way, won the World Championship last week. So Jean-Emmanuel is on a very, very good run, and not just lately in the last weeks, but also just in general. Ever since Jean-Emmanuel was in the MPL, he just keeps crushing all the tournaments. Every time I see him at a live tournament, he's always in the top 8 or top 16. So a very, very consistent player. He plays really well. He practices a lot. So a very, very deserving world champion.
Absolutely. Well, very well deserved. Congratulations to Jean Manuel de Pra. And we'll see.
I think Jean Emmanuel also just plays Phoenix whenever he gets the chance. I remember the first RC in Sofia. I think he was in the top 8 with Phoenix.
I think so. Well, the decks are already sideboarded.
Okay. Yeah, let's while the players are still shuffling, let's take a look at the deck list. So that was really quick. I didn't really get to talk about that too much, but we have Jean Emmanuel with Phoenix. Pretty stock list, I would say. He has 4 copies of Ledger Shredder. Trying to look for Thinking the Ice. I don't see any in the main deck, so Jean Emmanuel is probably not too worried about mono green Ram decks. Instead, he does have the Galvanic Iteration. Plus, I'm looking for Temporal Trespass. There's 1 Trespass on the top left. So he does have the Time Walk combo of Temporal Trespass and Galvanic Iteration, 1 copy of each. The rest of the deck is pretty stock. The 1 new card is Slate of Hand that you get to put into this deck now with Wilds of Eldraine in the mix. Other than that, everything looks pretty stock. Out of the sideboard, what is he going to bring in against Bring to Light? I think most likely we're going to see some of the counter spells. Negate, Either Gust, Disdainful Stroke. Those cards definitely look very appealing. I think Mystic Dispute might also make it in. Other than that, he might bring in a few more win conditions, something like Crackling Drake or Ral, perhaps a Healy. I think Crackling Drake is more for the matchups where you expect your opponents to have a lot of graveyard hate. So both players do see each other's deck list. If you see something like Rest in Peace in your opponent's sideboard, you're definitely bringing that Crackling Drake in. And it looks like both players are ready to start game 2. Jean Emmanuel being down a game on the play for game 2. Arna plays a magic card. Wish I could tell you which one it is. No, it's definitely one of the Triumphs or one of the new triple lands. Looks like a Temple Garden into Sylvan Caryatid. So the best opening draw for Arna as well. This deck isn't really too fast. You're kind of just hoping to play Omnath on turn 3. It is a very mid-rangey style of deck.
Yes, he is ramping with this Sylvan Caryatid. Very needed. And the side of or Jean Manuel de Brath.
I think I see a Rest in Peace in Arna's hand.
Really? Yes.
There's a ley line. Wow, yeah, there's a ley line for Ledger Shredder and a Rest in Peace. Thank you very much. No graveyard for you this game. Does Jean Emmanuel have the Crackling Drake or not? Yeah, Rest in Peace is rough for the Phoenix deck. It is incredibly hard, trying to cast cards like Treasure Cruise or Temporal Trespass or, all these Phoenixes. They're not going to come back from the graveyard. You just have to actually hardcast them for 4. I don't think I saw any like Brazen Borrowers in Jean Emmanuel's sideboard, so that Rest in Peace is going to make his heart a lot harder this game.
Yes. Well, Arne take the turn on top and we play. He's preparing more land and pass. This is a Fabled Passage. We remember the Fabled Passage triggers 2 times the Omnath Landfall ability. Very important land in this deck.
Yeah, this is the downside of playing Phoenix if it's popular. There's going to be a lot of unlicensed hearses. We already saw a player with 2 of them main deck earlier today. People are playing cards like Goblin, Leyline of the Void, Rest in Peace. Sometimes going in a tournament where Phoenix is popular, that can be pretty rough. The sideboard cards are really, really strong against this strategy.
Young Pyromancer going wide with the tokens could be a very good strategic. Will we see if Jean Manuel can attack with a lot of these tokens created by Young Pyromancer?
Yeah, Young Pyromancer, cards like Saheeli, those are the types of cards that still do something if your opponent has Rest in Peace in play. So Jean Emmanuel definitely going to be happy about finding the Pyromancer, but I think Arne has a full hand, and at this point, I think he just wants to make sure he doesn't run his best cards into like a possible negate or perhaps a Mystical Dispute. So he knows he can take the game a little slower. There's no rush.
Reconner.
Yeah, Lotus Field is our only undefeated, or the only 9-0 player. There might be another undefeated player on Gruel vehicles with a draw. We're going to be able to tell you later on. We're also going to do a little interview with Matej at the end of the match, so stay tuned. Looks like Arne just plays a Bankbuster, activates to draw a card, taking the game real nice and slow.
Consider for Jean-Manuel the Pro at the end of the turn of Arne. Draw a card. Ooh, Saheeli. He draws a Saheeli. Another win conditions against this Rest in Peace.
Okay, so Jean Emmanuel is definitely ready for that Rest in Peace. Obviously, as we said, this is a tournament with open deck lists, so both players do have access to each other's sideboard and main deck. Pieces of the puzzle, so that makes an extra token. There's the Crackling Drake. Unfortunately, going to get milled by pieces, but Spell Pierce and Opt go into Jean Emmanuel's hand. 2 damage coming through. And pass the turn. Yeah, Spell Pierce is going to be a lot less effective if it's basically face up, so we're probably not going to see Arne running his, Bring to Light or something along those lines into that Spell Pierce.
Chain to the rocks for Arne.
Interesting situation for Jean Emmanuel. That Chains is still in the stack. He does have 1 more Opt. He has the chance to play the Opt now, tapping out in the process, which would leave Arne, with the possibility of resolving something. So Jean Emmanuel says, you know what, I prefer having the mana untapped and keeping up the Spell Pierce. I can cast the Opt at the end of turn, and I am fine basically sacrificing a 1/1 to do that.
Looking for the Forest, Gigant in hand, and pass turn. At the end of the turn, Opt, digging in the deck.
Arne's draw is definitely very slow, but he can certainly afford that sitting at that with that Rest in Peace in play, taking a little bit of damage from the tokens, but nothing too crazy. Going down to 13. I think once Jean Emmanuel plays that Saheeli, I think Arne will realize that he doesn't actually have that much time.
Saheeli. Other win condition. Okay, you exile my Young Pyromancer. I have another win condition. This is my Saheeli. Tap, Arne. Draw another card. Drawing a Caryatid. And a pilot enters the enter the game. The token that will recruit the recorder. There is that pilot. Well, another recorder. More cards for Arne.
More Bankbusters. This looks more like a Rakdos midrange mirror than is it Phoenix against Omnath.
Yeah. Where is Omnath? You know.
Arne thinking about playing that Sylvan Caryatid, hesitating so much. That kind of tells you maybe he has some kind of sweeper in hand, isn't sure if he wants to play it just yet. Maybe he wants to send back the Caryatid a little bit longer after he plays the sweeper. Yeah, Caryatid's going to resolve. He still has 2 mana available to be able to activate that Bankbuster at the end of turn. Also an extra blocker for the tokens now, so see what John Emanuel has. Treasure Cruise, yeah, that's not going to be too good this game. You're going to have to pay the actual 8 mana to draw 3.
Yeah, there is Shredder. Very good creature.
Something I can definitely recommend if you're a Phoenix player is I remember testing the deck before the regional championship in Sofia last season and then playing it there. I can strongly recommend actually playing some physical matches with the physical cards against your friends at least one day before the tournament, because there is a lot of triggers going on. You know, Ledger Shredder, you have to keep track of how many cards in the graveyard you have for all the delving action. You know, Phoenix's trigger, Ledger Shredder doesn't only trigger for your spells, but also for your opponents. And, you know, we all know how easy it is to play on Magic Online or Magic Arena when the client does everything for you. But in real life, you actually have to remember all the triggers yourself. So make sure you do practice in person and with the actual cards, because it is very, very easy to forget that.
This is the turn of Arne. And he is thinking, well, Giganta is in the house, is hard cast from the hand, but Emmanuel, in response, consider another servo, looking for any response. Okay, results. That 5/5 is very blockable by these small servos. Any Phoenix for Jean Manuel?
I thought this game was kind of over when Arna played that Rest in Peace on turn 3. But he hasn't really done much since. He's still progressing his board a little bit, playing some more mana sources, you know, a few more lands here and there, double Sylvan Caryatid. He's drawing some cards with Reckoner Bankbusters, but does he have anything that actually, you know, can start getting him ahead or attack through the servos, or just deal with John Emanuel's board to be able to start attacking with that Giganta?
Boy, say you crackling one of the servos of the Jean Manuel.
What is in Arna's hand? I see a Dovin's Veto, but I can't quite tell what the other 2 cards are. Looks like they're probably lands. Sounds like he's probably just flooding out. I mean, the Bankbuster has 2 more cards. He can activate one at the end of turn, then untap and do it again. But I think he would very likely, he would very much like to see some kind of action card. Omnath, Bring to Light, you know, something along those lines.
Well, Jean Manuel the Pra is doing math. Thinking in the comeback. And he plays. Whoa, a removal.
Spike Field Hazard targeting you.
It's
All right. Make another token. Trigger the Ledger Shredder.
and attack with the Bird Advisor, the Ledger Shredder.
So Arna goes to 9, and there's what, 7 tokens in play. Let's assume if I'm Arna, I'm thinking, okay, that Ledger Shredder can be 4 power next turn. That'll put me to 5, and if 5 of the tokens connect, that wouldn't be too hard. So I think Arna needs to find either a sweeper or something that gains him life, or something like Omnath, or just something proactive.
Up the Beanstalk.
I think if Arna passes the turn, there's a pretty good chance that John Emanuel goes end of turn opt, consider here is an extra token, there's an extra token on my own turn, exile one of your creatures or lightning axe it, something like that, and attack for lethal. That would be a very, very possible scenario.
Yeah, absolutely.
Another spell that Arna plays also triggers the Ledger Shredder, so John Emanuel gets to draw another card.
This is an extinction. What is that card?
Oh, he does have an extinction event. I think he just picked that up in the last couple of draw steps. So let's see if he pulls the trigger right now or if he tries to slow roll that for one more turn. I don't think he has the luxury to do that. So I think there's a pretty good chance we're going to see Arna cast extinction event right now.
And extinction event is here. Choosing an even. Trying to exile all the tokens of John Manuel. Exiling to the pilot and the caryatids.
And look at that. John Emanuel says, not my first game. I'm going to remember my Ledger Shredder trigger. This is the second spell you're casting this turn. So let me draw a card first. Consider my options. Not his first rodeo. Wow, disdainful stroke. Yeah, make another token. Arna says, yeah, that's...
Ooh, Davin's Veto.
Okay, so he actually does get to fight back. So Veto countering that disdainful stroke. Jean Emmanuel has 2 mana up. We know that he has a Spell Pierce, but Arna has at least 2 more lands available to him.
And the Anta. Sometimes we forget that Giganta added mana.
Spell Pierce.
And more tokens. More servers. This is a temporary.
Does he have another Spell Pierce? Discarding Temporal Trespass. Now Arna's in the tank. I don't think he has that many options. Yeah, he just says, yeah, I'll pay 2. Do you have the second Spell Pierce? And no.
Deschain event results. Cleaning all the table of the John Manuel de Pra.
Yeah, and that was the big card that Arna needed. Now that the board is clear, he can use Giganta to either attack Saheeli or perhaps cast something from his hand. Looks like we crewed a Bankbuster. One of the Bankbusters definitely attacked.
Correct?
Wait, shouldn't the Caryatids be exiled? I'm not sure what's going on.
I think so. I think so. Should be exiled.
Okay, let me just alert the.
More lands for Arne in his draws. Cycling, this Triome, and a Swamp. A lot of mana, right? Okay, Pilot is crewing the Recorner and Giganta it's attacking. Okay, the Caryatids are exiled right now and attacking for 9 to John Manuel de Pro. Mystical Dispute.
All right, so we fixed that. We fixed that problem. Extinction event's good, but it's not that good. It affects your board as well.
How many cards remains in the John Manuel de Pro deck?
It's been a long day, okay? It's been a very long day. It is almost not 9 p.m. The players have been up since 9 in the morning. Definitely been a very long day, so it is easy to watch the game from afar and say that, hey, I would not have made this mistake, but it is also very easy to just kind of not see everything after playing Magic for 12 hours. It looks like a Bring to Light gets negated. Arna still gets to draw a card thanks to that Up the Beanstalk, which has quietly been one of the most impactful cards out of Wild to Drain.
But Giganta is oh, this Cider Gust. Okay, Giganta is in the top of the. Whoa! Shake the hands, and Erne Huizenberg is winning this run against the world champion Jean Manuel de Pro.
So this puts Jean Emmanuel at 6-3, but that is still a record good enough to make it into day 2. So Jean Emmanuel will be on the back foot, but 6 more rounds tomorrow. I think we're looking at that X3 record, perhaps X3-1. But there was a lot of players, so I think we're more in that 12 wins territory if you want to make the top 8. RNS 7-2, pretty good day so far.
Absolutely, very pretty good day. And well, this is the end of this run. Remember, the cut for tomorrow is the 18 points. All the players hitting 18 points will be tomorrow in the day 2 of this Legacy European Championship tournament. Tomorrow we'll have a regional championship champion, and we will have 2 qualifiers for Worlds and 24 qualifiers for Pro Tour Chicago.
Yeah, top 24 qualifies for Pro Tour Chicago. The top 2 players actually go straight to Worlds, so it's not only just the big money prizes. First place gets $16,000. There's a lot to play for tomorrow. But before we leave, I think we might have an interview lined up with our 9-0 player. Let me see if we actually have Matej ready. Okay. Unfortunately, that doesn't seem to be the case. So I can go over the standings real quick. Let me take a look at how the last round go. One of the things I was mentioning was what was interesting to me was that we had 3 Gruel vehicles players in the top 6. So Gruel vehicles doing really, really well. We have this looks like this is the standing. So Mateo Ferreira, that is the Lotus player, Lotus field player, 9-0. Carlos Melado, 8-1. I can tell you that Carlos is playing. Carlos is playing.
I know for sure. I know.
He's playing Mono Green Devotion. We have Josep Sanfeliu playing Gruel vehicles at 8-1. Piotr Glogowski, also known as Canister, 8-1. I think he is playing. Is it Phoenix? Mateusz, I think we saw him in a feature match earlier, he is piloting Ragna's Sacrifice. Also 8-1. Gabriel is on. Is it Phoenix? So it is a little bit of everything. I think Phoenix was probably one of the more popular decks in the field. You know, coming from last season when Phoenix wasn't doing all that well, it was a lot of Rakdos. Rakdos was still the most played deck in the tournament today. But I think if I had to pick a deck of the tournament or a breakout deck of the weekend, I think I would probably pick Boros for day one. In the last chance qualifiers, we had 5 Boros decks in the top 20. Today, Boros didn't maybe do as well, but Gruel Vehicles was certainly a deck that surprised many people, you know, doing so well.
Yes, Gruel Vehicles is performing so well, and
okay, looks like Matej unfortunately left, so we're not going to be bothering you for too long. Thank you guys for sticking with us. Thank you for tuning in. That's going to be the end of day one. Please come back tomorrow. 6 more rounds. We're starting at 9 a.m. European time, so that would be midnight in at the West Coast and 3 a.m. in at East Coast. But you know, tune in later on if you're in the U.S. We're gonna have 6 more rounds for you tomorrow, and then the top 8. So stay tuned. Thanks for watching, and see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Holy.